On September 18th of 1978, Kiss, who was arguably the biggest band in the world at the time, did something that was questionable, strange, and kind of risky. They decided to release 4 solo albums, one for each member, all on the exact same day. And I've got all 4 of them right here. And since we recently lost Ace Frehley, I thought this would be a really interesting thing to talk about today, because his solo album kind of stands out for one particular reason, which we'll talk about here in a few minutes. But the different colors, one of the things they did is they used this artist to have this kind of a coordinated look between all 4 albums. And in my opinion, it's one of the coolest things to have these 4 portraits of these guys. So here's the one with Ace with kind of the blue. We have this one with Gene, which is red, the Paul with purple, and the Peter with green. And those color themes would go on into Dynasty and their costumes. You'd see those carried on. And if you go look at the album Asylum and you look at the colors of the lips, you'll see that they carried on these color themes with the Bruce Kulick has blue lips, Eric Carr has green lips, Paul has purple, and Gene has red. So they carried on those color themes well beyond these solo albums. Now, on October 26th of 1978, the Miami Herald, and you can see it on your screen right now, put out this really interesting review talking about these 4 solo albums. And this is what I wanted to share with you today, because I think you'll find what they had to say about this stuff pretty interesting. It's a little bit brutal in a couple places, but it also is pretty honest about what was going on at the time with these solo records. Now, the history of these solo records is questionable, because when you listen to different people talk about this, the stories are all told a little bit different. I mean, there's one that said when they were filming Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park, that there were riffs in the band, and then that's when they came up with the idea to do the solo albums. And then other things you read, it turns out that possibly these things were in the contracts from the very beginning of the band, that they would have solo albums. Anyway, there's some question as to actually how this whole thing came about. But either way, they did this, and they shipped platinum. They were expecting these albums to sell and sell big. Now, they ended up not selling everything that they shipped. As a matter of fact, a lot of these albums ended up in what we kind of know as cutout bins, where they had to sell them at a discount because they couldn't sell them all. But when you look back at the numbers, for Kiss, they didn't sell super well, but by anybody else's measure, these albums sold like crazy. What ended up happening, and I know this happened for me, and I wonder if this is also what happened with you, is that instead of buying all 4 records, you would just buy one. You'd buy the one from your favorite guy. And part of the reason this became a problem was a lot of the fans of Kiss at that time were getting younger and younger and younger. And of course, they don't have the disposable income that older people would. And so these 4 albums come out, and you kind of get to this, you're thinking, well, I don't know, I can't have all of them. So what did I do? Well, I got the Paul Stanley solo album. As a matter of fact, the Paul Stanley solo album 8-track, that, I guess the following year, ended up in my Easter basket from the Easter Bunny. Don't ask me why. The Easter Bunny knew that I would want the Paul Stanley 8-track, but I ended up with that in my Easter basket. So, getting back to this article, I think you're really going to enjoy listening to what they had to say in the Miami Herald. And before we read the article, if you would do me a favor right now and go down and click that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed to the channel, and also click the like button. Then here's the title of the article: Kiss Solo Discs, 4 Bags of Tricks. Now, one of the things, if you're a Kiss fan, you get used to is that people are always knocking Kiss. It's rarely just all rainbows and balloons when it comes to Kiss. They always find ways to cut them down. And this article is no different, but it's also pretty interesting. And like I said, I think you'll enjoy this. In mathematics, the whole is equal to the sum of its parts. But the newly released Kiss solo albums amount to a case of the parts being holed up to make a sum. That is, holed up in studios to make a sizable sum of money. Now, when you take into consideration, just as a side note here, how many albums they had been putting out over just the last couple of years, you start talking about making profits and how many albums they were selling, it is actually shocking. Because here they were, remember, they really released their first album in 1974. By 1975, they had put out 3 solo albums and a live album, which was Alive 1, which ended up being the thing that really put them on the map. So then after a live one is released, what do? They go back into the studio, they release Destroyer, they put out Rock and Roll Over, they put out Love Gun, and they put out another live album, all by 1977. So 4 more records there just in a couple of years. Not to mention the fact that they also put out another album somewhere in there that was called Double Platinum. I think that one came out in 1978. So then after they finished those things, they filmed a movie, Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. And then after that, they put out these 4 solo albums. And so these record company, Casablanca, was just cranking out the records. And then, of course, they started doing all the merchandising that went along with it. And so when they make this point here, that this in some ways could almost be seen as just a way of doing another cash grab. We're just making money while we can. They're the biggest band in the world. Just start doing as much as we possibly can to take advantage of it. And that's kind of what it seemed like was going on back then. Okay, carrying on. The Kiss concept is rooted in promotion, merchandising, and gimmickry, but that doesn't cause these musicians to lose face. Heck, losing face is the essence of their gimmick. Their faces are painted. Their looks a deep, dark secret. No tricks are left unturned in the marketing of this malleable rock band. Marvel Comics recently inaugurated a whole line of picture books with the painted ones as stars. A Kiss television movie has been made. A full line of Kiss posters is being marketed. And it's interesting that they use that word malleable, because when you look back at the history of Kiss, not only were they malleable in all the different merchandising they would do, all the different products and things they were putting out there to make money, but they were also pretty malleable in their music. In other words, they weren't afraid to take some, what I think were kind of pretty wild risks in some of their song choices. I mean, when you look at Destroyer and the song Beth, which ended up becoming their, really probably one of their biggest hits, that was kind of out there. And as a matter of fact, they were wondering, can we do this? I remember reading Gene, I think it was in his book, he talked about this going, here was a song we were putting on this album that we literally didn't even play on. The only part of the band that was even in that record was just Peter's voice, or in the song was Peter's voice. And then Gene is thinking, well, the Beatles did that with Eleanor Rigby, so maybe we can do that too. But the point I'm making here is that they were actually really malleable in their music. I mean, look at the end of the side 4 of Alive 2, and they put that old song Any Way You Want It on there, which is kind of a strange song for them to do. Even on Love Gun, Then She Kissed Me. Anyway, these are just kind of, they were strange. They would do strange things with their music. They weren't afraid to take a few risks here and there. And then even on the solo albums, I mean, you look at Gene on his solo album, When You Wish Upon a Star. Anyway, so they were malleable. They were willing to take some risks here and there. Okay, anyway, moving on. The crass commercialism doesn't escape the solo albums themselves. Inside each, an ad announces the latest ways for teeny boppers to kiss off their money. Kiss keychains, Kiss necklaces, Kiss belt buckles, Kiss, well, you get the idea. And I'm curious, how many of you remember that, and how many of you ordered something? Because every time you'd get a Kiss album, you'd open that thing up, and of course, inside there was an order form, so you could send in and just get stuff, Kiss things, posters, belt buckles, you get the idea here. And I'm sure all of you remember this. Let's see here. As a further ploy to entice fans to buy the entire set of 4 records, interlocking posters are included in each album. By the way, do you remember getting the poster? I had the Paul Stanley album also, not just the 8-track, and I definitely had that poster up on my wall for a while. The posters fit together to form a giant Kiss mural. It's almost surprising that Casablanca, their label, remembered to include the albums. That's a great line. But the discs are there, though 3 of them could as well have been marketed as Kiss Frisbees. Basically, the 4 albums can be summed up as follows: the good, the bad, the mediocre, and the ugly. Now, a brief look at each in descending order. So now they give you their description of which one was good, bad, mediocre, and ugly. And I'm curious what you think about this when you hear this. And again, because we lost Ace recently, this kind of jumped out at me as something interesting as we remember Ace and his music and his life. So, number 1, Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley easily outclasses the members of his band with this solo project. expertly produced by Eddie Kramer, who has also produced for the likes of Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin. Frehley comes across as the most competent musician of the group and also as a first-class songwriter. Handling all the guitar parts on the album, including most bass licks, Frehley also plays synthesizer, sings lead and backing vocals. The amount of work he handles alone, without the overabundance of session men used on the other solo discs, shows that the guitarist is indeed a capable performer. And this is a really interesting thing to think about. Because as we talked about in previous videos, one of the things that Gene and Paul had kind of envisioned when they made Kiss was to have it be a little bit like the Beatles. In other words, you had these four very distinct personalities and everybody would have their favorite one, just like everybody did with the Beatles. But they also wanted all four of them to sing. And up until near this point, Ace just wouldn't do it. He was very insecure about his voice. He didn't really like the idea of singing, and so he just wouldn't. But then finally on Love Gun, he sang one song that he wrote, and it was called Shock Me. And we have a whole nother video where we talk about that he'd been almost electrocuted, or he'd been electrocuted. And then anyway, we had this incredible song on the album Love Gun. And then here he sings for the first time. Then not long after that, they do these solo albums, and now he's singing the entire album. He went from not singing at all for several years to one song and now an entire album. And then when the next thing they released after this, which was the next studio album, which was Dynasty, he actually sang several songs on that album. So he just kind of expanded. And then, of course, when he left on his solo career later, he'd be singing all the time, all kinds of things. But just kind of an interesting trajectory there. So he was, and they recognize it here, a true musician in so many different ways, including now a singer. Fractured Mirror, an instrumental, showcases his talent as it starts off slowly, builds, then returns to its original melody. On Wiped Out, Frehley shows a sense of humor. The song starts out with a drum solo parodying the old 60s song, Wipeout. Other standouts on this disc are New York Groove and Speedin' Back to My Baby. Okay, that's their review of Aces. Now, that was the good, now the bad. Gene Simmons. Sometimes in music, more can be less. Take the case of Gene Simmons, please, and make sure his bass guitar is in it. While Frehley's album is sparsely produced, Simmons has overcompensated by having more things going on than a three-ring circus, with him playing the role of a clown. Simmons has assembled an all-star cast, but to no avail. The players include Bob Seger, Aerosmith, Joe Perry, Helen Reddy, Jeff "Skunk" Baxter, Donna Summer, Cher, and Janice Ian. Opting for a Phil Spector wall of sound type production, the disc ends up becoming a wall of noise. Now, it's interesting also to note that he did go after all of these really famous people, because that does kind of follow what Gene was doing at the time. Because even though he really wouldn't start pursuing being in movies until years later, early on, he was out in Hollywood and he was meeting people, and he just really liked being in that crowd. And so it's not surprising that he kind of brought this, all of these, more famous people in there to be on his record. There is a chorus of people singing on nearly every song, making lyrics almost incomprehensible. The album reaches a ludicrous low point when, with the complete lacking of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra, Simmons sings, or attempts to sing, When You Wish Upon a Star from Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Okay, now Paul Stanley. So this one's the mediocre one, according to them. By the way, I just have to put a note in here. I loved Paul Stanley's solo album because that was the one I had, and I listened to that thing over and over and over when I was a kid. I absolutely loved it. I still love those songs on there. The mediocre album of the four is Paul Stanley's. Admittedly, the disc does have its moments, but a few moments out of 40 just doesn't cut it. The first two songs, Tonight You Belong to Me, which, by the way, I love that song. I love that tune. I think it's so great. And Move On, which I also like, are surprisingly good. But after that, the album falls flat, becoming a collection of power chord after power chord that, if nothing else, becomes dull. The album degenerates on the second side with such songs as Hold Me, Touch Me, Think of Me When We're Apart, a syrupy song that sticks to the roof of Stanley's mouth. And I'll admit again, even as a little kid, I kind of liked that tune. I just did. The disc was produced by Kansas producer Jeff Glicksman. It has some excellent session men such as Meatloaf's bassist Steve Buslow and guitarist Bob Kulick and session drummer Carmine Appice. Peter Criss. Now this is the good, the bad, the mediocre, and the ugly. So this is the one, according to them, that's the ugly one. With Peter Criss's solo disc, producer Vinnie Poncia is faced with the problem a fashion photographer sometimes encounters, namely hiding his model's flaws while trying to exaggerate the strong points. This would be fine if there were any strong points, but there aren't. Criss is Kiss's drummer, and his voice has more cracks than the San Andreas Fault. His drumming isn't exactly faultless either. Now, by the way, I love Peter's voice. I mean, there's some of those early tunes that he sang, I thought he was great. He has that kind of Rod Stewart, Bryan Adams kind of scratchy, I don't know. I always liked his voice. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but they're being very critical of his voice here. What we have here is an album of songs sung by someone who can't sing. The writing itself isn't too bad. Criss did write the group's big hit, Beth, but when he opens his mouth, the result is often embarrassing. On the song Hooked on Rock and Roll, the verse is, "Mama told me long ago there ain't no future in rock and roll." And then it ends up the article with, "What can you expect from a kid who didn't listen to his mama?" Anyway, I thought you would enjoy that as we think about Ace Frehley. We're just losing him a couple days ago. Hey, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel. Like this video. Love to get your comments down below about the different records, which ones you had, which songs you liked, which was your favorite. If you listened to all these things, what was the one you liked the most? And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. This is called Puckering Up for Kiss in Dynasty. So, nobody listens to everything. This was true even back in Sacred 67. When there couldn't have been more than about 7 major with-it American groups under contract to major American labels. A lot of people decided to ignore, for instance, the Electric Flag. And by the way, I know nothing about the Electric Flag. If you know anything about who that is, put it down in the comments. Today, there's so much bulk, you could easily miss every cut of 80% of the super platinum LPs God hath wrought. I've ignored the entire careers of Genesis and Yes. Don't have a clue what either of these limey aggregations sounds like. Just an abstract exercise in avoidance. Kiss, on the other hand, I've steadfastly avoided for reasons far more personal. New Year's Eve of 73, 72, 74, I happened to catch this show at the Academy of Music in New York, headlined by Blue Oyster Cult. Second billed was Iggy Pop. Third was Teenage Lust, David Peel, and the Lower East Side without David Peel. Just to give you an idea of how relevant it was getting down toward the bottom. That's actually pretty interesting if Kiss was down even below that. Of course, they were nobody back then, though. Let's see here. Fourth billed was this unknown combo from Queens, New York, a band you could only have applauded for their sheer courage in the face of prevailing trends. This foursome had the anachronistic gall to come out amid smoke bombs, wearing hideous face paint. What did they think this was, 1970? Lots of laughs greeted the band we now know as Kiss. Time quickly marched way the heck on, and Kiss was suddenly bigger, much bigger, than the triad of higher build units put together. Isn't that fascinating? Because here they were whenever he saw them in the early 70s, and just within this would have been, like 5 years later. All those bands they played before, including Blue Oyster Cult, they were just way, way bigger. It was incredible, their rise to fame, how fast all this stuff happened. And it's just fascinating thinking about them being this small club band opening with the opening spot with 4 other groups. Just so interesting looking back at this. Let's see here. I couldn't have cared less. I wanted no part of these jokers, live, on vinyl, or otherwise. Somewhat later, my orthodox aesthetic repulsion toward them was reinforced when the rock photog with whom I had been living for a number of years dumped me to marry a rock writer who was the self-professed world's leading authority on the rock group Kiss. That's actually pretty funny, having that rubbed in like that. To make matters worse, the photog had a long time objected to the way I kissed. She thought I opened my mouth too wide. Okay, this is a little too much information. It's interesting. Summer of 79, an assignment is dropped in my lap, and I'm forced to finally play a disc by these buffoons, Kiss Dynasty. It's safe enough. They're over the hill, a year and a half since the TV documentary I happened to notice in TV Guide. I spin the disc. Lo and behold, I instantly perceive them to be a damn sight more on the money than those other fabled, half-cocked international superstars, Mark Bolan, Slade, Boz Scaggs, David Cassidy, et al. It's also interesting looking back at this stuff and thinking about these other bands that just happen to be successful around that same time. Just the context of it always fascinates me. I Was Made for Lovin' You, the ersatz disco equal of Heart of Glass, 2000 Man, a great uninspired remake of the Stones classic, less worldly cynical to such a degree that it's instantly known that all these years of sissy face haven't obliterated their true Queen's rubehood. They're even less debauched than their obvious role model, Alice Cooper. And by the way, since we recently lost Ace Frehley, 2000 Man was, of course, one of the songs that he sang on the album Dynasty. And when I was a kid and I heard that song, it's like the perfect Ace song, because when you hear it, it does sound like something kind of extraterrestrial, space-like. The lyrics and my name is a number on a piece of plastic film. There was just something about it. And so as a little kid, I didn't even know that it wasn't Ace's song, but you hear him singing it, and it was just kind of a perfect song for him. And I actually really liked the way Kiss did it. Anyway. Sure Know Something. Their expertise in the R&R riff department is top drawer. If they were non-multimillionaire Jerkingtons, this would read as uncontestedly great utilitarian mustard. Charisma, their self-referential wit, is just an iota short of that of the masters of the genre, the Dictators. If they were only funny for real, they'd be a gas. And that is, I kind of liked that song. I actually could, it's catchy enough I could still probably sing it right now, because just charisma. And I remember that when I was a kid, it's funny thinking about this, because all these things happened, we were so young. That was the first time I'd ever even heard that word. And so I hear this, what is my, and you hear this word charisma. And then you kind of have one of your parents explain it to you, and then you listen to the lyrics, you go, oh, okay. Anyway, I just remember that was the first time I'd ever heard that song. Still, the waste was thick. The last 4 cuts on side 2 are unadulterated throwaways. Save Your Love, last cut side 2, is so worthless, it would have been the last cut second side of such fiascos as the Knickerbockers or Mindbenders LP Shenanigans of 66. Look, I got to tell you, and a lot of this stuff for all of us is nostalgia, but I got this album probably not long after it came out. I remember going into a Kmart, I think is what it was, with my mom. And whenever she'd take us to Kmart, and I was, whatever it was, 10 years old at the time, I would just hightail it back to the record section, and I just start flipping through records. I just loved it. It was so much fun. And I remember seeing this, the cover of Dynasty, and looking at it going, is this new? Is this old? Should I know what this is? I didn't know anything was coming out, and it was a pretty brand new record at that time. And I can't remember if she bought it for me then, but we got it not long after that. And I just played this thing just to death. I loved it. And I still, I Was Made for Lovin' You. Yes, it has kind of that disco flavor, but I like it. So I actually really, and again, a lot of this stuff is nostalgia, but I still really, really love this record. Okay, anyway, all in all, however, Dynasty beats General Heck on such overpraised recent releases as Some Girls, Street Legal, and whatever they're called by The Doors, Nick Lowe, and Ricky Lee Jones, all of which, unfortunately, I choose not to ignore. That's actually pretty funny. Anyway, I just thought you'd find this kind of interesting. It's always cool going back and looking at what was being said at the time, because right now, we've got 50 plus years in between some of these things. This one, not quite 50 years, but pretty close. And it's just interesting going back with all that time in between us and seeing what people were saying at the time. They didn't have all this buffer, and knowing what ended up happening after this stuff. I just find this stuff super fascinating. Anyway, please follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. Like the video, share this video with other people, and with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, I think you're going to enjoy the video that I have for you here today. One of the things we do on this channel on a pretty regular basis is we go back and we find old newspapers, old periodicals, and we look for record reviews and concert reviews that happened back in the 70s and 80s. And I found a pretty cool one here because if you're a Kiss fan, one of the things you get used to is just bad press. Reviews, record reviews, concert reviews, everybody's always just banging on them all the time. And so every once in a while I find a review that's actually really positive. And I found one that came out, this was November 28th of 1975. And it was not long after this album came out, because this came out on September 10th of 1975. This, of course, is Alive. And this was a pivotal album in Kiss's career. So I'm going to read this to you, talk a little bit about this. But before I do, want to thank Digitech for their continuing support of the channel. You can see we have their posters back here. So if you're a guitarist, go to digitech.com. Check out the latest guitar gear and technology that they have there. They have amazing stuff. And so go check out digitech.com. Tell them that we sent you there. So if you know anything about the history of Kiss, you know that this album, Alive, was pivotal in the success of the band, because the previous 3 albums, which they actually put on the inside here for marketing purposes, obviously, there's the first album, there's Hotter Than Hell, there's Dress to Kill. These albums just didn't sell all that well. And so there was kind of this make or break thing. And if it wasn't for this album, a lot of conversations about Kiss today would be simply something like, do you remember there was some band back in the 70s that had all this makeup and stuff? That's about all we'd know. But they ended up becoming this massive band, all over the world, largely because of this album. They brought in Eddie Kramer as a producer, and they had all these different ways that they recorded this thing to make it sound like this incredible live experience. And part of the reason they decided to do it was because they'd put out those first 3 albums, and the response that everybody gave them was, they're good, but they just don't sound like the concert. How do we get that sound? And so because Kiss was really largely a visual band. They had good songs, but the visual part of it was a big deal too. How do we capture that visual aspect in an audio recording? Well, they managed to do it. They managed to get that energy. And this is such an iconic photo here on the front too. I love this picture. It's so cool. And I always thought it was so weird how, because this was kind of a staged photo, how Ace ended up having his guitar kind of flipped upside down. That's always puzzled me. It's just kind of such a strange way for a staged photo. Anyway, so what I've got here is from the Vincennes Sun commercial, and somebody wrote this little review of a Kiss concert that was actually positive, and I thought you would enjoy this just for this reason. So here we go. Last weekend was full of invasions. Friday, Kiss invaded Terre Haute, and Saturday, I invaded the world of disc jockeys at a nearby disco. Next week, the last rehearsal for an upcoming show at the same disco will be over, and I will tell it all in next week's column. Now, here is Criss reviewing the Kiss concert held last weekend. Last week in the Ops, reporter Karen Schmidt covered the choir show. This week we have a different kind of music concert to have a review written about. Although it wasn't sanctioned by LHS or did it have anything to do with Lincoln, numerous Lincolnites attended this event. It was Kiss Alive last Friday night at the Holman Center in Terre Haute. Even though the concert consisted basically the same cuts from their new album, Kiss Alive, seeing the show is definitely greater. And that's the point here. Even though it was a live album, they went out and toured and basically recreated this concert. It sounds like wherever they went. Now, this is interesting too, because this was that period when Rush was opening up for Kiss. Rush came out, played several numbers, and that was about it for them. They weren't very impressive. The roadies cleared away Rush's equipment and set up for Kiss. As soon as their tedious task was taken care of, the stadium got dark. 4 spotlights projected their light on 2 spinning mirror balls suspended from the ceiling. The light bounced off the mirrors and casted thousands of spinning tiny lights about the auditorium. It brought to mind thousands of lightning bugs flying around in the air. This continued for several minutes. Then a voice came over the microphone. The hottest band in the land, Kiss. 2 flame pots went off, one on each side of the stage. And there they were, beating out the rhythm of Deuce. The crowd was wild, humming with excitement. Next was Firehouse with Paul Stanley singing the lyrics, "She'll adore you and she'll blow you with her love and her devotion." Towards the end of the song, smoke shot out of tubes along the drum set and sirens lit up the gym. Then bassist Gene Simmons did his famous fire-breathing act, holding up a torch by his mouth and spitting out a flammable liquid. The crowd was at a frenzy. It would take a novel to tell everything, so I'll put in the ones that really stuck out in my mind. She is not one of their better songs, but with Ace Frehley's guitar solo, it was dynamite. 3/4 of the way through the song, the spotlight fell on him, and he cut loose. This had to be the best lead guitar jam I've ever seen. Isn't that fascinating? Because Ace Frehley technically is not like the greatest guitarist. As a matter of fact, if you were to talk to him about that, he'd even say that. I think I saw him in an interview once where he said something like, "If I'd have known I was going to be so influential and so many people, I'd have practiced more." That was kind of his attitude about it. He was just kind of this straight ahead rock guitarist. But his solos, although not technically astounding, were very tasteful and kind of perfect for the music. So anyway, I love Ace. Best guitar jam, though, he'd ever seen, this guy. On the beginnings of 100,000 Years, Gene Simmons came out, spotlight directed on him. He hit the same two notes repeatedly, but each time with greater intensity. Slowly oozing from his mouth came a red blood. Then, as if throwing up, it all came flowing out. This sent the crowd into a state beyond frenzy. Now, this is partly why a lot of people don't take Kiss seriously, because it was so much of this show, where he's up there. And if you ever saw Gene do it, it was pretty cool, because it would just start dripping out, and then he'd kind of like go into these convulsions, and they would just kind of go everywhere. And it was, I mean, from a show standpoint, it was so cool. It was just so cool. Anyway, it was great stuff. It all came flowing out. This sent the crowd into a frenzy. Peter Criss's drum solo was much better than on the album and about twice as long. In my opinion, the best song had to be Black Diamond. It started out slow with Paul Stanley singing the slow, light introduction. What really added to this were two colored light rings rotating about him. Kiss was brought back for 3 encores. The traditional method of lighting up matches, lighters, or whatever was really put to use. The place looked as if the overhead light were on. Do you remember that? Wasn't that a cool thing? I mean, today everybody does it with their phones, but there was something about that, the lighters, in these big arenas when everybody would turn them on. That was a pretty neat thing. For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the Audiomover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any Audiomover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started. They round it out by playing rock and roll. Lots of people say that Kiss does all that wild stuff because they can't play. Okay, now this is the part, if you're a Kiss fan, you're going to love, because this is the criticism. That's it right there. That's the thing everybody says. They do all the visual stuff because they simply can't play. So here we go. Lots of people say that Kiss does all that wild stuff because they can't play. All I have to say is that is bunk. Without a doubt, the best concert that will be in this area for a long time was Kiss. Thank you very much. They may not have been virtuosos at their instruments, but they played, and they were a tight unit when they played, and they knew how to rock. A wise friend, then he goes on and he just has this little philosophy. That's actually the end of the article. Anyway, just kind of a fun thing every once in a while for me when I'm reading these articles to come across something positive about Kiss, because as a Kiss fan, you're just kind of used to everybody slamming on them all the time with that one criticism. They put so much emphasis into the appearance of the show, they didn't have good music. When the truth is, if you really go back and listen to this stuff, especially, even those first 3 albums right there was a lot of great music, catchy tunes, Just awesome stuff back then. And over the years, I've actually grown to appreciate the sound. And I actually enjoy listening to that stuff, even though it does have kind of that, I don't know, the production was less than stellar. I've grown to kind of love it myself. I'd love to hear what you think about that as well. Anyway, follow the channel, like the video, share the show with everybody that you know, and we'd love to get your comments down below, what you thought about this article, what you thought about this record and any of the stuff before this. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Who is your favorite member of Kiss, and who is Mike Portnoy's favorite member of Kiss? You might find this interesting. Introduce yourself to everybody real quick.
Austin, and I'm a singer, actor, composer.
And Austin's going to be doing videos with us on soundtracks. We're going to be doing a bunch more of those coming in the next year, and so we thought we'd invite him here to be with us and go through some of these videos. So in an interview, Mike Portnoy spoke about the passing of Ace Frehley, and he actually said that his favorite member of Kiss was not Peter Criss, even though he's a drummer.
You would think that.
You would think that. Mike Portnoy, one of the greatest drummers alive, yet his favorite member of Kiss was
Who is, by the way, Mike Portnoy is, by the way, if you ever talk to him or see him, super cool. Super cool dude. I mean, just interviews and stuff, he's just super laid back. If you remember, he was on, that metal show?
Yeah.
They had all the guitarists always, like when they'd go out to break and stuff. They had Mike Portnoy. I got Mark in my head.
I kept saying it too.
Mike Portnoy one time was up there, and I'm just like, dude. Anyway, but go ahead.
So he said Ace was his first guitar hero, even though I was a drummer. He was my favorite member of Kiss, and my nickname in elementary school was even Ace. So yeah, it's been a tough one to process. There's a lot of people that have struggled with, with the whole thing of Ace Frehley dying. Now, this is what's so interesting. As I'm reading this article, he mentioned something that had actually occurred to me before, and probably to a lot of people, but he just put it into words here. And I know other people have talked about this, but listen to this. After interviewer Pipin noted that the cover art of the first Kiss album is what brought him to where he is now, Portnoy said, "It's so funny because that album cover for the first album cover is so iconic, but when you think about it, it's really just an updated version of the Beatles' Meet the Beatles album cover." So it was like taking the same album cover and just taking it to a decade for a new generation. And when you think about, and he goes on and he talks about some interesting things.
Interesting.
Because, what's that?
Interesting.
But I mean, look at it.
Yeah.
It's almost too
They're
obvious
identical.
that's what they were doing here. But when you think about Kiss, one of their goals was to be like the Beatles.
Yeah, I mean, Gene talks about that all the time. He's like, we just wanted to be a heavier version, I'm paraphrasing, of course, of the Beatles. I mean, if you listen to some of like Wicked Lester stuff that's early, and some of the things that he was writing, very Beatlesque. I mean,
yeah. Well, when you listen even to a lot of their early music, you can call it heavy, but they had all the harmonies.
Right.
They wanted the band to be like the Beatles in a bunch of different ways, not the least of which all of them sing. So Portnoy goes on with a couple things, and I just wanted to read a couple of these things real quick. Highlighting some of the other parallels between the Beatles and Kiss, Portnoy said, Paul Stanley is the Paul McCartney character. Gene Simmons was the John Lennon character. Ace Frehley was the George Harrison character. They align even. You had four guys that all sang and create and contribute. When the Beatles came around, it was the first time there was a band of four characters. Up until then, you just had Elvis Presley's and Chuck Berry's. When the Beatles came around, you finally had four distinctive characters, and it was the same with Kiss. When Kiss came around, you had four characters, and they were all bringing something to the image of the band. And this is such an interesting thing, because when you go back to the 70s, you had so many of these, what they call faceless bands.
Oh, without a doubt.
Like you had the Moody Blues, you had Pink Floyd, you had all these different bands that if you saw them in the supermarket, would you ever know that you were standing next to a rock star? No. And this was something that was so interesting about the Beatles, because that's what they were. They were these four distinct characters, and it was so interesting because even the Beatles, and you know what, as we were getting ready for this, what did Austin ask? You asked, who was your favorite Beatle? Because everybody had that. That was part of it. And it was the same thing with Kiss. Who was your favorite member of Kiss? It was such an interesting parallel that they were able to do that.
I mean, there's not a lot of bands to this day that you have that. I mean, you have like the One Directions and the boy bands that you'd have. I get teased a lot because I'm like, who's your favorite Spice Girl? Right? Who's your favorite Spice Girl? Do you know? You Posh Spice guy?
Who's the girl
Ginger?
on America's
Scary
Got
Spice.
Talent?
America's Got Talent? That's Scary Spice, I think.
Scary Spice.
Scary
She
Spice.
was married to Eddie Murphy.
Oh, really?
I bring that up. I'm like, dude, yes, for a short while, I think they have
Daddy
a kid
daycare
together.
himself.
I love Scary
right?
Spice.
Scary
I did.
Spice. You were
She was the
Scary
one.
Spice?
I was like, man, she's
I
she's
couldn't
awesome.
decide between
Such-
Ginger
yeah.
and Posh, but David Beckham's got a little.
Posh. She was Hollywood beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still to this day, dude.
Yeah.
David Beckham scored.
Yeah,
Dude,
Yes.
that's a great movie thing. But anyway, not to get too. Anyway, iconic in the sense that what's your favorite Spice Girl?
It's
Beatle
it's an amazing marketing thing to be able to
It
do
is,
that.
and
Yeah.
that's the thing is like you don't have a lot of bands that have that. Mm-hmm. You
So
don't.
he talked
No,
about
you don't.
the first 3 albums, and his favorite one was Dress to Kill.
Spice World for life. Just saying that.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to get through this because I know you have to get back to your
I have a little
family, and I'm
time.
trying
I
to be
might
respectful.
I might
to
sneak
your
out of here, but
family.
now
He's
I'm
over
like
here
invested.
spicing it up, man.
I know.
Like, come on, Gary. Let's get to the. Come on, man. We're
So
talking
he
about the
talks
Beatles,
about
dude.
he talks about the first 3 albums and then the second 3 albums, and I think I already told you what his favorite of the first 3 albums was Dress to Kill. Guess what his favorite of the second 3 albums was?
I'm gonna say Rock and Roll Over.
Rock and Roll Over.
That's a heavy
My favorite
album.
too.
Yeah.
Like to me, Rock and Roll Over is their masterpiece album, in my opinion. When you start thinking about the Beatles and Kiss, and this is where I'd love to hear everybody else chime in on this whole thing, what some of the parallels are, because even just as we were sitting here talking about them and just getting a few things ready for this video, I went and grabbed Sgt. Pepper's. And one of the things about Sgt. Pepper's is they continued to play on this thing where each one of these guys had their own individual identity. And what did they do to distinguish themselves in Sgt. Pepper's?
The
Colors.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking, okay, where else have we seen individual band members distinguishing themselves with the colors? Kiss solo albums.
Kiss, man.
Which then continued on into other parts of their. But I mean, look at this. So you have George Harrison there, red. Gene Simmons has red. You have John Lennon green.
Peter
Criss green. You have this. It's kind of more pink, but it's this purplish pink that you have on Ringo Starr. Purple on Paul McCartney, or not Paul McCartney, Paul Stanley, and then blue on Paul McCartney, blue on Ace Frehley. So I was looking at that going, there are probably so many more parallels that we don't even think about between these two bands. The Kiss was trying to channel the Beatles' energy through what
That's
they were
crazy.
doing.
I had never even thought about that, but
For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the Audiomover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any Audiomover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started.
I think you get a good idea and you repackage it.
Yep.
Isn't that what most music is? Or even movies for that matter.
And successful businesses.
Yeah.
It's taking an idea that
Successful
works,
formula.
reworking it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Steve Jobs. How
Yep.
much of his success was repackaging, reformulating, changing, adjusting, taking other people's ideas and presenting them in a way that made
Yep.
it easy for the world to.
And I think I'll take it one step further, is that this is what modern bands, and I'm going to say modern rock bands, don't have this. What bands in music today in the 2020s, let's just say, have where you can identify. I mean, you have certain, artists out there that are strong. Your Ariana Grandes and your people that are kind of like,
who's that?
Yeah.
thanks. But you have people that, Harry Styles, right?
Yeah.
One Direction guy. But the point is that you have these people that are out there, but bands I'm just going to specifically for bands, don't have this, much less, like, I think it kind of died. I'm going on a tangent here, but it's like after the 90s, you couldn't really, you had people looking like grunge or looking like, you look at now, people are repackaged. You look at Ghost or some of these bands, they look the same as some of these other more classic bands, but they don't have, other than the Ghost lead singer, don't have like an identity that people are like, who can I, in the Ghost band, can I identify with, right?
He's the closest thing that have probably figured out how to make identifiable characters.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Because he has the ghouls, and then, then there's him, and...
but, I mean, you have like the Slipknots and the bands that have kind of some, but they're always kind of changing, and I don't know enough about that, but it's just, I'm just taking this marketing and the imagery, and you just don't see that. And I think bands today kind of miss that, right? I'm just thinking, I was thinking,
that's
like, think about Madonna, right? Somebody so iconic.
Yeah.
Dude, how many people in high school, because we're that old, how many people in high school dressed like freaking Madonna?
Tons.
Man? Tons.
Yeah.
I mean, tons.
I dress like Madonna. Well, I mean...
Boy George.
But who's in her band? Nobody would know, right?
No.
And it's the same thing with Tobias Forge, who's the singer for Ghost.
Right.
Everybody knows. He's brilliant the way he's marketed this stuff, and he's been able to make him and then the unnamed ghouls or whatever. But you're right about this, that they were smart about, we're going to be 4 identifiable characters, and there weren't a lot of bands. Motley Crue kind of pulled that off.
Yes.
They tried to do it.
Yeah.
You had, and the only ones, as I'm thinking about this, there are some bands that did it on accident, and I'll tell you one of them is Soundgarden. And the reason they did it on accident is you had these 4 guys that on accident all looked different.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You had Chris Cornell, which was like this sex symbol Greek god, with his hair and the facial hair, and then you had Kim Thale, who was basically Indian. Yeah, and he was like, how do these 2 guys go there? So you instantly had these 2 characters. Then you had Matt Cameron,
clean cut.
Yeah, and so then you threw in oh my gosh, I feel so stupid. I can't think of his bass player.
But they had two bass players, because they had the one dude that was like...
That's right. In Louder Than Love, they had an Asian guy playing bass.
And I can't remember his name.
Hiro...
Yes.
Hiro something. And after Hiro, I can't think of his last name, Yamamoto, I think might have been his name. So there, on Louder Than Love, you have these 4 totally different looking people. Again, that was an accident. And then when Ben Shepherd came in as a bass player... Then he and Matt Cameron looked more like.
You don't have people.
But it was unintentional.
Yeah,
that's
it's
my
unintentional,
point.
right? But you have 4 different characters, but you didn't have people like, hey, in the audience going, who's your favorite?
Who's my favorite Soundgarden guy?
No. I mean,
but grab right behind you just so we have it, because this is another example. The puzzle, since it's sitting out. I mean, talk about just one of the most brilliant album covers that's ever been created.
Oh, wow.
And compare this, set this side by side with that.
Right. I'll even go movies.
Oh,
right? How many Beatles movies?
That's
Hard
right,
Day's Night.
Because it was going to be Hard Day's Night meets Star Wars.
Right?
Wow.
If you haven't seen this, he'll digitize this for you. Get you a copy. Bootleg.
And by the way, Andy, thank you. Andy Wines is the one that sent those things to us.
Thank you, Andy.
Yes. And
thanks, Andy.
But yeah, again, they had that movie, which was super silly, but so were their movies.
Right.
Dude, I gotta get like a pair of these shoes. Are you kidding me, man? Dude, I'd be unstoppable. You can find them.
Las Vegas.
But look at this.
Those
again,
are sweet.
Again, it's the boom,
imagery.
Boom. It's they
everything.
They did this. It was a brilliant thing. And then they were these guys with the makeup on your face. Then of course you had these characters that you could gravitate to, and they somehow managed to do. And even in this picture and in this whole concept, giving each one of them. And then they even did little things like, it sounds silly, but I am the walrus.
Yeah.
I mean, they had other characters inside. These are characters inside the characters.
Yeah, dude. It's just
It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing.
People aren't, like doing that like these days, right? It's people were such characters back in the day. It's just there's like none of that.
What was his name? It's so funny. What they call? What was his name in the movie?
Can't even right off the top of my head.
Looks like the Green Goblin, man.
No, but there are people in our comments all the time that mention him because he's
the bad dude.
Because he's the bad dude. But people,
that's sweet, man.
People remember anyway. It's so funny. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I can't think of his. Anyway, but it's
you can do the soundtrack.
Devereaux, Abner Devereaux. Abner Devereaux. It's so funny that his name keeps getting brought up in our comment section because he's the bad guy in the movie. Okay. Anyway, I just thought this was interesting. With Ace Frehley passing on, Portnoy is sitting here talking about
his favorite
member of Kiss, which happened
and
to be
these
Ace.
connections. That's
and then
what we're talking about.
Then of course the whole point
was where we reach out to our fans and people on the channel that kind of we want them to chime in because look, we're just doing this off the cuff, but there's many people out there that have done this deep dive, plenty. And you guys know more than us. We want you to chime in, put in the comments below, and let us know what other Kiss Beatle connections there are. The movies, the things, the imagery, the colors.
Personalities.
Yeah.
I feel like they're pretty close.
That's interesting. So maybe if we can get enough comments and different parallels that we haven't thought about, I mean, that could even merit a follow-up video.
For sure.
Kind of going through a checklist of all the different parallels between the Beatles and Kiss.
Super interesting.
That's a fascinating video. It started off reading a little thing about Portnoy and how much how Ace was his favorite member of Kiss. Okay, I think that's a great idea for a video.
All right.
We should do that. We want your comments, feedback. What are the other parallels between the Beatles and Kiss that you can think of? We would love to get those. Put them down in the comments section, and that'd be really fun to do.
Yeah.
And so thanks for being here. And anyway, again, we want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. We have some posters back here. We got the new pedal on the set, and I think we're going to have one of the guys from Digitech on a show.
The marketing manager, Johnny.
Which is going to be we're really excited to get him here. So anyway, follow the channel, like the video, share it with all your friends, and with that, have yourself a fantastic day. If you're a fan of Kiss, this video is for you. What I did is I got on eBay and I found a tour book from the Kiss reunion tour.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
And it arrived here
late 90s.
Yes.
When they got back together.
Right. And it arrived here a few weeks ago, and we just haven't, we've done other videos, and with Ozzy and all the other stuff, we're finally kind of getting to this.
Sure.
So here it is. I don't know if you'd ever seen one of these before, but these are huge. Oh, yeah. I was actually kind of surprised at how big these are. Yeah. But I
think the size makes it, because usually the photos in here are stellar. So
yeah,
nice.
So it was kind of cool. I mean, I actually pointed out when it arrived that it has the
kind of a rock and roll over.
That's what I said. It had the little bit of that rock and roll over flavor to it.
I mean, I haven't seen it. I see that. I kind of feel like this is a blend between like rock and roll over and the chrome of double platinum.
Oh, I didn't even make that connection.
So
that's right.
I think it's cool.
And you know what else double platinum had is it had the embossing, and this is all raised.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, kind of a cool thing. I actually like this. So, and then you flip it over, and then the fake signatures, but still, it was just kind of it was just a really cool program. So I thought what would be a fun thing to do today is just start flipping through it and talking about the pictures and kind of seeing what's in here, because I honestly have not spent much time with this at all. And I thought this would be a fun thing for us to just kind of bust it out and for you to watch what we've got here and kind of go through the experience.
Yeah, this is really cool.
So
all right, so we'll check it out.
Yeah, so go ahead and let's open this thing up and see what's in here.
Ooh,
so this I did look at, and as a matter of fact, I think I looked at this on the video when I opened it up, and it was kind of a cool thing because of course they do really, really old,
right?
And then at the time,
the current,
the brand new, the same people but in two different settings, and so
early 70s, right?
I mean, this is old school stuff. So, and it says here. January 8th, 1974, left to right. And this one I didn't know who this was.
The gal?
Yeah, Joyce Biowitz. I'd never heard her name before. Then
Top
I'll let
of your
you
head, yeah.
guess who this is.
The Catman.
You know, his makeup in those early days, you looked at the first album and they'd turned him into kind of this jungle warrior looking cat. And then
I think all their makeup evolved, right?
yeah, and then he had the whiskers kind of going up. Anyway, his kind of got just, I don't know, it went through a lot of different little phases there at the beginning. And then when you get to kind of the final version, it was awesome.
Yeah.
He was a great makeup, but this is
They might have gotten some
early days in
styling cues and things. Because, I mean, here you got, look at Paul, right? He's got the bandit still,
He's
not
got
even
the
the star.
Yeah, he's got that bandit, the Love Bandit thing right there. I think wasn't that called it, the Love Bandit?
I don't know,
Maybe I'm
man.
wrong about that. I thought it was.
I think that's your nickname after hours here, you know. Robert
That's
John,
right. Yeah,
they know me as
exactly.
the Love Bandit.
The Love Bandit. Yep. So let's see here. And then, of course, you have Neil Bogart right there.
In makeup?
In makeup. And he is critical in the history of Kiss because this is where, I mean, between these two guys right here,
They pretty much made him.
they are what made this happen. So you had Neil Bogart, who, of course, is the one that started Casablanca Records.
Right.
He was the guy that gave them their first record contract.
Hey guys, Joyce Biowitz, she ended up marrying Neil Bogart at some point.
She married him. No kidding.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
That she's in
This is news
picture.
to me. Yeah.
I did not know who Joyce was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Henry.
Okay, Henrik, thank you very much.
Henry. Thank you, man.
So Neil Bogart. Okay, that's cool. And so anyway, again, these two guys are the guys that really that made the band.
Made the band, right? Next to Gene.
Yeah, right.
Gene looks surprised in the picture, but he looks good.
Gene is super tall, and again, these are just early days of
Early
his
days.
makeup was kind of interesting too over the years because for a while it kind of went out, and then he had it curve in on the bottom. Anyway, just interesting
Stylistic
stuff.
cues
Yes.
right over the years. I mean, that is one of the cool things about being a Kiss fan back in those days, from album to album, costume to costume, their makeup evolving. I mean, it did. I mean, wasn't Ace's hair like silver on
Actually,
the original
you know what?
one?
That's a good point. It did have some of that in it, didn't it?
Yeah, I swear I remember him, like he spray painted his hair. Like,
that is funny. I remember
you
seeing.
guys, somebody out there will know.
I seem
but
to
yes,
remember
I do
seeing
remember
that.
something like, "Why is your hair silver?" I mean, it was like,
I don't know why. Yeah, okay.
Right?
I didn't pay close enough attention, but he looks surprised. That's great.
Right.
And then, of course, there's Ace. And then Bill, a coin right there.
Right.
That was their kind of notorious manager that,
Sure.
that really. Anyway, so this, you know, at the beginning, and then now when they came on this tour
in the 90s.
then we're into the
96,
90s.
97, right?
Yeah.
I
And
think is
then
what it
the
said on the
original
cover.
guys right there.
Cool.
So there's Gene, full on just awesomeness. And then it was just funny looking at this picture because it kind of looks like a random picture. It doesn't look really well thought out. It just kind of like, what picture we can put here? How about this one?
You know, and I kind of
And-
see. I
There
kind of
was
look
something
at
about
it because you got the big kiss in the background. That it kind of looks like we're back.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know?
It does. Anyway, it is. There is some awesomeness to it.
Right?
And then there's
I mean,
the-
all of us were like,
Yeah.
back together. Woo!
Yeah, exactly. And then, but the part that I found the most entertaining about this is the now and forever.
Yeah. We know differently now in 2025.
Exactly.
Not so much forever.
Not
You're
so
not
much
even
forever.
invited to our Kiss cruise landlocked in Vegas.
Exactly.
Unless you pay and come as a guest.
Right.
Oh, by the way, and get the Virgin River or Virgin
Yeah.
hotel package.
Not just pay to get in, but,
But
you
you
got to
need to
pay for
stay.
even if you don't stay at the hotel,
You still
got
gotta
to pay
pay
for a
for a
room. And then I was looking at this thing, and basically they have this text that goes through it. So I thought it'd be kind of fun just to read through this, whatever it says. I've only read a couple
Usually they're
little
pretty
things.
cool stuff, right? And especially this one, I bet,
Yeah.
has some good historical
So there's
stuff.
a lot of history in here. It says everything about the stature of makeup era Kiss, that the stack heels they first stepped into back in 1973 have never come close to being filled. When New York's finest capped the first decade of their career with a trip to Brazil that saw them playing in front of 300,000 rabid fans, their last outing in makeup and costume until now, they found themselves so far, and now I need to jump to the next. Why don't you turn the page for us, because it's at the, now we're at the top of the next page.
Ooh.
All right, so then it goes, ahead of the rest that there was simply no one to pass the baton to. This was the end of phase one in the 20-plus career phase one in the 20-plus career of a band who have perennially proved, in more ways than one, that size does indeed count. A band who didn't just flush the existing rule book as much as write a completely new one. A Bible of self-belief that remains widely well-thumbed to this day. Something that's kind of funny that I'd never thought of when I first listened to Kiss way back a million years ago, but Paul talks about this, is how much of their music is supposed to kind of be self-empowerment. It never, like...
Doesn't.
What's that?
Does it?
Well, that's he talks about that.
Right.
And so when I read this here and it says, a Bible of self-belief, and I thought, that's funny because he kind of seems to think that is what this band represents somehow. So anyway.
Maybe through the challenges of them, coming, both Jewish kids from the city, breaking out into their own, doing their thing. I can kind of see that perspective. When you're talking about some of the things, and some of the lyrics aren't really about, self-empowerment,
Believing in yourself.
Right. I mean,
but, yeah, you're right.
I think, back in the early days, Gene does also kind of mention, we were from the streets. We were a band backs against the wall, signed by Casablanca. Everybody thought we were kind of like a joke, but we showed them, right? And so I can kind of see where they're coming from. Because think about it. These guys could have easily, if Alive wasn't as successful and didn't hit it out of the park, is what I meant to say, as it did, we'd be thinking, okay, these guys weren't anything.
We wouldn't be doing
Flash
this.
in the pan.
Yeah.
Right?
It'd be a little bit like, okay, how many of you remember the band? One of those things.
Yeah, like Bay City Rollers or something,
exactly.
Something like that.
That's right. They would have gone the way of so many of those groups.
Right? And so, or what's the other, Slade? Is that who I'm thinking of? This was like a British band. They had a bunch of like weird makeup, and the guitar player had like a weird hat and things like, where are they? I know they're still out there, but not to this
They're
level.
not this.
This is a whole, the floodgates opened after Alive.
Yeah.
So
that's actually a really good point. It is, we sometimes forget that they almost didn't happen. Like, it almost fell apart.
Yeah,
back
thank goodness they did. I'm just looking at these photos, man. This is early. This is an early photo shoot.
Yep.
Because you can look at, like you mentioned, look at Peter's makeup, look at Ace. He's still got like the leather jacket thing. But Gene's already got the bat wing. So in a way, it's kind of like you can see the evolution. But like Gene had the bat wings in '73, and back, he had those kind of indefinitely ever, right?
Yeah.
As the demon guy, right? It's kind of cool to see over the years, because here's you got super early, right? This black and white, which is, by the way, fantastic.
Yeah.
Is Hotter Than
I was
Hell
gonna say,
era.
that's the same that looks like Hotter Than Hell right there.
Right, because Ace has got that triangle thing, which actually I think that was one of his coolest.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm surprised they didn't kind of like bring it back a little bit, but to have your second album and have that, I love the lightning down the legs, but just these are really great photos, high quality.
And it reminds me of something that we've talked about before. We have a video on this channel that's actually got like, I don't know, 80,000, 90,000 views, where we talk about this one thing. which is if you didn't, other than the bat wings right there, these are not costumes. The makeup is, different.
Sure.
But these are not, they don't have costumes on. These are just kind of really cool leather clothes.
Right.
And it took a little bit of time
before
we started going, hey,
evolution.
It's not just the makeup. There's all this other stuff that comes with it. And this is kind of like the start of it there, where you start seeing, other than the bat wings, like I said, it was more just like really cool leather clothes that you could imagine, another rock star wearing, them.
I mean, Peter's got the open leg. I mean, this could
have been anybody back then.
S&M show, right? Kind of stuff. I mean, look at Paul. He's got that belt thing that he used to wear, which I think is also kind of cool. But the thing's like halfway up his ribs. I mean, almost like, is he going to go hit the gym? Is that like his workout belt? Because that's kind of what it looks like. And I'm thinking, okay. But, I mean, you look at this picture up here, which is also really cool. It's like they're in the middle of their, rocking back and forth deal. But the cool thing that I think about this photo is look at the size of Peter's drums. It's actually pretty cool for early days.
Yeah.
It's like we're going to be playing. Oh, by the way, our drummer has this big, this big a set. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, the other photos are actually really cool too, but those just kind of jumped out at me. Just a high quality black and white is really impressive.
These two shots are just, I love, these two are amazing.
And can we just, I mentioned Peter, dude, look at the swagger he's got kind of throwing down right there. He's just like, I'm in the chair and I'm just like, how cool am I? Right? Like, we are the baddest band. And we forget, like, Peter was older than the other guys. Yep. Right? And for those, I remember we did a thing on Peter Criss, a deep dive, not getting his credit, and the fact that he has some star-studded album coming out here soon. Well,
That's right.
I'm excited.
We talked about that before.
So, all right.
Let's keep going here. So self-belief remains widely well-thumbed to this day, with the chapter on backstage photography a particular fave. You have to believe that in years to come, when the history of rock and roll, and indeed the entertainment industry in general, is finally etched onto parchment in the higher corridors of learning, the KISS name and logo with its long-standing lightning bolt S's will be gold-leafed for posterity with particular prominence and pride. Let's see here.
Kind of wordy, but
yeah,
it was good.
A little bit of a run-on sentence there, but hey, whatever. Let's see. That's interesting, though. They mentioned the long-standing lightning bolt S's, too, which, depending on what country you were in,
right,
you may not have seen. Let's see. After all this, and I did a video once where I talked about the S's, how they're not identical.
Yeah,
if you ever knew that, but the S's are not exactly the same.
Not exactly the same.
If you don't really look at them closely, but the official KISS logo, the S's are not the same.
No. Get them right, if not.
So after all, this wasn't just another pavement to penthouse saga. This was the great American dream in all its multi-flavored glory. A Barnum-esque burn up to the stars that boldly went where no showman had been before, leaving the jaded and joyless gasping for breath. Now let's go to the next page.
Yeah. Before I turn the page, I was looking at Paul Stanley's choker, also kind of cool, leather choker, but in Paul's necklaces there, I noticed he's got Star David, kind of a throwback. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Paul with a Star David necklace.
Very interesting.
Right? Really interesting. Very interesting. Very cool. I mean, you would think, not really, right? Like Peter always had that big cross.
That is the Star of David. That's
right?
Interesting. Yeah, yes, that's right.
I mean, this is kind of neat.
Okay. So, gasping for breath in a vapor trail of fire, brimstone, and unrepentant flash. and then it goes into the Kiss 74 part. Let's take a quick look at these shots. So then we have, this is, started getting the little teeth on the boots.
Right.
This is kind of our little introduction
we forget sometimes that wasn't out of the gate.
Right. This is what I was saying earlier.
This is what's really cool about this stuff.
It became a costume. It started off just, and then it evolved into something like that.
I'm going to turn the page back because I didn't look at that. Black leather boots, knee high, black leather pants.
Yep.
Right. Some sort of look like leather. Like he's like all black leather. Granted, he's got some studs kind of accenting his crotch area or whatever he's got going on. But look at the boots, no teeth, right?
Yeah, interesting.
And now you're going back here. You got the jean, not so chastity belt going, right? 1,000 women will tell you that. And then you've got the teeth kind of going on, but which are really cool.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome.
You got Paul up top there, top left,
yep.
Messy hair with the tattoo.
You know what's so funny? How often in official Kiss photography you'll see the negative reversed like that? Because the rose is on his right shoulder,
right? And
then, but and the star obviously is in his right eye. And then in some of these official Kiss things, they even do this.
Is it poor editing or?
Yeah, it's so strange.
It is a little,
Anyway,
you got it wrong in the official magazine. You're fired, right?
I know it's. I've seen. I had a guitar book when I was a kid. There was an official Kiss guitar book, and one of the photos, completely backwards.
That. I remember one of the Kiss cards kind of had. I'm like, wait a minute, that star is on the wrong eye.
It's the dead giveaway.
Right, that dead giveaway.
So interesting. If you look behind Gene's right leg there too, it looks like there's a Les Paul back there.
Right. I was actually looking at the picture with the confetti.
Yeah.
The middle, far left. Paul's got a flying V.
A V.
Right? Ace looking as cool as ever.
Yeah.
On the bottom left. You got Peter rocking the drums with the red light. You got Gene over here with the fire. I mean, one thing a lot of people like, Kiss was sponsored by Gibson. That's why they're rocking all the Gibson guitars.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were like endorsed back pre endorsement time, right? Like if you I can't recall which album, or is it on Alive that it says Kiss plays only the best Gibson.
I have probably seen that before.
Yeah, we've seen that on album covers, but I mean, and what made me think about that is you got Gene playing this like Gibson grabber bass, which Gibson isn't really known for basses, but
that's his Gibson.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be a Les Paul back there.
Yeah.
That dude, I don't know why I didn't know that. And then there's a Gibson V, and then of course another Les Paul.
Right?
Yeah. How interesting.
Yeah. You know, I'm sure Gibson pulled their endorsement after seeing Gene with the spread eagle on top of the limo there. They're like, okay, we're done. Get your own
Gene
gear.
action shots. Look at these two that they picked.
Right?
I tell you something. Of all the guys in the band, he was the one that that really got into character. Like
For
every
sure.
time you'd see, and because he had so many elements to his character that every time you see him, it's like he's in character more than anybody. He had, and this stuff kind of shows you.
Love it.
Like because you remember, because there was part of his personality when you see those early shows where he would move around the stage like he was slinking around it or something, and
those weird giant steps and things like we talk about
jumps
that.
And
Dude, he was. That's what made Gene just so awesome back in those early days.
Because he was a comic book guy too, and so he loved the creating these characters, and so he loved actually being that thing.
Why not?
So
I mean, why not? How cool is that? How cool would it be to just evolve this persona of demon? Like that's a pretty cool. I mean, you're building a character that's now lasted decades, but
it's one of the most recognizable faces on the planet.
On the original Happy Gilmore, right? When the grandma comes out of the house, she's got a Gene Simmons mask with the tongue hanging out. Like, that was the original. I just watched Happy Gilmore 2, and they reprise that because he's having like a dream, and Grandma comes out of the house and wearing the Gene mask. If you haven't seen it, Happy Gilmore 2 is pretty awesome. And
okay.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to give too much away, but that's the Kiss thing on there.
Kiss reference in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
A double album perfectly capturing the band in full flared nostril flow.
Who wrote this for them? I mean, like you're saying, this is your official tour book. Come on.
Yeah, it's full
I'm a
flared
fan,
nostril flow. I don't know what that would mean in a tour book.
Right? Like you're at the show, you're buying this.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, maybe this is it. Here's the next part. You could smell the grease paint and just about make out the roar of the crowd above the sound of critics
According
eating
to the
humble
Japanese
pie.
article we had, you could probably smell their old uniforms from back in the day.
That's right. That's funny.
Remember that?
Yes.
At the Budokan.
They couldn't clean them, and they'd sweat in them day after day after day.
You can't wash leather.
That's funny. Let's hear.
I can smell the grease paint. No, that's our costumes.
I can't smell the grease paint over the smell of the costume, man. The BO. That's hilarious. Okay.
All right.
Eating humble pie. For lo, there were those who spake out against the mammon, the makeup omnipresent, and the music proud to be loud. In a music world where pop was king, surely there could be no place for these caped crusaders and their extravagant ways. With a question mark. Oh, I should read that. Surely there could be no place for these caped crusaders and their extravagant ways. That's read more.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Actually, there was and is. Like the Beatles before them, Kiss were a real gang of four with no weak links. Every guy had his own individual look and his own solo album released on the same day in September of 1978.
All right.
Okay. Now we're flipping the page. New page.
New page.
Making reference to the solo albums in here. And
Right.
and they also referenced Alive.
Right.
Like we said earlier. That was the moment. That was the thing that saved them.
And they referenced the Beatles, Gang of Four.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely had that balanced, we are one, all for one mantra
And that,
definitely going.
That was
Works.
their vision, too.
Yeah,
it was like,
the
we're going to
vision.
be... And one of the things they wanted early on, and it took them a while to get to it, was they wanted everybody singing, too. Because the Beatles, everybody in the band sings.
Sure.
And they wanted to... They were kind of... And
I mean, Ace was the last one.
Yep.
To shock me, right?
Yep, Love Gun was
back,
when we finally got him on vocals.
Lead vocal.
Right, exactly. And the other thing that I think it was Gene that was talking about this, when you look at the Beatles, when the Beatles were famous, everybody had their favorite Beatle.
Of course.
And they also captured that same thing.
Yeah.
Because you remember as a kid,
everybody's got their favorite.
there was just one of these guys,
character.
for whatever reason, you just connected with that one person. And these guys were totally that. So allowing fans to both follow the group as a whole and attach their special favor to whichever headstock or drumstick they desired. There was Gene Simmons, the demon, breathing fire and spitting blood, the black heart of the band, his stage persona heavily fueled by his great love of horror films, comics in all their ghoulish glory.
Just mentioned that. That was great.
Yeah. There was Paul Stanley, the star child, consummate performer, preaching the glory of rock and roll to the wild-eyed believers. And that was his thing, too.
Yeah.
He wanted to be on the stage and be the
rock and roll preacher.
The preacher.
Yeah. He did a great job.
And he was, man. He'd get up there because he'd never just talk into the... I mean, it was always like... Hallelujah. Yeah, that's the way it did. It felt like a revival. Yeah,
right?
That's right. Yeah, it felt like a revival. That was his thing. Preaching the glory of rock and roll to the wild-eyed believers, dancing
Which
as though...
I think still to this day, who the hell does that?
Nobody
preaches rock and roll, right?
You know what, Paul?
You've done good.
You brought something to the world by being the preacher. That's true. That's a really good point.
Right. Star Child, we're going to preacher of rock and roll. Paul Stanley in the house.
That's better than Star Child. Preacher, I don't know.
The Star Child's visual. Preacher of rock and roll is like, maybe that could be
Star
like,
Child, the preacher of rock and roll.
Yes, there you go. There you go. That could be on his business
Why
card.
they never put that, I don't know.
Artist. Right?
Yes,
all the other
exactly.
things that he can be.
Let's see. While blah, 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 blah. Dancing as though in possession of the ability to defy gravity and hang suspended in midair. Someone who never needed the makeup to put a star around his eye. That's actually an important thing, too, because I think it's in his book where he talks about one of the reasons he had that makeup was the fact that it was something that he wasn't.
Correct.
Because with his, I think it's microtia with his ear. I think that's what it's called.
The ear thing and just he was shy.
Yeah, and it's like he put the star to be the star. And then, and it's interesting in his book because he talks about that. Like he'd put on the makeup.
Bandit to star.
Yeah, exactly. And he'd put on that makeup and he would become, he really, like Gene in a way, he became the alter ego.
Right. I mean, I recall like reading or an interview or seeing an interview with them where they're like, they put on the makeup, they're playing, and Paul looking over at Gene, and Gene's acting weird, like starting to do like this, developing the character and maybe his tongue thing, or I don't know, but and he was like, well, I'm feeling kind of different. I'm a different person, like really kind of buying into the characters, and they were like, why are we all like, we're still playing the same music, but now we're acting different. And I think I don't know if it's like hiding behind the makeup or letting this alter ego out, which is what Paul was kind of referring to in his book. And he does a great job explaining that. It's like, I could be somebody I'm not.
The thing I've never been that I always wanted to be,
right.
And then I can
being kind of the charmer, the preacher, do you believe in rock and roll? I mean, do you believe in rock and roll? Like he was just, that came out of him.
Dude, it was so great. It was so great watching him do that stuff. It's so awesome.
Dude, I'll never forget.
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun.
Where you, like, he would do, like, the band parting, or, like, the band parting, like, he'd do, like, the split crowd, and do the whole thing, and, all right, and he wouldn't even have to say it. He'd point everywhere.
And he did it better than anybody.
Anybody.
No, everybody does that. Okay, I want to hear you people. I want to hear.
Right.
No, like him because he had the swagger, the way he would move, the whole thing that he did. It's like you knew, and he was in charge. He was the ringmaster.
Yeah,
and
without a doubt.
And
dude, isn't it Alive 1 where he's like, I don't want to forget you guys up there neither. The cheap seats, right?
Oh my gosh! Dude.
Like,
you're right. That was
stand up for what you believe in. Come on. During the Peter Criss drum solo, like that is awesome. Just great stuff. If you think if anything we're saying you don't know about, dude, you got to listen to Alive and just be like, picture yourself in that crowd and listen to Paul just do this stuff, unheard of at the time.
It's funny because that's part of why this visual band had so much success with a live record, which is not visual at all. I mean, the cover and the little
they were in
booklet,
the news everywhere.
But there's something when you hear that and the energy that Paul would bring out in between songs.
Right.
And it captures that.
They weren't this one I wrote for my girlfriend about my love gun. Here you go. It wasn't like that.
God. I mean, whatever the next song was going to be, it was like he'd scream it and it would be oh my gosh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, set the bar pretty high for frontman. Yeah, entertainer / preacher / frontman of a band. Right?
Yes. Okay, so moving on. Peter Criss, the cat, the man behind the million-selling Beth, 76, and the man atop the Kiss drum kit, invariably ridden Bronco style into the lights at the climax of the show.
It is cool.
And finally, Ace Frehley, the spaceman. Mr. Excitement, a street-smart character with a rocket-firing guitar and an armor-piercing laugh.
He does have a funny laugh.
It's funny they mentioned that in here.
Because you watched the Tom Donahue?
The Tomorrow Show, I think it was called with Tom.
Yeah, it was the interview where Gene is just like fuming.
Happy.
I mean, Ace is blasted. He's completely having a good time.
It is hysterically funny.
Yeah.
And
Gene is
even though
pissed.
Gene hates it, and that's part of what makes watching it so fun. It's a little bit like Phantom of the Park. It's so awful that you're like, I love this, every part of it.
It's derailing right now.
Yes.
Because
at the time, he was hating it, and now you look back and you go, dude, this is one of the greatest things
control
ever.
of this guy right now.
So good, man.
Derailed.
That is so funny because he's kind of sitting slick down like this, doing this thing.
He's just like, if I could have my demon laser eyes, right now, if I could blow fire. On
he would be torched right this second.
Yeah, but Ace's laugh is classic right there. Oh, it's good. But look at these pictures, man.
These pictures are great. Okay, first of all,
where do you want to start?
A variation of this one, slightly different though, was hanging on my wall in 1970, whatever, 76, 77, whatever. I had one in my poster on my wall for years.
Yep.
How many of you had the poster?
Spirit is 76.
Yes. Peter with the little blood on his head there, wearing the bandana.
Awesome.
Dude, this was the bicentennial.
Right.
Playing the snare drum.
I mean, think bicentennial of the United States, 1976, 1776, and Kiss comes out with the poster like commemorating first
awesome.
Of all, you weren't in the Revolutionary War or what, right? That's the one?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get my history facts right, but it's just cool that you're paying tribute to that. Millions of posters sold with that. Like, marketing genius.
And it's a great, because this is not I don't think this is the one they use on the poster because Ace is a little slightly different pose.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing.
Yes.
And the look, the thing, Gene, I mean, it's just so great. It captures them at their very, very best. The costumes, the look, everything was just top shelf at this moment with Kiss. The greatest, such a great picture.
Clockwise, we'll go Ace with the smoking guitar.
And you know what? Ace, for whatever reason, there was a lot of times he would do that.
Yeah. It's just his thing,
so
right?
He had the tongue with Gene,
right.
And for some reason, you just often overlook because it's overshadowed by the tongue. But that was his look. He'd do this pucker with his lips somehow.
Well, it's just his thing.
Yeah, it was, but it was his thing. That was kind of his look.
I love that costume. Again, the V kind of thing, kind of spacey.
Yeah, this was a little this was kind of in between. Yeah, because it had that almost.
Yeah.
It was a little bit, it makes me think of Flash Gordon for some reason.
It did have that Flash Gordon kind of look to it.
Something about it. I don't know why,
got the silver
but
boots.
It reminds me of it.
But here you got kind of the smoke bomb kind of thing taken off. I mean, again, pretty cool stuff. Them with what are the kimono robes? Is that what you call them?
Because that's the Japan. What was going on there?
Right?
Oh, they're reading and they're holding Cream magazine, so they were pushing Cream. That's funny.
Right? I mean, that's kind of cool. Again, kind of in line with Spirit.
Yes.
Hey, when in Japan?
When in Japan, yes.
Right?
That's great.
You got Peter Criss.
Getting his due on
this page. I love that.
And he's singing Beth.
Beth, right there.
Right there. Yeah, what is he sitting on? It looks like I've never really paid attention. It looked like a drum case almost.
Yeah, it's probably some
stool
thing.
But this is him getting his little moment, which is kind of cool. Which is from a Beatles standpoint, when you're trying to have these four characters, to have the drummer at some point.
For sure.
You know who else did that? Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home, because Tommy Lee would go out to the front of the stage or wherever, like the side,
right.
And he had that piano and he'd play the part. And then when that part was over, boom.
Right.
And then, which was so great, man.
That was pretty good.
So entertaining. But it is cool when the drummer, it's like, here's a moment for him to actually come out. And then he got, of course, the
orchestra section,
the whole
thing.
Yeah.
I mentioned the cross earlier that Peter would wear. He's got that going on, but it is really pretty cool. That picture. Let's go to this one. menacing. Like that is just
that's peak Gene.
Like
everything.
Got the armor, still got the rhinestone. I don't even know, sports cup, because somebody's gonna like kick him in the nuts. Like it's awesome. Like I just never got it, but I thought it was cool. But I mean, he looks great. Sorry.
He always had some. You know what? All these guys always had something over there. Peter had that arrow. Paul had all the sequins. I don't think maybe the only one that didn't was Ace
or Linda Carter. You know, at the Linda Carter special. If you guys have not seen that, I Was Made for Loving You video. You could see the actual members of Kiss. I still,
oh my gosh,
being such a huge Kiss fan, I still, until you brought that up in that video about how Linda Carter sang I Was Made for Loving You, had never seen that. And thanks to the power of the internet, and Henry for pulling that up. Dude, thanks. That was awesome. We got Henry on the board today.
Hey, Henrik, by the way, will you get a couple behind-the-scenes shots real quick while we're doing this? So, anyway, grab that phone and we'll pick up right there. So, Linda Carter.
Audiomover merch.
They're nice. Perfect.
Yeah,
we need to be saying something about that. Okay, so, Linda Carter. Dude, power of the internet. I remember seeing that when I was a kid, and I had to bring it up. But
still,
it was just too.
We talked about strategically placed sequins.
Oh, that's
on that.
Yes, that's right. The strategically placed.
I mean, is this like? I mean, not that I'm like staring at Gene's crotch ever, but I'm like, but we talk about his moves on stage. He would do that like squat and then that hip,
exactly,
like groin thrust. Totally HR inappropriate in today's world, but right. But it's just awesome. And he's got like the leftover blood, which I always thought was extra cool. Like he did the blood spitting, but then he'd always have that trickle.
Yeah.
It just looked great.
Which was on the, I remember we talked about this, which is on the solo album.
Yes.
That was a feature. There's
just a little trickle of blood.
That little trickle.
Like,
exactly.
Why? Because it's cool.
Because there's something
and I'm
about
the demon.
That. Yeah.
Right?
Again, the character that he created. I mean, it just whatever, man. And you know, one of the greatest rock and roll pictures ever taken, ever is on a Live 2.
The back cover,
where he's got that thing and just wet.
Dude, I think this is like kind of like from that era.
That's my
messy
point.
hair.
It's just like
super sweaty. The ponytail's like jacked up on the top.
It is so rock and roll.
And he just looks like your worst nightmare.
Yep.
Totally in character, right?
Your worst nightmare right there. It was great, man. I mean, oh my gosh.
Right.
It's so amazing. And then
you get the band shot. And then we've come full circle.
And so he's playing a V there. Yeah.
Still got the Gibsons going. Like
and you know, okay, this is another thing, and this is really important. Because one of the things that Paul talks about, and you can see it here in this picture, this is a great example. I think he was talking about watching himself on film or something for the first time. And he was saying that all the movements that he did, that he feels like were big on stage, when you get out in the audience, you can't even tell. And it taught him this lesson of everything that you do on stage. And look at, whenever you'd see him, man, it was like big,
over-the-top movements.
And just that picture of his arm up in the air, it's like this, everything that he did was just extreme. And that was kind of the point. And you can see that right there. Look at those two guys. I mean, this whole thing right there, it's like big movements. And anybody that's on stage understands this idea anyway.
And wasn't Sean Delaney and Bill Aucoin kind of, we got to make this as big as possible.
Yes.
You know, if you think you're doing it big, nope, it's got to be bigger. Right? Because you're projecting. I don't want to forget you guys upstairs
to the people
either.
Way
right?
out there.
Up there. Right?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
I'll take a video. This is
cool. That's perfect.
All right, even better. I mean, yeah, that's the whole. Just they wanted everybody to feel included. So that's awesome. And yeah, the pictures and the motions, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Anyway, this is. So I think we've been going on for a while. Maybe we should just cut it right there.
That sounds great.
We'll do another video where we pick up from here.
Yeah,
and
let's
keep
pick
going.
it up.
So anyway,
this has been like the pictures, everything. It's just fantastic because it draws on how many memories. I mean, what did we just talk about? 45 minutes, Henry. Where are we at?
45 minutes here, and
we've got 3 pages. 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
That was close.
This is what being a Kiss fan. The memories,
3 pages
the fuzzy stuff from when you're a kid, kind of coming back into focus, and it's pretty cool stuff. So anyway, it's awesome.
I love being a Kiss fan. Over the years, I've appreciated, but this era and this stuff in the original 4, and I'm not dissing the new guys. The Mark St. Johns, the Vinnie Vincents, or for sure Bruce. You know I love you, man, and I'd have you on stage if I was doing a non-makeup show. Just saying.
Yep, indeed.
But he also got screwed in this deal.
I know
too, right?
I know. We're gonna have the Bruce pack. We're gonna have all the different packages.
Bruce package, the non-makeup Bruce package,
non-makeup Bruce package, and the Mark St. John package.
Yeah,
all of them. Beep. We're gonna have member packages. Yeah, that's exactly
that
right.
is awesome.
Hey,
well, thanks, man.
Hey, we want to thank Digitech, who has been partnering up here with the channel. If you're a guitar player, you got to check out Digitech stuff. They always have they have awesome stuff. Also, Audiomover.com. If you're interested in Audiomover merch, we have a whole bunch of new T-shirts, a lot of cool stuff. We've got a bunch of new things on there, and you got more stuff coming. So go to Audiomover.com, or there should be some links down below the video. Always follow the channel. Leave us your comments on any of this stuff.
Yeah, we brought up a lot of memories.
Yeah.
And if you're a Kiss fan, you know that you're not on an island by yourself. You know that the Kiss Army runs long, steep, deep.
That's right.
Even to the people upstairs. You guys know who you are. Hey, you share it with those guys. We appreciate it. Man, I can't believe we just went 50 minutes.
That's right.
Like nothing. This is why we were up all night in college and why our grades suffered a little bit.
That's right.
But, time and money well spent.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Exactly. All right. So with that, have yourself fantastic day. I don't think for any of these guys this was the best look.
They all have capes too.
And they all had capes.
What's up with that?
There's so few things in the world that are just cooler than a cape. Superman has a cape. Darth Vader. Would Darth Vader be Darth Vader without that cape?
No.
No. But there's something about it when it was on these guys that it was like we just became dancing girls. Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, this video is for you. We're going to pick up where we left off last time. We actually have this tour book from the reunion tour back in the 90s. We went through a few pages. We got a little bit nerdy, sidetracked.
I don't even think...
Whatever. Just kept talking.
True fans. I'm telling you, because the book is great. I think there's a lot to be desired in how this was written. You know, we were talking about that in part 1.
Yeah.
It might get better, but and I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, if this is your official reunion tour book, who wrote? Could have been. You know what? You know,
that's actually
where is your quality control?
I haven't thought of it that way, but it's not like this is just your average rock band tour book.
Yeah.
This is
the originals coming back together.
Like one of the most important bands in history. The original guys getting back together after all that time.
Dude,
like
there was
the
so
whole
much
world
hype.
Filling up Tiger Stadium instantly.
Yeah.
And then what do? They have an intern.
God knows who. I'm sure.
What are they called? Kiss?
Yeah.
And then they throw a few things down.
ChatGPT could have wrote something better than this.
It's true. Well, anyway, but the pictures have been fun.
The pictures have been great. So,
and it gives us the opportunity
to share it with you guys.
To do what we used to do.
Because you don't see these every day. I mean, I'm impressed that you got one. Not sure, what you threw down for this.
It's funny that a bunch of people commented, and I remember seeing it, but apparently there's a silver one that has more.
Oh, yeah.
And it's I saw that one on eBay too, and I guess I didn't do enough research. I saw this and I was like, oh, let's get the black, whatever. I assumed I didn't look closely enough, clearly. So
Two
I don't
versions.
know. Maybe we'll get the silver one sometime and just take a look at it too. Yeah, just for fun.
All right,
anyway,
you ready?
so this is where we left off last time with Peter Criss singing Beth. And now we are going to jump into 1977, and we're going to pick up here. Okay, here we go. The sleeve of the Destroyer album, 76, depicted this Fantastic Four as conquering lords of the Wasteland, charging over a suitably torrid-looking terrain. Which, by the way, we've talked about this before.
That's a line from God of Thunder, right?
Yeah, Lord of the Wasteland. But that album cover it's in the top album covers ever created for any band ever.
If you've ever been to Park City and you know how they have all the art galleries, they have one that's like this cool pop art gallery, and there's a painting there of the Kiss Destroyer album cover. Fantastic. I'll actually send it to you, and you can kind of put it in there because it's. That's how I
took a picture of it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, do
super.
Send it to me.
It's so great. Cool gallery. And I just was up there, and I just kind of seen it, and I'm like, oh, that's cool.
And it like it says, conquering lords of the wasteland. Part of what made that thing so amazing was that they really transformed from being not just a rock band, but these like comic book superhero kind of thing. It was kind of a big deal.
And the songs were a little bit better, a little bit tighter, better production. It was like we're taking it next level, which was great.
Yep. But what you couldn't see, presumably just out of frame, was the ever-attendant legion of fans, the famed Kiss Army, loyal to the greater cause and delighted today that these original partners in crime are once again together and in prime smash-and-grab mood to boot. Fanatical support of this kind, however, does demand a particular kind of vigilance, a way of protecting followers from cheap, and sometimes not so cheap, imitations. That's a funny thing based on the conversation we were having earlier, too.
Yeah, as we were... Okay. Recently... right? So recently, I just came across an interview with Howie Mandel on his show, podcast, interviewing Paul Stanley, and he kind of mentioned he kind of almost gave a warning shot to Kiss tribute bands, which, why would you do that? Dude, they're embracing your art, right? Why would you knock that? And Howie Mandel kind of grills Paul Stanley a little bit and is like, well, why is that such a big deal? He's like, well, it's trademarked and, image and likeness and our logo, and can't really be running around, and so they had kind of a little, he kind of defends it a little bit, but then he kind of also was like, when you get to making too much money, is it a tribute band? No, we got to shut, and Howie just asked him, have you ever shut down a band? And I was thinking about the story that you brought up with Matt Cameron from
when he was a little kid. When he was a kid,
like cease and desist.
Cease and desist.
What the hell? And so here it is, 2025, and you're shutting down tribute bands, but yet you're gonna have, but if I guess the gods of Paul and Gene can determine, are they checking out all the tribute bands and going, okay. What are the ones that are going to be at the Kiss convention, Kiss Cruise, Landlocked in Vegas? Like, they're okay because we allow them to be okay, and we don't. They are good by our opinion.
We need to see your tax returns,
right?
Want to know how much money this thing's bringing in?
Is that coming in? I just thought that was absolutely crazy for Paul to be like, we can pull the plug on you. You can't be doing that. And then I wanted to say, dude, Paul, didn't you sell all your image and likeness to that Swedish group, Pop whatever, that is putting everything on now and basically owns the Kiss brand and logo? I was like, kind of like, a little part of me was infuriated, going like, shut up. The imitators. Look, obviously you have the original four here coming back full circle. And, Eric Carr's not there. Eric Singer's not there. And
Bruce,
or Vinnie,
and Vinnie.
right?
Yeah.
So you got the original 4.
So, and then when they say imitations here, of course, they're not. I mean, I just brought up tribute bands, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about all the other every band in the world is an imitator of Kiss. I think that's the point here.
Yeah,
if you are a rock band, and you came into existence, if you're a rock band and you came into existence 5 years before Kiss or any time after, Kiss influenced you.
You know, there could be an argument there, and I'll go on the Kiss side of things. Is that how many people have picked up the guitar due to Kiss, due to Ace? Tons.
Dude, we have videos on this channel,
right,
where people have mentioned. That's why I said it was Ace. It was for
Ace,
sure.
Paul,
Anyway.
you know, all of that. So I get what they're saying, right?
Yep. Okay, so let's keep going. As a result, the band had no choice but to take the whole fan club / business side under their leather-coated wing, a magnanimous approach that clearly set a pattern for others to follow. With a few, at least, it did cause a certain amount of confusion as to what the group really was about, as in attitude and before I switch the page, we should look at these pictures real quick because we're about to turn the page.
Well, so let's go clockwise, counterclockwise, or clockwise, however you want. How do you want to go? Where do you want to start?
So first of all, this is an amazing picture of Paul.
Yes,
that's like I remember the feathers under the.
That's great.
This whole thing, man.
I forget what those long gloves are called.
I don't know, long gloves with stars on them and feathers.
It is a cool look. And, dude, when he would do, like, the pointing and the big motions
and
that we talked about.
This particular guitar, when I first started getting into Kiss and Kiss cards and whatever, this was the look, and this one with Ace. These are the things I remember the most. I remember this, and this guitar. I remember looking at that guitar. I think that the Paul Stanley doll came with, I think it was white, as I recall. Is that right? Just like a cheap little plastic thing. But it was this guitar.
Yes. So when they kind of hit it big, they moved. We talked about that last time because they were kind of endorsed by Gibson. But by the time they finished Alive and stuff, Ace got this. Ace always played Gibsons, but Paul got this deal with Ibanez, and this is the Ibanez Iceman that he played. And and over the years he's had kind of a reissues of these with Ibanez, and
I tried to build one of these in woodshop.
That's great.
I really did. I built the whole body.
That is awesome.
And never, I
how many of you have done that?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, first of all, it's a great looking body.
So cool, man.
It's a cool looking body. My cousin Alex, I remember, like, we were fairly young, and he's like, "Look what I got." Ooh. And I knew he played guitar and stuff, but he opens it up.
Full on guitar.
Yeah, he bought. I think it was one of his first ones. Bought an Ibanez Iceman from the 70s, and I mean he had started growing his collection, but this was one that was like,
wow.
When you open it up, you heard the and the light,
the glow.
basically the glow. This is a Paul. I'm like, this is a Paul Stanley guitar right there. But yeah, because he used it for a long time. Look at it, he's got it in that picture too. Dude, and remember, he had like the cracked mirror one, and a couple cool things later. Good stuff.
Yeah, so this was such a great look, man. I don't know what it was. The red lips, the star, it always looked so sharp. I don't know what it was. This was the look for some reason. Man, I love this.
Yeah.
Then you got Gene looking like, the blood
on his outfit, which I know they can't clean leather. We talked about how that Japanese article they had smelly leather outfits.
Dude, can you imagine though? Every time I'd see him do this, and I just picture myself. It'd be a little bit like when you step in water and your shoes wet the rest of the day, and you're like, dang, And I'm just every time I see that, I just picture this stuff all over your face, and then the whole rest of the show you got this,
I'm sure some roadie paid $12,100 and something. Yeah, I get the clean jeans outfit. Which $12,000 in the 70s would have been ridiculous, but some roadie somewhere, or maybe Gene had. By this time, they've kind of made it. So I'm thinking he should have had multiple outfits, and maybe they took him out back and hosed him off or something. Like, okay, it's my turn to hose off the blood. you know, because it is cool. But
Dude,
think about that. The blood would have gotten everywhere. Hey, for the next show.
Yeah, because then he'd go like this. And
Yeah, and be like, that was part of the thing, right? If you think it's big, you got a little stain there. But remember, we're talking people in the back room. They got to see this. So he kind of shook his head and it got in his hair and all over his outfit. You can see it right there. These pictures are fantastic.
No, and it's funny when I look at these things because you remember what it was like looking at this when you were young because it was just so amazing.
Right. Remember all the rumors of how he got the blood?
Razor blades. I heard that one.
Yeah. Pig's blood. Yeah. Tablets. Bit his tongue. His tongue's so big you can bite the side of it and it just
blood just starts gushing out.
I'm like, really? Thinking back, as a kid, you were these impressionable thoughts of like,
Peter Criss had do it? Inch thick drum skins because he hit him so hard. I remember that one.
Yeah, some funny stuff. Speaking of Peter, we got the Catman behind.
Catman,
looking good. This is a great picture of Ace too. He's got the black Les Paul.
Matter of fact, I think that picture, this picture, even this one might have been on Kiss cards. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. This era was the Kiss card era.
Yeah,
for sure. But he's got the black Les Paul. He's got the triple humbuckers going. That is cool.
Yeah, and then the group picture up here, Paul with the big. Yeah, that's
some good stuff, man.
It was awesome. So awesome.
All right, turn the page.
All right. Let's see. Group was really about as in attitude and music. The simple truth is, were it not for the consistency of the Kiss musical catalog, as in great songs, the band could have split the atom on stage night after night, and it wouldn't have made a speck of difference.
Okay.
This is so funny. Drawing from classic rather than contemporary influences, the founding four, and of course the later Gene and Paul led lineup, delivered hit albums. I guess that's making reference to the fact that they were after this. Let's see, delivered albums and singles with an amazing sureness of touch.
Whoever wrote this obviously didn't listen to The Elder. Creatures was good, but arguably there was a little, he's referencing
not so much sureness of touch.
He's referencing touch? Lick It Up, Animalize, Asylum era, right?
But it must be with an amazing sureness of touch, forever adding new elements and revitalizing old ones. Oh, check this out. The rock disco rumble of I Was Made for Lovin' You, 79. The pure pop sheen of the Unmasked LP, 80. The conceptual feast of Music from the Elder, 81.
This guy didn't even listen to him.
There was certainly no laurel resting going on here. Music has always been and continues to be the prime motivation, the rest simply the icing. Though I trust this will be laid on thicker and with suitably explosive, and we're about to turn to the next page, so let's take a quick look at these shots just for fun.
Well, great iconic Gene picture there.
I swear.
That's again, also from a Kiss card.
Like Kiss cards
right?
To me,
looking like.
Yeah.
We talked, and the last episode, part 1, when we first started, we talked about the evolution of the boots.
Yeah.
Look how demon boots those are. Those are freaking cool.
This is prime demon boot.
Prime
because when they got to after this, they started looking like weird because it had those horns coming out of the front of it or something.
I'm sure there's pictures here.
It started looking so kind of, I don't know. I was going to say ridiculous, but a lot of people watching the show right now go, "This isn't ridiculous." Or it started looking like, dude,
you can't have a ridiculous demon boot. That's what they're saying. The fans are speaking, right? I can hear them. If you have a demon boot, that doesn't end there. There's no such thing as a ridiculous demon boot. It is what it is.
I think the next set of boots, though, I think they took a step back on the demon and got a little too much into the moon boot. I don't know. There was something about the next set. Because they had, like I said, they had these little claws like coming out of the front of it, as I recall.
We'll check them out. As we get through here, remember that. Because we'll talk about the evolution of the demon boot.
Oh, man, and I remember that
chain.
The thing in the chains.
That is a cool look. And the Batwing, which, you know.
Yes.
That's a classic kind of a Live 2 looking thing right there, right?
Dude, totally. You can see the stairs in the back. There's the drum set, obviously, but and also he's down on the ground. You know, we talked about this before. Back when he was a younger man, when he was a younger demon,
okay,
there was a lot more of that.
Yeah,
jumping, kneeling all over the place.
I mean,
he was very active,
menacing on stage, looking. He'd do the, looking around. He had patented moves that were really great.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to get up and act them out just because.
I want you to.
I'm all right.
Right here on the table.
But maybe we should do a video on Gene Simmons's classic Gene moves, and we can all demonstrate, replicate them. Even
That's a good
Henry.
idea.
That'd be kind of good.
That would be really
Producer
awesome.
Henry.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
He's going to act out all the patented
Gene moves.
Gene Simmons moves.
Like the spider crawl.
What? Each one of these guys has little things.
Yeah, they do. We talked about Ace with the pucker when he solos.
So we could do all those things.
We
I
could
love
do all
the
those.
idea. And you know
Not
what?
we, Producer Henry.
Producer Henry could do it for sure. Okay, I love the idea.
I'm suggesting you don't have to do that.
These look like moon boots.
They are.
Don't they?
He's Space Ace. Of course they do.
I don't know why I didn't even think about that till right this second, but he is Space Ace. What else is in space? The moon.
Right.
So he's wearing moon boots.
I want to say if Ace was smart, he would have patented this idea, and he probably would have, when you'd go and you'd have the snow boots that you'd put on your moon boots to go out and play in the snow. Ace should have gotten a penny for each.
Every moon
right?
boot. And then he could have
I
the
love
jacket
this
with
look. This is a great look.
This is, again, for me, when I really started I really got into Kiss, this was the look.
This was the look. I know. This is also, these are so, still cool. I went to a show in Salt Lake to see a new artist called Maud Latour. And she, for her encore, changed. And she had this, I think she's a great songwriter, really cool. And she came out for her encore, and I swear, I showed you a picture.
Oh, you did?
And she has these same boots practically on. And then she had, her dress was like mirror ball dress, which reminded me of Paul Stanley. I'm talking about making connections, these are some of the things that, when people old is new again in fashion, and I'm kind of thinking, are you taking a page? For me, I'm okay, the song's kind of going, and I'm kind of watching and going, wait a minute, moon boot, mirror ball dress. I'm that is, to me, I was definitely the oldest person in the audience. To me, I'm this is Kiss reimagined right here. It's fantastic. But you can check it out.
I said that, like you said before, he played these Les Pauls.
Yeah, triple humbucker, which is a signature of his. And then he had the one that would do the smoke bomb.
That would light up. Smoke would come out of it.
But yeah, he's still, to this day, that's all he plays. And I'm sure Ace's collection over the years, there's that one famous picture when he built that studio that they recorded, Ace's studio in Connecticut. He had literally 100 Les Pauls in the background. A couple, I think he had an Explorer that he played every once in a while, and something else, and some acoustics, all Gibson. But it was fantastic.
And you know what? It's funny when I go back and look at these things. I was always a Paul guy, and I know that. But when you look at Ace in his prime, he was just the coolest. I mean, seriously, every time I go back and look at these, I'm like, man, he was just, there was something about that guy, the way he would present himself on stage, the clothes, the moves, the playing. The guy was amazing. I mean, he was truly, truly incredible. So
yeah. And then we've got Paul here, who's got the cool, almost like 50s leather jacket going, again, with the Ibanez Iceman. And then we got the old picture here. This is like a throwback. But I don't know what he's doing there. It's kind of like they're goofing off. He's eating his hand or something, feeding the demon.
That is weird.
Yeah.
And he's got the poor man's version of the Ace thing.
Yeah.
And then what's this one up here?
It's just him like chilling out in the hotel or something. Remember, like the Kiss cards had some of those too. It's just like, hey, we're kind of behind the scenes, right?
What a great picture that is up there, man.
So
awesome. Okay, so turning the page, let's see, laid on thicker and with suitably explosive candles, now that everyone's back for serious second helpings. What?
It doesn't even make sense.
That again. Though I trust this will be, it was simply the icing. Pure prime motivation, the rest is simply icing. Though I trust this will be laid on thicker and with suitably explosive candles, now that everyone's back for serious second helpings.
Dude. I mean, I see the guy's name down here, and I'm like,
okay.
Do you even?
All right.
Just who did he write this for? And did the band? And I'm
wild.
like shocked that the band, like, you could do better. We could write something better, and I don't even like English is my second language. I could have read something better than this.
This is so great.
So,
okay.
All right.
Okay. On a balmy Brazilian night in 1983, the makeup came off. Partly because people had stopped telling the band to do so, and partly because there were extracurricular activities that needed to be pursued, new challenges to be met.
Runaway.
And, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. In order to be in a movie, I need to be able to take this makeup off.
Right.
That's a good point. But I'll tell you something. When you hear the story about when they took the makeup off and they played that concert that they're talking about there, when you hear Paul talk about it, it was they just went out on stage and people were expecting them to be in makeup.
Right.
And they're playing this show with no makeup. And he says for the first few songs, people are looking at him going, what's going on? Who is this?
Yeah.
Why? What's going on right now?
people's minds. Although there are videos of them playing that one of the Brazilian concerts in full makeup, and it's just, as far as the eye can see, I mean, it's insane. I mean, 300,000 people or whatever they're saying that were at that show. That's a lot.
That is a lot of people.
I mean, I don't think there's 300,000 people here in this city.
No,
That's
there's not.
everybody.
Actually, that's right. Every single person in this city, and then
Go to the
3
show.
times.
And bring 2 friends.
Yep.
Right? You
Yeah,
got
that's-
100. I mean, that you start putting that into context, that's like an NFL stadium, right? A soccer stadium that holds 70,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 times 2, double
Actually,
that.
no. If it's 300,000,
it's
like
5
almost
times.
4 times that. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
4 or 5 times that. It's crazy.
That's
man.
the
So
Rose
many
Bowl
people.
3 times. That's insane. I know where they played Maracanã Stadium in Brazil holds like 150,000. Then you add the floor, which probably, I mean, first of all, it's not the U.S. So many people got in there. It was packed. I mean, you see it and it's just packed with the amount of people. It's insane. I've never seen a sea of people like that. I don't even think, maybe for the Pope in Rome, you have so many people like lining the streets, but maybe that's not the best reference, but it's it's still pretty good.
The Pope at a White Sox game.
The Pope at the White Sox game doesn't get 300,000.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, the new Pope's from Chicago.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. So new challenges met. So they had to take the makeup off because Gene was pursuing acting at that time. And that's why I referenced the Runaway movie with Tom Selleck, which we can do a movie night watching that and seeing Gene's character.
It's so funny. I think I saw that in the theater because
I just saw it on
so
Tubi
cool.
recently.
Really?
Yeah.
I just don't remember anything about it. I remember when he came on screen. I'm like, dude,
That's Gene.
there's Gene.
Right?
He's in the movie.
I mean, that's pre-Trick or Treat and all that. Yeah. And I mean, Gene and Runaway was kind of a big deal. And I remember going to the theater to watch it, and I'm just like, whoa. But then when we talked about him running in his, and his stage running. Well, he's got that almost like a Dress to Kill suit. You know how like in Dress to Kill they're all wearing the suits, right? And so he's got the suit on, and he does like he runs from Tom Selleck and the gal that, that is Tom Selleck's partner. And he does kind of do like a little bit of running, like to get away into a car or something like that. And I'm like, dude, that's Gene's running move. Like,
it's funny.
It's kind of like he had a certain running style or form, And I'm like, that's straight out.
You can tell that's Gene.
You can tell that's Gene. If I see Gene even from behind, doesn't even have to be him, and someone's running like that, I could probably pick him out of a crowd.
That's pretty funny because one of the funniest stories in his book is where he talks about going to California with Cher, and she wants to go jog. And Gene's like, what's jog? Because and all he has is his cowboy boots, and then they're out on the beach, and he's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And so running was not his thing.
Yeah,
apparently.
maybe. Yeah, apparently running's not his thing.
So anyway, that's hilarious. What is
we left off with challenges here.
Challenges to be met. Now the focus is back where it began. The time is ripe for a return to roots. The reunion, genuinely in demand. Kiss, let's face it, are the reason why so many of today's acts felt moved to get together in the first place.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. Most have a cherished Kiss cover lurking somewhere up their sleeve. And all would, no doubt, admit that. In this context, at least, they quote, are not worthy.
All right, that's 96. That's definitely a Wayne's World reference.
For sure. Yep, indeed. Bands and fans alike will truly savor this moment. For those who still enjoy the smell of flash bombs in the morning, and for those who
Apocalypse Now reference,
and for those who still want the best, you've got it. Welcome back and Bombs Away, and that was written by Dante Benuto. Anyway, he's the one that gets
that guy up. Dante
Benuto. He wanted his name on
Benuto.
there, so you know who it was.
And I've said it. I've kind of bashed some of the writing, and I kind of, maybe in context, I mean, we are talking Wayne's World time and stuff like that. Like, is he trying to be hip? But, and I'm feeling like, Dante, you missed the mark because it hasn't really, over time, it seems like it's kind of like a shallow Hail Mary, like, ooh, they're back, and some...
Just write something down.
Yeah.
We need some. Let's just put text along the sides.
It does kind of miss a little bit the grandness of these guys getting... I mean, he's using these references, but he's missing the fact that, dude, this was a big deal. To see the original four.
Oh, you remember when they first walked out on the whatever the stage was? Was it Tupac that was announcing him or somebody like that? It says, we need something that gets the people.
I thought it was like MTV Awards or
something that shocks the people. I think
Golden
is what he
Globes
said.
or one of those award shows.
Then all of a sudden they walk out,
and that's all there was, and it was standing ovation, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like, oh my gosh, it's them.
Because they don't need an introduction, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's go through the pictures.
First of all, there's the guitar you were talking about.
Yes.
With the mirrors. And we hear Paul talk about this thing, and he used to, which actually surprised the heck out of me, that there's really sharp edges.
It was truly broken mirror.
Yeah, like there's sharp edges.
Blood. Like he'd cut himself.
Yes.
That's why he didn't play it all the time.
Really, you couldn't, there wasn't any way to build this thing in such a way that you didn't have...
Put a polyurethane or something over it.
That's why when I read that, I thought, did you just forget to put something over it?
Like,
so you
who's your
cut
guitar
your arms
Luther that can put this together, right? Come on, your guitar smithing.
That was weird to hear.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, dude, this is rock and roll, man. I gotta bleed. Okay.
Whatever you want, man.
But it was really cool because everyone, you know, when the light would shine on it, I mean, it'd be reflect everywhere. It was pretty cool.
The place. And this is the, I don't know, man.
Dynasty.
Yeah, the clothes got we were just a little bit little bit too much.
You're not a fan of the Dynasty outfits?
Well, okay, today I love them because it's just so like, wah. But if I were to go back and say which version of Kiss would I want to see in concert, it was the one on the previous page.
The Destroyer type.
Yeah, this stuff
rock
is
and roll over.
Yeah, it's actually when we're getting into that Love Gun Alive 2 era where I'd be like, that's the band. And then this is what I'm talking about, Gene. It became, it almost looked like tinfoil, just kind of crushed up.
I was
going to
say this outfit that you see in this picture here.
Yep.
And then this picture here. I mean, look at that. It does look like I'm going to get like a football jersey or the pads on the football jersey and just line it with tinfoil. I could do that at home for Halloween and come out looking like that.
And and that was my point, was the bottom of these boots, if you were to look at the picture right there, you would see these weird little like claws coming out of the front of it.
Like,
and it looked so silly.
This is the same. You know, but it's still it wasn't his best.
It's
outfit.
hard to get your head around it because it's just it looks like a mess. Where the one before you could see all the pieces. It looked like armor.
Yeah.
This looks like. Did you just not finish?
Yeah. I mean, he's showing mid thigh there.
And there again we have. I mean, and if you're going to have a picture of Gene, you pretty much either have to have blood coming out of his mouth. You know. Fire. Anyway, so they've got more blood. But this is, again, like I said,
the tongue,
all this stuff.
And the blood here. Like the tongue thing was cool. Paul looks great there. Great shot. I mean, that is a crystal clear picture of Peter Criss probably singing Beth again. Speaking
of mirrors, he had those mirrors on this thing. And do you remember, we talked about this last time, the Tomorrow Show with Tom
Snyder.
Tom Snyder. Do you remember watching that? He was wearing this. And as he'd move when he was laughing, it would like shine into the camera and do these like really over. I mean, anyway, it would overexpose, and it looked like really. I don't know. It was a little bit annoying, and interesting and strange and cool and all that other stuff. But again, also though with Ace, my opinion. I don't think for any of these guys this was their best look.
They all have capes too,
and they all had capes.
What's up with that?
You know, and here's the thing, man. There's so few things in the world that are just cooler than a cape. Superman has a cape. Darth Vader. Would Darth Vader be Darth Vader without that cape?
No.
No. The cape like makes it. But there's something about it when it was on these guys that it was like we just became the other dancing girls.
Yeah, it goes the other way. You remember the cartoon, the Incredibles?
Yes.
The lady that makes the costumes for them and they got the rebrand.
Yeah.
She's like, no capes. You don't want capes. You know, the lady's saying.
That's right, man.
Because she's like, no. And then they showed like a clip of all these superheroes from the Incredibles, you know, Pixar. And they're all getting eaten by a plane or doing whatever. Like, because they had capes on. Something bad was happening because the cape would get caught on something or on a plane or in a boat or on a missile.
Really funny.
That's kind of how I feel. I agree with you. You like, if you come out on stage with the cape, cool.
Lose it.
Clip it off. And then go play. I just don't,
There's very few people that always need a cape. Darth Vader, Superman, Batman needs a cape.
Yeah, he's got a good cape. Capes Crusader, right?
That's right. And then, great shot of Gene looking, and really there, it does have, he really is getting into the Dracula look. There's something about that he, and he's got this is where he has the axe base.
Oh, the axe base.
Was this the first time we saw the axe base?
Haven't seen it until now on these pictures.
And in real life, was it the Dynasty time period when we got the axe base?
I don't think he had it before that.
See, I don't think so either.
You guys would know. When did Gene start rocking the axe? Because that was pretty. That's like.
That's signature Gene now.
Yeah, I mean now it's signature Gene, but back in the day he didn't rock that for a long time. And I'm trying to think, like I mean, what's the guy, the executioner? I mean, that's kind of like I'm the Lord of the Wasteland executioner base. But this is Dynasty era because you got all three of them, 4 of them. That's a good picture.
And then you've got
Peter in the background.
with like teased hair up there.
That's definitely Dynasty.
This is all, He wasn't wearing a cape right there. You can't play drums with a cape, I don't think, can you? I don't think that's
definitely
even
can't
doable.
sit. You'd have to put it over the stool.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work so well. You also can't play drums.
Drummers chime in. Can you play drums with a
platform
cape?
Boots, shoes. So
this is a good stopping point, right? Then we're going to cover the other part.
So there's more to come.
Yeah,
there's lots of stuff left in this thing. But yeah, this is we've been talking for forever. So this is a good place to stop.
It's easy to cover all this stuff because it is. Each picture brings up a different emotion, feeling, memory, right? I mean, do you guys think that? I certainly feel that.
Yeah.
I mean, we covered 3 pages again. What's the timeline? 50 minutes. Look, we did it again
for 3 pages.
We're on track. How long does it take you to cover a Kiss tour book? 3 pages, 50 minutes. So if it's 9 pages long, you're an hour and a half.
Yeah,
right?
You're talking about almost 3 hours, 2.5 hours at least, just to get through.
Hopefully you guys are entertained. This is really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's fun to look at this for sure. So, hey, drop your comments. Tell us what you think about this. What do you remember about this? Again, I know we had a few people last time talking about seeing them on this tour. We want to hear about that stuff for sure. And also the other pictures, because we just expressed for us what the prime Kiss costumes were. I know exactly what they were for me because that's when I came in. When you came into Kiss, what were they wearing and what was your favorite year? What was your favorite costume? What was that era that you were into the most?
Yeah, because I really like the older, I like the Hotter Than Hell one. I mentioned that last time. That's a great era for me.
The Ace thing was pretty
Ace thing was cool. Even they all look cool in that. It was still more grungy street. Wasn't before they kind of glammed up a little bit more and got into the more superhero type stuff. That's just my favorite, but it's still, all of them are good, and all of them are, like we mentioned, the Love Gun phase. That's a classic, awesome look as well. That would also be kind of up there. Yeah, they're all good. Destroyer. Yeah, they're all great.
Anyway, so what's your favorite? What was the one that you were into the most?
The capes, no capes. Are you a cape guy or not a cape guy? That'd be a good one too.
Do you wear a cape?
Yeah, so, I certainly do not.
I don't own one.
No, I do not own a cape.
I don't think I've ever owned a cape.
Magician. Any magicians out there might have a cape, right? So
anyway, leave your comments about this, like the video, and follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. And, of course, if you are a Kiss fan.
Absolutely.
As we've said many, many times on this channel, no Kiss fan is an island. You know other Kiss fans. Please do them a favor. Take this video, copy the URL, and text, message, email, send it to all you, and post it on your timeline.
And we know you guys have done that. We've seen the channel grow thanks to all of you, and we appreciate that because we are doing this because we love to share these experiences with all of you, and we love all your comments and memories that we're kind of jogging your memories and experiences from all this, because this is just a great thing, and the Kiss fandom and the Kiss Army, as they mentioned here, is real, and so we appreciate all that.
Indeed. So have yourself fantastic day. What is this?
Yeah.
Apparently it started getting really sloppy.
Eric Singer's been in the band longer than Peter Criss.
Yeah. Whoever put this together managed to get all the negatives in the right place so that the star is on the right side of his face.
Right. You're flicking him off the house, or growing up in the 80s and 70s. This is what you did.
Yeah. Those platform moon boots. It was just so cool. And then they just stopped talking.
Master of the erotic. Anybody want to chime in right now? I'm going to leave that one alone.
Cyberpunk?
Yes. I've never heard Ace call that.
When you read the actual text and you read this stuff, it's like, have you heard of Kiss?
I'm almost offended.
One of the greatest photographs in rock and roll history is that picture of Gene Simmons.
Studded Ravager of the Soul.
Yeah, because he's going to slowly rob you of your virgin soul.
I always thought this was like El Gato.
That's great. How do you miss that? I remember this boot with the chains when you got the Paul doll. I want to hear you
heard.
talk like a normal person.
Right.
Can you go off script just for a minute?
You have 4 options here to write something down, and you hit one of them.
The one from the Michael Douglas show, didn't he say something like, I'm the embodiment of evil? He said, when you get back to the Dynasty time, he stopped looking
Menacing.
and here he's got some sort of iguana. It's so fascinating just looking at this stuff.
That hurts your eyes even to this day. And the curtain.
And it makes it actually less interesting.
These faces have been on how many people's walls over the years?
Hey, if you wanted the best, we got Kiss here again today. So this is going to be part 3 of us going through this tour book that we picked up from the
reunion tour.
The reunion tour that happened back in the late 90s. And we picked up this tour book, I don't know what, it was a couple months ago, and we've kind of been going through it when we get a chance. I remember when I was reading Paul, I think it was Paul's book about this period when, so they got the band back together and it was all harmony and wonderful and beautiful. And then it just, as they kept going, it started going back off the cliff. And I remember Paul making a comment, I think it was him in his book, how Peter's makeup got to the point where it just looked like a square over his eyes. I was just noticing right here that it's really, really clean and defined, with the 2 little things coming off the side, kind of the point up top. And it has that.
And we talked about that early on when we did, I think, episode 1 on this, is that from the beginning, we probably have the picture in there. It's like the early stages was like really, their makeup definitely evolved.
Yeah.
So you can go back and look at some of the awesome pictures here. But yeah, here in 1996, reunion makeup, it looks good.
Yeah, and
clean,
Yes. But then, like I said, apparently it started getting really sloppy as the band kind of started
I don't care anymore.
Spinning out of control,
my
right?
Checks going through.
Yep, exactly.
I'm good. My bank account's filled back up.
Yeah, that's right. So anyway, all the problems started coming back in.
But I won't get invited to the Kiss cruise, Las Vegas.
It's right, man.
Landlocked in Vegas. That's coming up 2 months away.
That is.
I just saw that they announced the actual schedule. We might touch on that in another episode, but
yeah, I actually saw some people talking about, bring up what we had talked about before, the whole Eric Singer thing.
I'd seen
he's
some
kind
of
of
that.
been
Dissed.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
what's up with this?
I don't know. If any of you know what's going on there, but it is weird. It's like the guys, Eric Singer's been in the band longer than Peter Criss.
Yeah.
Right? Years-wise. Not album-wise. Years-wise. He's been in there for quite a while. I mean, he's been there since Eric Carr's passing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I really don't know what these two are thinking right now. I still love the fact that apparently there was a call made to Ace. Hey, you want to join us? And he's like, nah, I'm good.
Which is so rock and roll and it's so Ace. It's hilarious.
I'm doing really good right now for myself. Selling albums, touring, rocking.
I don't need that. I don't need this.
that. How many albums have you sold, Paul, Gene? Anybody? Nothing? Ace's social media presence even has been blowing up over the last year. So he's doing pretty good for himself. But how rock and roll is it that he's like, I'm
just
good.
like that too.
I'm good.
Yep.
Oh, love it.
So anyway, this is 1996, and it's pretty fascinating because I don't know why, but not long ago it also came up on one of my feeds, the video, and you've seen it before, of them the night or the day that they put the makeup back on in one of their houses. No, they were in one of their houses and they're putting the stuff back on and everybody's laughing because this is dad and whatever.
Right. I think
and they're putting the things back on.
In the
they did it at that
show.
They did it at that big event.
Yes,
but I mean, I'm just saying that somebody had a video camera at the house where they were all just kind of
let's see,
dusting it off and putting them back on. And and it's really kind of funny because they're it's been a couple of decades since not a decade, but pretty close. 15 years or so. Well, no. I guess it hadn't been that long because you'd had Creatures that had come out whenever that was, but it was in the early 80s. So you're talking about 13 years or so since they'd put any of this stuff on.
But not with them two.
Not right. Yeah. Because you have to go all the way back to
before 19. So
79,
Dynasty.
Really. Yeah.
But all four of them were together.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right. And then
Peter had a little bit of green at one
and then
point.
he had that green, and like I remember the first time I saw the Dynasty album, and I go, "What is this?"
Yeah,
because he had that the green around his eyes,
and Ace had a little bit of some blue.
That blue.
It was almost accenting like the solo album type stuff,
right?
But all part of the lore, man.
It's what makes all this stuff so fun because it's so just crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So and pictures like this are also interesting because it gives you a sense of the size difference. Now, Peter, though, I think in a lot of these photo shoots wasn't wearing the platform, which I don't know here.
Yeah, I couldn't.
But he's you look at this, and then boom. It was kind of anyway, just interesting to note. And there's his little Catman tattoo.
Yes.
Which is pretty interesting, and his little cross,
and
his armband
He's always
thing,
had that, and on the choker.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, he had that cross that he would wear a lot.
That's right. Paul's got his choker on here. He's got one. No
choker for Ace.
No Ace choker. Yeah, interesting.
He's got the deep V going.
Yeah, and he's got his little polka dots on his sleeves.
Those are rhinestones.
Whatever they are. Yeah.
Something. But this is definitely, it was kind of a blend about this look, right? You have the blend of kind of a couple different eras, right? Because Ace's outfit is kind of that Love Gun era type. He's got like the jacket, which is a little bit different, but he's got the choker. Like it's a blend. It's not like this is a recreation of Destroyer or Love Gun.
Interesting.
Or, because he didn't always have like, I always thought this was like, like the Mexican bandoleros.
Yeah.
Like if we put a hat on Pete, he'd be like, El Gato.
That's great.
I mean, but yes.
That's pretty funny.
They have some cool elements. I mean, Gene's always kind of tinkered with this stuff.
This is one of my favorite Gene outfits. By the time they got to the Dynasty one, where we talked about it before, where it looked like just chaos.
Yeah,
didn't make any sense.
Rocks or something.
Yeah. This was, I think this is one of his coolest Gene looks. I loved this. So anyway,
really
pretty cool
stuff, man.
All right, let's.
That's not bad. This is just the centerfold. We like barely turned the page. How many minutes in are we? It's pretty good. That's
hilarious.
Great. But that's part of the allure of Kiss. It wasn't just Sonic. It wasn't just music. Think about the visuals and how many posters and trading cards and these faces have been on how many people's walls over the years. This is what made Kiss Kiss, and everybody coming back in '96 to see the original Gang of Four. It's kind of a big deal.
It's amazing what a big deal it was.
Yeah, I'm downplaying it. It's kind of a big deal.
It
kind
was
of like Ron Burgundy. I'm kind of a big deal. Right? So
what do we? So we have some. There's this little rose tattoo. The nice thing is, whoever put this together managed to get all the negatives in the right place so that the star is on the right side of his face.
Right.
Didn't we have one earlier in here? It was on the wrong side.
Not.
It's like, how do you miss? How do you miss that? For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the Audiomover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any Audiomover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started.
I'm telling you.
It's so bizarre.
That editor had to have been fired. Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
He's no longer employed.
So this is the one where he had the feathers.
He's watching our video right now going, ooh, that was me. Okay.
So this is when we had the feathers here
Right.
on these little armband things. Yeah, this actually with that the
Like
I don't
a
know what you
jacket,
described
like
it.
a
Yeah, with
leather
that jacket,
jacket.
it was a pretty cool look for Paul. So, and then this is
Ibanez Iceman.
Yeah, the guitar, which I loved. I think I told you once I tried to make one of those in wood shop.
That is.
It was terrible. I made an attempt. It was terrible, but I loved that.
That's close.
I loved that style.
Probably one of the coolest body shapes ever.
Yeah.
Because it combined a couple different elements. I'm not an Ibanez guitar guru, but I remember it combined like two different body shapes, and Paul's like, I want this bottom, but with this kind of top, and the tail from like something else, and I want it all kind of. I briefly remember that being kind of something, and I just remember it just being super cool. And then my cousin one time was like, "Look what I got."
Oh, that's right. You
And
told
he
me about
opened it
that.
up, and it was like a black Ibanez Iceman from the late 70s, which would have been the original time that he had him. But yeah, I mean, it's cool.
Oh, it's interesting. This you can see his boot right there. I remember this boot with the chains when you got the Paul doll. It had these boots, didn't
Yes.
it? With the chains kind of going. Dude,
That is
that's
kind of
funny.
cool.
Oh, I used to. Did you? You had
think about
the
a
action figure.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
for sure. I think I only had the Ace one.
I had the Paul one. It's the only one I got.
I think my buddy had the Gene one. But then you're kids. You're playing with them like they might as well be Spider-Man or Superman, or you're flicking them off the house or whatever.
That's right.
But
That's so awesome.
Slingshot. I bet he can Space Ace. He can make it across the street. Whoosh. Try to hit the car.
Oh, it's great, man. It's so great.
Growing up in the 80s and 70s, this is what you did. This
Yeah.
is pre-internet fun.
That's right. What does it say right there? So it says Paul Stanley, the Star Child.
Sensuous, master of the erotic,
Ah.
ringmaster of mayhem, loved by millions. Okay, who came
Okay.
up with that? I mean, is that real? And look, he's like praying hands. Like, come on. His makeup looks really good. Obviously, we've heard of the Star Child, right? They even use that in that video game that I told you came out in the 90s or whatever, or early 2000s. Sensuous, would you agree with that? Yeah, I mean, he kind of plays that up,
Yeah.
right? Master of the erotic. Anybody want to chime in right now? I'm going to leave that one alone, right?
That's great.
Ringmaster of mayhem.
Well, he did intentionally try to be
Right, but I would have changed that to been the preacher of rock and roll.
true. Because that is what he was trying to do.
I'm the preacher of rock and roll. Stand up for what you believe in, right?
Yeah, that's right.
He says that.
That's right.
But you stand up. I mean, that is awesome, Paul. So, Ringmaster of Mayhem?
Yeah, how did they miss?
Not so much.
Yeah.
Loved by millions? Yeah.
Okay, they got one of them.
Yeah. You got two.
Two, you
out
got
of
Star
four or
Child is
whatever.
right.
Right? Come on. All right. Again, we're tearing this up, but at the same time,
But it is super fun.
right?
And look at the flames behind him here, too.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, cool shots. Okay, now,
All right, we're going to Ace.
Ace next.
These are just these are featurettes within the book of just showing the guys, right?
You're hanging out at the concert, waiting for the show to start. And you're flipping through,
the
just
book,
yeah, looking at the
and you're
pictures.
like, whoa, this is awesome.
So he's got the Les Paul here with the 3 pickups.
Yep, classic Ace right there
He actually has the blue
on there.
around his
the blue
eyes a little
eyeshadow.
bit. The blue eyeshadow, exactly. And here's
What's that
he's got
triangle?
this. Yeah, he's got this little pyramid. He's got it here too.
Is it the Egyptian pyramid?
Yeah, he's got his hand on it.
Is he like conjuring aliens?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's like maybe he was talking to that meteor that's on its way into Earth.
Yeah.
AO1357 or whatever. I don't know. I've seen something on my feed about, that.
Then he's got his moon boots.
Love those.
Yeah. Yeah. There was,
Yeah.
I got to tell you, there was something about that when you see the pictures of him on stage, those platform moon boots. It was just so cool.
Yeah.
And anyway,
They were simple, but they
Yeah.
looked good. And then you got that one famous poster that I know I had for a long time where he's kind of like, it looks like he's like leaning back, but he's got the smoking guitar. It's the tobacco sunburst, and it's just a great photo. I mean, this is, again, the visual piece. I'm kind of excited that they're giving everybody gets a 2-page spread. Pick your favorite shots. Now, would I have picked the one with my triangles? I don't know what they were going for there.
The ace triangles.
I don't get it. But I love this shot. I mean,
Yeah.
up close and personal. He's got look at that. He's got the ace card necklace.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, interesting.
That's pretty
Okay.
cool, right?
Yeah.
It looks like he's got some other jewelry chain going on. But ace looks good, man.
Paul was always my favorite, but it's funny, the more I go back and study them now and watch the old stuff, the more I love Ace. Just something about the dude was so cool.
Just more rock and roll. He was more straightforward.
I don't know.
I
Yeah.
could see, I can also, looking back, see why he kind of got a little bit derailed or whatever. But he's doing good now, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ace in 2025 has put out, I don't know how many solo albums. I think he's making a bid to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a solo artist.
Really?
And
Do you think, has he had that much? That's
I think he's
interesting.
had that much. Dude, he's put out
Been
lot
that
of
significant
stuff.
by himself.
I mean, think about, he had 2 or 3 Frehley's Comet albums, plus he's had, I think, 4 or 5 that I know of. I mean,
His solo album with Kiss was the biggest selling one too.
right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's got a following that's going strong.
Yeah.
I mean, just this last year, he put out 10,000 volts or something
Right.
like that. Anomaly, and he's put out 2, volume 1 and 2 of cover albums of songs that he loves. He's got a body of work that's definitely, he's done more. I'm confident to say he's done more since he left the band, album-wise, than the band itself.
Wow.
Is that right? You guys can check me on that, but he's done a lot of stuff. And he's a frequent guest on Eddie Trunk, and he's kind of out there. He's doing stuff.
And he's got, part of what makes him so great is that he's not as cautious as Paul and Gene are, because he's just an open book.
Sure.
He'll say whatever. He's not worried about what.
And to say that, and I'm not trying to defend Ace here, but you get all these stories, and you listen to Doc McGee and some of these stories from Paul's book that Ace was like a loose cannon. Yeah. Have you been to a Guns N' Roses show and seen Axl show up on time ever? Part of that is, I'm not saying that it's right, because you're supposed to be on time. We pay tickets. We don't want to be waiting 2 hours for some guy to come, show up to the show that we're waiting for. But I think there is this mystique or this portrayal of Ace from the Kiss camp, is what I'm saying, that's a little bit, I'm going to just say, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not sure if it's just spin doctoring, I'll just use that word, of painting Ace as this he's a bad apple and just rock and roller and druggy and drunk. And okay, he admittedly has been all those things in his own words, but at the same time, he was kind of given certain parameters to kind of work within, and maybe that's the job now since you left the band. But I think that over the years, I think he calls a spade, and Paul and Gene have their own little spin doctoring of the truth. But the A&E documentary, I think Ace is portrayed as just a cool rock and roll dude.
Like I said, my biggest problem really over the years with Gene and Paul is their extreme caution when they're talking, when they're explaining. I mean, here's what I mean by this. When they put out, and correct me if I missed it, but when they put out the volumes, of the different concerts,
sure,
and they had the kind of the director's cut, not the director's cut, but the extra track where you'd listen to them doing commentary, like the director's commentary,
right.
And it was supposed to be Paul and Gene doing commentary on the shows. So that was one of the main reasons I got those DVDs, because I wanted to listen to them talking about the concerts.
Okay.
And you put one of them in, and I remember putting this concert on, starting it, and I don't remember exactly what they said. It was like, hey, Paul and Gene, blah, 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 start talking, and then they just stop talking. And because almost like if it's not on the script, if we're just going to start shooting from the hip here, we're not going to say anything.
We want to know the dirt.
Yeah.
We want to know the stuff that we already
I want to hear you talk like a normal person.
Right.
I don't want to hear the scripted, spin doctor stuff. And that's what makes Ace so great. And that's why he's great on Eddie Trunk, because he's just going to talk. And it makes it so much more entertaining.
Right.
Where you've got these other two guys, and God bless him, I love Paul and Gene, and I'm a huge Kiss fan, but there was that part of him where it's like, can you go off script just for a minute?
Yeah.
And like, where you don't, even in Gene, when he's giving his interviews, over the years, I remember back in the 90s, I'd hear him on all these radio shows, and it was like the same statement over and over. You're a handsome and attractive, whatever, man, and you repeat the same thing
it's
over
like they
and
got
over.
this like shtick and facade that they don't want anybody to see behind the curtain,
And it makes it actually less interesting.
Right?
So,
I mean, yeah, it certainly in the in that era from Lick It Up to this time, right? I mean, there were, you would think that era they would have been more approachable, or just, hey, but everybody was making fun of them during the 80s. I mean, what was the one video that we were talking about with all the pastel with the off Asylum?
oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Tears Are Falling? Is that the one
I think that is
Yeah.
the one we're talking about.
Horrific. I mean, that hurts your eyes even to this day. Right? I mean, they can't look at that and be like, yeah, that was my proudest moment. I mean, if that was me,
They were still selling
that was
records,
us
but
and our band in the 80s, we'd be like, that was our proudest moment. But you're Paul Stanley of Kiss. Right?
it's so great, man. Exactly.
It's just the perspective of where they're coming from. That was terrible. And so I think we want to see now, years later, we want to see behind the curtain. And this was kind of like, just kind of, you get to the point where you want to believe, but you don't know. The truth is somewhere in the middle, because all four of them got books. And I don't know if Peter has a book out, but,
yeah, he has
Does
a
he?
book, doesn't he? I thought so. I think Ace and Peter both have books that just aren't audio books.
I've read Ace's book, and it's really, I liked it.
I haven't read it. I hear it's awesome, though.
Yeah, it is pretty awesome. Because just like we're talking about, he calls it like he sees it.
Yeah.
And again, you have four different perspectives on the truth, right? You have any event or anything that's happened, and we can go back to the days where we met and the band and the things that we did together back. You're going to have your perspective of the same event, and mine's going to be slightly different, because just our roles, what we look at, what we're paying attention to. It's just what it is. That's human nature. So, where's the truth in the whole Kiss story of all this, right? Like, jeez, But I love Ace, and no doubt, I think I was Ace like 3 Halloweens in my lifetime.
Is that right?
Yeah, full on.
That's cool.
Yeah, Yeah. Full on makeup, the whole thing. At one point, I think I had my hair almost quite like that. But it's
Like
good.
in real life?
Long?
Your hair was curly.
It was a little bit. I did get a perm at one point, too. That's product of the 80s.
Yeah.
Wasn't curly enough.
Right. I got a perm once, and it was not pretty. But so many people were getting them.
Yeah.
How many of you got a perm? Got to
know.
put
We
that down in
brought
the
that up
comments.
before.
Oh, we did.
Yes.
Actually, and a bunch of you actually talked about it,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
That you'd gotten perms back in the 80s.
Love
It's
that.
great. It's so great.
Don't you love sharing? It's like, wait a minute, what? You got a perm? You barely even have hair now. I know.
Yep.
I'm like hippie right now. I haven't shaved it down, but I don't know
That's
what I'm
really
doing.
funny.
Anyway.
So what is it? What does it say? Let's get the
All right,
stuff about
let's
Ace.
get to Ace.
Let's get the Ace
The
stuff.
Space Ace Frehley, the Space Ace, Cyberpunk.
The Space Ace.
Yeah. And then the next one is Cyberpunk. I've never...
Cyberpunk?
Yes. I've never heard Ace call that. Never.
No.
And I feel like I'm a pretty good Ace fan. I would have heard that.
Okay.
Galactic Time Traveler.
Okay.
Not. Channeling the Music of the Planets.
Channeling the music of the planets. Okay.
Not of this Earth.
Okay. Well, that one sort of. I don't know.
Okay, I get
The problem
it.
with Not of This Earth is that's so uninteresting. I mean, it's like your title is Not of This Earth.
Yeah.
That's like one of the least interesting things you could possibly say. There's nothing in there that's
I'm not of this Earth, but I'm channeling...
describe yourself to us. Well, I'm not of this earth.
Yeah. Let's make it very broad stroke.
Yeah.
Well, where are
what
you
does that
from?
What does that mean? I'm
Well,
not
I
of this
make
earth.
music. I channel the music of the planets. What planet are you from?
Sound like
I mean-
a lunatic.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The only one I think, the Space Ace, obviously we get.
But you know what's funny about that? Has he ever been the Space Ace? I just always thought he was Space Ace. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I know. I can't wait
It's
to get
the
the
same
Gina
guy
Peters.
that wrote the article. It's what's so funny about this when you read the actual text and you read this stuff, it's like, have you heard of Kiss? I don't know about you, but I have a bag of old concert t-shirts from when I was a teenager and some I've picked up since. But you know, since all of us are in kind of a different phase of our life right now, we thought it would be fun here at the studio to create our own line of t-shirts that were maybe a little more fitting for the stage of life that we're in right now. Like this one. Everything I know about English literature came from heavy metal. Or my personal favorite, my grandpa knows more about heavy metal than your grandpa. We're going to be adding a lot more in the coming months. So if you're interested in checking any of these out or just getting a little chuckle, visit the store tab on the Audiomover YouTube channel or visit audiomover.com.
Was this? I'm wondering if this was marketed towards the 1996 I'm going to get on the bandwagon fan, because I'm almost to the point, and you guys chime in if I'm almost offended, you know? Like, really?
That's great.
Like, you have 4 options here to write something down, and you hit one of them. The other 3?
Just some
What?
random thing.
Like, come on.
Again,
Interns.
ChatGPT could have made something more intriguing and
Seriously,
interesting than
I
that. If you're going to
almost
make
wanna
stuff
do
up.
that. Almost want to do that. Do we want to go more? Want to do Gene and
How
Peter?
much time have we been doing this?
I'm almost curious of what they wrote about Gene.
Okay, let's-
All right,
let's-
you want to guess what they wrote about Gene? The demon,
Okay,
right? Probably.
It's going to say demon.
Of some
I bet
sort.
it says something like fire breather.
God of Thunder would be great.
God of Thunder would
that
be...
would be good.
Oh, so what they should say is they should say God of Thunder.
There you go.
They should say the demon.
Right. Or something along those lines.
What else?
I have
what
not
else?
looked, so I don't know.
If you're going to actually use stuff from Kiss history, you would the one from the Michael Douglas show, didn't he say something like I'm the embodiment of evil?
Oh, yeah,
So
there
you
you
could,
go.
because
That would be
he
good.
said that,
You
you
that would
could
be
put
good.
that there.
That was really good, man. That was really good.
So what else would you...
Anything from Kiss Meets the Phantom that we can quote
Oh,
here?
good point. Well, he called him demon.
Right.
So Yeah, I
And
don't
that's
know
good.
that there's
Those were
those
good.
three. Those three would be solid Kiss history
Yeah.
statements. Okay.
Or maybe they'll make a reference about his dragon boots or something. I don't know. The bat. Like something so generic.
You could say bat wings.
Yeah. All right, let's see where we're going.
But okay,
so
here
we
we
want
go.
to start there?
Yeah, let's do it. So we're
All
at Gene.
So we're at Gene. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Okay.
You got the barbed wire.
By the way, that's cool. You
Yeah.
know why that's cool to me? Because it does look evil.
Yeah.
Because he really was, because so often when you get, like I said, when you get back to the Dynasty time, he stopped looking
Menacing.
and he just looked like this dude that had, but this looks like comic book crazy psycho,
Right.
which is what he should have always been.
Right? Like on the back of Alive 2.
Yes!
I have nightmares.
One of the greatest
Right?
photographs in rock and roll history
Is that one.
picture of Gene Simmons, just the sweaty blood, man, yes, exactly.
Right? I mean, this is, okay, obviously staged. He's got the barbed wire all around him. Why? Because Gene Simmons is, we nailed it,
'Kay,
the
the
demon.
demon.
The next one, Primordial.
Okay, all right. I'm kind of can go with that, I guess.
Evil incarnate.
He knew evil incarnate. Is
Good
that what he
one.
said? I think that's what he said. Not the embodiment of evil. It must have been evil
All right.
incarnate.
And
Sweet.
it has exclamation point, so it's
Got it.
probably that. Next one, leather winged.
Okay.
We,
All right.
Okay, that was
so
close.
we got the bat wings.
Right?
Yep.
Studded ravager of the souls.
Studded ravager of souls.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but that's okay, I guess.
The god of
Yeah, because he's going to
yeah.
slowly rob you of your virgin soul.
There you go.
So that kind of is
All right,
okay.
all right. I like that played on God of Thunder.
Yeah.
And that's the next one. The God of Thunder lives.
All right. Throw the lives in. That's fine.
All right.
Okay, that's not bad. That's relatively okay.
That is really probably the best one of the three we've gone through so far.
Yeah, what a cool shot, man.
That is
Seriously.
that is cool. I don't necessarily would want this poster on my wall,
Yeah. That's
but it's good. I mean, it's Gene being Gene, as he should be, really embodying his role, right? Of what they just said,
Yeah.
right? That's cool.
Yeah,
what about the other
and
pictures?
I had a cousin that lives down here in St. George that we've talked about this many times, how she hated, they would visit us in Denver and she would not ever go into my bedroom
Because of the Gene Simmons
because
poster?
of the Gene Simmons pictures in there, because this Kiss stuff scared her so much.
Robbed her of her
Yeah,
soul.
exactly. Yeah, and he that was what he was going after. It was cool. So here's the full outfit, which is pretty.
Yeah, it's awesome. He's sitting, right?
Actually, it looks like he's standing there.
Oh, he's just got his leg up
Yeah.
to show
Yeah,
showcase the boot.
When he was a younger guy, he did that. He did a lot more of that kind of thing with his
Limber.
legs. When he was, yes,
Younger?
when he's going to the gym.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
This is such a great outfit.
and I know I've said this. I saw Runaway, and he does a running scene where he's getting chased, and I'm like, I could have been like a witness, and they're like, "Is this the man you're looking for?" And I would have been like, I seen him running in that suit that he wears in that
Yeah.
movie. Yeah, that's Gene, because he runs kind of in a certain fashion, which is like he prances on stage, you know.
That's pretty
I don't know.
funny.
Now I have that kind of ingrained in my head. So we got the fire, just like in Paul's.
Yep, and he's actually holding
Torch.
holding the thing so he can breathe the fire.
Very cool.
Here he's got some sort of iguana. I don't know what that is. I've seen these pictures though before where he was holding those, something like that.
It's like a Komodo
It is some
dragon.
sort of weird. Can't see it on the monitor.
Like a
but-
dragon. Like, yeah, it's one of those like.
And it's funny because he's looking at the
Obviously,
camera.
we're not vets. We're not veterinarians around here. We gotta get,
No.
you know.
He's holding something.
My kids can name every dog breed from like 100 yards. I don't know. It's like, looks like a bird. That's a bat. Like a bird bat. Aren't they the same?
That's awesome.
But yeah, that's like a Komodo dragon looking
I
thing.
never noticed this, but he's got these little spike things coming off the side of his... You ever seen those
I
before?
don't know. You can see him right here too.
Why have I never noticed that?
Because maybe that was for this era tour.
How
alone.
interesting. I loved this, man. I loved this outfit. I thought that was so cool. I remember as a kid. Because I think there was a book that came in Alive 2 where it had this look. And man,
Yeah, I think it's a
so
modernized version of the Alive 2 type era.
It was awesome.
Because I don't remember seeing, I would have noticed the side things too.
Yeah. Seems like you would have noticed that.
Yeah. What's he got going on
And then
down
this
there?
is...
Like a crown?
Yeah, it's actually that same photo shoot.
Oh,
It looks like.
Yeah. It's got the barbed wire. That is pretty cool. I think they
Okay.
could have done more with it, but okay.
All right, awesome. These are
All
great.
right,
These are great.
these are good.
These might be my favorite pictures so far in the book. These are cool. I especially love that picture.
That is very
I don't know if I've ever seen that shot
All
before.
right,
That
so
was
yeah,
pretty
so
awesome.
we've got, for the next episode, we'll do Peter Criss,
Okay,
and then the group shots and whatever else is in the back of this.
sounds cool. Yeah, we've been doing this for quite a while. So, all right, cool.
A lot to unpack.
There is a lot to unpack here. It's so fascinating just looking at this stuff.
I'm going to stand by my, I don't want to say epiphany, but I'll just go my brainstorm moment of like, whoo, I guess epiphany would work. Of that this was more catered towards the casual Kiss fan that's going to be like, Kiss reunion, I'm going to that.
Yeah.
The masses. All of us were going anyways that were fans.
Because the momentum was just bringing everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Right? Lock up your daughters. We're coming.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. That's right. So,
All
very
right.
cool.
That was good.
Hey, thanks for joining us today. And please follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. Like the video. Man, we got to hear your comments on this. Please comment. Did you see him on this tour? What did you think of these pictures? What was your favorite picture in here? And, what was your favorite costume from this era? Because Gene Simmons, for me, this was it. So we'd love to hear your feedback on that as well. And, of course, if you're a Kiss fan, you know other Kiss fans. Yeah. So please share this video with other people, and we really, really appreciate that. And with that, oh, and by the way, we also want to bring up Digitech. We've got their stuff back here behind us, their posters, and we appreciate their partnership and being involved here. And there you go. So have yourself a fantastic day. Over the past week or so, we've been focused on celebrating the life and legacy of Ace Frehley. And to wrap up this series, we're taking you inside one of the coolest pieces of Kiss memorabilia, and that is the Reunion Tour Book. You know, some time ago, we did a full video series flipping through this book page by page. And today, we're going to revisit the parts that spotlight Ace Frehley, plus a few group shots that capture the band in all their glory. It's kind of our way of closing out this run of Ace-related videos with a look back at the imagery, the attitude, and the magic that made Ace unforgettable. So we hope you enjoy it. Okay, now
We're going to Ace.
Ace next. So he's got the Les Paul here with the 3 pickups.
Yep. Classic Ace right there.
He actually has the blue
On there?
around his
the blue
eyes a little
eyeshadow.
bit. The blue eyeshadow, exactly. And here's
What's that
he's got
triangle?
this. Yeah, he's got this little pyramid. He's got it here too.
Is it the Egyptian pyramid?
Yeah, he's got his hand on it.
Is he like conjuring aliens?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's like maybe he was talking to that meteor that's on its way into Earth.
Yeah.
A01357 or whatever. I don't know. I've seen something on my feed about, that.
Then he's got his moon boots.
Love those.
Yeah. Yeah. There was,
Yeah.
I got to tell you, there was something about that when you see the pictures of him on stage, those platform moon boots. It was just so cool.
Yeah.
And anyway,
They were simple, but they
Yeah.
looked good. And then you got that one famous poster that I know I had for a long time where he's kind of like, it looks like he's like leaning back, but he's got the smoking guitar. It's the tobacco sunburst, and it's just a great photo. I mean, this is, again, the visual piece. I'm kind of excited that they're giving everybody, like, everybody gets a 2-page spread. Pick your favorite shots. Now, would I have picked the one with my triangles? I don't know what they were going for there.
The ace triangles.
You know, I don't get it. But I love this shot. I mean, up close and personal. He's got the, look at that. He's got the ace card necklace.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, interesting.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
It looks like he's got some other jewelry chain going on. But ace looks good, man.
Paul was always my favorite, but it's funny. The more I go back and like study them now and watch the old stuff, the more I love Ace. Just something about the dude was so cool.
Just more rock and roll. He was more straightforward.
I don't know.
You know, I could see, you know, I can also, looking back, see why he kind of got a little bit derailed or whatever. But he's doing good now, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, Ace in 2025 has put out, I don't know how many solo albums. I think he's making a bid to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a solo artist.
Really? Do you think, has he had that much? That's
I think he's had that much. Dude, he's put out a lot of stuff.
Been that significant by himself.
I mean, think about, he had 2 or 3 Frehley's Comet albums, plus he's had, I think, 4 or 5 that I know of. I mean,
his solo album with Kiss was the biggest selling one too.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He's got a following that's going strong.
Yeah.
I mean, just this last year, he put out 10,000 volts or something like that. Anomaly, and he's put out 2 volume 1 and 2 of like cover albums of songs that he loves. Like, he's got a body of work that's definitely, he's done more. I'm confident to say he's done more since he left the band, album-wise, than the band itself.
Wow.
Is that right? You guys can check me on that, but he's done a lot of stuff. You know, and he's a frequent guest on Eddie Trunk, and he's kind of out there. He's doing stuff.
And he's got, you know, part of what makes him so great is that he's not as cautious as Paul and Gene are, because he's just an open book.
Sure,
he'll say whatever. He's not worried about what.
And to say that, and I'm not trying to defend Ace here, but you know, you get all these stories, and you listen to Doc McGee and some of these stories from like Paul's book that Ace was like a loose cannon. Yeah. Have you been to a Guns N' Roses show and seen Axl show up on time ever? Like, part of that is, I'm not saying that it's right, because, you know, you're supposed to be on time. We pay tickets. We don't want to be waiting 2 hours for some guy to come, you know, show up to the show that we're waiting for. But I think there is this, like, mystique or this portrayal of Ace from the Kiss camp, is what I'm saying, that's a little bit, I'm going to just say, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not sure if it's just spin doctoring, I'll just use that word, of painting Ace as this like, he's like a bad apple and just rock and roller and druggy and drunk. And okay, he admittedly has been all those things in his own words. But at the same time, he was kind of given certain parameters to kind of work within, and maybe that's the job now since you left the band. But I think that over the years, I think he calls a spade, and Paul and Gene have their own little spin doctoring of the truth. But the A&E documentary, I think Ace is portrayed as just a cool rock and roll dude. You know,
like I said, my biggest problem really over the years with Gene and Paul is their extreme caution when they're talking, when they're explaining. I mean, it's what I mean. Here's what I mean by this. When they put out, and correct me if I missed it, but when they put out the volumes, of the different concerts,
sure,
they had the kind of the director's cut, not the director's cut, but the extra track where you'd listen to them doing commentary, like the director's commentary,
right.
And it was supposed to be Paul and Gene doing commentary on the shows. So that was one of the main reasons I got those DVDs, because I wanted to listen to them talking about the concerts.
Okay.
And you put one of them in, and I remember putting this concert on, starting it, and I don't remember exactly what they said. It was like, hey, Paul and Gene, blah, 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 start talking, and then they just stopped talking. And because almost like if it's not on the script, if we're just going to start shooting from the hip here, we're not going to say anything.
We want to know the dirt.
Yeah.
We want to know the stuff that we already
I want to hear you talk like a normal person.
Right.
I don't want to hear the scripted, spin doctor stuff. And that's what makes Ace so great. And that's why he's great on Eddie Trunk, because he's just going to talk. And it makes it so much more entertaining.
Right.
Where you've got these other two guys, and God bless him. I love Paul and Gene, and I'm a huge Kiss fan, but there was that part of him where it's like, can you go off script just for a minute?
Yeah.
And like, where you don't, even in Gene, when he's giving his interviews over the years, I remember back in the 90s, I'd hear him on all these radio shows, and it was like the same statement over and over. You're a handsome and attractive, whatever, man, and you repeat the same thing
it's
over
like they
and
got
over.
this like shtick and facade that they don't want anybody to see behind the curtain,
And it makes it actually less interesting.
right?
So,
I mean, yeah, it certainly in the in that era from Lick It Up to this time, right? I mean, there were, you would think that era they would have been more approachable, or just, hey, but everybody was making fun of them during the 80s. I mean, what was the one video that we were talking about with all the pastel with the off Asylum?
oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Tears Are Falling? Is that the one I'm
I
thinking?
think that is
Yeah.
the one we're talking about.
Horrific. I mean, that hurts your eyes even to this day. Right? I mean, they can't look at that and be like, yeah, that was my proudest moment. I mean, if that was me,
They were still selling
that was
records,
us
but-
and our band in the 80s, we'd be like, that was our proudest moment. But you're Paul Stanley of Kiss. Right?
It's so great, man. Exactly.
It's just the perspective of where they're coming from. That was terrible. And so I think we want to see now, years later, we want to see behind the curtain. And this was kind of like, just kind of, you get to the point where you want to believe, but you don't know. The truth is somewhere in the middle, because all four of them got books. And I don't know if Peter has a book out, but,
yeah, he has a book, doesn't he? I thought so. I think Ace and Peter both have books that just aren't audio books.
I've read Ace's book, and it's really, I liked it.
I haven't read it. I hear it's awesome, though.
Yeah, it is pretty awesome. Because just like we're talking about, he calls it like he sees it.
Yeah.
And again, you have four different perspectives on the truth, right? You have any event or anything that's happened, and we can go back to the days where we met and the band and the things that we did together back. You're going to have your perspective of the same event, and mine's going to be slightly different, because just our roles, what we look at, what we're paying attention to. It's just what it is. That's human nature. So, where's the truth in the whole Kiss story of all this, right? Like, geez, but I love Ace, and no doubt, I think I was Ace like 3 Halloweens in my lifetime.
Is that right?
Yeah, full on.
That's cool.
Yeah, full on makeup, the whole thing. At one point, I think I had my hair almost quite like that. But it's
like
good.
in real life?
Long?
Your hair was curly.
It was a little bit. I did get a perm at one point, too. That's product of the 80s.
Yeah.
Wasn't curly enough.
Right. I got a perm once, and it was not pretty. But so many people were getting them.
Yeah.
How many of you got a perm? Got to put that down in the comments.
Before.
Oh, we did.
Yes.
Actually, and a bunch of you actually talked about it too.
Yeah.
That you'd gotten perms back in the 80s.
Love
It's
that.
great. It's so great.
Don't you love sharing? It's like, wait a minute, what? You got a perm? You barely even have hair now. I know.
Yep.
I'm like hippie right now. I haven't shaved it down, but I don't know
It's
what I'm
pretty
doing.
funny.
Anyway.
So what is it? What does it say? Let's get the stuff about
let's
Ace.
get to Ace.
Let's get the Ace
The
stuff.
Space Ace Frehley, the Space Ace, Cyberpunk.
The Space Ace.
Yeah. And then the next one is Cyberpunk. I've never...
Cyberpunk?
Yes. I've never heard Ace call that. Never.
No.
And I feel like I'm a pretty good Ace fan. I would have heard that.
Okay.
Galactic Time Traveler.
Okay.
Not. Channeling the Music of the Planets.
Channeling the music of the planet. Okay.
Not of this Earth.
Okay. Well, that one sort of. I don't know.
Okay, I get
The problem
it.
with Not of This Earth is it's so uninteresting. I mean, it's like your title is Not of This Earth.
Yeah.
That's like one of the least interesting things you could possibly say. There's nothing in there that's
I'm not of this Earth, but I'm channeling...
describe yourself to us. Well, I'm not of this earth.
Yeah. Let's make it very broad stroke.
Yeah.
Well, where are
what
you
does that,
from?
What does that mean? I'm
Well,
not
I
of this
make
earth.
music. I channel the music of the planets. What planet are you from?
Sound like
I mean-
a lunatic.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The only one I think, the Space Ace, obviously we get.
But you know what's funny about that? Has he ever been the Space Ace? I just always thought he was Space Ace. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I know. I can't wait
It's
to get
the
the
same
Gina
guy
Peters.
that wrote the article. It's what's so funny about this when you read the actual text and you read this stuff, it's like, have you heard of Kiss?
Was this? I'm wondering if this was marketed towards the 1996 I'm going to get on the bandwagon fan, because I'm almost to the point, and you guys chime in if I'm almost offended, you know? Like, really?
That's great.
Like, you have 4 options here to write something down, and you hit one of them. The other 3,
Just some
What?
random thing.
like, come on.
Again,
Interns.
ChatGPT could have made something more intriguing and interesting than that. If you're going to make stuff up.
And now we're getting into the group shots.
Okay.
Right?
All right, let's flip this so you can see
Right.
this clearly.
The purple in the background kind of reminds me of Killers.
Oh, yeah, they did have that. That's right, they did. This is, it's funny because, so something Paul Stanley said that was pretty interesting when they put the makeup back on was that it was almost like they aged in reverse 20 years. When they put the makeup on, all of a sudden the age wasn't as obvious.
Sure.
And it's funny because when you look at this, you can tell that this is the 90s shots.
Sure.
Just slightly. You just look at Ace, just a little bit, face
Yeah.
is a little different, Peter a little bit different, Paul a little bit different, but it wasn't that much.
But at first glance, if you're, hey, Kiss reunion, we're going to go see them, and you have a new legion of fans coming out in 1996 for their world tours. I've never seen Kiss in the 70s. I'm going to go see them.
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't tell the difference.
You wouldn't know that they looked older. You wouldn't even.
Right.
But that's part of the beauty of the whole makeup thing is that you do lose.
I mean,
Time kind of disappears.
how many people that, have makeup on? I mean, right? I mean, how many women out there are watching the channel, right? All 2 of you. And tell
Both
us and
of you.
chime in.
One of them is my mother.
Yeah. Hey, Judy. I mean, right? The makeup helps you look younger. And in Kiss's case, 20 years younger, according to Paul, right? Rolling back the years.
So actually, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
so
I mean, I get it. I mean, dude, I know it's tomorrow's October, and
Dude.
I know that we have Halloween coming up, big Kiss holiday, right? Always
Yep.
Halloween.
It's true.
But I remember going to a Halloween party, and this gal dressed up that I liked, and she kind of had like this like tiger makeup on. I'm just gonna say she looked better with the makeup on, because when she took it off, I was disappointed. I'm just gonna say
did you?
that.
So I watched an interview. This was so interesting to me.
Makeup does a lot.
David Duchovny. David Duchovny did an interview with Gene Simmons.
Okay.
On his new podcast or whatever.
Okay.
And I'd never heard Gene talk about this. Maybe I had and I just forgot. But David asked him about, the makeup and the whole thing. And Gene said there were many times when women requested to spend the night with him with makeup on.
Yeah, leave the makeup on,
yes.
Gene.
But the thing
That's
is
crazy. One of the 10,000. How many? What the percentage of his 10,000?
Yeah, that is funny to think about. But
threw down.
That whole thing
Smashed.
of they're not looking at you, they're looking at the character that you created.
I'm making love to the
demon.
Right?
Or the lithe.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But it was such an interesting idea because they've created these alter egos.
Yeah, and that's what people are wanting to see.
Yeah, and they don't really know or care about you. It's this whole thing. But that's the way it is with rock stars anyway.
Sure.
That's a whole other story. Okay, anyway, interesting picture. Let's flip it around. Let's take a look at the other one before we spend 3 hours talking about a picture.
Gene's Conquest.
Exactly. This one you can tell a little bit more with Ace.
Yeah.
That he's a little older right there. But still.
They're still looking kind of...
Relatively cool picture.
Cool.
Look, let me tell you something.
Not my favorite picture of them.
No, for sure. But I like the effort for one reason. Band pictures can be so boring when it's four dudes standing there next to each other.
Yeah.
Or just whatever. I actually much prefer band pictures where there's some sort of, there's depth, there's different, they do things that are a little more interesting. This is not a great picture. This looks like an outtake. This looks like something there's like, I use that one.
But that's, again, it goes back. I mean, I like the fact that they're kind of on like some sort of scaffolding, it looks like. It's cool. But I also think that a band picture, first of all, Kiss was one of the bands that it's all for one for all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, on Psycho
Supposedly.
Circus, right? We are one, or didn't they have a song?
We are one. Yeah. He sings it in
they
there.
all each of them take a part to kind of sing a verse, or each one sings like a little verse.
Can I admit real quick that I like that song?
That's
Psycho
good.
Circus.
Psycho Circus, the song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a good tune. Anyway,
it's a good
keep
song.
going.
I actually, off Sonic Boom, they have one called Modern Day Delilah.
Oh yeah.
That
I
is
know that song.
a great song. And the video to that is awesome. Like if they had, I wish that album kind of gained a little more traction, because Modern Day Delilah and the video of them like big like Godzilla running through the town,
I seem to remember that now.
That is a great video. If you haven't seen it, that is a personal favorite of mine, and the song rocks. It just shows that when these guys wanted to pull it together, they could do it.
Yeah. Psycho Circus video sucked. It was for the time they were doing all the kind of 3D modeling stuff. It was like, But like they had the camera straight down, and Paul was. There were parts of it that I liked, but for the most part, it was terrible. But it was a good song.
But
so
you bring so we're, because we said we are one. That's kind of
we are one. There we go.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, not the best picture. I mean, but again, band shots. And one thing that I like about them is the fact that they were trying to say, hey, we're back together, so you're going to have some group shots.
Yeah.
I mean, how many group shots? We talk about how many Kiss posters did you have on the wall, whether it's the album cover, it's all of them, right? We talk about, I actually was just thinking about, Declaration, because when, in 76, right,
oh, that's right, the bicentennial.
The bicentennial, they had the picture of them, you had Peter Criss with the wound and the headband, or the head gauze.
Did you have that poster?
Right? I had that poster.
I did too.
Right? I had that in my dorm room for a while when I had the single dorm before I moved in with Darren. I Had that on the back of the wall.
I seem to remember that now.
Yeah, that room was small, but
That was a small room.
had that with the Kiss poster.
I remember
going.
being there with you at like 5 o'clock in the morning on the last day of finals. And you kind of are like, had no idea the class, like you'd never attended it. Is that true?
It's
Because that had happened with Ron. You guys, man.
It was extremely sleep
We had
deprived.
stayed up all night.
We had finals.
And we were walking towards the testing center half asleep. Dude, I remember that. That was hysterical. We were
Yeah, I
a
didn't
couple
go
of
to class
stupid
very much.
18-year-old or whatever, 19-year-old kids. Anyway.
I think I had a theory where sleeping was a waste of time. Not very health conscious in those days.
'Cause
18 years old and you're like,
just keep going, man.
keep going.
Go down, play video games, get a hamburger.
Rockstar, Monster. Which, if any of those brands want to sponsor our channel, we could use.
Yeah,
Yeah, bring it on.
indeed.
We're here at the Rockstar Studio. That sounds fantastic.
That actually does.
So, and really, anybody who wants to throw money our way, that's just an open call. But we love what we do. We're not doing this for the money, but it does help. But yeah, I mean, those were good days.
Hey, welcome to part 6 of our Kiss history, A&E, biography, whatever history thing that we do every week.
History.
So Kistory. So this week decided to add Gary in to come join me, since we kind of both are Kiss fans.
Yeah.
And because usually it's just me, I put these things out every week. And what this is if you haven't watched these yet, is we actually go back to the Kistory biography that is currently on Hulu. It was produced by A&E a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It's a 2-part series. And what we're doing is throughout the show, they will go into these montages and they show pictures and images of different things. And in these montages, they show newspaper headlines. And then what we're doing is we're literally going back to those newspapers. We're finding the newspapers where those headlines come from.
That's
and then
awesome.
we read the article, and then we actually show you some other things in the newspaper to kind of create the timestamp. Now, this particular one, so this happens right around the, I've got it down here. It's right at the 1 hour, 5 minutes and 50 seconds roughly. It's right about there. You see the headline come across the screen, and I'll show you on the screen right now. You'll see a screenshot from the video, and the title of the headline from this article is "Delicacy of Godzilla Devastating Tokyo." And
Nice
then,
headline.
then now I'm going to show you on the screen. You'll see the actual headline. We found it, and it says rock band Kiss, and this is from the Cedar Rapids, Iowa, from the Gazette. Now, there's a discrepancy here in the timeline, which you'll find kind of interesting. So in the video, at this point in the show, this is where Gene Simmons says that they had just sold out 5 nights in Budokan,
Right.
which is really amazing. Now, the problem is in the show, in Kistory, this is 1978 when they sold out 5 nights at Budokan. The article, though, that they put across the screen is actually May 5th of 1975, which is while they're touring on Dress to Kill.
Right.
So
So a
it's
couple years earlier.
Yeah.
Although maybe because Budokan, Japan,
Right.
and the headline Godzilla, Kiss, Tokyo, and Gene in the picture, maybe that's why they threw it in there. But I appreciate,
for sure.
I appreciate the deep dive, right?
But just we want to make sure that we're being accurate, as accurate as possible.
We're all
on
about
those things.
accuracy. Not so much.
So
Close.
one of the fun things about doing these videos, going back and looking at this Kistory thing, is not just finding the article, which we will read and talk about here in just a second, but it's also kind of taking a look at the actual newspaper, because the timestamp of it is kind of just interesting anyway.
Okay, Cedar Rapids.
So
in the
this
house.
is Cedar Rapids, right? And so one of the first things that's always interesting is looking at the movies that are playing. And of course, on this particular page, and it's true on a lot of these, you have all the adult movies here, but there's a couple that jumped out at me that I remember specifically. Not the adult movies, of course. I was 5 or 6 at the time.
You can still probably pull them up. Heinrich, you on that?
No. Right.
Heinrich's behind the scenes looking all these
that's
up.
That's right, going, So, do you remember the movie Escape to Witch Mountain?
Yeah, there was like a Disney one.
It was a Disney movie. There it is, rated G.
Right.
Speaking of adult movies all around it,
right next to the
whatever they are.
Linda Lovelace for president.
That's right.
Great. Heinrich, get on that.
So Escape to Witch Mountain. Look, it was playing 5 times. And now it's funny. I remember that the movie existed. I don't remember anything about the movie.
Yeah.
But I do remember that I loved it when I was a kid.
Great.
And wasn't there a sequel or something?
Came out
from
with
Witch
Dwayne
Mountain
Johnson,
or something?
Yeah, Return to Witch Mountain. Oh,
that's right. Return to Witch Mountain. And did they do one with Dwayne Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that. I just remember I'm
pretty sure.
This particular one was in the 6th week.
Dating myself, but yes. So at the Paramount Theater, what do you got? You got
So you have
Earthquake.
I remember Earthquake, and that's in color. Fantastic sense surround.
John Wayne Brannigan.
I don't know anything about that. Harry and Tonto. Blazing Saddles.
Dude, that
was out at the time.
That is wild. In
because
Theater 3, you got Warren Beatty's Shampoo right next to Theater 4. I mean, how crazy is that?
I don't know, man.
What theater are you going to? 3?
All English dialogue.
4 or the Disney movie?
That's funny. They tell you
Earthquake
ahead of time.
That's wild.
Yeah, this is great. This is so amazing. Then you have steak and stuffed shrimp
for $3.99.
For $3.99 at Mr. Steak.
Anybody from Cedar Rapids in the house? Tell us if they've been to Mr. Steak.
Yeah, if it's still there. So then we have
look at that.
Kentucky Fried
KFC.
Chicken, $1.69 for a box of chicken. Okay, now
those are great prices.
Okay, so what I want to do is there's only a couple things in this newspaper that are.
That's pretty funny.
That is funny. So now here's the thing that got me about this newspaper, and it's right here on the front page because this is where I like to check these things out. So let's see here if I can find it. Check it out right there. So like we talked about before, the timestamp of what's happening in the world at the time.
Okay.
So tell of Cambodia killings. This is the Khmer Rouge happening, and this is being reported on. This is Pol Pot.
And I'm not that familiar with that. I mean, I know I've heard of it, but I'm not like...
It was one of the ugliest genocidal things that's ever. And you had, I mean, the fall of Saigon wasn't that 75? Wasn't the fall of Saigon in 1975? So anyway, all this stuff is happening at the same time because we have it actually helps so we don't have to like... Yeah.
Saigon fell late April 75.
Okay. So here we go. So this is, look at that. This is, again, this is why this is so fascinating. This newspaper is literally coming out, a week, 2 weeks after the fall of Saigon.
April 30th, 1975.
Check this out. 5 days later, this newspaper is coming out. And Cambodia is going into because what happened with Pol Pot, and I won't go off on this because I also don't know a ton about it, but basically they tried to they sent all these people and they tried to recreate this agrarian society, and like a couple of million people got killed in the process from starvation, from execution, and it was ugly, ugly stuff, and it was all Pol Pot. Here, I'll just share something kind of interesting that a lot of people don't know about, and I only know this because I've been over there a bunch. We created a problem that they still are dealing with. And what it is when the planes would go over and drop, and you've seen the videos of these things of them dropping these massive bombs, that would go. Right. Well, the way these bombs worked, they were these cluster bombs. They would drop them, and then they would explode above the ground. Okay, and these bombs weren't just one bomb. They were these bombs filled with hundreds and hundreds of bombs in the bomb. Now, guess what happened with a lot of those bombs? They didn't all go off. So there are places that we don't even know, undocumented, because we were literally dropping hundreds of thousands, if not millions of bombs that are all over the countryside. And so there are massive portions of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam you can't even go because they just don't know. And so what's been happening, and you can go all over these countries. I've been to some of these. They have these little mini museums in Laos and Cambodia where they have all of the they have documentation of all the people that have lost limbs, all the people. I mean, it's like, and they have all these big stacks of paper where they've literally gone foot by foot by foot by foot into these schoolyards, farms.
Yeah, if you don't know,
here we are, decades and decades later, and they're still dangerous to go into this, what is really this beautiful jungle landscape, and you can't even go there. And so you've got Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand that are all impacted by this. So when I saw this, because I've been over there so much, and I knew a little bit about what had happened with the Khmer Rouge and with Pol Pot, and I saw that and I go, this is so crazy. When we look at this and you think about the timestamp that here Kiss was, one of the biggest things in the world, at least at this point, they were actually, anyway.
The momentum was moving.
The momentum was going. And at the same time, you've got all the stuff that was happening in Southeast Asia.
Isn't that
anyway.
Part of like the late 60s, early 70s is you have that. And look, let's not kid ourselves. It's not like it's gone. The world's, unfortunately, not all rainbows and sunshines all the time.
Let's get back to the story, the actual article. Now that I've depressed everybody, is that depressing?
Tell you what I do know.
And we just took off.
Is in 1975. I'm not saying this just to lighten the mood, but 1975, Cedar City, that's north of here, Cedar Rapids, Michigan, had a lot of sex movies going on.
It's true.
That's a lot.
You're right. That's true.
Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Is that what this is?
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
I mean, I don't know what you guys were doing in the 70s, but
they've got
that's just a freaky thing.
That is,
you wouldn't catch me. I mean, that'd be kind of weird, man. If you're checking out.
I mean, you've got a couple of places that are showing Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
And one Disney movie, and then a ton of not Disney movies.
Yeah. Blazing Saddles, by today's standards, not politically correct in any way, shape, or form, but funny as hell.
It is great. It is so funny.
To our generation. Newer generations probably like, that's not funny, man. So.
Okay, so.
Kiss was descending on Tokyo.
So, yes. Delicacy of Godzilla devastating Tokyo. All right, let's take a look at this article. This one is pretty interesting. Okay. On stage, a member of the Kiss road crew reaches over his head to adjust a microphone. Wow, says someone down the third row. What are they, 8 feet tall? Not quite. The members of the rock band Kiss really average about 7 feet tall, including their custom-built 8-inch boots and their freak frizz hairdos. They look like a gang of demented Japanese kabuki dancers on patent leather stilts. And they smell. In unwashed, steel-studded black leather, they smell of rancid sweat, gunpowder, and ozone. The total effect is in keeping with their music, loud, electric-laden with fuzz tone and played with all the delicacy of Godzilla devastating Tokyo. Now, that is pretty funny.
That is funny. And I have heard, or not heard, but I have read stories that I guess as the tour went on, they didn't have like multiple outfits. So think about Gene or Paul jumping around all day long. I mean, yeah, they didn't have like, I guess you can't, wash leather pants or whatever, but yeah, they weren't. I've heard that.
Yeah, me too.
The outfits were stinky.
Was it in one of their books or something where they talked about the fact that these things were just disgusting after a while?
Walking off on their own. I mean, that's just nasty.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, I don't know.
It's just funny that they pointed this out, that, by the way, these guys really smell bad. And go, oh, okay.
Okay.
So, in unwashed, steel-studded black leather, They smell of. Did I already read this? Rancid sweat and the total effect.
We're on the stage.
Oh yeah. I'm going back to the beginning of that paragraph.
Reinforcing the point.
Yes.
They stunk.
With the stage in darkness, a voice booms out the introduction, punctuated by explosions that dazzle the eyes and fill the air with acrid smoke. By the way, the first time I ever heard the word acrid was in an Iron Maiden song. So, and just to actually see it here, because the acrid, I can't remember what song it was. Somebody's going to remember that for me.
Yeah.
I just noticed I'd forgotten that word, that it popped up in some Iron Maiden song. Visual approach. Are you ready to rock? Blam. Are you ready to roll? Blam. Then welcome Kiss. Now, interestingly, we brought this up in one of the other videos where the standard thing today is...
You wanted the best.
You wanted the best. You got the best. The hottest band in the world, Kiss. Now, some people... When I listen to Alive, I hear the word world, but everybody else hears the word land. You know what I mean? Because it sounds like hottest band in the land, Kiss. But I always thought it sounded like he said world. But everybody else says land.
But, I mean...
But the other thing was, it turns out, and I didn't realize this, you get back early in the Kiss days.
Maybe they did change it over time.
And they didn't say that. They said this. Like
Maybe.
they were actually not introducing the way that we got used to after a while.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, although in like some of the Kiss documentaries that we got back here, I think some of the old ones do say, you wanted the best, you got the best.
In the early days, it wasn't always. There was different variations of this where they really would do this right here. Are you ready to rock? Are you ready to roll? Then welcome Kiss. Anyway, so even though we think of that as the way they always introduced it, in the early days, it wasn't always that.
Cool.
A 6-foot-high electric Kiss sign blazes, and the band blasts into its opening song, Strutters.
Yeah. It's Strutter, but yes, we got
it.
it.
The crowd is on its feet as if pulled by wires. Now, this is, just a side note about this, this is an interesting thing that Kiss did that they talk about, how they had that massive thing. Because not a lot of bands did that.
No, self-promotion, right?
And that's it, because even if they were opening up for somebody else,
and we got our 6-foot sign.
Their big sign is up there.
Turned into 8 foot, that turned into 10 foot.
And so their sign was just there. And so it was kind of it ended up being a really big deal from I think it was a big deal standpoint.
Because it wasn't like the road crew, they set it up, but then it wasn't like they were in between bands. They could take it down sometimes, and I think that's what pissed some other bands off.
I guess that's the idea, that the thing would just sit up there while another band is playing, and their logo is still, even though it's not lit up, everybody can still see it. Apparently, that was what was going on, and then it did upset other groups. In a band whose approach is uniquely visual, bassist Gene Simmons is the most startling. Black grease paint flames rise from his eyes. Black lips are surrounded by a mime's white face, fuzzy hair tied into a floppy top knot. Simmons strides about the stage in a half crouch like a huge tarantula, knees bent and legs spread, thrusting out a long red tongue. By the way, I am sad that he didn't do that. Because when they got back together, he wasn't the young, agile man that he was here.
No,
because if you watch the old footage, he did that. He crouched and he'd do those jumps and whatever. And in the last stuff, there was none of that happening.
Dude, he's 70
right
plus.
There's no more of this jump. That's young kid stuff.
In high heels, in platforms with dragons on them. I mean, it was cool back in the day. He did have those kind of unique Gene-esque tarantula, like they say, moves, but yeah, I always thought, dude, he's like kind of weird moving, but I mean, he's the demon child, man. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. It was weird, but it was him.
Yeah,
and
he's done it. He had the weird leg kick, that thing that he jumped, and then he did like the crouch, almost like he's doing like a squat.
Like he's at the gym.
Yeah.
So it did. It looked like that. It looked like some sort of weird.
And then he pops up and does the looking around and then the tongue thing. Dude, Gene is Gene.
And then the blood and the fire and all that stuff made him
legendary, man.
Yeah. Yes,
it's awesome. That's why we love him.
Let's see. Long red tongue, flapping bat-like feather wings, and leering at the audience.
Right. The demon.
Yes. During the course of each show, Simmons shoots a 20-foot flame from his mouth. Is it really 20 foot?
Dude, it's pretty far.
It's pretty far. He shot it out there a ways, but lead guitarist Ace Frehley fires little exploding rockets over the crowd from his guitar. Paul Stanley destroys his amplifier, and innumerable flashpans keep the hall filled with drifting smoke.
Nice.
And then levitate drummer. The finale comes as drummer Peter Criss is levitated, drum kit and all, over the heads of the band aboard Flying Bertha, a concealed contraption resembling what Harry Houdini and Rube Goldberg might have produced had they collaborated on building a forklift. It's funny because you hear the stories about that now, the early days of the platform, and I guess it wasn't so...
Reliable.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
You know? It's not the Tommy Lee on the track where he would go in a circle and hang upside down or, you know... Definitely not those.
Which was just so awesome.
Yeah.
It was, I think we talked about this in another video.
Man.
Yeah.
Got to top it.
But the beauty of something like that, I think we talked about this before, is when it's so normal for people to leave during a drum solo. Tommy Lee did it, so it's like, no.
I'm gonna check this out.
Matter of fact, the only part of the concert you don't want to leave is during the drum solo.
No,
you do not want to miss that part. The rest of it, anyway.
I mean, just the fact that they would go up in Peter Criss in 1975, that was kind of cool. Whoa, wait a minute. Why is that?
Like, what is this?
When Alive 2 came out, you had the open piece, right, in Alive 2, and you got Peter Criss is pretty high up there, as is Gene and Paul. They had those hydraulic lifty things that they were on.
It's funny because when you look at that picture, it was so amazing.
Yeah, it's a great photo.
I mean, because they put off all the explosions at the same time. And you get a sense... The angle and the way they shot that picture, you don't realize that the stage looks like it's massive, huge. But if you ever go watch footage from those shows,
it wasn't as big. The photo was incredible because you were like, these guys are larger than life. Not to reference a song on that album, but yes, that's a great tune.
And I had a poster of that.
Yeah.
That didn't have as many explosions, but it was taken around the same time.
Yeah,
it was cool.
It was iconic.
And Larger Than Life was a good song. Yeah, it was a great tune. The young audience, jaded by the showbiz approach of Alice Cooper, Jethro Tull, and the like, Kiss represents the state of the shock rock art in 1975. And that's the strangest comparisons. Because first of all, Alice Cooper was a shock rock and was considered like one of the... Why you would throw Jethro Tull in this discussion... If there was ever a band that was really not about...
There was Bland.
I mean...
As far as appearance and stage presence, all the footage I've seen of them, even at, their height, peak, Jethro Tull, they were never like... Dude,
no, it was prog rock.
Oranges and apples, man.
The one thing that made them interesting is that Ian Anderson... had that stand, so his silhouette with the flute and his leg kind of bent and whatever, he had that, but it was such a strange thing to throw in there. Okay, let's see here. And whatever one may think of the show itself, it must be conceded that the Kiss approach works. The kids love it.
Yes, they did. We're still here, baby.
Yes. The band has been together barely 2 years and was virtually unknown outside of the New York area only 1 year ago. Quote, "It's really kind of crazy," says Simmons. "We really don't realize how quickly things have happened. In May of 1973, we played for free in a loft."
It is bizarre. It is mind-blowing.
How fast it'll happen. Because you're talking about right now, this newspaper, May of 1975, 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing free in a loft. 2 years later, you're in Japan.
Yeah, and the
momentum is just, it's like a roller coaster going down, right?
Yeah.
It's just taking off. The momentum is just incredible.
Let's see here. Played for free in a loft. After a few months of staging their own dances in various rundown hotel ballrooms, Kiss got its first, quote, real gig, fourth on the bill at New York's Academy of Music on New Year's Eve. But by the start of 1974, they had found their, quote, angel. This is kind of interesting how this all worked. He was Neil Bogart, a former head of Buddha Records, now out to make it big with his own Casablanca Records label.
Which this is a little bit of rehashing of what the A&E documentary kind of covers.
Yes, a little bit earlier in the discussion was just the fact that you had Neil Bogart, you had, help me out. I feel so stupid that I can't say his name. Bill Aucoin.
Yeah.
So Bill Aucoin says, I'll get you a record contract, goes and finds a guy that's starting a new record label,
Right.
and then Kiss kind of makes Casablanca Records.
Pretty much.
So let's see. Kiss was his first act. Bogart flooded the band with money for equipment, costumes, props. He pulled Kiss from the ranks of the unknown with an ad blitz in the trade magazines that produced rumors they were a, quote, manufactured group. Rumors they've been fighting ever since. That is kind of fascinating.
Interesting.
Yeah. Quote, everything we do on stage is us. We wrote
Spice
the music.
Girls put together.
Yeah. But you can see why they would
Some of
have.
the boy bands. Not really.
Yeah. But you can see why that would have been, they would have had the impression
Oh, yeah.
that this is actually a boy band.
Oh, just
in
kind of like,
its own way.
hey, we created this imagery and stuff when really they had it from
Yeah.
in concept. They just polished it up maybe a little and put money behind it.
Well,
Always helps.
I guess the one thing is you did have some of the moves
Yeah.
were,
With Sean Delaney, right?
yeah, but that was still, it was them that did it. And Sean
Right.
goes, no,
Oh, we're gonna
do that
it
again.
better. Yeah.
This is how we're going to do it. Now they have the double pump thing that they do with it. And anyway,
Yeah,
whatever.
It's great.
Everything we do on stage is us. We wrote the music. We designed the costumes, the stinky costumes. We even apply our own makeup, says Frehley. Quote, even before we got the name, adds Simmons, we had the whole concept pretty much formulated. Our approach to the stage as theater. We used to put on makeup and play in front of mirrors, unquote. As for the music, it's the most basic brand of rock and roll. No fancy lyrics, sparing with the solos, heavy on the powerful chords. It is, as Simmons puts it, basically impact stuff.
Which is, you know what? I mean, 2 years in, everybody's being interviewed. I mean, they've touched on everybody pretty much in the band. I think that's pretty interesting of this. And, you know, I mean, they're not like, woo, look, we're huge. We're working hard here. I mean, you can definitely see that.
And to your point, this is still in the middle of the grind.
Yeah.
Because Alive has
haven't
not
made
come
it.
out yet. So
Yeah.
they're filling up places. People are coming to see them.
Yeah, but Alive
But
hasn't
they're
come
not-
out.
yeah.
That really was what broke them. So I mean, if I remember right from the A&E documentary, I mean, Casablanca was put all their chips in on making this work, and it wasn't. And they're like, okay, live album.
Yeah, Casablanca and Bill Aucoin, same thing. He was they were apparently living off his credit card.
Yeah. I mean,
And-
so
and-
in that sense, this is in the middle of all that. Like,
Yeah.
so that's interesting as far as where in line this article and this interview is taking place. Because they're thinking, okay, keep grinding it, like you said.
Keep going, gentlemen. Let's see here. Basically, and I actually like that last little piece. Basically, impact stuff.
Yeah.
The
Straightforward
music.
rock and roll.
I mean, think about. I've never heard it put that way. Impact stuff, or like impact music. This is impact music. It's an interesting way to put it. And the impact of Kiss on stage. Let's see here. And the impact of Kiss on stage anarchy can have weird effects on an audience. Quote, Baltimore, we played in Baltimore, says Criss, with a look of quizzical awe. And the people dug it so much when Gene spit the fire, they lit a part of the place up, started burning it to show they were digging it. Insanity.
That would be wild.
I've actually never heard that. That
I've
somebody
heard, like,
started a fire. Although,
well, it makes
Doesn't
sense, right? I
surprise me.
mean, Gene's on stage. Some of the places, the venues are probably small. I mean, not that big. Low ceilings, doing the fire. Hey,
probably
got a couple
true.
ceiling tiles on fire up here.
leaving some charred spots on the walls and ceilings.
Right.
Simmons grins, quote, they were so into the show that they saw fire and they said, wow, fire, more fire.
It sounds like Beavis and Butthead.
It does. Fire. Fire. And they started lighting fires in the place, unquote. With 3 albums under their collective belts, generally good reviews and excellent sales in the cities they've played, plus an apparently endless supply of new tricks, the members of Kiss think they're holding all the cards they need to play the rock and roll game and win. As Stanley puts it, quote, Kiss is the kind of concert I always wanted to see. It's 45 minutes of controlled chaos, unquote.
But you would think that's a short Kiss set.
Yeah, well, if you're an opening band especially.
Right? In those
that's
days.
That's what you do.
It's pretty wild, man. Great article. I like it.
That is one of my favorite ones that I've read. And it's really cool.
And it was featured in the A&E, which is why we're doing it, right?
And the headline is so great. Delicacy of Godzilla devastating Tokyo. So it's a little bit like when Kiss comes to town, it's like Godzilla coming to town.
Sure.
And that's kind of the point there, which is great. And especially because in the documentary, this is where they're talking about selling out, which is amazing. 5 nights at Budokan.
Right. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It is
amazing. So
Cedar Rapids. Tell us about if you've gone to any of these movies or playhouses. I mean, I can't help but I'm distracted by the first run double feature, Ward Sex, and also female vacuum. What could that be about? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's just so weird.
Like if you've seen any of these movies, you're what?
No one's seen any of these movies.
Like, come on, man, that is crazy.
But
stuff.
it is funny that this small town, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, how else would you? I mean, obviously, all movies had to be promoted.
The thing that's funny to me is there's more of those movies than there are just the normal
What's happening
movies.
in Cedar Rapids?
I know that's why that's pretty funny. So
get your $1.69 chicken meal at KFC. Head down to the movies. A bucket of popcorn. I saw 49-cent A&W root beer. Thanks everybody for watching.
Yes,
Cedar Rapids, you can chime in.
Yes, we'd love to hear from you. Please like the video, leave your comments, follow the channel, and with that, have yourself a fantastic day.
So there's dancers dressed up in Kiss outfits?
Dressed up in Kiss outfits, dancing around Linda Carter. Look at this.
Oh, bring that closer.
You've never seen this?
Oh my goodness.
Never. I'm glad I didn't watch it because I would have lost my mind. Not because of Linda Carter, because of the blasphemy of Kiss dancing.
Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, especially the disco Kiss.
The disco Kiss.
This video is for you. You walked in here and said something about I was made for loving you. And
well, because I was doing I obviously don't know that much about Kiss, and I was coming in here, I was like, oh man, there's Kiss stuff all over. At least I better look up this band. So I was listening to him today, and I was listening to I Was Made for Loving You. Yes. What kept popping in my mind was like, this sounds like the Bee Gees. Like, if you took the Bee Gees and you took out like their musical instruments and you put in a little bit of speed, electric guitar, some drums, like this is the Bee Gees. That's what I thought. I was like, what's the tie here?
So now our whole fan base is flipping out.
It's going crazy right now.
But at the same time, they're probably going,
she's not wrong.
Yeah. She's got something going, she's got something going on right there that's on point.
So we thought, okay, before we disperse for the evening, we need to address this. This must be talked about.
Say that? Let's address it.
We have to talk.
I was made for loving you. Elephant in the room.
Yes.
Right.
A lot of people are critical of this album in the Kiss world because it did have that. You compared it to Bee Gees, and I Was Made for Loving You. How do you deny it?
Huge hit.
I was listening.
It is a huge
side
hit
by side,
and a full-on disco tune. It definitely had the disco influence in it. But the truth is, it is an amazing song. It's a great. I think it's one of their greatest songs.
Yeah, I like it.
It's amazing. The production, you can hate it all you want to. I actually like it. I think it's. I like the disco feel. I do. I think it's great.
It is.
So then we were talking about this, and I thought, let me see if I can find something, an article, and look at that, man. See, this is what happened with Kiss. Now you don't know a lot about this whole thing, because they just a few years before this. Back in '74, they were wearing leather. They didn't have these big costumes. They had makeup and hair. You know, Gene had a little crazy hair, but it was mostly just the makeup and some leather and not the costumes like you see. And then so here we were. That was 74.
Yeah, but it progressed over time.
So that was 74 when you got that. 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and they're a Vegas act. Look at that. Look at this. And this is, if you saw it in color, I mean, they had taken the colors from the solo albums and they had incorporated them into these just ridiculous
I like them.
costumes.
Just saying.
That's what I see
Well-
whenever I go to metal concerts.
I like them now just from the nostalgia. But you have to realize this is why Kiss fans at the time, because you have a bunch of kids that start showing up at the concert and the heavy edge that they had and
Yeah, it's
that
gone. Yeah, it's
all of a
gone.
sudden they're a disco act. And you can see why a bunch of people at that time are like, thank you, no.
No, but and look, I mean, from a rock and roll, hardliner, you're going, oh, that's a sellout, right?
Yeah. Right.
And that's the biggest thing. It's like, you're selling out. But Desmond Child at the time was in like a disco kind of bandish thing. I mean, super like flamboyant, like disco band. I mean, Desmond Child's flamboyant as he is.
Don't we have a Desmond Child solo album here somewhere?
We do.
Okay, I thought so.
But I'm saying, I think Paul, my version of the story, or the legend, we want to call it, whatever we want to say, was Paul was out and met up with Desmond Child, and it was like, dude, like, how hard can it be to write one of those hits like the Bee Gees, right? Desmond's like, let's do it. And they knocked it out. That's the version I know.
Okay.
I know the truth is somewhere in the middle. What was your version?
I don't. The only thing I remember ever hearing about this was Gene was talking about how they'd written a bunch of tunes for this album, and then Paul, the way Gene said it was something like he was dependable. He could just come up with these great songs, and again, it is hyper catchy. And I remember hearing Paul talking about it in some interview where he was talking about how at the time so many people kind of rejected it, but you go to a Kiss concert and they play the song
all
and
the
the
time.
whole place. You go to a heavy metal show somewhere in Europe and the whole place is doing this
You got 70,000 people singing, I was made
because
for
it's so great, man. It's so great. And I actually, when they do it live, the last whatever, during the end of the whole thing, they'd heavied it up.
Sure.
Like I think the way they had intended it. I actually like the way they did the chords and things in the old disco version. I do. I think it's cool. I there's something about it. The heavy's kind of interesting. Well, whatever.
I
But
know
I like
Gene is on record for saying he hated playing that because he's like playing one note like half the
whole
time.
Do, do, do.
And just he despised. Plus, but knowing Gene through the years, he's probably just pissed he didn't write it
Yeah, probably.
and not cashing in.
Yeah.
I wonder if that song changed the parents, though, right? You have all these kids that like Kiss. They come out with this one, and it kind of reminds them of something they listen to, Bee Gees. And they're like, well, maybe it's not so bad.
So,
But I think that the tie-in that you bring up and that sparked this whole video, right, is rock band, disco hit, sounds the same, kind of like.
It does sound the same. It does.
So
A little bit faster.
you remember Linda Carter?
Wonder Woman?
Linda Carter, Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
She did do you know what I'm about to say?
No.
Okay. She did a special back in the day, a million years ago, when they would have like Hollywood icons and actors and actresses would have these, for whatever reason, a special, and they'd sing and dance and they'd have
Like a variety show?
Yeah, and they'd have one. Wednesday night's going to be the so-and-so show, and it's going to be a big
Linda
thing.
Carter,
and
Wonder
Linda
Woman
Carter did
special?
one. Yes, there was a Linda Carter one. Wonder Woman, okay?
Okay.
And
I do remember her.
And she did in this little medley. She did a little medley of songs. She did Rock and Roll Fantasy. She did Rock and Roll Fantasy, and then she did I Was Made for Loving You, and some Bette Midler song.
Wait, he was talking about his memory being bad?
Right.
How did you pull
Where's
that out?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, you need
Heinrich's on that. I'm sure he's digging up the video right now.
You need, if you have never seen this,
We'll have it on our channel.
You need to see this video if you're a Kiss fan, if you've never seen it. Linda
first of all,
Carter
it's Wonder
comes out.
Woman.
Yes, and she comes out.
Well, just because she's doing it, right?
She comes out looking like crazy, okay? And she's got this, I don't know how to explain it, but this weird outfit on, all right? That looks risque.
Okay.
But it's not.
got my
You got to see it.
Wait. Her normal.
You have to see
her
it. You
normal
have to
Wonder
see
Woman
it.
outfit was good.
Risque.
Yeah, I mean, right?
Okay, so when
I know how she
they
ran.
when they announced that this show was going to be on and that Kiss was going to be on it, I'm there, right? Because you knew what it was like. There's no recording it. There's no watching on
You gotta
YouTube
watch it
later.
live. Right.
That's it. See, there's Linda Carter. You see that picture?
Okay, that's a little more.
Do you see what I mean? Bring it
we
over
gotta
here
put
so they
that
can
up.
see
We
it.
got to put that up.
I'm going to find it and put it on the screen in the edit. But let them see this picture and see what I mean about this. Do
Well, this is why you're.
you see what I mean?
Oh, but bring it closer. Bring it closer.
That's like Vegas show.
It's
Yeah, but look
Vegas.
at what they do with the skin color. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it looks like.
It looks like a
show.
Vegas for sure.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm just telling you. Okay, now.
Sequins strategically placed.
Exactly.
Is what you're saying.
Yes,
what
that's
you're
all I'm
getting at.
saying.
I know how you roll.
Strategically placed sequins. Okay, but they announce that Kiss is going to be on the Linda Carter special. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. And so I'm there. Like I know when it's on, and we're waiting for Kiss to come on. We are waiting.
4 hours before.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the Pink Floyd concert.
Right.
I'm there, waiting in the parking lot. So the show comes on, and so the thing is, now that I'm older and watch it, you know that ain't Kiss. Because there's 4 dudes. She's in that. And then there's these 4 dudes that are like dancing. That there's no way that those guys are dancing like that. And when you see them now, if you've never seen it, you have to watch this.
So there's dancers dressed up in Kiss outfits?
Dressed up in Kiss outfits dancing around Linda Carter.
That's.
Look at this. Okay, there they are.
My
Look
God.
at this.
Oh, bring that closer. That is spectacular.
great.
You've never seen this?
Oh my goodness.
Never.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Dude, I mean.
But you look, so at the time, I remember being a kid.
Go home and watch it.
I remember being a kid, and you know what it was like. You're just like, it's Kiss,
I would have lost my mind. I'm glad I didn't watch it because I would have lost my mind, not because of Linda Carter, because of the blasphemy of Kiss dancing.
Dude, I watched it. Yes, I agree.
Were you like thinking Gene Simmons doesn't move like that? Ace
Yes,
is
I
doing-
was, because I'm watching this going,
You thought it was them.
well, no, I am, because I thought that they said it was Kiss.
Right. That's, I'm sure.
And I'm this little kid watching this going, what the heck? This is, and I'm thinking that it's them. But then I'm looking at them going, that does not, their faces, it doesn't look in that Paul, and it was so, dude, it was so weird. I still,
Sachet.
no, man. What am I like? I'm in my late 50s now. What am I, like 56 now?
Yes.
And it still bothers me. That's what I mean. We talk about this. I was made for loving you, and my mind immediately goes back to this traumatic
It's a
moment.
traumatic moment.
Yeah, PTSD.
That's not them.
Anyway, so
Oh my God.
Something's not right here.
going back
is
around,
great.
you start talking about disco. It was because that sound was so popular then that even Linda Carter on the Linda Carter special does I Was Made for Loving You.
Cover. Yeah.
Does a cover of I Was Made for Loving You with a bunch of guys dressed in really, really bad looking Kiss outfits doing these.
They probably hired the guys from remember the dudes from Solid Gold?
Yeah.
It's probably
No, yeah, exactly.
four of them. Hey, 4 of you good guy dancers, we're going to dress you up like Kiss.
who have
for
no
the-
idea.
And put
have
you on the
never heard
Linda
the
Carter
song.
special.
Yeah.
Remember Solid Gold was insane. Which Kiss was on, I guess, once as well. But, dude,
They wouldn't know the first thing about
this is-
Kiss.
I've known you for a long time, man, and the Linda Carter thing is blowing my mind. But that's awesome. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. So it goes. So anyway, so I thought just for fun to put just because getting back to this whole thing, while we were talking about it, I found one of our the one that has this picture. I want to read a couple things from this to you.
Okay.
Since we're talking about Kiss.
Yeah.
And I Was Made for Loving You. And you know what else they throw on there? You ever hear, you've heard of the Rolling Stones?
Yeah. I'm not that young.
Do you never hear the song 2000 Man?
Yeah.
You know the song 2000 Man by the Rolling Stones? Yeah. Don't you know I'm a 2000 man? They cover it on this album.
They? See, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Ace sings it.
Yes, he does. 2000 Man right there. Ah. Sure Know Something. Dude, that was a great tune.
That, man. I think, is my favorite song.
That was a great song. When I was a kid.
It's one of your favorites.
All these flashbacks.
I know. He's
Puckering Up for Kiss in Dynasty. This is from August 12th, 1979. And what's interesting about this is, again, I always find the context of these things fascinating, because this album came out May 23rd of 1979, and look right below it in the same newspaper.
Led Zeppelin.
Can Zeppelin fans be so easily led? You know what was about to come out by Led Zeppelin? Because no one had heard from them for a little while. You know what was about to come out? In Through the Outdoor, which is also, similar to Kiss, a very controversial Led Zeppelin album. A lot of people thought they'd lost their way on In Through the Outdoor. So it's interesting, these two things happen at the same time.
Interesting.
So, and anyway, so that one came out like 3 months after Dynasty came out. And a lot of, if any Zeppelin fans are still watching this video, they're cursing me right now that I even said those two band names in the same sentence. Anyway, there you go. So,
and they will chime in.
Puckering Up for Kiss. We'll have hate notes in the comments very soon. Okay, Puckering Up for Kiss in Dynasty. Nobody listens to everything. This was true even back in Sacred 67, when there couldn't have been more than about 7 major, with it, American groups under contract to major American labels. The context here is so fascinating, because we look at 1979, and 10 years earlier, the Beatles were coming to an end, you know. But I mean, the world changed so fast. So many things happened, and it wasn't that long before that. A lot of people decided to ignore, for instance, the electric flag. Today, I don't know anything about that. Today, there's so much bulk you could easily miss every cut of 80% of super platinum LPs God hath wrought. I've ignored the entire careers of Genesis and Yes. Don't have a clue what either of these limey aggregations sound like, just an abstract exercise in avoidance. Kiss, on the other hand, I've steadfastly avoided for reasons far more personal. Don't you love this? Kiss gets no respect.
Avoided.
No love.
And avoiding Yes and Genesis, are you kidding me?
Yeah, well.
Yes was a good band. New Year's Eve, 73, 72, 74. I happened to catch this show at the Academy of Music in New York, headlined by Blue Oyster Cult. Second build was Iggy Pop. Third was Teenage Lust, David Peel, and the Lower East Side without David Peel, just to give you an idea how relevant it was getting down toward the bottom. Fourth build was this unknown combo from Queens, New York, a band you could only have applauded for their sheer courage in the face of prevailing trends. This foursome had the anachronistic gall to come out amid smoke bombs wearing hideous face paint. What'd they think this was? 1970? Lots of laughs greeted the band we now know as Kiss. It's amazing how fast these guys went from 10th billing and everybody laughing at them to like filling up stadiums in just a few years. It's crazy. But the lack of respect people give them, it's just hysterical reading these things. Time quickly marched way the heck on, and Kiss was suddenly bigger, much bigger than the triad of higher build units put together. Yep. Me, I couldn't have cared less. I wanted no part of these jokers, live or on vinyl or otherwise. Somewhat later, my orthodox aesthetic repulsion toward them, oh my gosh, was reinforced when the rock photog with whom I had been living for a number of years dumped me to marry a rock writer who was the self-professed world's leading authority on the rock group Kiss. This is so beautiful.
This is up your alley, right? A little bit, right?
To make yes,
He's
that's
not
right.
happy.
You've written books about this, haven't you? Not about Kiss specifically.
Oh, this is great.
Jaded Love.
What's it? What book would this one go with? You've got 3 of them.
All of them. We just send them. We'll send the writer of this article the trifecta on us.
Of Shelley's
His
books.
trilogy.
Shelley's books.
So you can get past that,
Yes.
in case you're still having flashbacks.
To make matters worse, the photog had for a long time objected to the way I kissed. She thought I opened my mouth too wide. This is way too much information. Summer of 79, an assignment is dropped in my lap, and I'm forced to finally play a disc by these buffoons. Kiss
Dynasty.
Dynasty, the one that we are talking about today. It's safe enough. They're over the hill. A year and a half since the TV documentary I happened to notice in TV Guide. I spin the disc. Lo and behold, I instantly perceive them to be a damn sight more than the money than those other fabled half-cocked international superstars, Mark Bolan, Slade, Boz Scaggs, David Cassidy et al. I was made for loving you. The, how do you say that? Ersatz? Disco equal of Heart of Glass. There you go. Disco. Heart of Glass. Heart of Glass was a great tune. Remember that Blondie tune?
Blondie, yeah.
Do you know the
Nope.
song Blondie? Remember Blondie? Debbie Harry?
Nope.
That's because actually that's true. She was popular way before your time, but that was great stuff. Okay, whatever. That was good music. 2000 Man.
Homework after.
Yes, a
Great
great
homework.
uninspired remake of Stone's classic, less worldly, cynical to such a degree that it instantly known that all these years of sissy face haven't obliterated their true queen's rubehood. They're even less debauched than their obvious role
like this
model,
guy's language.
Alice Cooper.
Yeah, he's actually pretty well
This
spoken.
is some of these things are so much fun. Even just even if I
it's
don't
not-
like what they're saying, it's so much
the fact
fun.
that he said limeys, that probably wasn't PC correct, but But go ahead.
whatever.
1970, whatever.
This is we. Hey, I'm just the messenger, right? Okay. Sure know something. Their expertise in the R&R riff department is top drawer. If they were non-millionaire, Jerkingtons, this would read as uncontestingly great pre-utilitarian mustard. Charisma, their self-referential wit is just an iota short of that of the masters of the genre, the dictators. If they were only funny for real, they'd be a gas. Still, the waist is thick. The last 4 cuts on side 2 are unadulterated throwaways. Save Your Love, last cut side 2 is so worthless it would have been the last cut second side of such fiascos. We were talking about fiascos earlier.
Good.
As the Knickerbockers or Mindbenders LP shenanigans of 66. All in all, however, Dynasty beats General Heck on such overpraised recent releases as Some Girls, okay, Street Legal, or whatever they're called by the Cars, Nick Lowe, and Ricky Lee Jones, all of which, unfortunately, I chose not to ignore. That's funny.
That's a
Because the
funny
Cars were
article.
coming out around this, and they were great.
Yeah, I mean, he's dropping names that I'm like, they've come and gone. Kiss is still around, bro. I mean, that's. I want the guy's name. What's the
That's
guy's
the
name?
funny part about this stuff is for all the people knocking these guys,
R. Metzler.
Meltzer,
Meltzer.
Meltzer, R. Meltzer. He didn't give us his first name.
Yeah, because he knows
He knows
Kiss Army will
Gary
be kicking his
Kiss
ass.
Army is going to be banging down his door 50,
Probably.
60, 70 years later, whatever it is.
Oh, but I mean, well written, but obviously he's not a fan of, I think, anybody. But
It didn't sound like it.
yeah, but I mean, the reality is, we're talking about "I Was Made for Loving You" as the kind of isolated track here off this album that transcended. I mean, I remember riding my bike, going with my friends. People were playing "I Was Made for Loving You" in their cars, going out on dates. Friend's older sister got it cranked. I'm like, that's Kiss, and going, okay, but that's a sellout. You had all these different. What makes it great, besides being a good song, I think, is the fact that it kind of created this like epic shockwave to all the fans that loved them, hated them, and also anybody that was like at the disco, throwing down in Studio 56 or whatever it was. I'm sorry, Studio 54.
54?
Yeah, Studio 54. Can't get my numbers wrong. Yeah, Studio 54. They're throwing down. Guess what's on? They're going to do a line of coke and throw I Was Made for Loving You. Boom. And they're having a great time. And guess who's getting paid? These guys. It's okay. In my opinion, it's okay that they kind of did this because Paul proved them right. Or proved his point. Made him right. In the sense, I can pen a great song in under an hour with Desmond Child and take it to the bank. And
For
it's
decades.
for decades.
For decades.
Right? You pull up your Spotify Kiss playlist, guess what's going to be on one of the top? I Was Made for Loving You. Guess who's getting paid? Right?
Yeah, Spotify playlist. What he was pointing something out earlier in another video. I'd be curious about that. So, Shelley, I have to ask you then. You listened to the song today?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of that song?
Oh, well,
what do you think of I Was Made for Loving You? Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it's the one you
That's
hear.
fine. What do you
in
think of
movies.
that song?
Oh, I like. It's like, good beat. You just kind of play it. You're like, yeah. I want somebody to.
So
Tonight.
I'm going to give it all to you. You know
Right.
what? I here's something else. When he would sing that live, he would sing it high, like all of it. I didn't like that. I loved when he did it, this version. I'm going to give it all to you. The kind of the mellow thing that he did, dude. He was so cool. I loved how he did that. I wish he would have just in live kept. It was so cool. Anyway, question though. Did you know that was Kiss before like today? Because you'd heard the song.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's what I'm curious
And
about.
and let me tell you, most people at the disco, and I'm not saying everybody at Studio 54 was doing coke, but most people didn't care.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Gene Simmons and we got the Kiss band here, we're gonna play this song. No, it was just a great song on the radio.
No, and this was why I asked you that, because it's a song that transcended
It did, yeah.
that.
Everybody.
It was like just this iconic, fantastic, catchy, awesome tune. So,
yeah.
hey, what do you think? What do you know over there? Henrik's going to give us some feedback real quick.
On Spotify, you look up the band Kiss. I Was Made for Loving You is their number one song
Okay.
with 1.2 billion streams, almost 1.3. And that is double the next song, Rock and Roll All Night.
No kidding.
Yep.
Isn't that funny, man? Because
1.2 billion with a B. Thank you very much. Paul Stanley's going, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm going to give it all
to you.
That's it. I mean, come on, man.
And for all the haters, you just deal with it.
If I could pen one song and it got 1.2 billion screams, I would not be sitting here, man. I'd be on a beach hanging out.
I would not be hanging out with you.
Well,
That's what he's saying right now.
Getting my
And
tan
that's
on.
just since Spotify came
Right.
out with it.
Right.
I mean,
Seriously.
there's way more than that.
I mean, that's not even physical copies that were
Heck,
mailed
there's
out.
a few million of these things that were sold.
It's impressive. Thanks for bringing it to our attention, because I would have never thought. That's like Taylor Swift numbers right there.
And what's so amazing, because
Seriously.
the other thing that he just said,
a billion
was that's double their next song. You know what their next song is?
rock and
Rock and Roll All Night. And
is like their biggest
and
hit.
that's the one that everybody thinks of when they think of Kiss. But the reality of it is,
double
I Was
the
Made
streams.
for Loving You is the one that everybody goes back to and
That's
goes,
insane.
that was just such a great. I mean, I would listen to it right now and love it because it was such a great tune, so good, production, writing, lyrics, way he sang it.
It's really
all of it.
great to have your perspective and just bringing that.
Yeah,
Just
that
look
was
how much
awesome.
conversation. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Because it really is fresh. Because we take it for granted sometimes. Some of the, I don't want to say knowledge, but the time and place, the snapshot of hearing that song, and like I'd forgot, my friend's older sister just cranking that. That thing was on 11. Full blast, getting ready to go out on her date, and guy pulls up in his Trans Am or
He's got the
Camaro,
same thing on.
and she's hopping in. They're taking off, and we're like, dude, cool. Did you hear she had Kiss on getting ready for a date? I mean, that kind of stuff. It's good stuff, man.
That was super fun. So, hey, thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Please leave your comments on this. If you remember any of this stuff, if you had a Trans Am especially, I haven't thought about a Trans Am in a long time. That was a Sammy Hagar song. Had a song called Trans Am. Fiona Trans Am, we need to hear about this. What did you think of? We didn't really go into the album so much, but what did you think of this at the time? Because there were a lot of Kiss fans, man. That song came out and it was like
polarizing.
I'm out. That tour, the tour had
make
kids.
it easy. I was made for loving you. You guys can either give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. Just put it in. That's it. That's all we need to know. We'll tally them up and put it out.
Let's make this clear. In the comments, we don't need a thumbs down on the video.
Oh yeah, yeah. Clarify. Don't thumbs us down. No.
You made it hurt.
Okay. In your comments,
Sorry.
do one of these, and then on the option where you have the thumbs up, thumbs down, hit the thumbs up for liking the video.
Like the video,
and then
comment up or down.
Exactly.
Clarification.
Make sure we have that.
Super
Thank you.
complicated.
Nice.
Send us a picture of you holding your thumb.
Exactly. And exactly. Thank you. And
That's awesome.
If you're a Kiss fan, as we've said 1,000 times on this channel, no Kiss fan is an island. You know other Kiss fans. Please share this video with them. And real quick, thanks for being here again, Shelle. And plug your, since we're talking about, we had these relationship issues in the thing. Tell us a little bit about your books real quick, and then we'll wrap this up.
If you've got relationship issues, I've got a book for you. It's called Communicating with Men, What Your Mother Should Have Taught You But Didn't Know Either. So women, you got to talk to these men differently.
There you go. And since no women watch this channel, men
get it, and then you know
give
what
this
to,
yes.
Yeah, just kind of slip it to her, you know.
You can buy a copy for your wife and your girlfriend or what have you, so that she knows how to communicate with you.
She'll appreciate it.
I'm sure that's true. So S8, how do you spell your name again?
Shelle. My daughter
Crow.
teases me. She's like, it's not Shelley, it's Shelle.
Yeah, because I would have never, because I didn't know it the first time we met. So, and you can find it on Amazon, correct?
Yes. Or
Great.
ShelleCrow.com.
Or ShelleCrow.com.
Yeah.
Great.
Fantastic.
All right. Hey, and with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome to part 7 of our History series. Now, if you haven't joined us before, let me explain what we're doing. A few years ago, A&E put out a biography on the band Kiss. It's currently on Hulu. And it was a 2-part biography. And periodically through this biography, they'll go into these little montages where they'll show pictures and little film clips and things like that. And inevitably, in these montages, they'll show newspaper headlines. And so what we decided to do was go through that biography, and wherever they show a newspaper headline, we were actually going to go track down that headline, the newspaper that was in, and then read the article to you. And also show you other things that were in those particular newspapers. And that's actually some of the really interesting stuff about these videos, is seeing all the other stuff that we find in these newspapers where these headlines are from. So on the screen right now, I'm showing you a screenshot from the biography, and you'll see the headline there is Kiss Smacks of Entertainment. And now I'm going to show you, we found it. It's right here in the St. Petersburg Times, August 29th, 1976. And there you can see it again, Kiss Smacks of Entertainment. And to put this in context, this was, they were out on the Destroyer album at this point. That's the one that was out. In this particular part of the documentary, Paul Stanley says something really fascinating. And as I want to read this to you before we start looking through the newspaper, because I want you to think about this and how this applies to you. Ironically, no matter how successful we became, part of the appeal of the band was in being a member of a black sheep society. Now, that's the part I thought was so interesting, that he realized that part of the appeal of this band was that it felt a little bit like you were part of a group of outcasts, that as he puts it there, a black sheep society. So what I want to know from you is, did you feel that? And part of what makes this fascinating to me is that seems to apply even today. There was something about this band, there was something about Kiss that you always felt like you were a little bit on the outs, that you weren't part of the mainstream. And part of the reason was, and he goes on to explain it here a little bit more, no matter how big it was, because that is the irony, that you felt like you were part of this black sheep group, and yet it was the biggest thing in the world. And listen to what he says. No matter how big it was, because there was still a lot of people and critics who didn't like us. And that was part of the fascinating thing. They were the biggest thing in the world there, and yet for some reason, it still felt like you were part of a group of of outcasts. It was such an interesting thing, the way Kiss came across in the world. And so I'm actually just really curious, and I'd love to get it down in the comments. How did you feel that way? Because even today, it's pretty fascinating because people who are Kiss fans kind of just get it, and people who are not Kiss fans don't. And what's fascinating to me, having done this channel now for a while, is there's very few bands that we'll do videos on where people will go out of their way to go put a comment on the video of how much they hate the band. But they'll do it for Kiss. Isn't that strange? There's something about this band that polarizes people so dramatically, and it made people feel like they were part of something. And so part of the appeal of Kiss, as Paul Stanley puts it there, he realizes that there was this thing of being part of a group. There was this appeal of, I am part of something bigger than me, that came along with being a Kiss fan. Anyway, I'd love to get your feedback on that. So now I want to show you a few things in this newspaper that I think are pretty fascinating. So the first thing I want to do is go to where we often go, is just to the front page and look at the headlines. I had never, if I ever heard this, I don't remember hearing this, but apparently here we were in 1976. Look at this first headline. 39 die in 2 Air Force plane crashes. Somehow, I'd never heard this. I don't know anything. I mean, I was when this came out, 1976, I was barely 7 when this newspaper came out. I do not remember anything about this, but 39 die in 2 Air Force plane crashes. Then down over here on the left, look at this other headline. Terrorists in Iran kill 3 Americans. This is 1976. This is 3 years before the hostages would be taken. Now, I remember that. I remember how it felt and hearing about the hostages being taken. And I remember every single day on the newspaper, they'd have a number of how many days the hostages had been, were in Iran. I don't remember anything about this, that even a few years before that, there were terrorists in Iran that had killed 3 different Americans. I don't remember anything about that. Now, this one, to me, was the most interesting thing on this homepage, or on this front page. Now, look at this graphic. They show this guy looking through a camera with a hand over it and a politician being held up by the hand. When you think of this in the context of 1976, this absolutely fascinated me looking at this article. I'm just going to read a couple things to you and see if this sounds familiar. So down underneath this graphic, check this out. Television journalism is by no means hostile to all politicians. On the contrary, the entire melodramatic apparatus of TV news is designed to single out one politician and lift him to the heights of power. Now listen to a couple of these things in this article. Let's see here. Down here, right here, it says when television covers. When television covers politics, it is giving us not only facts, but judgments. Judgments that make candidates look good or bad. Judgments that are shared by some and rejected by others. Judgments, in other words, that are essentially political. And then go down a little bit further here. They suggest that television news consists of bits and pieces that can be tested one by one for accuracy, partisan tendency, etc. That is rarely the case, for television news is not primarily information but narrative. It does not so much record events as evoke a world. It is governed not by a political bias, but by a melodramatic one. This was such a fascinating thing to read again in 1976. This is 49 years ago. They're sitting here writing about how the people in charge of the news are not necessarily giving you unbiased news. They're creating a melodrama. And they're openly admitting here, and the reason this is so interesting to me, it's not that anyone ever really believed that there was really truly unbiased news sources anywhere. It's that what this leads to, because when you recognize that you have biases and then you turn it into a 24-hour-a-day news cycle, all day long, every day you have channels that's all they do. And when news is just constantly being thrown at you, and then there's a narrative part of it. Anyway, it was so fascinating to hear them saying this when news really wasn't as big a part of our lives as it is today, as it became within 15 years of this article being written. So anyway, I just thought there was this some sort of self-awareness in this newspaper where they're making this commentary about what news really, really is when you get down to it. Anyway, I loved that. I thought that was so fascinating. Okay, I'm going to share a couple other things in here that I think are pretty cool. Okay, you have to look at this advertisement. I thought this was so interesting. And now look at the pictures here. You have some kid and a couple of ducks he's sitting on some little bike thing, and you've got a couple of ducks kind of looking at him. And then next to it, you have a picture of some kids on a little playground and another kid on a tricycle. And look at the headline. This is encouraging people to move into this apartment complex. And then here it says, in quotes, "If you don't feed them every day, they try to eat the wheels off your tricycle." What? This is the headline to lead people to want to move into the Timberlake apartments starting at 165. And this is apparently the kid talking about the ducks eating the tires off his tricycle. We come every afternoon to see the ducks, but that's not all I have to do. There's fishing, canoeing, catching tadpoles, and exploring the world. Soon I'll be able to swim. I live in an apartment at Timberlake. My mother says I'm lucky to have so much room to play outdoors instead of just a parking lot. I've got a lake and trees, birds and bugs and things to learn about. And of course, he has ducks that will eat the tires off your tricycle. Anyway, I thought that was hysterical. Okay, here's an advertisement for Tough Skins. I haven't thought about Tough Skins in decades. I guess those were Sears. Sears made Tough Skins. Anyway, if you remember Tough Skins, if you wore Tough Skins, down in the comments. I remember as a kid, so many kids wore Tough Skins. That was such a big deal. This is another thing pretty interesting. If you think you can't afford a new home, think again. According to a study by the Library of Congress, 85% of all American families cannot afford to buy a new home. This would mean that the single-family home, complete with garage and amenities, the great American dream, is fading from our way of life. Now look at how much they're selling these homes for. Here's the range: $16,490 up to, it doesn't even get all the way up to $30,000 for these homes. And these are homes, like with garages and everything. I mean, and that includes the lot. Is that amazing, thinking about that? In 50 years, I mean, these homes that are $16,000 today, what in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Anyway, just amazing thinking about that. Okay, here's another thing that I thought was pretty cool in this newspaper. So I saw this headline. It says, "His job is to guard the king." So I immediately thought, what is this? And this king that it's referring to is Elvis. And there's a couple things in here I think you'll like. Memphis, Fred Stoll has seen fans of Elvis arrive in crates and disguised as maintenance people. Stoll is a fan of Presley, who will perform on the Suncoast Thursday and Friday, but being a guard at Graceland, Presley's lavish mansion, is just a job. Fred is the other guard at Graceland. Of the three watchmen at the Rambling Estate, here, the quiet, dependable Stoll is the one not related to Presley. Okay, now check this out. This is what he says about being the guard there. I love this. He remembers the time two students shipped themselves from Mississippi in a wooden crate decorated with ribbons as a present for Presley's 40th birthday. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. The box was marked dogs, he said, and, quote, "we had to tell the driver we had enough dogs," unquote. After identifying themselves as people and not wolfhounds, the girls left the crate and set up a vigil at the Graceland gate. Quote, so the girls camped out for a week. Stoll said Elvis, a former truck driver before his rise in the 1950s, was amused by the incident. Another of his favorite stories is a man he spotted sweeping the Presley driveway. Quote, he told me he just wanted to be able to say, I swept Elvis' driveway. And so we let him. To Stoll, the fans aren't a nuisance. They provide him with company on his Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday graveyard shifts. Quote, we get all kinds here, men, women. They come at night, they come during the day, and the regulars come by and sit and talk until 5 or 6 in the morning, he said. Anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting, just listening to the guard talk about what actually happened at Elvis's estate. Okay, this next thing, speaking of Elvis, is kind of interesting. I found a rock calendar that was just announcing some of the concerts, and look what's happening in August of 1976. Elvis Presley is playing at the Bayfront Center September 3rd, the Curtis Hickson Hall September 2nd, and Spirit is playing the same place September 25th, and the Lakeland Civic Center, Peter Frampton and Gary Wright on September 5th, Elvis Presley on September 4th. So he's playing 3 nights in different places there, and Jefferson Starship on September 16th. It's so fascinating thinking about Elvis, because here he is at the end. This is like about a year before he's gone, and you see, you know, Jefferson Starship come here now, and then Kiss is coming in, and the changing the guard, I think, is so interesting looking at that stuff. Okay, one more thing before we get to the article, and this is always one of my favorite parts of these newspapers, is looking at the movies that are out. And this one I thought particularly interesting, partly because I hadn't heard of many of these things at all, but this is the one that really jumped out at me. Here's a movie playing at the Currington Theaters called The Jaws of Death. So I see a picture of a shark, and I think, is this just Jaws? Well, Jaws came out a year before this in 1975. And it turns out, and I didn't know this, but there was another movie about a shark or sharks that came out in 1976 called The Jaws of Death. And if anybody ever saw that, put it down in the comments, because that is so fascinating to me. I'd never heard of this before, but clearly somebody's trying to play on the success of Jaws, obviously. Then you go down and look at these other Squirm, never heard of that. There's Jaws of Death again. And then To the Devil a Daughter. Don't know what any of those are. Clint Eastwood, The Outlaw. Magnum Force. I think I saw that on TV at some point. Let's see here. What else? There was one other. Oh, yes. And then The Exorcist. So The Exorcist Returns. That was a big deal, obviously. Remember, obviously everybody's heard of that one. And then down here, Billy Jack. I don't know what that is. Gus. I think we saw that in another newspaper. That's a Walt Disney movie. And then there's Jaws of Death again. So then, let's see, over here, there was some other thing. Oh, yeah, Obsession. I think we've seen this in others, but I never saw this movie. Like Hitchcock at the top of his form. So it has actually like Gene Shalit that are giving it praise, but I guess this was similar to some Hitchcock movie. I've never seen it. So if you saw that and if it was any good, let me know. And then Tunnel Vision, don't know what that is. Harry and Walter Go to New York. Shadow of the Hawk. Anyway, this at least to me seems like it was a slow time of year for movies, because usually when we do these, I've heard of some of these things, but I've heard of very few of these things. But I have heard of Barbecue Dinner, Big Bear Barbecue, $1.79. That's crazy. Okay, let's get back to the Kiss article. Okay, so here by the Kiss article, and this is actually pretty interesting too. Right next to it, they have this top 10. These are the top 10 singles in the pop music field. So think about if you remember these. So this is part of the interesting context of when this article about Kiss came out. These are the top 10 songs. Don't Go Breaking My Heart, Elton John and Kiki D. Everybody's heard that song, obviously. That was a fun song. You Should Be Dancing, Bee Gees. You know, it's funny looking back, because when the 80s rolled around, I didn't want to like the Bee Gees on principle because it was disco. The older I got, when I got into my 20s and 30s, start realizing that stuff was actually pretty awesome music. The Bee Gees, I love those guys. I think they were just great. Let 'Em In, Wings. I kind of remember that song. You'll Never Find Another Love Like Mine, Lou Rawls. I'd Really Love to See You Tonight. That was a cool song. Kind of a slower tune. Shake Your Booty, Casey and the Sunshine Band. We talked about that in another video. Play That Funky Music. Wild Cherry. That was a great song. That was such a great tune. That was such a huge hit, too. A Fifth of Beethoven. I think everybody remembers that because that was basically, I think it was Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, and I actually think I have the LP. I think they did a bunch of Beethoven songs, and it was at the time that all the different synthesizers were becoming kind of mainstream, and they just recreated those symphonies with synthesizers. Get Closer, Seals and Crofts. Seals and Crofts, that was such a great tune. They had a couple of really cool tunes. That one, and because that one was like, baby, if you want me to be closer to you, get closer to me. That was a great song. And then the other one was Summer Breeze, good tune. Anyway, they had a few big hits. And then This Masquerade, George Benson, I don't know that song. Anyway, that's kind of interesting looking at what was popular at the time. Okay, so now this article's Kiss Smacks of Entertainment. There's a couple of things in here that I think are really fascinating to hear. And so it's actually, this is a really short article, but I think if you're a Kiss fan, I think you'll like this. So, put Gene Simmons in a crowd of ordinary mortals and you'd have little difficulty picking him out as a rock and roller. Topped by an immense mane of black curly hair, Gene stands 6 feet 4 inches in stocking feet and invariably wears heels that add a minimum of 5 or 6 inches. Anyone could tell that Gene knows how to boogie, but even close fans might have difficulty identifying him unless he sticks out his tongue. Gene, you see, is a member of Kiss, and few people outside the band's touring retinue ever see him without his stage space opera vampire makeup. I have never heard it called a space opera vampire. Here he is. This is the album that was out at the time. And according to this person, he is a space opera vampire. Has anybody else ever heard that before? Have I just been missing it all these years, or this guy just made this up? I think it's kind of clever, but I'd never heard that before. Makeup and batwing leather costume. But Gene's tongue, that amazing pointed 7-inch tongue, liberally exposed on stage, would give him away to almost anyone with a passing interest in the band. And it's pretty true because Paul, I've seen interviews where Paul talked about this. He goes, I may have been the voice of the band, but Gene was always the face of the band. And it was true. Everybody, when they think of Kiss, that's who you think of. If you're not a Kiss fan, that's the character you think of. And Gene, of course, he did all the things that brought the attention to himself, obviously, because he had the tongue, right? And then he had the spitting blood, and he had the breathing fire, and he's the demon. And so you have this thing about him where he really was, when you think of Kiss, he was the guy that most people that just had a passing interest, they'd think about the guy spitting blood, the guy with the tongue, and he was the guy that did all the cool stuff. Okay. More people have been interested in Kiss of late. The group's popularity has soared largely due to a best-selling live album and an increasingly sophisticated show. And of course, this is true. One of the things that ended up putting them on the map was the fact that they had put out the album Alive, which was the one before this one. And, they were struggling on those first few albums. They put out that live album, and it just was the thing that really, really put them on the map. And then, of course, this album, Destroyer, kind of solidified their position in the world of popular music. Kiss is a conceptual band. It was in the minds of bassist Simmons and rhythm guitarist Paul Stanley before a note was played. The whole thing, costumes, makeup, raunchy music, was worked out in advance, carefully calculated to have just the impact it is now having since it all started 3 years ago in New York. It's on stage that Kiss shows its stuff. Elaborate sets, on-stage explosions, lights, smoke, and a drum kit that rises 20 feet into the air produce a rock and roll Armageddon. It's a lot of good, nasty fun, which is exactly what Gene Simmons and the others want. Quote, and this is the part that I think is so fascinating, because they quote some things that Gene Simmons says here. So check this out. We're not pompous enough to come out and say we're completely original, he says. The Stones, The Who, Cooper, Bowie, they all had something to do with it. And we're playing electric instruments and we have long hair and so on. And so it's fascinating to listen to him right there at this early stage. Because look, again, this is 76. I mean, they didn't really hit the public until 2 years earlier. Their debut album came out like 2.5 years before this article. And here they were in the early stages, and Gene Simmons comes out and basically is saying, look, we took all this other stuff that so many other people had done, and we just built on it. And it says, as he says there, we're not pompous enough to come out and say we're completely original. Anyway, I loved listening to this in these early days. Now, this last paragraph, this is the thing that really jumped out to me. And I want you to think back to the first thing that Paul Stanley said that I mentioned at the beginning as I read this. The only thing we hope to be is entertaining. Anything else is too pompous. And who cares anyway? So here's Gene saying all we're really interested in doing, we know our place. We know what our job is. Our job is to be entertainers and to be the best entertainers we can possibly be, and to expect anything else, to have it be any bigger vision thing than that, is pompous. That was his statement there in 1976. Now, the fascinating part about this statement is that it was and it became so much more than just being entertaining. Because part of the thing that human beings need is social structure. We need a place. We need to belong. We want to be part of a group. We want to be on a mission. We want to have a purpose. And strangely enough, Kiss filled those needs for literally millions of people. And this gets back to what I was saying at the beginning. This is why this was such an interesting thing to me, that Paul said this at this point in this documentary, and then to read Gene saying this in this article. Again, listen to what Paul said. Ironically, no matter how successful we became, part of the appeal of the band was in being a member of a black sheep society. So where Gene had this clear vision, and probably Paul did too at the beginning, like, look, we look at all these other people, what they're doing, like the New York Dolls is one they refer to all the time, and we're just going to do it better. We're just going to do a better job than everybody else. We're going to be better entertainers, and we're going to put it all out there. We're going to do everything we can to be the best entertainers we can possibly be. We're going to be the band we never saw. You hear them say that all the time. And then, as Gene puts it there, anything else is too pompous. And yet, ironically, something so much bigger came out of that, where he maybe didn't have that type of expectation that they would create this massive movement and create this social structure based on this idea of feeling like you're part of a black sheep society, but it happened anyway. So what I'm curious about with this video is how many of you that have been Kiss fans, that have been lifelong Kiss fans like me, I discovered them back, or it was a little bit after this. I discovered them right around the Rock and Roll Over Love Gun period. And I was a little kid, obviously, like so many of us. But was that part of it for you, where you felt like you were part of something? Because it was so interesting being a little kid. And you had trading cards, and you had the lunchbox, and you had all these, even the trading cards. I remember sitting out at school at lunchtime, and a bunch of us would bring out our Kiss cards, and we just sit and look and trade Kiss cards during lunch. They created this little social structure, this group, this club almost, that anybody could be a part of. Your entry to being a part of it was being a Kiss fan. And it was such a cool thing that they did. And they didn't, clearly, at least it seems here, they just didn't expect that that's where this was going to end up going. And then what then is so fascinating to me is that it never really went away. Because I look at, Gary, who's on the show with me periodically, that's really what made us friends. we met each other talking about music and playing guitar and stuff. But the thing that we connected on, weirdly enough, was we were both Kiss fans. And here we were, going to college. This was years after we were the kids and everything, but we still had this, felt like we were part of this thing that everybody just, even though I wasn't following them as closely as I was, I still kind of was into, I kind of knew who they were, and I was still a fan in some way. And then it just kind of stays with you the rest of your life. And that went all the way to when they got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And when Tom Morello inducted them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, he actually addressed this idea that there was something about that you were part of the army. Even if you weren't officially part of the Kiss Army, you felt like there was something like that you had this group that you were part of. Tom Morello talks about that when they were inducted, and I think so many of us back then, and even weirdly today, if you're a Kiss fan, you're a Kiss fan, and everybody kind of gets each other, and it's a pretty fascinating thing. I'd love to get your comments on that. How much of that played a role in how you were a fan of Kiss back then, even up until today? I'd love to get your feedback and comments on that. Hey, thanks for taking the time to visit with me today. If you're not following the channel, we really appreciate you following the channel, and really, really appreciate you leaving your comments. I'd love to get your feedback on any of the things we talked about here today, even some of the memories and movies and things that we went through in this newspaper. Obviously, please like the video, and if you do us a favor, share this with other people. If you're a Kiss fan, I'm sure you know other Kiss fans, and they'd probably like to hear these things and see these things too. We highly encourage you to share this on your Facebook page, Twitter, whatever you have. We really appreciate that too. And of course, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. 2 Pennsylvania youths were slashed on their throats. 2 other persons were hospitalized with injuries suffered when they were struck by a car as its driver took a shortcut through the field in which the 2 were sleeping. Hey, welcome to part 4 of our series on History. And if you haven't joined us before, let me get you up to speed what we're doing. A few years ago, A&E put out a biography called History. It was a 2-part thing that basically told the history of the band Kiss. And throughout this biography, like a lot of things you'll see on A&E and the History Channel, what have you, frequently in these shows they'll go into these montages where they'll show snapshots of the band and other things going on in the world. And inevitably, in these montages, they show headlines from newspapers. And so what we decided to do was to go through that History biography and find wherever they had a headline go across a screen, we would actually do some research and go find the actual newspaper that headline came from, and then bring you the article, read to you what's in it, and also do something kind of fun, which is kind of show you through the newspaper itself what was going on at the time, to give you some additional context and just some additional information that would go along and enhance that History biography. So the headline we're going to talk about in this episode happens right around the 1 hour and 3 minute, give or take, mark in the biography. And what I'm going to do right now is show you up on the screen the headline, and what it says Kiss Mania, Painted Faces, Platform Heels, and Live Yin and Yang. And so what we did is we actually researched and we found it, and then we're going to show you that on the screen now. And the actual article comes from the South Bend Tribune, Sunday, August 29th, 1976. And you can see it right there, Kiss Mania. And then there's this picture of the band. You can see all the guys right there. And then here is the article. And so before we actually read the article, I want to show you just a couple of the other interesting things that we found as we kind of dug through this newspaper and looked for more things to look at here. So the first thing I want to show you is the movies that were out at the time. And this part always fascinates me, kind of putting this in context, because so often when we think about this music, we think about bands and stuff, we compartmentalize them, and then we forget all the other things that are going on at the time. And so, first of all, to put this in context, when this article in this newspaper is published, which was, again, August 29th of 1976. This is several months after this album, Destroyer, has hit the shelves. And so this is the one that they're touring on. This is the one they're promoting. And just a couple of months after this article is when Rock and Roll Over will come out. And so during all this time, the movies that are in the theater, one of the big ones, it looks like right here, maybe the last showings, then gone, See It Before Your Last Swim of the Summer, Jaws. And so how many of you remember the movie Jaws? Now, when Jaws came out, I was, 5-ish, something like that. And so I just remember that it came out because everybody was talking about it. I just remember people talking about being scared, the big shark and what have you. And I remember just kind of hearing it going on, but I didn't see it when I was a little kid. And then I saw it much later. And you realize that is truly one of the most amazing movies like ever made. I mean, it really is. And part of the fascinating thing of that movie is how infrequently you see the shark. I mean, it's a movie supposedly about the shark, but the amount of screen time this thing gets, that it gets is so little. And yet the movie, you learn a lot about great cinema because the movie is really about putting all these interesting personalities together. And when you look at the people that were in it, Roy Scheider, Robert Shaw, and Richard Dreyfuss, that movie was really about watching those three guys interact. And one of the greatest scenes of all time, in my opinion, in cinema history was in Jaws, and it was the night that they were out on the boat and they were comparing each other's scars, and they started, he tells about his experience in the USS Indianapolis, and then they start singing together, and then, I mean, that is one of the greatest scenes in movie history. And then, then of course the shark hits, and anyway, just a great movie. So it's interesting to think that at the time Jaws is in the theaters, this is when this stuff with Kiss is happening. And then we have another movie I'd never heard of. Telly Savalas is in The House of Exorcism. Then a movie, I think we saw this in another newspaper, The Gumball Rally. I don't know anything about that. Then we have something kind of interesting. At the same time in the theaters here, we have David Bowie, The Man Who Fell to Earth. And this was, I've never seen this. And I'd love to get your feedback if you've seen it. Was it any good? Because now that I saw this, I thought, yeah, I need to see that sometime. This was really David Bowie's first movie. And so it was kind of a big deal when you think of it from that standpoint, from a pop culture standpoint, and David Bowie, that this is where he kind of entered that part of that world. And David Bowie is such a fascinating person because he was an artist in so many different ways. And then he was able to go in and act and just be so great at it. I mean, he had these interesting songs and he had these very creative ways of presenting his music and created these alter egos. And then he ends up in film. And he was just great at all of it. So anyway, just that's kind of another kind of fascinating thing to put in the context here. And then we have The Sailor Who Fell from Grace with the Sea. I have no idea what that is. Clint Eastwood, The Outlaw. This is another one that I think we've seen before, Ode to Billy Joe. And then, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Amazing movie. So anyway, those are the movies that are out at the time when Destroyer is out and when that part of the biography. Now, the next thing I found in this newspaper was a few pages after that was an actual article, or not an article, but an advertisement for Kiss in concert. And check this out. Wednesday, September 1st, 7:30. Notre Dame ACC, this is, it says, and special guest Bob Seger. So this is one of those where Bob Seger was opening up for him. And check it out down here, how much the tickets are. $7 festival on floor, $6.50 chair seats, and $6 to sit in the bleachers. I just so amazing thinking about this. And look at all these places where you can buy tickets. At the box office, St. Joe Bank, Elkhart Truth, Robertson's, Concord Mall, First Bank. I mean, anyway, just a different world we lived in back then when you'd have to go someplace and have tickets printed out for you. Okay, a couple more things in this newspaper that I think was kind of fascinating. I was kind of flipping through this and I came across this and it says, rock concert becomes jumble of violence. And I don't know why, but I never heard about this before. And I think we need to do a video about this sometime. Because check this out. Warren, Ohio, a big crowd and an evening rainstorm turned the Mosquito Dam Jam rock concert into a chaotic jumble of rock throwing and violence Saturday night, Trumbull County Sheriff's deputies said. I had never heard of this, but this was something called the Mosquito Dam Jam. And you had Blue Oyster Cult, Bob Seger, Jay Giles Band, and REO Speedwagon, among others, that were playing at this big concert. And it ended up being this really chaotic event, apparently. And I actually, after I saw this, I started doing searches in other newspapers, and I found stuff all over the place about this. It was kind of a big deal. 2 Pennsylvania youths were slashed on their throats. They were rushed to a hospital where they were listed in serious condition. 2 other persons were hospitalized with injuries suffered when they were struck by a car as its driver took a shortcut through the field in which the 2 were sleeping, deputies said. Both were in satisfactory condition. 5 persons were treated for drug overdoses or intoxication, officers said, and about 25 deputies were called to the scene. So this is just kind of a chaotic, crazy thing. And again, this is just in one of these newspapers, this particular newspaper that headline came from. And by the way, just to plug another video, we have another video coming out, I think sometime this week, where we talk about something similar that happened with Pink Floyd and then an experience with the band Rush at the same location years later, which is really, really fascinating. So if you like some of this stuff, make sure you catch that video. It should be out, again, sometime this week. Okay, one last thing in this newspaper. And then it's on one of these pages, it has the best-selling records of the week. And this is always interesting, looking at the time period. So here we are, August 29th of 1976, and here are the best-selling records of the week. Don't Go Breaking My Heart, John and Dee, everybody knows that song. Let 'Em In, Wings, which is, I know that song. It was kind of one of Paul McCartney's just kind of catchy tunes. Afternoon Delight, everybody knows that song. You Should Be Dancing by the Bee Gees. I mean, disco. I actually like that song, but Play That Funky Music, Wild Cherry, that was a great song. You'll Never Find Another Love Like Mine, Lou Rawls, I don't know that song. Kiss and Say Goodbye, Manhattans, I don't know that song either. I'd Really Love to See You Tonight, Dan and Coley, that's a great song. And then this one fascinated me. Gotta Get You Into My Life by the Beatles. Now, why in the world in 1976 is a song that at that point is, almost 10 years old? Not quite, but getting close. Why is that song now in one of the top best-selling records? Well, the reason is they had put out a compilation album called, I think it was called Rock and Roll Music, and that was on it. And isn't it fascinating when you look at the Beatles specifically? They just... Ever since they broke up, every once in a while, their songs just get back on the charts again. It's unbelievable the impact those guys had. So here we were years and years after that song is released, and it's back in one of the top-selling albums again. Just amazing to me. And then A Fifth of Beethoven. Do you remember when that came out? It was somebody that took Beethoven's Fifth Symphony and kind of turned it into this... like a synthesizer version of it or something. I just remember it coming out and everybody talking about it. I was very small, but I just remember that it existed. It seemed like I heard it at school or something, but anyway, I don't know. But again, this is all at that same time. Okay, let's get back to this article, because this is actually a pretty cool article. And again, it says Kiss Mania, painted faces, platform heels, and live yin and yang. In 3 days, one of rock's most outrageous act, Kiss, will stroll onto the ACC stage in front of what most likely will be a packed house. Now, again, that's the advertisement we saw just a few pages later. They're advertising for this concert. A far cry from a year and a half ago when they shared the bill with Blue Oyster Cult in front of a half-filled Morris Civic Auditorium. Now, real quick, as a side note, getting back to the Kisstory documentary, at this point in the video, that's actually what they're talking about. So you see Gene Simmons on screen, and he starts talking about how they had sold out Anaheim Stadium. And he makes this comment. He says, a year and a half earlier, we were nobody, and here we were, a year and a half later, filling a stadium. And you think, that's just amazing thinking about, number one, all the hard work they did, because they were putting out album. And then to just get so big so fast. And then they actually even reference that in this article right here. It's like when you look at where Kiss was a year and a half ago, the change is just astounding. How quickly they took off, how quickly they moved. So, and it's when you listen to Paul Stanley talk about this, he likens it to being on a roller coaster where the chains are taking you up. And he said, we felt like that's what was going on. And we knew that right as we went over that edge, it was just going to be beyond our control. Didn't matter anymore. We were on the ride. And that's what ended up happening. Let's see here. For Kiss, their brief 3-year history has been as phenomenal and strange as their show. Kiss's popularity comes from the biggest record-buying crowd, the 15 and 16-year-olds, a fickle crowd that for the last 2 decades has found its music heroes in acts that do loud and outrageous live shows with the music playing a minor role. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. For instance, and this was so interesting looking at who they listed here. For instance, in the 60s, there was Paul Revere and the Raiders, Frigid Pink, and the Doors. Now, I kind of know Paul Revere and the Raiders. I think they did a version of Louie Louie. You know, I think the Kingsmen were the original ones that did that, but I think they did that. I don't know what other songs they did. Frigid Pink? I mean, talk about an obscure reference. And maybe in 76, people were still talking about them. But I know, I think they did a version of House of the Rising Sun that was kind of cool. And then the Doors, they were huge. But then the 3 examples that they pull out of outrageous live shows with music playing a minor role, I understand why they list the Doors. I guess I kind of understand Paul Revere and the Raiders because didn't they wear costumes or something? But Frigid Pink, anyway, it was just, why did they pick those bands? I thought that was kind of fascinating. The 50s had Jan and Dean, Richie Valens, and the Shondells. Again, why they picked these people to be the examples, you'd have to get in the head of whoever wrote this. I loved that. It was just fascinating to me that that's what they picked. Okay, quote, "I'll never forget the early reaction to the Beatles. People simply didn't say how good their music was. It was how they looked, dressed, and talked. When Jerry Lee Lewis got up on his piano and danced the first time, it had nothing to do with the music, but it sure looked neat," unquote, said Kiss guitarist Gene Simmons, obviously bass guitar, of course, in a recent telephone interview. And I think this sounds like the stuff he still says, but it's such an important point because when you get down to it, music is, in the modern world, is a visual medium too. The music is good or whatever, but you have to look good too. And he's right about that. When the Beatles hit, their music, I'm a huge Beatles fan, and their music was incredible. I mean, the amount of hit songs and great music they put out in 5 years is astounding. But really, everybody was paying just as much attention to their personas and what they looked like. And everybody had their favorite Beatle because it was important. And people who have really been successful, many of them over the years in the world of popular music, they've figured out how to present themselves visually as much as how they present themselves musically. And the guys in Kiss just kind of understood that. And they kind of built themselves on that idea of what the Beatles did too, because they thought, everybody can have their favorite. And when you look at this picture right here, these 4 guys, because they're no longer a rock band. When you look at Destroyer, this is not a rock band. This is superheroes. There's no instruments here. There's no reference to music. These are characters. These are superheroes. And there was something about that people gravitated to. And if you were a Kiss fan, I bet you had your favorite one. I think everybody did. And it was all of them. You might have had more often one or the other. I think Gene and Paul were probably most often. I don't even know if that's true. But there were so many people. Peter was their favorite. Ace was their favorite. I don't know, maybe Ace was more people's favorites. Anyway, I don't know. But it's just over the years, you just have this mixed bag. And it was, again, they understood that. It was such an important thing that he says here. And they still say it, like I said. Okay. Kiss was cut from that same style. Good show, adequate music. Kiss is a mixture of 4 New York musicians: Simmons, bass, Paul Stanley, vocals, guitar, Ace Frehley, guitar, and Peter Criss, drummer. The group's rookie appearance came at the New York Academy of Music in 1973, where they set the rock world on fire. In fact, they set themselves on fire too. Simmons managed to get in the way of their fire-breathing dragon prop. Had it not been for a quick-thinking aide, he might have given his next performance in the great stadium in the sky. Now, I've actually heard the story told that way before, but I think more often than not, the actual official story, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but as I understand the official story is this was Gene breathing the smoke and not from the thing. Let's see here. Simmons has since been on Flames 4 times, and he takes it lightly enough to state, quote, "You better come and see Kiss before it's too late. You never know when you might see The Last of Us." And I think that this ended up happening with Gene several more times after even this. And it just was part of the danger of being in a band like this, I guess. From that inauspicious start, Kiss toured small arenas, building a frenzy of followers, an army of Kiss maniacs whose catchline is, quote, "Forget about the music, just come and see the incredible show they are live," unquote. Between dates, Kiss put together 5 top-selling albums. Kiss, 250,000 copies sold. Let's see here. Hotter Than Hell, 250,000. Dressed to Kill, 300,000. Alive, 1 million plus. Destroyer, 1 million plus. Those are not bad credentials for a group that's only in its 3rd year. Of course, those numbers have increased since then. And I'm pretty sure that Kiss and Hotter Than Hell have both hit gold. And I think Dressed to Kill did too. And anyway, but Alive, as you know, is the one that really, really helped them take off. So how did they do it? A certain amount of fascination from the young to see their fantasies, good and bad, acted out on stage. And this is an important thing for us to always remember when we're dealing with this stuff. A certain amount of fascination from the young to see their fantasies, good and bad, acted out on stage. And this is where so many kind of parents got it wrong, in my opinion. Because when you look at, we talked about movies just a second ago. Look at Star Wars. Now, who is the hero of Star Wars? Episode 4, because that's the one that would have been out, in this neighborhood of time. Who is the hero? Well, Luke Skywalker, of course, right? But really, who is the most memorable character? Who is the guy that everybody really, really loved? It was Darth Vader. And you find out later in all the other episodes, the story is really about Darth Vader. But what happens though is we really love all the characters in all the extremes. We love the hero that comes in, and we also love the villain. And what it is about it, again, it's part of this thing where it's the fantasies, it's the visuals of the whole thing. I mean, who looks cooler than Darth Vader? And he's the bad guy, but there's part of you that goes, yeah, but I still like him. He's cool. And as a kid, you love that stuff. And when you look at this right here, you had all these different alter egos, and it wasn't that they were good or bad. They were characters. And so where you might have Gene Simmons as the demon or the bad guy, you still relate to them like you do with Darth Vader. And so when you understand what these guys were doing, they had that vision, they had this idea that each one of these characters, like the Beatles, was somebody that people would gravitate to. And like it says here, the young to see their fantasies, good and bad, acted out on stage. And that's what you got. And so it's just such an important point that I think frequently gets overlooked when people think from a music standpoint, because we attach so many things to music that we don't attach to a movie. I know I've talked about this before. Okay, at least that's how Gene Simmons described it over the phone to me prior to a recent appearance at Anaheim Stadium in Los Angeles. And again, probably the reason they use this article is because you're referring to the Anaheim Stadium concert, and that's what they're talking about in the History biography. Everyone has in their personality yin and yang, the famous Chinese philosophy of both good and evil in people. We put that on stage in a Jekyll-Hyde routine, states Simmons. Kiss presents an ominous figure on stage. Their dress includes weird attire, comedic masks of makeup, and 7-inch platform heels. The show includes dramas of death and evil, smoke, fire-breathing dragons, levitating drums, exploding drumsticks, which is something I had to actually re-look this up. I somehow either forgot about that or overlooked it or something. It apparently during those early days, they had put some sort of flash things in Peter's drumsticks. They'd have these little fireworks or I didn't understand it completely, but apparently they did something like that with his drumsticks, and it was semi-dangerous. I don't know much about it. I saw that and I went back and read, and I'm like, sure enough, there was something going on with that. And music so loud that Grand Funk fans might ask to have it turned down. If that doesn't sound strange enough, maybe Simmons' comment might sound appealing. We asked each member of the group if they were willing to do anything short of killing themselves to be successful. Maybe we will end up even doing that. And notoriously, there is something, I think it was with Peter Criss, that when they originally talked to Peter, he was a little bit older than the other guys, and he'd been in the scene a little bit longer, and when they talked to him about being in the band, they said, would you do anything to make it? And that was Peter's answer, like, yeah, anything at this point. And that was kind of the idea here. That's like, no rules. We're going to do whatever it takes for us to make this work. And then, then it led to this, obviously. Critics have been less than kind with Kiss's musical abilities. And there is a reason. Kiss's music is simple and guttural. The members of Kiss contend that their music is not for the critics. Translation, as long as it sells, who cares what the papers think? And yes, exactly. This is a business. And they understood that part of it too. But you know what? I got to tell you, people love to knock them. But the reality of it is, first of all, they had catchy songs. Like it or not, you don't have to like Kiss, but they had catchy tunes. It's hard to deny that. All the way back to the first album, they had catchy tunes. And this is something that often gets overlooked by people who are being critical of a band like Kiss. Because you start looking at the individual musicians and you start judging them on that level rather than judging the band as a whole. And another way to look at this is, think about an orchestra. Okay, you go see an orchestra and you don't necessarily get too focused on how good is the violinist, how good is the cellist or the percussionists or the clarinet or whatever. All the different instruments are in there. You judge it on how good does the whole thing sound when it's together. And then you start to realize that the orchestra itself, in some ways, is an instrument. And who is playing that instrument? The conductor is. So the conductor's instrument is the orchestra. And the how good the orchestra is, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have the best players in the world to make a good orchestra. You have to have the right players to make a good orchestra, the people that fit what's needed in that music at that time. And you have to think about bands like Kiss in the same way. Were they the best musicians that there were available? No. Of course not. And people start knocking them that way because we get so hyper-focused on that. But when you look at the group as a whole, when you think of it like an orchestra, it has the right players for the music. When you look at Kiss and what they were able to accomplish, it was these four guys that may not have been the best players ever, but for some reason, when you put them in a room together, magic happened. And when you look at Kiss almost as its own instrument, this is a group. This is an entity. And these four pieces of this entity created magic. Independently, do they create magic? And no, not necessarily. But when you put them together, something really fantastic happens. And this is the part, like I said, a lot of people that want to be critical of these things, they overlook the how important that is, how critical that is. Because how many super groups have come along over the years that really just were not that good? I mean, there are some that were great, but there were some that just, the music's so average. Because you get all these egos in there. You get all these people that are so good at what they do, they just don't know how to work together. And they don't make a good group. They make a bunch of great independent individuals, but they don't make a great group. You have to have a team. Okay, so let's move on here. Let's face it, rock and roll is simple, primitive, gut music. It is beat music. To make the music interesting, you have to dress it up. Some of the best rock and roll groups of the 60s played primitive style music. Early Stones and Beatles compared poorly to the quality of sound from people like Clapton and Page, states Simmons. Kiss is not trying to impress anyone. You can play just so good and then go to a jazz club in New York and see a guy like Charlie Mingus perform, and you can't believe that that can be done with 5 human fingers, continued the sober Simmons. So Kiss understands what it has to offer. Strong visual entertainment in line with another glitter superstar, Alice Cooper. If you just want to rock and roll all night, be at the ACC at 8 p.m. Wednesday. And that is the end of the article. I really dug this particular article. Anyway, I'd love to get your feedback on this stuff. What did you think about this article? What did you think about Kiss during this period, their rise to fame, how fast everything happened, and also, what was your perspective of it at the time? Because I know a lot of people who watch this channel are like me, that I was just a little kid, and I actually didn't even get introduced to Kiss until Rock and Roll Over. That was my first album. And so, I still didn't know what was going on. And so, like so many people like me, we got introduced to them, right around this time. And then it wasn't until later that we started discovering the music that came before. And then we kind of followed them out as they got into the next albums, and then Dynasty and, all the crazy stuff that happened after that. But I'd love to get your input, your feedback on what it was like for you at the time as you were discovering them, as you were living through this stuff too. Anyway, right now would be a great time to hit follow on the channel. Please like the video. Again, I'd love to get your feedback on this stuff. And also, if you're a Kiss fan, you probably know other Kiss fans, and we really, really appreciate it when you share these things with other people. That's how these channels grow. And you'd also probably be doing them a favor too, because other Kiss fans enjoy this kind of thing. And so please share this, post it on your Facebook page, email it to your friends, put it on Twitter, what have you. We really appreciate that too. And so anyway, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, welcome to part 5 of our series on the A&E biography about Kiss called Kisstory. And what it was, a few years ago, A&E put out this biography. It was a 2-part thing that basically told the history of Kiss, and they called it Kisstory. And throughout this video, they'd have these little montages that would show pictures and videos from different time periods, and they showed a lot of newspaper headlines that would flash across the screen during this biography. And we thought what we would do on this channel, since we spent a lot of time going back and looking at old newspapers and things like that, we would go and find the newspapers that those headlines were from. And then we show you the newspaper that it was in and show you the headline again, and then kind of go through it and show you what the article that they were flashing across the screen, what it actually said. And so anyway, we're on part 5 now. The part that we're in right now, it happens in the first episode. Again, this is a 2-part thing, and it happens right around the 1 hour and 5 minute mark. And right now on the screen, I'm showing you an image from the biography. You can see the headline there, and the headline says, and it's cut off a little bit because they were panning it across the screen. The headline says, Kiss invites audience fantasies. And then now I'm going to switch, and you can see on your screen right now, we actually found the newspaper, and this is from the Terre Haute Tribune in Terre Haute, Indiana. And what's kind of interesting about this particular newspaper article is we put out a video on this channel, I don't know, a couple months ago, where we talked about the album Rock and Roll Over, and coincidentally, we actually went through this very article, but from a totally different newspaper. So this article was something that was basically some sort of a press release that was put out, and then it was put across by the Associated Press, and it was put across all these different newspapers around the country. And so the one that we tracked down that they showed in the biography in Kisstory is from the Terre Haute Tribune, December 12th of 1976. And there you can see the headline. It says, Kiss invites audience fantasies. And so, first of all, down in the first comment, we'll put a link to the original video that we did on Rock and Roll Over, which is actually, I tell this really cool story about Paul Stanley. And there's a lot of other really cool stuff in that video. It's actually one where me and Gary both talk about that album. But what I'm going to do now, since this is from this particular newspaper, I almost skipped it and thought, well, we already talked about this. But part of what makes these little videos interesting that we go back and do for where we're going back and finding these headlines is actually just looking at the newspaper as a kind of a timestamp and seeing what else that newspaper had in it. And there are some pretty cool things in this particular newspaper. And again, this is in December 12th of 1976. So this is right before Christmas. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take you to a few different things. The first thing I do when I find these articles is I'll go check the front page and see what the headlines were for that day. And I actually found something pretty fascinating here on the front page. So it's the Terre Haute, I'm not sure how to say it, Tribune Star. And check this out. I thought this is such an interesting timestamp. Because look at that headline right there. Record deficit for 77 hinted. Now, when you put this again in a time, when you look at this from a timestamp point of view, December 12, 1976, this is right after the election. So Jimmy Carter had just been elected, but he wasn't the president yet. And so, and actually when I went through this newspaper, there are just article after article after article about the election, about Carter. But this one on the front page was so interesting to me when you look at what this had to say. And this is not a political show. This channel is not about politics. But this is something, no matter where you're coming from, we can all kind of relate to. And I think this is super fascinating. So, December 12, 1976, record deficit for 77 hinted. And the first paragraph says, President Carter probably will have to propose a record budget deficit for fiscal 1977 if he decides a government program is needed to stimulate the economy, his advisors say. And I remember, I was a little kid at this time, but I do remember people talking about inflation. I remember people being worried about the economy but this part is what really fascinated me. If you look over to, let's see here, over to this next paragraph, and I'm kind of moving the cursor over it right now. It says the deficit for fiscal 1977, which started last October 1st, already is likely to be near, get this, $60 billion. According to congressional budget experts. Anything Carter does to increase spending or cut taxes is almost certain to push it above the record deficit of $65.6 billion in fiscal 1976, they add. If Carter decides to on the $15 billion to $20 billion job and tax cut program his advisors are recommending, the potential 1977 budget deficit could be as high as $80 billion. Oh, for the days when people were being financially responsible and only having deficits of $80 billion. I mean, it's just, it's so fascinating how we've, just looking at this, how we've become numb to it. $80 billion. Because what I do remember about this time, and I remember it more from the 80s, I don't remember it from the 70s, but I remember when we were in these billion-dollar deficits, how people were talking about how utterly irresponsible it was. And here we are today. I mean, just think about that. And I actually looked it up because I was so interested to think about this. So the deficit they were looking at could be as high as $80 billion. I looked it up, and around this time, the debt was in the neighborhood of $700 billion. Again, just from a timestamp standpoint, how our perspective on these numbers have changed so dramatically back when the word billion actually meant something. And today it's almost meaningless. Anyway, just kind of fascinating to look at this from this is the world that was happening at the time that when Kiss was coming out with, this was 1976, this was the bicentennial, and this was when Kiss that year had put out 2 albums, and I actually have them out here. The Destroyer came out on March 15th of 1976, and then Rock and Roll Over came out on November 11th of 1976. So anyway, that's what was going on in the country when these records are coming out. Next thing I found that was kind of fun was Radio Shack. How many of you remember Radio Shack? When I was a kid and I was getting involved, I started playing the guitar. I was at Radio Shack all the time, just buying cables because I was, had my guitar equipment and then I had my stereo equipment and I was figuring out all the different types of cables and connectors. And I was at Radio Shack all the time, just buying stuff. And I used to love Radio Shack. because you could find those things that you needed pretty quickly. If I needed a guitar cable, there was a Radio Shack right down the block and I could just go get one. And it was just a different time back then when we had that little electronics store just right around the corner, and they were everywhere. And they just I don't even remember what it was, but it was some time ago, maybe a couple decades ago, they just poof, gone. But here's a Radio Shack. You remember these Radio Shack Christmas sale? And they would sell these things at Radio Shack. There you have you remember the CBs? This one was regularly $149.95, now $99.95. Then you have this hi-fi system for $349 that had a turntable. And oh yeah, and remember, the brand was Realistic. I think I still have a Realistic equalizer up in the storage area somewhere. There's a Realistic battery AC recorder. Did any of you ever own any of these things? And then Arthur Fiedler and the Boston Pops. It looked like they were selling it looks like, is that a record? Yeah, because they have record, cassette tape, and 8-track tape. So they actually sold some of those things there. And then this one was the one that really got me. Ultra thin calculator, $24.95. And look what it'll do. Basically add, subtract, multiply, divide. I mean, it's just... And it's only 7/16 of an inch thin. Anyway, just crazy. And then these science fair kits, 151 electronic project kit, 250 in one chemistry lab kit. What could possibly go wrong, right? 601 electrochemical laboratory. Whoa. Anyway, again, what could go wrong with that stuff? When we had our science fairs at school, I remember buying one of those things for the science fair. Okay, this one always gets me when we do these newspapers. When we look at the movies that were in the theaters. Do you remember this? King Kong. It says the most exciting original motion picture event of all time. King Kong. I remember seeing that in the theater, and it was just so amazing. I love that show. And you remember how at the very end of it, he was on the World Trade Center right there. That's the first time, when we were growing up, we even knew what that was. And then there's King Kong. Oh my gosh, I remember that whole thing when they went to the island and they had the big wall there and they had to, King. I mean, it was, anyway, what a cool show. I think it was Jeff Bridges, Jessica Lange. Where is that? They don't have their names here. I should have looked. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, there it is. Duh. Jeff Bridges, Jessica Lange. And they were just awesome. What a great movie that was. It was so cool. And then let's see, there were a couple other Woolco TV family fun games. I mean, check that out. Wonder Wizard, 3 games for $59.97. This is those are the video games we played. And then there were a couple of other, let's see here. Oh, here it is. Logan's Run. Do you remember the movie Logan's Run? As I recall, we actually went and saw this in the theater. And that movie is an interesting timestamp for a couple of reasons, because it came out right around the same time that Star Wars did. And when you go back and watch Logan's Run and you compare the special effects between Star Wars and Logan's Run, even though the Star Wars special effects have aged a little bit, they weren't even in the same world. And Logan's Run was this really interesting kind of sci-fi show, but it just didn't. It paled in comparison to what to Star Wars. But the story was so cool. I loved the story. Actually, I still love the story of Logan's Run. But if you go watch it right now, man, it is such a B level movie, but it is so much fun. I mean, it really is. The whole thing where the end, they go through that ice thing and they've got that robot that today looks like an overgrown vacuum cleaner. At the time, I remember being a kid and it just scared the heck out of me. And you go look at that thing now. If you have not looked at it in a while, get on YouTube, go find the scenes where they're going through like the ice hallway or something, and before they go outside into the real world. And there's that robot there that tries to stop them. And it looks so homemade and cheap. It's unbelievable. I mean, it looks like they made it out of dryer tubes and big vacuum. I mean, it's so funny. But what a cool show. And then Rollerball, That was kind of a big deal. And then the Shaggy DA, I remember we actually had that on a videotape, and I think I watched that over and over and over again. When we were little kids, me and my sisters, we loved the Shaggy DA. That was a lot of fun. Okay, a couple more things in this newspaper. Thought this was kind of interesting. Again, it's interesting to put these from a timestamp standpoint, because here we are in 1976, and Fats Domino and George Jones were still around. But what makes it even more interesting is here they are in December in Terre Haute, Indiana, and they're playing the Executive Inn Motor Hotel, because George Jones was a legend country singer. And Fats Domino, of course, was a legendary, he's the one that did the twist. And just they were really, really important, but I don't know much about this Executive Inn and what this was all about, but it sure seems to me that it was probably a couple steps below where they were. Both of these people were, 15 years earlier. So, but George Jones, what a legend. What a legend he was. Okay, one more thing. Oh yeah. This one was the most fun for me. So this is the Zare Christmas sale. And they have a lot of these things. You remember a lot of times in these advertisements that have hand drawings, even for fashion images, they were just always just drawn. They were starting to see more and more photos at the time, but so there's Kodak film, but that's not what I wanted to show you. So this is I'm going to forward a couple of pages to show you the one that I found. When I was a little kid, I would have gone out of my mind with excitement on this page. And here it is. There you have Ernie and Bert, $1.99 each. There's the Count, and there's Ernie. I would have, when I was a little kid, I would have gone nuts just looking at this page. Now look at this. This is a video game. Do you remember getting this? I remember having a little Pong thing like this. And you remember this little thing would move up and down on the screen, and this ball would go back and forth. I was a master at that. I was spectacular at that game. But look down here. Do you remember any of these things? This Mr. Mouth? I don't know what it was. I remember this game, like this thing would spin around or something, and then you'd shoot stuff into his mouth. That was wild. There's a Ouija board. Do you remember Cootie? This game, I loved Cootie, because then you'd put the ears and the legs on it. That was fun. Yahtzee, what a blast. Then did you have, because I did, the $6 Million Man? Because you could look through his eye. He had the bionic arm where you could roll his sleeve up and you'd take the little bionics in and out of his arm, and that was, anyway, it was so much fun. And then these little things that had the record in the back of the choo-choo train. Anyway, did I just say choo-choo train? Well, it's in the back of, okay, I said choo-choo because it actually says choo-choo. It's not just me. Anyway, I loved this page because the memories of all this stuff is just crazy thinking about that. All right, so let's go back to the Kiss article. So we'd go through all that stuff because it's a timestamp. And part of, for me, especially when I look at those movies and the toys, because I was a kid into Kiss, like a lot of you were, you had these overlapping moments. Like I was a Kiss fan while really liking to watch the Shaggy DA at the same time. And it was such a strange thing because we had these two kind of opposing worlds that were living inside of us when we were Kiss fans, because we were still kind of had our foot in the world of being a little of a kid, and then you're into this hard rock and roll at the time. And anyway, the timestamp of it, like I said, makes this pretty fascinating. Okay, so now to put this in context, this is December 12th of 1976, and this year, these two albums, Destroyer and Rock and Roll Over, had both come out during 1976. And so here we were at the end of 1976, and then 1977, Love Gun would come out that year. And then later on in 1977 is when Alive 2 would come out. And then in 1978, that's when the solo albums came out. And then in 1979, that's when Dynasty came out. So anyway, that kind of puts all this in perspective. So in 1976, they were relatively new to being superstars. They had put out Alive, which really put them on the map. And then they put out Destroyer with Bob Ezrin as the producer, which is this one right here. And then that's the one that kind of solidified their position in the world of being rock stars, truly, at that point. And that had come out again in March. And so here we are in December, towards the end of the year. And then we have this article written that just says, Kiss invites audience fantasies. And this is the one that is on the screen. And what's going on in the documentary at this point, if you haven't watched it in a while, and it's on Hulu right now, by the way, this is right about at the 1 hour and 5 minute mark. And this is where they're talking about the fact that they were never to be seen without their makeup. And Paul Stanley, right around here in the documentary, says, it was kind of disappointing that we weren't going to be recognized on the street, that when we were out and about, but the masquerade of it really, really worked. And and what they had done then is they kind of put across this thing that they were never normal people. You only knew them as these characters. And they talk a little bit about this, not only in the documentary, but they talk a little bit about this here in this article. So I'm going to share this with you now. So this is on page, if you ever wanted to go look this up, this is on page 44. All right. Okay, Alice Cooper, who frightened parents with his female name and the violent images in the stage show, which went along with his rock concerts, now can take a backseat to Kiss. And by the way, Alice Cooper, it is a female name, and he did it intentionally. When he came up with the name Alice Cooper, what he was really trying to do was come up with the most kind of American mom, grandma kind of name he could come up with. And he was thinking like Betty Crocker. Betty Crocker, he was thinking, is like the most American grandma, bake you cookies kind of name that there was. So he wanted something similar to that, and he came up with Alice Cooper. That was the idea. And then, of course, his persona would be the exact opposite of what the name was. And so he's saying now he can take a backseat to Kiss. For one thing, there are 4 members of Kiss, and they are enormously popular. The producer of their 5th record album, Destroyer, Bob Ezrin, said the album conveys the group's image as, quote, symbols of just unfettered evil and sexuality. Now, this is kind of a fascinating thing that Bob Ezrin said that, because what they say next, the band members, it was a little bit, when you hear this, it's a little bit like they distance themselves from that idea, because they want you in some ways to be able to project what you think onto them. They're just putting characters out there, and then you kind of put yourself in them. And it worked, because I know there are people on this channel that did what I did, because you've put it in comments on other Kiss videos we've done, where me and my friend Tommy Leet, we used to get out, it was a Live 2 was the main one we'd do this with. We'd put the record on and we'd grab tennis rackets and we would just be Kiss. And everybody had the one that they related to somehow. There was something that you'd projected onto them, and you'd think that's the one I relate to the most. And I was always Paul Stanley. So members of Kiss, their ages are 24 to 30, don't make statements like that. Again, like Bob Ezrin did, preferring to present themselves as mysterious. They don't want to say that they're evil and sexy, or that they're really nice, normal guys off stage. Alice Cooper recently has been saying the latter about himself. Kiss members don't permit photographs of themselves out of stage makeup. Bassist Gene Simmons explains, it would blow the magic. Guitarist Paul Stanley adds, there's a lot more mystique and glamour to the stage image than the 4 of us being normal looking. And really that was kind of the idea, this mystique. And I know we've talked about this before on this channel, but just look at this album cover. This was such a fascinating thing because they weren't a rock band. This is not the picture of a rock band. This is the picture of like superheroes or supervillains or something like that. These were comic book characters. This was a movie poster. This was something so much bigger than these guys are just musicians. This was a fantasy characters here. And when you look at it and you think about superheroes, you think about think about things like something that came out around the same time, and I may have even talked about this in a recent Kiss video, but it bears repeating because the point is so important. When you look back at so many movies, when you look at comic books, when you look at Star Wars, for example, which came out around right in this same time period, the good guys and the bad guys, you almost loved them equally. I mean, look at your Marvel comic characters. Some of the most famous characters that people really gravitate towards are the bad guys. Just because you think they're cool looking, they have these cool personalities, they have these great backstories. And this was similar with these guys. Gene Simmons, of course, was the demon, but it was a little bit, you'd love him this kind of the same way you would love Darth Vader. Yeah, he's the bad guy, but you kind of like him. He's cool looking. What villain is cooler looking ever than Darth Vader is? And he has that great voice, and he's got there's just something about him that's so awesome. And that was part of what made this so brilliant, was that you'd see these guys, and whether they were good guys, bad guys was kind of irrelevant, a little bit like Darth Vader is, because it's just cool. And you understand why, getting back to what I said a little while ago, why as kids we started gravitating toward this, because this was comic book, this was fantasy, this was like these bigger than life characters, adventure. It felt awesome just looking at this stuff. And as a little kid, you'd buy these records, you'd stare at this thinking, whoa, this is so awesome. And then of course you'd grab your tennis racket, put the music on, and then suddenly you're the character. Okay, they want audience members to be free to build whatever fantasies they want around one or all members of Kiss. An interview with Simmons and Stanley begins with Simmons wearing jeans, shirt, no makeup, platform boots, silver spider bracelet, necklace of silver skulls, and brown spider belt buckle, offering cake made by his mother. And there you go. I heard somebody say not long ago, they were talking about how we have, with social media, we have so much access to the rock stars today. And you think, would I have had the same love of Jimmy Page, for example, if I knew what he had for breakfast every day? You don't want to know those things, because there's the mystery of it all. You were limited to your exposure. When Led Zeppelin would show up somewhere in a magazine or a newspaper or in concert, it was one of the few times you'd get to experience them. You were very, very limited. And today, not only do we get overwhelmed where we can see anything we want all the time, forever, but we also know the intimate details of their lives, and then it just takes some of that mystique away. And so and these guys went the exact opposite there. And it's just kind of an interesting part of comparison, because there you see that they really did have these normal lives, but we just were never exposed to them. Where today we have almost overexposure with so many of these people, and you think, would I have been so into Jimmy Page or Robert Plant, or just going back and list all these people, if we'd have known as much about them and their personal lives as we know about rock stars today? Just a different world, something interesting to think or talk about. Kiss got together in 1973. Makeup, smoke bombs, flash pots, and flying sparks were part of the show from the start. Simmons says, quote, "We didn't want to be another boring band. We wanted to be the greatest show on earth." Simmons, born in the borough of Queens, and Stanley, born in Manhattan, got together. By the way, I think when they say born, they just kind of mean from, because of course Gene Simmons was born in Israel, so it's not exactly correct here, but they're all from New York. Got together, added drummer Peter Criss from Brooklyn. From an ad he ran in Rolling Stone, and added lead guitarist Ace Frehley from the Bronx. From an ad they ran in the Village Voice. Being New Yorkers, their hero band was the New York Dolls, which was the #1 draw in the city at the time. And of course, we have another video on this channel, and maybe I'll put the link to that one down below in the first comment as well, where we find an old newspaper article that talks about one of those early shows where you had the Dolls and Kiss playing together, because that was a big thing back then, because Kiss and the Dolls would play together frequently. And that was an important part of the development of Kiss, where New York Dolls did have this massive impact across, generations of music, but they never really took off the way Kiss did. They were, even though they influenced Kiss greatly, they did not have the mass appeal somehow that Kiss did. Kiss started with female makeup and tried clown makeup before evolving the present black and silver faces and costumes. They noted that the Dolls were very New Yorkish, and audiences elsewhere felt they were left out of an inside joke. So Kiss relied on hard rock and magic tricks. Manager Bill Aucoin, a TV director formerly, took on the group because he thought Alice Cooper had built up an audience for flamboyant stage shows, which he soon would leave to become an actor. And that, I said this, I think, in the other video, this is not really entirely true. He did put out a movie that was called Sextet, and if you ever, matter of fact, you can go find him in that movie on YouTube. He's got his hair short and he's playing a piano, and it's kind of a silly thing, a little bit of a comedy. And anyway, he's in there, and he did a movie, Welcome to My Night. So that was in 78. He did a movie, Welcome to My Nightmare, in 76, which didn't do very well. So when it says he was leaving it to become an actor, that's not entirely true. He did go dabble in acting, but it wasn't as though he just kind of left the Alice Cooper rock star behind, because he didn't really. He thought hard rock was very commercial, and he thought the group wanted to become superstars. This is getting back to Bill Aucoin. He got them signed to Casablanca Records, a new company, as its first group. And that's kind of an important thing to note, that Casablanca, Neil Bogart created this label, and Kiss was the band. And it's fascinating watching Casablanca, because they became kind of a disco label eventually over time. And so Kiss was a little bit of an oddball on that label once it got going. But, the reality of it is Kiss paid a lot of bills with that record company and with Aucoin management. And anyway, they were the people, they were the breadwinners, if you will, in that Kiss had just become such a juggernaut and so successful. But Casablanca was started, and then Kiss and Casablanca kind of grew together, if you will. At first, Stanley says, we had day jobs as cab drivers. From 6 to 10, we were stars. And from 10 to midnight, we were going around putting up posters we designed ourselves, saying we were stars. I love that. It's such a great quote. From the beginning, they performed 200 to 250 days a year. A vacation was time spent in one city making a record. The group was a theatrical stage band, but they knew the music had to be good or audiences would quit coming. And this was a pretty important thing. When it says a vacation was going to one city and making a record, when you look at those early days of Kiss, even through here, like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, these records were both put out the same year. And that's the kind of work that they were doing. They were putting out so much stuff so fast. And anyway, it was just kind of a big deal that they were working like crazy. And the truth is, and a lot of people want to knock them, but you go back even to the early days, the first album, and they had just good, catchy tunes. You don't have to like them. You don't have to like the way they did things. You don't have to, but the reality of it is they wrote catchy music. And eventually that part of it caught up with the act part of it, if you will. So where that was kind of the draw in some ways, they did have really solid, catchy tunes behind it. The music has improved, Stanley and Simmons believe, from playing together so much. And then that's the end of the article. And then there's the picture of the band. Kiss, the hard rock quartet, never photographed without makeup, is, from left, Peter Criss, Ace Frehley, Gene Simmons, and Paul Stanley. Anyway, that's the end of that article. And that's, again, taken from about an hour and 5 minutes into part 1 of the History biography. So if you go on Hulu, which is where it is right now, and find the A&E History biography, that's where you'll see all these articles that we've been doing. And we've basically, if you go back a week, we've been doing them each Monday, and we'll probably keep doing it like that, where every Monday we put one of these out until we get through both of them. And so I hope you enjoy these things. And please, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel, like the video. And if you're a Kiss fan, you probably know other Kiss fans. And we'd really appreciate it if you would take the time right now to share this, copy the URL, post it on your Facebook page, send it an email to some people you know, put it on your Twitter account or whatever you have on social media, just to let other people, because that's how these channels grow, is word of mouth, people sending these things to each other. And we really, really appreciate when you do that. Oh, and by the way, we'd love to get your comments on any of this stuff. All these things that we found in the newspaper, did you experience any of those things? Did you have any of those toys? Did you see any of those movies? Do you remember that stuff? And what are your memories about them? And then also these 2 records that we talked about that came out of 1976, where do these fit for you as far as your favorite Kiss stuff? And there you go. So please leave those things down in the comments. We love hearing from you. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, welcome to part 3 of our Kiss newspaper headline video series. Now, if this is the first time you've joined us on this, what we're doing is, you might remember a few years ago, A&E put out a biography about Kiss, and it was called History. And it was a 2-part series. And like a lot of those kind of documentaries, they would frequently throughout the video go into these little montages. And in a lot of these things, when they do montages, what do they always show? They show newspaper headlines in these montages. And so what we decided to do is we were going to go back through that documentary, find all of the headlines, these newspaper screenshots, and we're going to go look up the newspaper, look up the article, and actually look at the article that they put on the screen in this documentary. So we're in the 3rd one, and I'm showing it up on the screen right now so you can see what this is. And although in the documentary, if you watch it, this happens right around 56 minutes in part 1 of the documentary. They never show the full headline. It kind of just scrolls across. So I just took a screenshot so you can see part of it. But the whole headline says Kiss, gaudy, loud, and tacky. And we did some searches and found it. And here it is. I'm showing it to you on the screen right now. And this is from the Shreveport Journal, Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana, Wednesday, August 11th, 1976. And this is page B9. And so what we've done the last couple of times, which has made this kind of fun, is we not only read the article, but we just kind of flip through the newspaper a little bit and look what else is in here. And it's been pretty interesting. And this one was really fascinating. I've got a couple of really cool things to show you before we read this article. And the article itself is super interesting. But so one of the first things I do when I go to these newspapers is I go to the front page and just kind of see what it says. And page 1 of the newspaper. So this is, you can see it says the Shreveport Journal. And my attention was immediately brought to this thing like dead center on the page where it has this toll-free number. And I thought, what is this all about? Check this out. Toll-free number right in the middle of the page for no apparent reason. And here it is. A toll-free telephone line for information concerning the death of advertising executive Jim Leslie has been established in Baton Rouge. The number is, and they give the number, persons calling with information will be guaranteed anonymity. Callers supplying information may be eligible for awards of $1,000, $5,000, and $35,000. And I thought, okay, wait, what is this? So it turns out, now you want to go down a rabbit hole, go search on this. I'd never heard of this before, but this guy, Jim Leslie, he was working here at this newspaper, and basically he got offed. And the police reports say it was a hit job. But to this day it was unsolved. But the guy that was being accused of it they had arrested him a couple of times on this. You go back and read it, but it's crazy. They arrested him a couple of times on this, and like right before one of the arrests, he mysteriously had a heart attack or something, and then he was gone. It's really, anyway, I'm just looking at these newspapers randomly, and there's this crazy story of this guy, and it's still unsolved. No one knows really what happened with it. But anyway, you want to go down a rabbit hole, go look up Jim Leslie, go find it on Wikipedia, and you can read all about the people involved and what was going on. And I mean, supposedly this was organized crime, and anyway, pretty wild stuff. So that was the front page. So then I just kind of flipped through some other places in the magazine, or the newspaper, found a couple other things you might find interesting. And one of them is right here on this page, and it's this right here. Do you remember KC and the Sunshine Band? We need to do a video sometime coming back and just reading this article, because it's a little kind of bio on this guy, on KC, from KC and the Sunshine Band. And why I brought this up was because from a timestamp standpoint, as we're looking at these newspapers, it says, big summertime single record, which is heard constantly on portable radios, beach, and sells more copies than any other. This summer, H.W. Casey is hoping the summertime single will be Shake Your Booty by Casey and the Sunshine Band. So this year, when this newspaper is coming out, is when, again, from a timestamp standpoint, thinking about what was going on in the world at the time when this newspaper that we're looking at came out, Shake Your Booty. You remember that song? Yes, you do, for sure. It was actually a really cool tune, super catchy and super popular. And it was one of the things that it kind of, from a Casey and the Sunshine Band standpoint, one of the classic songs from that era, from that group. And so anyway, again, contextually, that song is super famous this summer when we're reading this. Now, another one I wanted to show you is on another page here, and this, I loved seeing this. Here is an advertisement for some record store, and it's not just a record store. It's Skaggs Albertsons. Look at that. Do you remember I remember Albertsons because we still have them. We're located, the studio, if you didn't know, we're located in St. George, Utah, which is basically a stone's throw from Arizona and 2 stones throw from Las Vegas. But we have Albertsons here in the area. But Skaggs, do you remember Skaggs? I for some reason didn't even know that those two things at one point were the same thing. But Skaggs Albertsons, drugs and foods. And so I remember when I was a little kid, we had a Skaggs. I grew up in Denver, and we had a Skaggs down the street, and I used to buy Kiss trading cards at Skaggs. It was one of these fun things that when we were little kids, we would just walk down. We'd go to our little thing to go down to Skaggs. And then we buy gum and we buy trading cards. And it was just kind of one of our little things we do in the summer is we'd go walk to Skaggs. And so seeing this, Skaggs Albertsons, that's, anyway, I just didn't know. But here's what's fascinating is that they are selling records. I don't remember this, but they were selling records at Skaggs. And so here's this little thing where there's this kid in this advertisement, Dear Mom and Dad, and he having a wonderful time, send money, love Toby. And this, of course, is, I guess, supposed to be something about summer camp. And this is going to Skaggs Albertsons and buying a record. And so here are the records that they were pushing at that time. And from left to right, again, this is from a timestamp standpoint, thinking about when this was happening with Kiss, these are the other things that are out. Jerry Jeff Walker, no idea. I have no idea what that is. Aretha Franklin, of course, everybody knows who Aretha Franklin is. Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. That's when this is coming out. One of the great tunes. Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy. I don't think we've ever done a Thin Lizzy jailbreak video on this channel. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. And I love that album. It is so great. And so here it is, same time. Neil Diamond, Beautiful Noise. I think we have that one in the collection, although I've never spent any time with it. Aerosmith Rocks, we talked about on this channel just like, I don't know what it was, a week ago or so. And that was the peak Aerosmith time period. Chicago X, this was like their, the numbers didn't really correspond. I think this was their 8th studio album, if I'm not mistaken, the 8th studio album. But it had a couple of hits on this thing. And then Frampton Comes Alive, which is also interesting because of the timing in relation to the Kiss article, which we will get to in a second. And I'll explain that when we get to the Kiss article. But a lot of you probably already know. But then down here, this is kind of interesting because it says LPs Series 698, 478, Tapes Series 798, 588. And I think the point there is what LPs are normally 698 are marked down to 478, and tapes that are normally 798 are marked down to 588, it seems. And then Frampton Comes Alive, 577 for the LP, and the tape is 759. Okay. Anyway, so let's go back to the page that has the Kiss article on it, because there's actually a couple things on this page that are super fascinating. First of all, the interesting thing here is when you saw they put it on the movie page, the movie announcements, and look at these movies that are out at the time. So you have The Shootist, John Wayne movie, Harry and Walter Go to New York, silent movie, Clint Eastwood, The Outlaw, Swashbuckler. Let's see here, The Gumball Rally. Do you remember hearing about that? It's a hilarious coast-to-coast 180 mile an hour go for broke outrageous road race. I just remember the name. I don't know anything about it. And then this is interesting. Gus, because for a lot of us, this is the stuff we loved Kiss, and at the same time we loved Bambi and Gus. Well, we loved Disney because we were little kids. So I would have been interested in Gus and Bambi and Kiss at the time. And I remember this. Gus was a story about the Wonder Mule. And then Bambi, I think Bambi had come out obviously many, many, many years earlier, but it's being re-released probably every summer because the kids wanted to go see it. Then Murder by Death, and this one has Peter Sellers in it. Do you remember this? By the time the world's greatest detectives figure out who done it, you could die laughing. And then here's Future World with Peter Fonda and Yul Brynner. And then over here we have Lead Belly. There was I don't remember this movie, but this is kind of an interesting thing, a movie about Leadbelly. He was like a musician, and it says A Real Man. I never saw it. I don't know anything about it. There's The Shootist again. Squirm. I don't remember anything about Squirm. The Other Side of the Mountain. Here we go. An incredible story of modern-day cannibalism. Survive. I don't know anything about that. And then there's The Omen, and then The Bad News Bears. And then here's Squirm again, Survive, all these different, all the different theaters that were playing these different movies in the Gumball Rally. Okay, so I want to show you one other thing that I thought was pretty fascinating before we jump into the Kiss article. And it's this right here. Now look at the paper, Kiss Gaudy, Loud, and Tacky. That's the headline for the Kiss article. But right below it, to the left, not only do you have the movie announcements, the times and places, but you have this headline, That Old Devil is Riding High Now. Okay, now check this out. Satanism has always been an interesting, though not very respectable form of movie myth. The subject was usually left to B-picture makers who occasionally threw up a first-class producer like Val Lewton. I have no idea who that is, but it was never considered worthy of the attention of the makers of A films. Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby, which is more a comedy than anything else, started to change that. And let's see here, scrolling to the top, all remaining doubts were swept away by the phenomenal success of William Friedkin's The Exorcist, a movie that seemed pretty dreadful at the time, but one that alongside The Omen now looks like a work of cinematic art. Now, this is the part that was fascinating to me, because here's the point of this article. That Old Devil is Riding High Now. They're basically saying we have this fascination with Satanism, so much so that we started making movies about this whole idea. And these movies like The Omen, The Exorcist, Rosemary's Baby, all these things kind of revolve around that topic of Satanism. Now, this is why it's fascinating to me. Because so much of the music that we listen to, going back into the 70s and really, really into the 80s when people were just capitalizing on this, these bands were kind of pushing this idea and focusing on these satanic themes to sell records. Duh, right? So when you go back to the band Black Sabbath, for example, why did they end up with that name? Well, of course, the Black Sabbath was originally a movie, okay? It was a movie. But here's the thing. When you listen to the stories, when you hear them talk about this, when they decided to pursue the style of music and what they did, it was some discussion like they were rehearsing near a movie theater. And I think it was Tony Iommi that one day made a comment, said, "Isn't it interesting how people will pay money to go be scared?" And so what did Black Sabbath decide to do? The band was called Earth. That was the original name of Black Sabbath, or the former name of Black Sabbath. And they changed the name of the band to Black Sabbath, and they started making scary music. Why? Because just like movies, people liked to be scared. And they liked, for whatever reason, people are fascinated with these themes. But but interestingly, a director or a producer, these people like Roman Polanski, can make a movie like this, and no one's accusing him of being a satanic or a Satanist or worshiping Satan. And yet, for some reason, when musicians just made movies or made music and albums that followed those same themes that these movies did, they were accused of it. And then all of us would go to these concerts, and you'd have these preachers out there in front of them telling us not to go. And yet, I don't think they were doing the same thing at the movie theaters, because they understood in the movie, this is just entertainment. It's just entertainment. We're going there to be entertained. But with the bands, for some reason, they didn't see it as entertainment. They all of a sudden started projecting all this other stuff on it. And then what happens then is you have all these kids that really, it was entertainment and it was an outlet and it was fun and we liked the music and all this stuff. Well, then with all the pushback on it, what do you think happens? Then the kids who are interested in it, they push back the other direction. And then you cause this big problem that really kind of wasn't there to begin with, because you have a band like Black Sabbath that just was doing it because they recognized that there's a market for this stuff. People like it. They enjoy it. They enjoy the artistic representation of these kind of underworld ideas. And so these bands picked up on it and emphasized it. So then where does that lead us? And then interestingly, we have the same thing about Kiss, because Kiss was one of those bands that everybody was saying, and really, what was it? It was theatrics. It was something it was entertainment. It was something fun and exciting, and we all liked it. And these were comic book characters. These were, they'd created these alter egos, and that's what it was. And yet, for some reason, it's just interesting to me, on the same page, you've got these people that are aware enough of the world around them that people are entertained by this topic, and they can see it clearly in a movie. But then they look over, almost like on the same newspaper article or the same page of the newspaper, and go, the movies, but not the bands. Anyway, it's just kind of funny that we can see it so clearly in one area and just scoot over just a little bit to this art form, and then all of a sudden it's something completely different. Anyway, just kind of fascinating that we would see things so differently when ultimately all this stuff was just art. Presentation, things people are interested in, whatever. And so then so many bands then picked up on this, and then they just kind of, and then, they realize that, man, and now if we do this kind of music, it gets a lot of attention because people start pushing back against it, which gives us more attention, which just, anyway, I don't think people had any idea what they were doing back then when it came to dealing with this stuff. But, okay, so now we get to this article at long last. And the context of this is pretty fascinating because, like I said, this comes at about roughly 56 minutes into the documentary, And what's happening at the moment in the documentary, they're talking about that they had just had this massive success with Kiss Alive. And I made the reference to Peter Frampton Comes Alive because it was right around the same time period where Peter Frampton, that live album that he put out, kind of really put him on the map. And similarly with Kiss putting out Alive, they'd had those 3 albums prior to that just, Kiss, Hotter Than Hell, Dressed to Kill, that just didn't go anywhere. And then they put out that live album, and it just, all of a sudden, they were superstars from the live album. Now, Bill Aucoin, and this is what they're talking about at this point in the documentary, Bill Aucoin says, look, guys, you can, you're superstars now, you put out this massive record, you've got to follow this up with a successful studio album now. It can't be like those first 3. We've got to have a successful studio album. And this is what Paul and Gene are talking about in this part in the documentary. And so what do? They then hire Bob Ezrin to come be the producer of this next album, which is, of course, going to be Destroyer. And then they talk to Bob Ezrin in the documentary. And the point, and the stories at this point in the history of Kiss are kind of legendary because Bob Ezrin, who had kind of cut his teeth and become famous producing Alice Cooper, so it kind of seemed like a natural fit that you'd now go produce Kiss. He walks in with these guys and he had a whistle around his neck and he started calling them campers because he's kind of like, you guys, you think you're big rock stars now, but you guys have not put out a good album, a good studio album. Now, of course, for us Kiss fans, that's definitely arguable because I go back and listen to those albums and I love them. But at the time, that was not the case. Again, context. And so he's coming in there going, guys, and so now he directs them and he helps them create this album that would really be the next step in Kiss's evolution, which was Destroyer. And this is it's controversial in the world of Kiss, whether it's a masterpiece or Bob Ezrin ruined them. I mean, you'll get both camps in the world of Kiss on that topic. Now, there's no doubting that album cover, I don't know how you would even argue with it, is one of the most important album covers ever made in the history of rock and roll, the album cover for Destroyer. Matter of fact, the next 3 album covers, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun, are like 3 of the greatest albums in rock and roll, album covers ever made in rock history. They're just fantastic stuff. But again, the music, the production of Bob Ezrin, that a lot of people, we go back and forth on this thing. What did he do? But this album, this is the one that had Detroit Rock City. This is the one that had Beth, which is a controversial song in the world of Kiss. Okay, so now this newspaper, the article that they put across the screen in this documentary, this was published on August 11th of 1976. And Destroyer, by the time this news is already out, but they put this article out, or the newspaper across the screen in the documentary prior to the recording of Destroyer. So it's a little bit out of sequence, but who cares, right? I mean, it just so happens this is the headline that they wanted to put across the screen. So I think you're going to like this article now. Okay. So Kiss, gaudy, loud, and tacky. Bob Seger and the heavy metal rock group Kiss put on a rather spectacular show in Hirsch Coliseum last night. Nearly 7,000 people, mainly high school age, attended. And at this point in time, of course, Kiss, they're big rock stars, with Alive, and now everybody knows their music, and they're touring, and Bob Seger is opening up. So they're touring together. Kiss, which to many rock fans is a can do no wrong band, put on an elaborate stage show. However, the group's music sounded, in a word, amateurish. The band members have their act together. They are able to play passably well the music they create in the studio. Alas, they all seem to be failed thespians who, barred from the legitimate stage, are determined to force their dramatic talents on innocent concertgoers. I love reading this stuff so much, especially now with 50 years having passed and being able to look at this from, from that vantage point of what was being said. It's so predictable because people hated them, and these snooty critics just, it was pretty rare you'd run into a critic that would actually say something positive about it. It was just snooty stuff and just nasty things and just talking down to him. It's so funny. Okay. Take away the overpowering loud PA system, the special optical effects, the mirror tricks, ticker tape and confetti, flamethrowers, fire-belching guitars, and fake levitation devices, and all that is left is a mediocre heavy metal band from Queens, New York. Now, look, just listen to that. Take away those things? What? Those things sound awesome. That sounds like a blast going to see something like this. Well, if you take away the fact that this is one of the most amazing things you'll ever see in your life, they're just not that great. What? Anyway, it's almost comical listening to this stuff. The laundry list of amazing things he just listed and go, well, if you take away all the amazing stuff, it's not so amazing. It's just great. It's so great listening to this. And of course, his point is they're not really good musicians, but you know what? They were a rock and roll band, and they were pretty solid. And how could you not be when you were playing together live constantly? Did they make mistakes? Were they imperfect? Were they the greatest players of their instruments? No. But you put those four guys together, and something magical happened. It was great. So, okay, anyway, drummer Peter Criss, I love this, was the only member of Kiss who got down, as the saying goes. I guess as the saying goes, 1976, August 11th, I don't know what he means by that, but apparently Peter Criss was the only one who did it, who got down. Maybe it has something to do with that Casey and the Sunshine Band thing we just read a second ago. Okay. During the performance, rhythm guitarist Paul Stanley constantly and loudly overused the 3 chords he seems to know. You only miss a good rhythm guitarist when he stops playing. Stanley was missed whenever he strummed. Isn't this funny? Just this snooty, obnoxious stuff that they say in these articles. I mean, come on. It's so funny. Bassist Gene Simmons is the failed actor in Kiss. He should pay more attention to his playing. Lead guitarist Ace Frehley stuck to playing leads based almost entirely on the A and G improvisational scales. He did very little in the way of free-form or extended solo leads. So what? So who cares? What does that have to do with anything? Isn't that great? Like, looking for reasons to just criticize. This is not a jam band. This is a unit that has a set, and they've rehearsed it, and they try to execute it in front of an audience. But hey, there was not a lot of improvisation, so anyway, this is so great. He also has a habit of hitting and holding single notes and distorting his sound through the use of various boxes and devices while bending the note. Oh, mercy. I mean, this sounds awful. He holds a note for a long period of time and bends it? Are you kidding me? I love this. This is so fantastic. This sounds nice and gives the crowd a rush, but it is quite easy to do. This is great. So what? Isn't that awesome? But it's so easy for somebody to do it. Yeah, and it sounds cool. So what if it's easy if it sounds great? I don't know. Okay. Okay, so there are at least 10 lead guitarists in local groups who could have gone up on stage and given Frehley a lesson in guitar picking. Actually, probably more than 10. Probably hundreds and hundreds. But guess what? None of them made themselves famous. None of them figured it out. It's, again, the snootiness. Okay, I'll get off of that. Could have gone on stage and given Frehley a lesson in guitar picking. Whatever. The group's vocals contained little in the way of harmony. The band members sing in octaves for the most part. Oh, gosh. The group also played too loud, even in the context of the rock concert situation. The band members probably could not even hear themselves in spite of all their monitors. What is left of Kiss after this dissection is a rather gaudy stage show, the taste and majesty of which has not been seen since the last Roman gladiatorial combats of the 4th century. A bassist wearing platform snakeskin knee boots, black tights, and Bela Lugosi's Count Dracula makeup, standing on a PA speaker and spitting fake blood into a crowd should not even be part of the featured act in a musical presentation. But it was, and the crowd devoured this tasteless act with gusto, which is sad commentary upon the tastes of today's concert audiences. And that's the end of the part about Kiss. It goes on and says the musical high spot of the concert focused around Bob Seger and his Silver Bullet Band. I got nothing against Bob Seger. I actually like Bob Seger. But it was just hysterical. This person hates Kiss so much that this person is complaining that even though it sounds good, he held his notes so long. I hope you enjoy this stuff. If you're still watching this, you must enjoy this stuff as much as I do. I love this so much. And of course, I'm a Kiss fan, which makes this even more just tasty. I just enjoy it that much more listening to this stuff 50 years later. It's just so fantastic. Anyway, I love this. So that's the Kiss gaudy, loud, and tacky from, if you go back to Hulu, which is where the documentary is right now, and go to about 56 minutes, you'll see this headline go across the screen, and you will know what it says in the article. And there you go with part 3. So we'll be back for part 4 in about a week or so, and hope you enjoy this stuff. Thanks for taking the time to watch this and for spending some time with me today and going through this stuff. Please like the video. I would love to get your comments on any of the things we found in the article, in the newspaper itself, and on this article, what your thoughts are about this. Really appreciate you taking the time to be here today. Please follow the channel. And also, if you're a Kiss fan, you're not alone. You know other Kiss fans. No Kiss fan is an island. So please, you'd be doing them a favor, and us a favor, obviously, sharing this video with other people, other Kiss fans, other people that be interested in this kind of thing. And we appreciate all the times you go post this on your Facebook and Twitter and all the other places. We really appreciate that. And so with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, welcome to part 2 of our series on Kisstory. Now, remember last week what we started doing is we're going through the A&E biography that was put out a few years ago that's currently on Hulu, and we're going through it, and every single time we find a montage, we look for the newspaper headlines. Because if you've ever seen these kind of biography, history things before on these different channels, they'll do these little montages to kind of show time passing, and inevitably they throw newspaper headlines in there as part of these montages. And so what we decided to do last week is we're going to go through this particular biography about Kiss, which is called Kisstory, and we're going to go through and find all the headlines from the different newspapers, and then we're going to go actually track down the actual article, find the headline, find the article, find the newspaper that it was printed in, and then read it. So right now what I'm showing you on the screen is the second headline in the show. It happens right around the 37-minute mark, and the headline is "Nothing to Lose at Kiss Concert." And in the biography, it's about 37 minutes into the show, and this is where Paul Stanley's talking about going on tour for the first time. He says something about their parents dropping them off at the airport like they're going to summer camp, if you remember the show. And then they flash across the screen this headline. And so I'll just tell you where this came from. We found it here, and this is from the Fairbanks Daily News Miner, Friday, May 24th, 1974. And if you look at the picture, this is kind of cool because you can see that it's Paul Stanley in the image, And he's wearing his bandit makeup. It's not the star. So this is early on. So Kiss fans will know this, that when you get back into those really early days of Kiss, one of the first things that Paul Stanley did before the star was this, I think he called it, was it the Love Bandit? I think that's what it was. Anyway, and he just had these kind of almost like triangles over his eyes. And you can see in this picture, that's what they have here. But anyway, so this article shows up on page, what is this? Page 42, page A8 in the Fairbanks Daily News Miner. So this is in Alaska. Before we read the article, I just want to show you a couple of things in this newspaper, because I just started digging around and there's some pretty fascinating stuff in here. Because every time you get into one of these things, it's always a timestamp. There's a, we look at these things and we look at the event, but then it's kind of fascinating to go look at the big picture of just what was going on in the world at the time. And there's a couple of interesting things that this newspaper shows. And one of the things that's a timestamp is these ads. And there's kind of one down here. This is for Cliff's Barbershop. And Cliff's Barbershop, a member of Redken Hair Research Division. And we offers RK shampoo. Anyway, so it scrolls down here. Start your RK hair routine today, and then it says, "We may be free," which I have no idea what does that mean? And then it lists all these different things: RK protein shampoo, dandruff shampoo, protein conditioner, just on and on, all these different things this barbershop owns or offers. And then it says, air conditioned for your comfort. Can you imagine an advertisement today that actually uses the fact that air conditioning is part of your experience and uses that as a selling point? That here at Cliff's Barber and Stylist Shop, they want you to know that if you come get your hair cut there's going to be air conditioning. Anyway, I just love this stuff. And then down here at the bottom, check it out. Cliff's Barbershop will be closed Tuesday, May 28th in observance of Memorial Day. And ironically, the day that this video is coming out just happens to be Memorial Day. Over here to the left, this is kind of cool. Treat your summer visitors and relatives to a wilderness fishing trip. And it has this Bob Elliott that has a brochure you can get so you can go on his plane and go gray line fishing for $40, pike fishing for $60, lake trout fishing for, I think that says $90. Anyway, that's pretty cool. So I'm curious, how many of you actually ever went and did this? I've had a lot of friends, I've never done it, but that have gone to Alaska and done one of these fishing trips. But now this goes back into 1974. Okay, so, and before we get to the article, I just want to show you a couple of other articles that I think you will find super fascinating. So I'm going to go one page before this on page, let's see here. So this would be A7, I guess. Yeah. So check this out. There's this headline that says, Madcap filmmaker has new movie. And then there's this picture here that's totally unrelated. And I want to show you both of these things because, again, the timestamp nature of it is so important when you put all these things in context. Because Kiss Kiss's first album came out on February 18th of 1974. Now, look at this picture right here. And look what it says underneath this picture. This is in the television section. This is telling you all the different TV shows they're going to be on. It's kind of like the old TV guide. You remember this? You'd get the newspaper and it'd tell you what's on when. And anyway, so, and it's in that section. And check this out. Bailiwick publishers, CW, I can't really, Sneddon and William Randolph Hearst Jr. above discuss Alaska statehood and the Alaska Pipeline on Channel 9's Bailiwick. Channel 9, it looks like, is the PBS station there. Now, to me, why this is so fascinating. I was born in 1969. And from a time capsule standpoint, looking at this newspaper, here we are in 1974. And you've got William Randolph Hearst Jr. in this discussion about Alaska statehood. Now, we sometimes lose perspective of timelines because for me, I'm born and I don't know a world without Alaska being a state. But when you think about it from the time period, in 1974, Alaska had only been a state for 15 years. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. It was still part of the discussion, what we're going to do at this place, what's happening there, what are all the ways this is going to be handled in the future. And when I was born into the world where Alaska was already a state. That same year, Hawaii became a state. And I think we sometimes, those of us that were kind of born after the fact, and I think most people watching this, that watch this channel, are in the same situation that I am. You're born and you just don't know a world without it. And yet here, the people that were writing this newspaper, the people at the time of Kiss's first album, were aware of a world when we only had 48 states in the United States of America. And it's just such a fascinating timestamp to think about this. And here they were promoting a show where they're going to be discussing. Here we were only 15 years into that. Anyway, I love that. Now, another thing that's kind of fascinating here is this madcap filmmaker has new movie. And what this is they're talking about the fact that Mel Brooks just finished filming Young Frankenstein. So here we are in 1974, and guess what movie came out literally like a week and a half before Kiss's first album? Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles was released on February 7th of 1974, literally just a few months before this newspaper is put out. And Young Frankenstein comes out then in December 15th of 74, later on this year. So when Kiss's first album is being released, it is literally just a week after Blazing Saddles is released in the theaters. So from a timestamp standpoint, it's so fascinating. And then listening to what he has to say here, I'm not going to read the whole article, but there's a couple of, when you look back at this stuff and you listen to them talking about it and you put it in the context, I just love this stuff. So here we go. Los Angeles, Associated Press. Having demolished the film Western with Blazing Saddles, madcap filmmaker Mel Brooks has now treated the horror movie, but with a different attitude. Quote, "This is a salute, not a spoof," says director-writer Brooks of his just-finished Young Frankenstein. "Some things are sacred, and to me, horror movies of the 1930s are. When I was a kid in New York, I used to go see them at 9 o'clock in the morning. I stayed through the day existing on O. Henry bars until suddenly there was a light shining in my face. It was the theater usher with a Jewish woman behind him screaming, 'Come home, come home.'" Brooks had completed filming of Young Frankenstein a week before, and he was still in a state of euphoria. He described a scene in which Gene Wilder, and then he goes on and tells some of the funny things that happened in the movie. And what's kind of funny for me is as I recall, and I need to double check this with my parents, but I remember going to see that movie. That would have been probably in 75 then, and I would have been 5 years old. And it was, anyway, Young Frankenstein. And then I see it again much later in life, and it was kind of a brilliant show. As far as Mel Brooks goes, I think it was all black and white, if you remember, and it really was one of his, I think, looking back at all of his stuff, one of his greatest movies that he put out, even to this day. The thing was just amazing. Okay, I'm going to show you one other thing, and if you're a musician, I want to get your feedback on this. So here we are. This is we're in this newspaper, and for some reason on this particular page, this is A13. There's this article. Says Age of Songwriting Now Just Realized. So I'm flipping through this paper, because I found the Kiss article. I'm just reading things, and I come across this, and I had to read this article. And I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, maybe in another video, because this is a really interesting article. But I'm going to read one paragraph to you. And I know we have a lot of musicians that watch this channel, and I want your feedback on this, because this is one of those discussions that people take kind of different views on this idea. So this person that wrote this, Mary Campbell, this is an Associated Press news features writer. Listen to this right here. "So many popular singers cannot read music. I think it has been their salvation, because they don't work according to prescribed rhythms and pitches. It leaves them free to put notes where they want them and the way it suits the prose, and to bend pitches closer to the inflections of speech. And then this whole article goes into this idea of how traditionally different singers, especially going back into the classic days, hundreds and hundreds of years before, singers were given the freedom to move around. And yet today in classical music, everybody's supposed to be right on. And it was, anyway, but that paragraph, I've had this discussion with so many people over the years, because I play and I used to be a professional musician long ago, and I barely can read music. And I've wondered sometimes if that was as a disservice to me that I can't really read it, or if it was a benefit. And there are people that have very extreme feelings about this. And I find myself kind of going back and forth on the idea over the years. But I'd love to get your feedback, what your thoughts are. And maybe we'll do a video about that sometime, because like I said, I know we have a lot of musicians that watch these videos. Okay, I'm going to show you one more thing before we get to the Kiss article. And this is on the front page of the newspaper. And why I thought this was so important is because sometimes it's also interesting to look at the big picture from a world stage kind of standpoint, when you put everything in the context of what's going on nationally. And look at this headline: President refuses evidence. And this is about a lawsuit that's going on. I don't think this is directly related to Watergate, but there was some other thing that was happening at the time. And when you put this newspaper in context, this is Richard Nixon is the president of the United States at this point. And when you think about this, this is May 24th. So here we go, June, July, August. 3 months after this newspaper is printed, Richard Nixon is no longer the president. And then again, like putting this in the whole context, the year that Kiss became a thing, the year they put out their first album, Richard Nixon resigns. Fascinating stuff. Not saying they're related, just saying that, again, looking at these things historically and looking at what was going on in the world around them. And that's why I think it's kind of cool looking at these newspapers and seeing what was really happening, along with the headline. So here's Kiss in the newspaper. What else is going on? Okay. So now we're back to this headline. Fairbanks Daily News Miner, nothing to lose at Kiss concert. Now this is very, very, very short, but there is some kind of cool stuff in here. Okay, at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday, June 4th, the Fairbanks area will receive taste of the multi-million-dollar rock music industry. This happens when Nebula Productions, in association with Eielson Air Force Base, brings Savoy Brown from London, England, and Kiss from New York into town. Eielson's Air Force Base will have open house for this event. That's kind of interesting. I would love to hear what that was like, an open house for an event where Kiss and Savoy Brown are playing. Okay, when you first see Kiss, you may be overwhelmed by their incredible theatrics, their wall-to-wall amps, their 6-foot electric Kiss sign that looms precariously just above their heads, their chiaroscuro facial makeup. But outdistancing all other considerations is the extraordinary power of their music. It is nothing short of an amazing explosion of sound and substance. As one critic wrote, it's mood music if you happen to be in the mood to blow up buildings or wreck cars. The music is rock and roll. It's loud, but the definition between Gene Simmons on bass, Paul Stanley on rhythm guitar, Peter, and it looks like it says Criss, C-R-I-S-E, but it's obviously Peter Criss on drums, and Ace Frehley on lead guitar is a perfect example of synergism. It's at once a whole orchestra while never losing sight that it's rock and roll. Writes a New York critic, their music is the most thought-out, controlled sound around, with a stage show that is just as professional. The group looks as if it had just stepped out of the underground movie Pink Flamingos. Now, I was not familiar with Pink Flamingos, so I looked it up because there's clips of it all over YouTube, and wow. The fact that it's hard to imagine anybody even knew what that movie was. It seems so utterly but just weird and ridiculous. But anyway, apparently this person writing this figured enough people would know what the reference was, but it is a weird, creepy, strange thing. So anyway, I'm not recommending necessarily going and look at it. I'm just telling you it is freakishly weird, this show is. And it's also interesting to hear so many kind of positive things being said about them in this article, because, so many of us that came into Kiss as, we were kids and we just liked it because it was superhero-ish. Years and years later, when we're hearing people knocking it, we didn't live through the period where they were being championed, where so many people loved them. And I have a whole other video on this channel that's one of our most popular videos on the channel, where I kind of go into detail about those first few years of Kiss and what it was like for fans back then as opposed to what it was like for fans later in the 70s and early 80s. And maybe I'll put a link to that down in the first comment, because it's, like I said, it was a really, really popular video on this channel. Okay, visually, Kiss is a knockout. Quote, "We're in show business, aren't we?" states Simmons as he applies his bizarre makeup. But despite what might well be the most exciting stage presentation from any new band, it's the music that holds Kiss together and overtakes an audience. Now, again, isn't that interesting to hear people say this? Because when you get further into their career, they were being lambasted, they were being ignored, they were being treated, downplayed, because everybody's like, it's a gimmick, it's just the makeup, it's just the costumes, et cetera, et cetera. But these people early on, remember, their album at this point has been out for what, 3 months, 4 months? It's brand new. This is a brand new band, and people hear the music. They've seen their pictures, many of them, on the cover of the album, but that's really most people's exposure to them. That was kind of it. Just the makeup faces. You weren't being exposed to the costumes. And matter of fact, the costumes back then really weren't as developed as they were many years later. And so to them, it was just kind of like more, like Alice Cooper type of rock and roll. It wasn't something where they'd gone so far as people started saying, it's just this gimmick. There were people back then that really appreciated the fact that it was good, solid music. And the reality of it was, that first album, just some great tunes on there. Okay, the odds are with Kiss, you'll either love them or hate them, but it's certain you'll be knocked off your seat. Their first single says it all. Relax, let yourself go. You've got nothing to lose. And that was obviously the song Nothing to Lose on their first album. It was their first single that they put out. And it is, when you just listen to that tune, it's got a real, just kind of fundamental, basic, straight ahead rock and roll feel to it. And it was just a really catchy, fun tune. And a lot of people kind of had this misconception of what Kiss, what their music was like just by seeing the makeup later on. They see the makeup and they think it was, but you look back at this and it was just kind of this, really, the music itself in many cases was just this really basic, kind of 50s sounding, almost just rock and roll. And that was an example of it. Their first song, their first single that they put out, Nothing to Lose, was just one of those catchy songs. So anyway, this was part 2 of this series. I think this is so fascinating, going back and looking at these articles, and then beyond the article, the big picture of all the things going on at the moment. Because there's a lot of people, I know a lot of people that follow this channel right about my age, and or even younger, that just never experienced, that didn't live through these things. And here we were born again into a world where Alaska, as far as we were concerned, was just always been a state. Just always was. Not realizing when I was born, Alaska was barely 10 years old. It was pretty new. It's a pretty new idea that we had a 49th and then a 50th state. Was a pretty new thing. And for those of us born after the fact, we'll just never really understand that because we were just born into something. But it is interesting now to go back in the context of the things that we ended up really being connected with, like Kiss, and then taking there and then looking at the bigger picture of the world that was happening at that time. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this stuff. Thanks for taking the time to visit with me today. If you're not following the channel, we'd really appreciate you following the channel. Of course, like the video, and I'd love to get your comments. They were touring here with Savoy Brown, by the way, which it mentioned, and they were opening up for Savoy Brown? How many people even remember Savoy Brown today? You know, they'd started in the mid-'60s. They were well into their career at this point. How many people could even name anything about them now? Were you a fan of Savoy Brown? What did you know about them? I'd love to hear that in the comments too. And so anyway, we'd love to get your feedback on all these things. The thing I read about the song, or about the whether or not you read music, I think that's kind of a cool discussion too. And anyway, again, thanks for visiting with me. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a Kiss fan, I think you're really going to enjoy the video that I have for you here today. And even if you're not a Kiss fan, I think you'll have some fun with what we're doing with this video. I'm going to do something a little bit different, and we're going to introduce what is actually going to become a series for a little while. And let me tell you what it is that we're going to be doing here. So a few weeks ago, Gary and I were having one of our discussions. We do probably too many Kiss videos because both of us we're just Kiss fans and we like talking about it. And so he mentioned that there was a biography that was on Hulu about the Kiss's story. And I thought, oh man, I need to go watch that. So I got on Hulu the next day and watched it. And it turns out what it is it's the A&E biography called Kisstory that they put out back in 2021. It was a 2-part series. Anyway, so I'd already seen it, but of course, it's Kiss and I'm just watching. And so I get sucked into it and I start watching the whole thing again. And as I'm watching it, I notice something that all of us have seen 1,000 times. When you watch these biographies that tell these little historical stories that go back into rock bands or famous actors or whatever, one of the things that they do frequently in these shows is they go into these montages. And you know what I'm talking about. They'll show pictures of them doing this and then the snapshot of this. And inevitably, they always show newspaper headlines in these montages, kind of giving you snapshots of what's going on at any given time. So then I thought, what would be really fun to do was to go through that Kisstory biography, and every time that they show a headline, go find that article and then find what newspaper it was in, when it was released, and actually read it and see what was said, not just the headline, but actually go find it. So right now on the screen, I am going to show you a snapshot of the first article that popped up in this Kisstory biography that was put on A&E that's currently on Hulu. And here you can see the headline there. It says, "Is the world ready for Kiss?" And so what I did is I actually went in to one of our accounts where we have these online newspaper accounts that we go into to do some of these searches, and I found it. I found the article, and I'm gonna read this article to you because it's not very long. It's just a couple of cool little things in it, but maybe even more interesting than that, I want to show you just a couple of other things, because part of what makes these little historical dives interesting is not just the artist or the story, but it's the context of the world around them at the time. And so when you go dig into some of these old newspapers, what is fascinating to me, the article, of course, I love reading the stuff, but then you notice, and I know some of you do too, because whenever we do these articles, inevitably somebody makes a comment about some of the other little things they see around the sides of the articles. And I thought that'd be kind of interesting to do, is to go look up these articles, find the date, the location, wherever it was that it was printed, and then take a quick look at the front page. What was going on at that time? And take a quick look at some of the things around the article. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to do a series of these. I'm actually going to go through that video. I don't know how often we'll put them out, and every time they have a headline, we're going to track down the article and then show it to you and see what it said and the context, when it was released, where it was printed. And anyway, I hope you'll find these things interesting. I've just gone through this first one, and I'm actually just like getting engrossed in it. I'm fascinated by the kind of recent pop culture history, and not just pop culture, but just things happening on a national scale. And anyway, it's really fascinating. So this first one, the headline is the world ready for Kiss? And this was printed August 19th, 1977. And it was in the News Star in Monroe, Louisiana. So any of you in Louisiana, I'm actually now curious if that newspaper's still around and do you know anything about that? But this is why I got the album Love Gun out as part of this video, because of course Love Gun was released on that year, 1977, June 30th of 1977. And so when this newspaper article was printed, July, so it was less than 2 months after this album had come out. And this article was actually just before Alive 2 was going to come out. Alive 2 was not much after this because, of course, Love Gun came out. They recorded some concerts. They put Alive 2. I mean, they were doing so many different things were happening at the time. But so now on your screen, I just want to show you a couple other things. So here's the article, and we'll get to the article in a second. But look alongside this article. Look at what was in the theaters at the time when Love Gun had just come out. They're talking about Kiss. Kiss is like big news in the world at this moment. And look what came out at the same time. For the Love of Benji. Do you remember this? I was a little kid into Kiss at that time. And matter of fact, in 1977, I was probably just barely learning about Kiss at that point. Would have been, when this came out, I was 8 years old. So I was barely kind of learning about them and getting excited about them. And so you know what else I would have loved at the time? Benji. And so For the Love of Benji was in theaters at the time. And then look at these other things that were in theaters. The People That Time Forgot, which was, I think, came after The Land. Was it The Land That Time Forgot? MacArthur was in theaters. Smokey and the Bandit was in theaters at the time. The Spy Who Loved Me was in theaters. One-on-One, which I kind of remember something about that. And then I'm going to go to the previous page because there's a couple of interesting things on here too. So check this out. So August 19th, again, in the same newspaper where I'm taking that headline that came out of History, Empire of the Ants. Okay, now I'm dying to know if any of you remember this, because I saw this in this newspaper and I thought, what? It's got to be some campy, silly. So just for fun, I looked up what it's about and this kind of cracked me up. Here is what the story's about. Empire of the Ants. Real estate scammers try to sell land near a Florida swamp only to discover it is overrun by giant, radioactive, mind-controlling ants that have taken over a nearby town. Okay. Anyway, in case you're wondering, now I've got to go find that movie, Empire of the Ants. But now think about 1977 again. What other massive things happened that year that would be happening right now at this moment? Well, as a kid, you remember Bad News Bears, of course. That was another one at the time that I just loved those. It was so silly, and of course, I was a little kid at the time. But check this out down at the bottom. Star Wars. Star Wars, 9th week of Star Wars. I saw Star Wars when I saw it when it was in the theaters. I'm old enough to have been through that experience. And I remember, I think my dad took me to see it, 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. And I was one of those people that stood in those lines that would just wrap around the buildings. How many of you went through that? And it's so fascinating to put all this stuff in context because this album was coming out when Star Wars was being released. So fascinating thinking about this. And then this movie called The Bootlegger's Angel, I had to look this up. Apparently this had come out a couple of years earlier, but because Jacqueline Smith, Charlie's Angels had come out in 76, and because she was now this superstar or this famous actress, this movie she'd been in a couple years earlier, I guess, got re-released under this. It was called The Bootleggers or something, and then they call it The Bootlegger's Angel because now she's so big. Anyway, that was kind of interesting. And then I saw this here. This I thought was kind of funny. Friday and Saturday special 10-ounce ribeye steak dinner at Bonanza for $3.59. So those of you that live in Monroe, Louisiana, do you know anything about that? And isn't that funny, the picture of the guy that they picked to put in this article? Okay, so I have one more thing to show you in this newspaper that just I thought was so fascinating that came out at the same time. Okay, so now here's the front page of this newspaper. Monroe News Star, August 19th, 1977, right there. West Monroe, Louisiana, Friday afternoon. Now, check this out. You know what else happened that week? August 16th, Elvis Presley died. A couple of days before this article. And then check this out. Elvis's girlfriend. There's a picture of his girlfriend with a picture of, sitting next to a picture of Elvis. Ginger Alden, Elvis Presley's girlfriend, said in a copyrighted interview with the Commercial Appeal, she found the singer's body. Earlier reports said Presley was found by his road manager, Joe Esposito. And so anyway, there's this article at the same time talking about how his girlfriend's claiming, no, I'm the one who found Elvis. And then on page 2, there's a picture on the same newspaper of, I mean, check. We forget just how big a deal Elvis was. Look at that motorcade of Elvis's. I mean, that's just crazy. All the cars lined up. So this is 3 days after Elvis's death, and it goes Elvis laid to rest. And there's a whole article here. We should read that one at some time. I'm fascinated by Elvis, not just because I live near Las Vegas. Elvis is just a fascinating character. So anyway, let's jump back to let's go back to this, to the article that we were looking at a minute ago and read this thing about Kiss. So now, again, this is an article. This was in Kisstory on Hulu. That's where it is right now if you want to go watch it. And it is pretty interesting if you've never watched it before. They flash this headline across the screen, "Is the world ready for Kiss?" And here is the article. And you'll recognize that picture because these pictures, as I recall, these were the shots that were taken. They were taken around the Love Gun era, but you'd see some of these pictures on the Kiss trading cards. You'd see them in that the little booklet that came inside of Live 2, that there was a certain photo session that happened where you'd get these, and this was clearly taken out of that session. So here we go. Far Out Foursome. Kiss may not be your idea of an appealing group, but you can't not knock success. The rock group has already made $30 million from album sales. The vampire, Gene Simmons, plays bass. Star-eyed Paul Stanley and spaceman Ace Frehley play guitars. And the drummer is Peter Criss, Pussycat. Okay, now let's go. And that was the picture next to the article. And so now let's take a look at this article. And it's not very long, but it's kind of cool. Is the world ready for Kiss? Hollywood. Is the world ready for a $30 million Kiss? That's how much money has rolled in for record albums alone from rock's outrageous foursome. And there are additional millions cresting for Kiss t-shirts, posters, belt buckles, photographs, and endless list of other promotion possibilities. Now, $30 million in record sales alone, it says. Now, think also at the time. Now, we talked about, Elvis and movies, the successful things were happening there, but think about the music also that was happening around this time. Again, this is 1977. And the article that we're reading comes out on August 19th of 1977, but you're talking about everything that was going on during that year leading up to this, when they're talking about this massive success that Kiss has had. Think of the other things that are going on at that time. So in 1976, Hotel California came out, Eagles. And in 1977, that's when, because it came out at the end of 76, it hit number one, Hotel California, in 1977. So again, contextually, think about what was happening when Kiss was reaching its prime and hitting these numbers that we're talking about, these $30 million. So again, Eagles' Hotel California has come out. The previous year, also in 76, Boston's debut album comes out. I mean, think of those two albums, the impact both those things had. And so Boston, even though that came out in 76, it bled over into 1977. And I think a lot of people see that album and Hotel California, even though they were put out in 76, they really in some ways owned large portions of 1977 because they had such a massive impact, especially that Boston's debut album. I mean, that just like almost invented arena rock and just owned 1977, of course. Then also in 1977, earlier in the year, Pink Floyd's Animals came out, which was a big deal. I mean, that thing had such an impact. Also in 1977, Foreigner, and this is all the stuff leading up to August. There's a bunch of things that happened after the article, but I'm just talking about the ones that happened prior to this, when this was being written. Foreigner's debut album came out, and Fleetwood Mac Rumors, which to this day is still one of the biggest selling albums of all time, came out before, around this time or a little bit before this article came out. And the other thing that you have to remember is that disco was huge at this time. As a matter of fact, one of the songs that came out in 1977 was that you would know was Casey and the Sunshine Band. And the song Shake, 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 Shake Your Boot. That came out right around the same time that this article was published and when Love Gun came out. And then the other thing, again, contextually, as Kiss is reaching its peak, Elvis dies, Kiss is being recognized. Look, hey, this is a big business here. The other thing that was happening that kind of had this, that kind of shook the world, and it still resonates today, was in May of that year, May of 1977, the Sex Pistols put out a single called God Save the Queen. And it shook the foundations in some ways of just the rock world. Now, although there had been, people credit, like the Dolls and others with coming up with punk rock before this, when you look at the impact that the Sex Pistols had, I mean, and they were they were in and out, they just kind of came in and went so fast. But again, it's the context of what's going on at this moment that is so fascinating. So just a month before Love Gun comes out, God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols comes out, and then they just like a bulldozer run into pop culture, and still to this day are just. I mean, I heard Steve Jones and they're not doing it with Johnny Rotten, I don't think, but I mean they're still around. People still talk about them. They still have an impact. Anyway, I didn't mean to get so far off course there, but part of, to me, what makes these things so interesting is the big picture of what was going on as Kiss is reaching that peak. And then one other thing that was happening in the world that year, January of 1977, Apple computers began. So that's the time period that we're talking about here. Okay, so now, $30 million. That's how much money is rolled in for record albums alone from rock's outrageous foursome. And there are additional millions cresting for Kiss t-shirts, posters, belt buckles, photographs, and endless list of other promotion possibilities. I know I had a belt buckle and I had several other things, but I'm curious how many of you had the stuff, because this was part of the brilliance, at least from a capitalist standpoint, of what of the impact that Bill Aucoin had when he came into the band, and they're going to talk about that here in just a second. But they just became this juggernaut of money-making capitalist ventures. It was amazing what they did, and it seems like everybody kind of picked up on it after that. But no one had done it like them. Okay, Kiss actually looks like four. Did I miss something there? Yeah, Kiss actually looks like four clonings from Alice Cooper, who abdicated as high priest of the Weirdos when he skittered off to Hollywood to try to make it as an actor. And that's not, they're kind of blowing that out of proportion a little bit because that year Alice Cooper was in a movie with Mae West called Sextet. I don't know anything about that movie. I just know that it happened. And he was also kind of in this period. Alice Cooper I think he was in Hollywood Squares. I mean, it was probably within a year or two of this that he was on The Muppet Show. So Alice Cooper just was kind of morphing a little bit, but he never really, when it says he abdicated maybe they're talking because he didn't leave the music business, but maybe he kind of started seeming a little bit more mainstream because he started branching off into these other things. Anyway, but it's just interesting how they put that there. But then here we go. So let's see here, to make it as an actor. Kiss members are bassist Gene Simmons, garbed as a long-tongued vampire, guitarist Paul Stanley, the star-eyed lover boy, guitarist Ace Frehley, a silver-eyed spaced-out spaceman, and drummer Peter Criss, and you'll love this, drummer Peter Criss, a cowardly lion from Oz. I maybe I've missed something my whole life, but I've never heard Peter Criss referred to as the cowardly lion from Wizard of Oz. He was the cat man. I mean, you hear Peter Criss talk about it, and he's the cat man, but anyway, that's what they call him here, the cowardly lion from Oz. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but sometimes when you see how he acts, when you see him in person, there is a little bit of that vibe that comes through, just a touch. Okay. The whole Kiss phenomenon, the first act to genuinely electrify the pubescent set of the 1970s, is a shrewd work of promotion geniuses at Casablanca Records and the group's manager, Bill Aucoin, who visualized them as four Alice Coopers when he first caught them at the Diplomat Hotel in New York several years ago. So again, this is August of 1977. So it was almost exactly 4 years earlier in 1973 when Bill Aucoin, and that's what happened. He saw them at the Diplomat Hotel in New York I think it was called the Crystal Room or the Crystal Ballroom is where he went and saw them. Anyway, and it says that he saw them as four Alice Coopers, which is interesting because they were just talking about Alice Cooper. And that really was one of the things and again, the context of this is so important. Because in 1970, in February of 1973, Alice Cooper put out $1 Billion Babies, which became, I think it went to number one. And it kind of showed the world what this whole shock rock thing could do. And so Bill Aucoin sees these four guys. See, because when you understand a little bit about Alice Cooper, because of course that's not his name. Alice Cooper is a character. And so Bill Aucoin is sitting there watching these guys thinking, now this is actually taking that same idea, but we're creating these four distinct characters. And kind of what's funny about that is even though they didn't take, when Alice Cooper picked the name Alice Cooper, he was intentionally trying to think of what would be the most, grandma making cookies for you kind of name that he could possibly come up with, something like Betty Crocker, and it was Alice Cooper. That's what he came up with. So that, of course, wasn't his real name. But similarly with Kiss, none of them went by their actual names. Even Peter Criss, they shortened his last name. So even though they kind of were using part of their name, kind of similar to Alice Cooper, they really did create these alter egos, and they actually changed their names in the process. And so Bill Aucoin saw that. He looks at these guys, and he even said that later. I don't have the quote, but he said something about, I saw what looked like four Alice Coopers. These people, these guys had created these alter egos. They'd created these characters now, and then these characters are what carries this show. And then they become, later on we start to see them. I mean, kids like me, you see them as these superheroes. Let me look at this picture right here. This is one of the greatest album covers ever created, and part of it is because you turn these four guys, this rock band, into these four like Greek gods, and it was just so Bill Aucoin saw that, and so Bill visits with him, and he says, look. He says, if I can get you a record contract, I want to be your manager. And then he was kind of the genius. Of course, he did with, Neil Bogart had this brand new label called Casablanca, got him signed with him. And then the rest is history, if you will. But Bill Aucoin then is the guy that said, hey, we should do all these other things that can create this take advantage of the fact that you guys are these characters, and go so far as to just start creating all these different things around, and we're going to hide your faces, and all that stuff was Bill Aucoin's kind of genius coming in there. So anyway, let's see, Diplomat Hotel. Okay, since then the promotion has been relentless. Now there even is a Kiss comic book selling for, get this, $1.50. Musically, Kiss comes across with hard rock all the way. On their latest for Casablanca called Love Gun, which is one we hear, it's high quality rock even without the flash and color. And then that's the end of that article. So to me, this is so fascinating. Partly why we looked this up, like I said, was because this was the one that the first article that flashed across the screen in that video. And it's pretty fascinating to go then and read what they had to say about this, because it gives you that little snippet, that little insight into what Bill Aucoin was thinking at the time. He sees these guys and he saw what could happen. He saw the potential. Back in 1973, when he sees him at the hotel, he goes, I get it. I see where this can go. And then part of the reason that we even know who Kiss is today is because of Bill Aucoin. And so, again, for me, fascinating going back and look at this. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go through that show, and every time there's an article, we're going to find it and we're going to look it up, and we're going to kind of bring something similar, show you some of the other stuff in the newspaper. And so now, at this point, I would love to get your feedback on this video and what was or was not interesting about it, because we're going to do a series with these, and I'd like it to turn into something kind of interesting that you enjoy in the process, because I make these videos largely for me because I have a blast doing it. But obviously there's a lot of people out there also that are kind of like me that find these things interesting. And so I'd really love to get your feedback on this, what you find interesting, additional context that maybe you know that I didn't bring up that's worth bringing up in the notes. That would be really nice. And then anyway, that's what I'd really love to get from you right now. So also, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel. Please like the video. And also, if you're a Kiss fan, I've said this many times before, but no Kiss fan is an island. You definitely know other Kiss fans, or you're connected with other Kiss fans. So we really encourage you to take this video and share it with other people, because other people will probably, if you found this interesting, there's certainly other people that will too. So please share it with other people and leave your comments. As I said, we really, really appreciate all your feedback. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, we think you're going to love this video. We really don't know what's in this box.
We don't.
This is something that was sent to us by Andy Wines, and he's a guy that comments and communicates on our channel,
Yes,
and he had
thank
some
you,
stuff.
Andy.
Yes,
This is
Andy,
so
thank
cool.
you. This is like really fun. So we thought, let's open it up on camera,
it's
and
like
we can all
Christmas.
kind of see it together. Before we do it, I just want to shout out a couple people, quick thanks. So we have, first thing I'm going to show is, this is from Andy Silvestri, and he sent in an idea for an intro or part of our videos, and I'm showing it on the screen right now, and this is what he sent. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
So we're not sure how we're going to use it yet, but it's pretty awesome, and we thought that's pretty cool. We have to figure out a way to use that thing. So anyway, hey, Andy, thank you so
Yeah.
much for sending that in. And then Terry 8146 sent us in a super thanks. Again, thank you so much for
Yeah,
doing that as well,
very
Terry.
much
So
so.
we really, really appreciate all that stuff. We appreciate it's
Well,
so cool, all the
isn't it-
people that are.
Isn't it awesome how people are interacting?
is.
Whether
It's
it's
the
just
greatest.
the comments, the
Yeah.
interaction, the calling us out on, hey man, like I know, like
Yeah.
one of the most recent ones, they're like, man, how can you talk about a band and you can't know everybody's names? I'm like, dude, I'm
We
going
get-
back on 40-something years worth of memory.
And we do actually do a little bit of research ahead of time, but
Little
then
bit.
there's sometimes it'll come up and like, why didn't I look that up? And then we just don't, and then
It's because
whatever.
a
It
lot
just
of,
happens.
A lot of what we do is
This
spontaneous.
is all
like-
improv. And
absolutely improv. I mean, I'd like to say we're more prepared, but some of it is just drawing on
Yeah.
the moment. It's kind of
where
like
it's like I didn't think about
it's kind of like we're jamming.
Yeah. It's
you
like
know?
being in a jam session.
That's it.
That's right. What key are we in? Try to stay in the key as
Try-
best you can,
What-
but you
what
don't
did
know
it-
what note's coming next all the time. Okay.
In Back to the Future, what did he say? I'm playing. This is the key. Try to keep up.
Try to keep up. That's right. All right, so we're gonna open this up and just kind of see what we've. I know.
Marty
Try not to cut my hands off. Yeah, that's right. Try to keep up. Follow me for the changes, something like that. Try to keep up.
Yes.
I'm going to cut towards you.
Back to the future.
Not towards me.
Yeah. Hit my jugular.
Exactly.
That'd be awesome. That's how we go viral.
That's right. I don't know if my insurance policy covers jugular vein. All right, so let's take a look.
There's a note.
So we'll pull the note out. Take a look what it says here. Found 2 additional. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, this is great. Here we go. I found 2 additional tapes and a Kiss paperback from 1978. I hope they all work. Okay, this is great. This is all handwritten. This is so awesome. The existence of this collection should in no way be construed that the previous owner was a Kiss fanatic.
All right. That's awesome. Andy.
This is great. This is so much fun. Okay. All right, let's see what we got in here. Oh, sweet mercy.
All right. I already seen one that I owned for a while.
Dude, there's a lot of stuff in here.
All right. Check it out.
I didn't
Christmas.
expect this. Okay, I did not expect
or
this.
Or should I say Kissmas?
He said, he contacted us and said he was going to mail something. I didn't know it was going to be all this.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Dude, look at this. Okay, first of all, oh my gosh. Okay. This is I have no idea. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is.
All right, those are.
Have you seen this?
No.
Dude, okay. I have no idea what this is. Number 1 on the charts, The Heights of Millions, their whole. Oh my gosh. This is.
Oh, pre-internet book.
Punk Power, the hips of Elvis and the Beatles. I'm going to read this. This is great. The hips of Elvis and the Beatles' hair used to be thought shocking. Then there was the vicious beat of the Rolling Stones, the sexual put-ons and turn-ons of David Bowie, the calculated craziness of Alice Cooper. But the rock world hadn't seen anything.
Nice.
Until Kiss exploded on the scene. Dude, I am so excited.
That's really cool.
To read through this book. That's a
gem right there. That's a win. That's a win.
That's awesome. Yes. That's a good way to put it. Okay. That's so cool.
Now I know some of these VHS I owned, I want to say.
Okay, we're going to start here.
4 out of the 6. So I'm doing good. This is great.
You know how many of these I owned? 0.
Oh.
I've watched several of them, but I didn't own any of them.
This is great.
Okay.
So this album, it's basically a tribute album.
That's right.
Right? And this is
I remember
like the
this
video,
now.
either making it or...
Come experience Kiss with us. We opened the Kiss vault to give you but this is actually performance footage.
Yeah.
Then go with us to watch Anthrax. Okay, there it is. And Gin Blossom's in the studio recording tracks for Hot Kiss tribute record. Okay.
Yeah, that is awesome.
So it has Gin Blossoms and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's... They had some good ones.
We're gonna have movie
Lenny
night.
Kravitz.
We're getting the family together, and we're having movie night.
Yeah.
Then we can comment on this stuff.
My family might pass. This is great.
Okay, Kiss Extreme Close-Up. The history, the facts, the stories.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good. I mean, this
is so much fun, and it has Eric and Bruce Kulick.
Yeah, this came out in the 80s.
Is this another one you had?
Yes.
I didn't have.
And I think it was just. I think this is the one where Paul has like a instruction, like this is in the Neon phase, so Asylum, Animalize, Crazy Nights, like that era of time, if I remember correctly. Again, you guys will keep me honest, I know. But what I think is extra cool is that I think there's one of them where Paul's doing like a fake, like almost like a Jane Fonda instructional video.
You had that at college, I think, and I think we took it downstairs
and we were watching
in the basement where they had the TV in the commons room and watched it.
Yeah, probably after Spinal
Is that
Tap
on this?
I think so. I don't remember, but I remember it being pretty ridiculous.
Dude, I totally remember that.
You know?
That is that.
Yeah.
If that's the case, that's all. Oh, here's the unplugged.
The unplugged.
This is where things started turning back around for Kiss.
Yeah, I mean, really, this is an amazing.
Wow.
That's an amazing VHS tape right there.
Look at this.
Because
Look
this
at
is
this.
everybody getting back together.
Yeah. Peter Ace.
Right? And unfortunately, it was the demise of Eric Singer, well, somewhat, and Bruce Kulick kind of, because then after the success of Kiss Unplugged, you had the reunion tour and Psycho Circus.
We're going on tour. You guys are going to have to not be in the band anymore.
Yeah. After they recorded, you know, what I feel is a great album. You know.
But it totally overshadowed
by
the whole...
They didn't even tour behind it. I'm thinking... I'm drawing a blank now. This is great, though.
This is so much fun. Okay. This is Christmas.
Kiss Confidential.
Kiss Confidential. I don't... Did you have this one? It says uncensored.
Yes, I had that one for sure. You know, upon moving, I think I ended up donating these to like a local record store or something like that. You know.
It's coming full circle.
Yeah, it's coming full circle. Record Exchange Boise probably had them. From me, thank you very much.
This is so much
You're
fun.
welcome.
We are going to have a...
Dude, I don't have a VHS player. I know that.
You know who has a VHS player?
You do.
You know who owns a company?
Audiomover has a VHS player.
Audiomover. Audiomover has a lot of VHS players. We have many of them.
You know, I drew that blank. You'll be here till the wee hours.
Got all kinds of VHS players, baby. Okay.
All right.
Kiss the Second Coming.
This I have not ever seen.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, the cover.
What is this?
Is just.
I'm going to read what it says.
Ace?
It says, for over a quarter century, Kiss has shaped the face of popular music. This must be the reunion. Because if it's quarter century, rock culture, Kiss Alive Worldwide Tour saw the rebirth of rock's most incredible band, witness firsthand the amazing story of how after 17 years, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, Ace Frehley, and Peter Criss paths finally crossed, reuniting one of rock and roll's biggest success stories ever.
So that's a reunion tour.
Yeah.
So we think.
We're going to have...
Right?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have a lot of movie nights.
That's awesome.
Okay. One more. And this one...
Peter Criss drum roll. Right?
I cannot be more excited than I am right this second.
I can kind of see it right now. You guys should
be excited. I
excited.
cannot be more excited than I am right this second. I just want to soak this in for a moment.
Right. The greatest movie ever made.
Greatest movie ever. Right there, right in front of us. I mean, it's right here. We're holding it in our hands. Kiss.
Show
meets
over.
The
We're going to watch this.
It's like cut.
Oh man. I mean,
dude, this is.
I know that
this is the greatest. This might be one of the greatest days of my life.
This, between the book I've never seen, which is incredible, and the not rated version of Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. I mean, I'm sure it was made for TV or whatever, right? I mean, it's this is a win, man.
Look at that picture. This is the greatest.
Andy, you hit it out of the park. Thank you so much.
Yes.
This is awesome.
This is official, like the real deal.
Yeah, this is the real deal.
I'm so excited about this. This is awesome. Okay.
All right. You might just find we might have movie night coming regularly. We'll just keep playing these.
And then
Pick a night.
We'll watch it.
Friday night.
We'll come in and tell you all about it.
Saturday night movie special. No, I say we just play it on the channel. Have Kiss come after us.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is great.
They'll have all their lawyers come up from the Kiss Army convention from Vegas and kick our ass.
That's right.
Or what do they call it? You've been served.
Exactly. Man,
this is phenomenal.
The greatest, man.
Andy Wines, you deserve a lot of credit. Thank you so much.
So much for this.
You got some big Kiss fans that are pretty excited.
Yes, indeed. So Hey, that's awesome. Hey, thank you again for this. We really appreciate it. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel. And please like the video, share your comments on this awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Tell
us if you've
seen any
this.
of these things, if you owned any of them, if you've seen them, especially this.
Yeah, that is rare, man. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Okay, and just to
and
remember,
I don't want to say, unfortunately, I have seen this in its entirety.
Yeah,
but
me too.
You know what's awesome about this is that you
ever.
cannot find it streaming anywhere.
You know who has it?
We do.
Yeah. And you know who has VHS players?
We do.
Andy, thank you so much. And with that,
Yeah.
have a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, this video is for you. So, Gary, I found a couple of newspaper articles about this album. We've done a bunch of videos on them recently. We did the one on Rock and Roll Over.
Yes, that one.
And it just got me. So, okay, it got me thinking about album covers. We have those 3 albums right there in a row. We have Destroyer, which is one of the most truly iconic rock album covers ever created. Because it took Kiss and it took them out of being a band almost and turned them into
the cartoon character, superhero.
The superheroes.
Yeah.
Then you put Rock and Roll Over out, which is, and it's so funny because so many of you commented on that's not only one of their favorite Kiss album covers, it's one of the best album covers ever made. It's so good.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Then you have the next album, which is Love Gun. Again,
Also
just
fantastic.
Crazy cool.
Yeah.
Like amazingly, again, almost like superhero, bigger than life, Greek gods album covers.
I was going to say that.
And then Alive 2 comes out, which is okay. It has the cool Gene Blood thing. But
horrific.
Yeah, which is attention
That
getting.
was great.
But the other guys,
Yeah.
And then Dynasty, and here's my point. Every album cover after that is like they phoned it in. Okay, Dynasty becomes an iconic cover, I think, on accident. Because you look at that and you go, that is a totally phoned in cover. 4 guys' faces. It's not like the first time they did that. Did that on their first album.
Right.
So and it's like, let's put our 4 faces on there. Okay. And it becomes iconic on accident.
Yeah.
I got to finish.
Okay, go.
Because then they do Unmasked, which is just an unfortunately silly cover when you're trying to not be a band that seems like kids, that's a band for kids, and you put out an album literally with the comic strips on it.
Looks like a comic strip.
Then what do they come out with? Music from the Elder, one of the, again, phoned in album cover, Creatures of the Night, phoned in Part 3.
Oh, I like both those though.
They're cool, but they're phoned in, man. They don't even come close to Destroyer and Love Gun. They were masters at that. They had the greatest stuff.
Yeah.
And then what? Lick It Up, phoned in. I mean, they had to do it that way because we're revealing our faces,
Truly
but phoned
unmasked.
in. Then the next one,
Animalize.
Animalize is the most phoned in album cover of any cover ever. Forget just Kiss. And then this one, which is, again, let's put our 4 faces, and now you don't even have the makeup. Do you see what I'm saying?
I know
It's
what you're saying.
like they come up with these 3 covers, which are just the most iconic things ever, and then one after another, they just get less and less inspired.
Could you also? That's your opening take.
That's my opening take on this. But I want to talk about this album, but I was looking at this going, it's just the most, it's like phoning it in.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can look at it a couple different ways. Way number 1, I would go and say, you have the trifecta of those album covers, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun. You set the bar so high.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to match that. So our expectation as fans, and you're going, okay, how are you going to top that? Well, I'm going to answer that by saying, you're not. Or, so, I mean, their faces were iconic. And I kind of, on the other hand, kind of feel like they were always, one of the things I like Kiss, and we've talked about, like, the Beatles and some other bands, like, they always showcase all for one, one for all. Although, when you started taking the makeup off, and you didn't have Ace, now you had Vinnie. That's our Vinnie Vincent reference of the day. And so on and so forth. Analyze, you don't even have everybody. Here you have Eric Carr and Bruce, Kulick. Personally, I kind of like this album cover. It kind of has an Andy Warhol type of
I was
going to
say that's the one redeeming characteristic.
But yeah, I can get it. I mean, I also like Creatures of the Night with the eyes glowing. That was kind of cool.
It was cool, but it was
yeah. Is
phoned in
as like artistic? No, I think this is kind of a harken back to that artistic. I mean, even going forward, like a lot of people, we mentioned the artist for Rock and Roll Over. Sonic Boom is one of their more recent albums. Was done kind of in the same, designed by the same artist as that did Rock and Roll Over, which is pretty incredible. If you haven't seen that album cover, that's kind of cool.
Better than this.
Yeah, it's better than this. And it almost has like a Batman feel to it. Like
that's really my point, man. It's like they may be okay album covers, but when you were so good at putting these iconic, just amazing imagery together, and because you were all about imagery, and then you put your album cover together, and it's like and Animalize, you put some rugs. That's what it looks like. Hey, let's put a couple rugs together, call it Animalize, and anyway,
let's not kid ourselves. This era, the '80s, post Lick It Up era, they say Creatures and Lick It Up, put them back on the map. Okay, after that, I think they were having trouble finding their way, because suddenly you have a lot of competition out there with the LA scene, with other bands taking up, the mantle of, hey, we're rocking, and we've got attitude and individuality, and what was the thing that the guy from Easy-O said? We have,
that was the greatest word.
Originality.
Originalities. I think is that how he said it.
Yeah, thanks you, Taro. That was great. So if you haven't seen that was from our Easy-O video. They quoted him. We have the most originalities from Japan, right? I mean, Kiss in the 80s, they weren't original, I'd say, at all. Like, they were copying, instead of being, they say that in sports a lot. It's one thing trying to chase and find, trying to beat the one team that's out in front.
Yep.
And it's easy to be the chaser. But once you are at the top of the mountain, and now you're kind of, they were at the top of the mountain in the 70s, during that trifecta of albums and Alive 2 and, all of that. But now this is a reverse role for them. They are not on top of the mountain, even though this album has King of the Mountain right on it. I'm the king. What's that?
King of the Mountain.
That's it.
Yep.
Right.
That is on this one, isn't it?
Yes. Kiss was not king of anything at this point. They're chasing. And that's my point, is like, they weren't setting any trends. They're following them. I mean, look at their look.
Okay.
In this era is also not leading, following.
Oh my gosh. Watch the music videos for these guys, and totally. It is. Now, let's talk about this.
Iconically bad, I've never seen,
right.
I've never seen so much neon, bro. I mean, I know it was the 80s, and I can name all the girls in school and high school that were like cranking the neon. I had a girl that sat behind me with everything she wore was neon. And I thought she was the coolest, most smoking, most trendy chick. But I don't want to see that on a Kiss video and Paul wearing all that neon.
I know, man.
I know. What's that all about?
The androgynous thing was okay in the 70s when it went with all the other stuff. But then when they got to this point, and they're duplicate, they're like poison. Hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. With all the make, I mean, you go, guys, hold on a second.
No, it was not a good sign. But
let's talk about this cover for a second, because I want to point. Because okay, so first of all, following trends. When you made that comment about Andy Warhol, who was one of the biggest artists in the early '80s? Billy Squier. Billy Squier's "Emotions in Motion." Who made that album cover? Andy Warhol did. And it's almost like, right after they saying, hey, Billy Squier did an Andy Warhol. It's all, again, it's almost like they're, to me, like I said, all this stuff's phoned in, but it's even copying what Billy Squier had just done.
Yeah.
Now I want to show you something that I want to see if you've ever noticed this.
Okay.
Have you noticed the color of their lips?
Okay. Yeah. It's in a sense, I want to say, one thing I noticed is that, first of all, if you remember the solo albums, is that what you're tying into?
That's exactly it.
All right. The lip color ties into the solo albums, even though obviously Bruce and Eric didn't put out solo albums as a Kiss member, but the color tie-ins are there.
Yeah. You got purple for Paul, red for Gene, and then Bruce has the blue, which Ace had, and Eric has the green, which Peter did. Now
that
this
is cool. If you guys haven't noticed that is kind of a cool piece.
Yeah.
I mean, had to be done.
For sure it was on purpose.
On purpose, for sure.
Whether they knew it was being done or not, who knows? But whoever the artist was definitely made that connection. There's no way that was an accident that they did that way. Now, and it also is a symbol of that idea of interchangeability. Interestingly, early on, they were talking about where these were just characters and they weren't necessarily.
Yeah,
so
that's a touch on.
It's
that.
almost like now there's something else really interesting about that.
Would Vinnie would have been pink? Was that what? I know Vinnie Vincent Invasion. That's my second Vinnie reference.
You got to get those Vinnie references in.
No, I'm gonna stop.
Now I'm going to show you something.
Could be my purple shirt.
Really interesting about
Pinkish
this.
Purple, I guess.
That does have a Vinnie Vincent
esque. Yes.
Color to it. Yeah, it does. Okay. How much do you know about process printing? Anyway, I didn't mean to spend much time on that like that, but I think it's such an interesting, there's all kinds of little symbols, even though I'm saying this cover was phoned in. There are these cool little symbolic things that happen that the artist would have thought through.
I mean, I definitely think like this type of graphic work where it's not really a picture, it's more of a graphic of the band, was definitely, I mean, that's kind of what this album to me represents a lot, is just, this is Kiss's timestamp of here we are in 1980, making it in 84, or releasing it, making it in 84, releasing it in 85. And what was going on, right? I mean, look at them in the picture. I mean, they maybe a little more glammy than most LA bands, but I think if they were standing right next to Kiss, not right next to Kiss, right next to Poison or some of those other bands at the time.
Or right next to Madonna.
Yeah, for real. I mean,
they would have,
really
seriously, they would have
is.
fit in a Madonna video like this. I mean, look at Paul. Totally.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong there. I mean, the thing is, I mean, think about what's going on in culture. It's like Miami Vice and those kinds of things were hot.
I mean, look at the hanging sunglasses. Especially those glasses.
Right.
Yeah.
It is definitely a sign of the times, And look, even in this picture, you can see Gene's trying to look menacing, but dude, you got like an afro kind of going. I mean, all of them have huge hair, also sign of the times.
Yeah.
And they still looked pretty cool. I think when they evolved after this, I think, Paul had the super long hair during, like, I think the Crazy Nights and stuff, and I think I think he looked cooler then, but this was not. This is definitely a transitional phase.
And getting back to something I think you said earlier is that they are trend followers right here.
Right.
They're not where they were a decade earlier. 10 years earlier,
Everybody wanted to be them.
they were bringing all the great things together and creating this amazing band and all this stuff, like bring all the things, the next step in the evolution of rock music and how to present yourself.
Stage
and then,
presence, shows, pyrotechnics.
Think about how fast, man. So they're in 75. You know, Alive is coming out.
Right.
Destroyer, the next year, Rock and Roll Over, the next year, Love Gun, and then the next year, Dynasty, and then Gone. And which is crazy because basically they were on top of the world for, 4 years?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't very long. I mean, yeah, I Was Made for Loving You, that came out and kind of put them back. You had, Beth before that. I mean, there was the things in the movies and, all the stuff. I mean, they were around, but not to the level like in those days, like, early on. And so then you had the true unmasking. You had Ace leaving, and then they get into the 80s, and it's like we're just, in my opinion, they went from, like I said, leading to I'm just another band with a whole bunch more competition, like I mentioned before, because you had how many other bands were coming out. Motley Crue. Young kids are not going to gravitate to Unmasked Kiss at the time. I'm going with Motley Crue. They're more rebellious. I relate to them a little bit more. Poison was coming out. Rat was coming out. Just so much. That whole LA scene was blowing up, and a million other bands. Even Metallica was coming out around this time. So if I'm a kid, even though I went and saw this tour and all that, Maiden was around. People are changing, and the musical landscape was definitely changing.
Yeah.
And so for them, this is why I kind of feel like they kind of lost their way, because they weren't leading anything. They're just kind of trying to figure out, where do we even remotely... They're trying to remain relevant at this point. And we can get into the reviews and the album, but even like their songs and stuff here, a few nuggets that were good, but a lot of it's just like, I felt like they were just trying too hard, and that's just my opinion.
Trying too hard is so correct, and it ties back to something. So when we did the Rock and Roll Over, I think it was on that one, you were talking about the Kiss documentary that's on Hulu.
Yeah.
So I went and watched it. I'd actually seen it before because I think it was on AMC some time ago. So I watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this. But Paul says something so fascinating in that. And when I heard him saying it, I was almost talking to the screen like, dude, don't you hear yourself? Because this is what he said. And you probably remember him saying this. He was talking about how the fans were kind of leaving them during this period.
Right.
Well, they'd left, and they were they were. I say this and people are like, yeah, they still went gold, still went platinum. Yeah, because a bunch of people like us were kind of holding on, but they weren't getting. I'd be shocked if they had more than a couple of new fans coming in. Now here's the thing that he said. He said the fans were listening with their eyes. And he says it like he's shocked about that idea. Well, the fans were listening with their eyes, and I'm listening at it going, of course they always do. They always have. You people are the ambassadors of understanding that concept.
Right.
If there's any human beings in the world that would be able to say, hey, everybody, guess what? Fans listen with their eyes. It should have been you guys.
Yeah,
you are the people that know. You're the spokespeople for fans listen with their eyes. And in that documentary, he's like, man, the fans listen. I was sitting there like, am I not hearing you correctly, or is this a complete lack of self-awareness right at this moment? Because
I'm
it was
sure at the time. Yeah. They didn't... How do you go... Because the landscape has changed, so the rules also change in order to be relevant. Back in the 70s, they were doing promotions and gigs, and that show, getting helicoptered into a high school and,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. In the 80s, nobody cared. You had MTV. That ruled. That dominated the airwaves. We're talking the same time frame. You have Bruce Springsteen, Madonna, Michael Jackson, Thriller was already out. I mean, Prince, Purple Rain, already. How many great videos just from those 4 albums?
Van Halen.
1980, Panama. You have so much great stuff.
I mean,
being put out that you have to compete with. You're not breaking into those. You're just not. Because you're not who you were before. You're the kind of has-beens at this stage. And so, that's why I kind of feel like they were trying too hard to be still relevant and hanging on. Doesn't mean that some of the stuff on here is not good. They're still there. They still can write songs too. But, I think that's part of where they're listening with their eyes. Yeah. Did you see the Tears for Falling video that you made? And what you're wearing? And did you look in the mirror before they're like, action? When you're doing splits and jumps, like I said, you got
big
so much
flowing,
neon.
whatever the heck.
He's got that. One cool thing about that video from this album, Tears Are Falling, right, which was their big hit off this one, is he's got that cool. Paul's always had some cool guitars, but he had that BC Rich Iron Bird. It was a weird shape, but there's not that many people that can run around with that and make it look cool. He does, Bruce doing the solo with the shower. And he gets, kind of like
oh my
tears
gosh,
of
yeah, because at the end of it, Paul kind of goes back into the shower and does his hair.
It's MTV. Like I said, the rules have changed, and you're not leading. It's not like you helped bring on MTV, and it's not to say there weren't music videos in the 70s. But you're not leading the charge. And Thriller, right? And the Thriller video, that was groundbreaking.
Yeah,
with Michael Jackson.
like a movie.
It's like a movie, mini movie. I remember everybody kind of like hanging out with all your friends, being like, "Oh my gosh, it's the debut of Thriller, the song." And Kiss wasn't doing that. They weren't making a movie of Tears Are, Tears Are Falling.
But again, getting back to what he said in that thing, they should understand that concept.
Better than anybody.
They could have been the people, should have been the people doing all of that stuff. But in a weird way, getting back to what I said at the very beginning of this thing, all of it started getting phoned in. Yeah. And it just got less and less inspired. And
we're not there. The documentary they talk about, how they were and what they were thinking at the time. Paul Stanley and Gene kind of, they produced this album. They're kind of like, we're all in. But at the same time, were you? Did you have what outside, like who's giving you advice on what's, and I think, and you see that with artists, and this isn't just Kiss related, but you see that with a lot of people that, Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player ever, retired, unretired, retired again, and then he was playing with the Washington Wizards. Who remembers that? Yeah. Dude, he was long past his prime. You hate to see people, and this is kind of where Kiss was. They're kind of lost in this much more competitive music scene in the 80s.
And the people that had learned from them.
Right. Now you're getting beat by
them.
Now they're
beating
and outsold.
Up. Yeah.
Come on. Motley Crue by this time was putting out,
And an interesting thing happened, and we'd mentioned a little bit about this earlier. If Live Aid had happened in 1975, people would have, or whatever, 10 years earlier, people would have been dying to get them
they
to
would
show
have been
up
the
to Live
headliner.
Aid. Like, please, what do we have to do to get you guys there?
Right.
In 1985,
Didn't even get a phone call.
I don't think they even got a phone call. And it's amazing thinking about that.
Yeah.
So as we sit here and think, yeah, they were still selling. They were still to a very select group of people.
Right.
They had a million fans around the world, like us, that were still paying the money and still interested enough to give them the money, but they weren't. But their relevance was gone. And so, and this album, look, Tears Are Falling is a good song. It's catchy.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's produced well. The melody's nice. The whole thing. The video's silly.
Yeah, you still hear it on classic rock stations.
It's a good tune. It's a good tune. But the rest of this album, for me, I'm king of the mountain. It's something you said earlier where it just felt like we're trying too hard. And the other thing that I didn't like is that, again, this is the generation before the hair bands. And that song right there at the end, I just, all night, and I go, oh, guys, come on. You know, there was something about that. Like, if you were still 21 years old, I'd, whatever. It's kind of funny and
it's
in
silly. Line with, some of their stuff from the rock and roll ever or Love Gun.
It would have fit perfectly there. But
fine.
There was something about it when they got to this
now
point.
You're 10 years later and you're still all night.
Yeah. And there was this part of
it.
me that I remember getting this and putting that in even, and I saw the song name and I was like, okay, I know what this, and you listen to it and you're like, guys, come on. But it is what Kiss is.
Right.
But it was like
a little bit different 10 years later.
They're trying so hard, and you could feel it. Like, hey, let's do, and you go, guys, take a beat, slow down for a second, maybe take a couple of years off, and then get back to me. Let's try some. I don't know, man. That's the way I felt about this when it came out, and listening to it, I knew we were going to talk about this, so I listened to the entire thing, like note for note, all the way again, and I walked away with personally the same feeling. Secretly cruel. I mean, it's like this attempt to write catchy music that would fit with the world, that something, but it just, again, Tears Are Falling. So many musicians, if they get one song that good on an album, they'll get a record contract. I mean, there's some that do.
Right.
But these guys were not that. These are veterans. These are guys that had written some of the most iconic, crazy, awesome music 10 years earlier, and then now it's like we're getting one in there that's pretty good on this album, and the rest of it's like, I spent $8 on this thing, and I will never listen to this thing again. That's the way it came across to me.
I as a huge Kiss fan, I have to say the same thing. I have not listened to this album in like forever. It just doesn't come up. It's not something I'm like, oh man, I gotta listen to Asylum again. It's just this era of Kiss didn't have the iconic status as the early stuff.
And I think this one didn't go platinum. I couldn't tell you. The Animalize, I believe, went platinum. Look it up. Animalize both went platinum, and I think this one barely eked out a gold. I could be wrong about that. I should have looked it up.
I mean, we talked about, some of the songs on here, like I said, when I re-listened to it, some of the ones that I liked were I'm Alive, which was kind of fast, kind of cool. It's the last song on side one. And then we actually both thought the same thing, Radar for Love. To me, it sounded Led Zeppelin.
It's Black Dog. It's a poor man's Black Dog. Which is kind of an old, kind of bluesy, riffy thing. So it wasn't even Led Zeppelin's idea, but they nailed it. Black Dog's one of the greatest. You can't do it better than that. And then they like recreate it in Kiss fashion or something.
And it's a good song. It's one of the stronger songs on the album, in my opinion. They don't play it live. They go with All Night, and obviously Tears Are Falling, but
I should have played Black Dog live.
Yeah.
Just get rid of this and just go for the good stuff. Okay, here we go. RIAA 500,000 sold on this one.
Yeah.
So this one, and I think the rest of them eventually, well, because the next one was Crazy Nights. These are crazy, 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 crazy nights. Oh my gosh. I was, you know what? I gave them enough money over the years that I can make fun of them a little bit. They went platinum eventually on that one, on Crazy Nights.
Yeah. You know,
and Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Of course, that was basically how do we get more money from these guys? We'll just put out a best of with a couple of
another best of with the 2 songs.
Hey, I've got an idea. How about another best of album?
Right.
Since we've had how many?
Most of the songs were on double platinum anyways.
We had double platinum was best of, and then we did The Killers was kind of a best of. Well, I'd throw a couple of new ones in there. Let's do another best of. Here we are. When Smashes Thrashes came out in '88, the band had been together for 14 years, and they've had like 3 best of albums anyway. So, all right, man. Okay, let's take a look at the inside, and then we're going to read a couple things, and I think I took up way too much time at the beginning, but I thought that was interesting stuff for whatever. So here's the inside. I got a stain on my, like a chunker or something. Kids must have got a hold of that at some point. So, yeah, this little outfit right here, this is the one I think they use in that video. It was kind
the
of
long, like trench coat looking thing.
Yeah, he's got the midriff.
You know, I mean, for what it is, I mean, the playing on here, this is Bruce's first album, and Bruce plays great.
He plays great. A
lot of really good stuff. Yeah. You know, tasteful. You know, and you know, Eric Carr does what Eric Carr does best. I mean, he plays great.
The drums on here were reminiscent of stuff going all the way back to Creatures of the Night.
Sure.
Just that big Eric Carr, whatever that sound is that he had, this had it all over it. And it's interesting, I actually pulled this out earlier and looked and saw something, and also Desmond Child shows up on a few songs on here too.
Kidding.
So, and All Night is a Desmond Child.
Interesting.
One.
Well,
I think he didn't have
that's
another
also
one here?
Desmond Child at the time was doing
King of the Mountain, Desmond Child.
I mean, he was doing Aerosmith, Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi. Like wrote one of the biggest hits in the history
ever.
of the world.
Right?
Yeah. Who wants to be lonely? That's
when
Desmond Child.
So if you're paying that kind of money and bringing in the big guns of Desmond Child to help your songwriting, you're definitely not getting your money's worth out of it. I mean, because the guy's written great stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
didn't he help write "I Was Made for Loving You"?
I think so.
I mean,
you know what? That's right.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, when you he was involved with so many great things, and they put him on. How many songs has he did on this? So he's got King of the Mountain.
1.
2 on Who Wants to Be Lonely. Who Wants to Be Lonely?
Yeah, that's 2 right there.
Which should have been, okay, I'm Alive.
He was on that.
Desmond Child, yeah.
3.
And then you have, I know there's more on here. There it is. Radar for Love.
4.
All Night.
5.
There you go. So half the album.
Half the album he's contributed to.
Yeah.
You know.
And then you end up with, meh.
I don't know. I think, again, I think they're a victim of circumstance of the time.
Yeah.
And who knows what other influences were guiding them at that time, you know, to make some of these. Let's put out an album. Because, I mean, they put out an album, Animalize, was only a year out.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And anyway, it was just, and I don't know, did they toured on this, right? I saw them several times.
Well, that's the new.
Oh, that's right. You were talking about that
from
earlier.
the soundboard is from this tour, which I don't know if you guys have been listening to that. I've also put that on as of late. We'll do a video on that because that is an interesting take, or I found it interesting to listen to because it's like truly live. Well,
yeah, I haven't listened to it at all, so we'll have to. So let's just real quick look at a couple of these reviews.
See what the reviews
that are kind
were.
of these are. I mean, people always knock Kiss anyway, so you don't expect much. But then, especially when they put out something that was a little lackluster. So, actually, when I found these things, I was surprised they weren't more cruel than they were about this record. So the first one here is the This is in 1986, January 12th, 1986.
So it'd been out a couple months.
So it's been out a little bit by the Columbia Daily Tribune in Columbia, Missouri, January 12th, 1986. And here's what they had to say about it. Kiss Asylum Mercury is yet another collection of two-chord brain bashers that address various facets of sex, dregs is how they put it. I don't know if they mean to do that, and rock and roll. Original Kissers, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, have done a shrewd job of producing the band's 20th record, fleshing out the simplistic rock exercises with a booming drum sound.
That's
Totally.
what we said, yeah.
Yes. Full choruses and loads of flashy extended solos by new lead guitarist Bruce Kulick, the group's third fret grinder in as many albums.
All true.
Yes.
And, I do have to say that the vocals on this, there is like a ton of vocal production on this. It seemed like to me. Just lots of vocals.
Yeah.
And maybe that was a trend at the time. I mean, a lot of those 80s bands kind of had a lot of background vocals.
It's funny because I was listening to Back for the Attack, Dokken, which was around this time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they have gang background vocals on like every song. I mean, they do. And so it was kind of a thing. So while the production helps elevate the musical side of Asylum, it cannot lift the lyrics out of the gutter. Kiss may deserve mild kudos for sidestepping the Satan Place shenanigans employed by other metal merchants, but this still is not a band likely to headline the Washington Wives' next bash. And that is pretty interesting because there was so much of that stuff. You mentioned Motley Crue earlier, Iron Maiden. You had a lot of these different bands. I mean, Venom, Dio. Yeah. They had all these references to that kind of dark magic, satanic.
Yeah, and at the time in the 80s, people were like eating that up.
Yeah.
And it was, oh my gosh, even the whole Kiss in service of Satan.
Knights and Satan, Kids and Satan.
All that crap.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I mean, that was just, now they'd call it clickbait, but that was exactly what it was.
Right.
I mean, it was just news fodder for people and, pastors and people to be like, this is crap, down with the music. And
stand outside concerts and
well,
they did with these guys anyway, even so.
Ridiculous.
But that is interesting. He gives them kudos for at least you guys didn't jump into that silliness.
Yeah, they could have. I mean, they were, as we said, they've been lost, but they could have.
And especially with the Gene.
Yeah.
You look at that Alive 2 and you're thinking, if there was ever a guy
that gave me nightmares,
it looked like he could have been straight out of the bowels of hell. It was Gene Simmons on the cover of Alive 2, and it looked so cool.
Yes, it was super cool.
Okay. Let's see here. Nearly all 10 tunes involve witless, single entendre glorification. Glorifications of indiscriminate sex. These 4-minute elaborations of Kiss' longtime libido credo are built around classy lines like "get down and do it." One of the few. This is what I mean, man. I was listening to it, guys. Come on, man.
Yeah,
this is so tired. It just felt tired.
It is on the shallow side.
If it was Poison, that's what's so funny about it.
Yeah.
Poison, it wouldn't have bothered me at all during this period. It didn't bother me.
You didn't expect it. Or you didn't have a pre-expectation.
It was like, because these guys felt different. Old to me now.
Yeah.
And it just didn't, it was like, dude, it feels so like you guys are trying to live out your high school. You're the people that weren't able to leave town and are still talking about your high school glory days and couldn't move on. Yeah. And that's the way it felt to me.
Was it Uncle Rico and Napoleon Dynamite?
This was the hard rock version of Uncle Rico. That's the way. Dude, you nailed it. That's exactly right.
Thank you. I can throw this pigskin over the mountain. If we only would have won state.
Yeah, exactly.
If I would have won state, I would have gone pro.
Yeah, that's it. I remember that.
That's what we're going with.
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. One of the few numbers that is not a crotch rock treatise, but oddly enough is the first single, is Tears Are Falling, in which composer Stanley assumes the role of a caring, sensitive guy who feels just as bad as his tearful mate that their romance has ended. Nothing on Asylum will inspire any Grammy talk, but with Tears, Stanley may earn himself a Best Actor Oscar nomination even without his makeup.
You know what? Funny. That's a great review, because it's pretty on point.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's not mean like a lot of stuff we find about Kiss where they're like stupid, garbage, waste of time, blah, blah, blah. It's like...
I mean, he
was at least...
Kudos to him or her. Was it him or her? Steve Pond.
Actually, Duncan Strauss.
Oh, reviewed by Duncan Strauss. Sorry, I was reading on the other one.
Duncan Strauss.
Yeah, good job, Duncan.
Yeah. Yeah, and I honestly I can't argue with any of that stuff. So
yeah.
Okay, so now this other one, we'll just read one more. This one's from the Green Bay Press Gazette. This one's February 16th, 1986. Right around the same time as the other one. This one says, typical crunch and grind power playing fills Kiss LP. Okay. Kiss Asylum, produced by Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, heavy metal, 2 stars. 2 out of what?
2-star review.
Something. 2 out of 10. Kiss panders to its audience shamelessly on Asylum. The infamous foursomes.
2 out of 10.
I don't know.
Sorry, man. 2 out of 10.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many it was. How many star options?
Isn't it
did they
usually
have?
a 5-star review?
It could be, but I was.
Sorry.
Okay, here we
that
go.
made me laugh because that's how high we have Asylum on our list.
That's right.
2 out of 10.
The LP has reached gold status. It's done that with a raucous sound and decadence in the lyrics. Debauchery is such a major theme that it's part laughable, part sad. When Kiss thoughts do rise above the groin, the material is sympathetic to teen travails and more respectable. From Trial by Fire, here's a sample. Can't listen to nobody else. You just got to believe in yourself. They'll criticize you and lay down the law. They'll say, just who do you think you are? Most everything is delivered with the expected crunch and grind power playing and roughneck vocals by Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons with plenty of sensational, bombastic action. And noteworthy, the very next review is Dokken under lock and key.
Yeah, which you have right behind you.
Oh, yeah, right there. Which gets back to that point earlier of what was going on at the time.
Yeah, that's your competition.
And these guys are doing everything they can. And when they talk about writing some sensitive tune, that's what Don Dokken was all about. Love, sensitive song type of stuff, even whatever, love lost, love gained, anyway. And these guys are, but these guys are then doing this. So Tears Are Falling had that flavor, but the rest of it was not that.
I mean, these guys pretty much pointed out. And it's basically what we talked about. They are trying to be like Dokken, but you're also 10 plus years older.
Yeah.
And, but you're not Dokken. And yet you're kind of have these kind of juvenile-ish lyrics and stuff. It misses the mark.
Yeah.
As this guy said.
Yeah.
Makes it sad. You know, because you expect more. I expected more. That's why I didn't listen to it very much.
This is the one I bought. I bought it when it came out, right there.
It's like new.
And
other than the stain.
Yeah, that's right. Somehow something happened with it at some point. But it was anyway. We're knocking it here, of course, and it was a sign of where they were at the time. They were definitely lost. They were trying to figure something out, and they just.
And they probably self-admit it.
They do. Yeah, you watch the interviews, and they'll talk about that. Like we were lost at the time. And what was Gene doing right now? He's showing up in movies.
Yeah.
Paul's getting frustrated. So there's all kinds of things that are going wrong here.
Making Runaway, because that was with Tom Selleck. I mean, I think that came out a little bit before this.
You know what was happening right around here though? Trick or Treat.
Ooh, that's right. He was in that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Epic Gene. Did he win an Oscar?
I think there might have been a nomination, but
oh my gosh, I've laughed a little bit here, but I mean it's not to make fun of these guys, but it is one of their just weaker outings. It's just a place in time, and we love Kiss.
I know.
I mean that's the thing. I mean,
But look, man, look, that's part of the joy. You know, at the time you're disappointed in it, but today it gives us all kinds of fun things to talk about. That's all part of the big story.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the Kiss story that makes the whole thing so interesting and fun and fascinating. And so even these speed bumps and the wrecks are still interesting now.
Yeah.
They're all a cool part of the experience. Looking back at what happened, just like we said with Kiss Meets the Phantom. It's so terrible and so awful, and at the time it was so embarrassing, and today I'm so glad that it exists.
Yeah.
It's because it's all part of the arc.
Part of the lore.
Yeah.
You know, and I get it. And what true Kiss fan isn't going to really, you know, they're going to have spent the money, bought it, especially people our age, and we're like, maybe disappointed. Maybe some of you love it. Yeah. Bruce is playing, you might love it.
Yeah.
It was definitely, you know, good.
These two guys were
rocking.
You know, they brought their part into the.
They brought their part in well. You know, whatever they were paid, they earned it and some.
Yeah, Gene's in Hollywood. These two are playing really well, and
Paul's
Paul
holding
Stanley's
down the
kinda
fort.
Like, he's
I mean,
holding
he's
down
doing
the
the
fort,
best
trying to make something happen, and you know, still came out with at least one really cool tune.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this. It was fun talking about it. I learned about printing, right?
I hope that was not. Maybe I'll cut that out. I don't know if that was too boring because it gets in the weeds with that stuff. But that's what I've done that. I've been done graphic design for years, and I know all about that stuff. And so when I noticed it, I was like, this is actually an artist actually thought this through.
No, it is a cool cover.
So,
I do like it. It is from this era. This is one of my favorite covers. I had the shirt and I wore it proudly for a long time because I thought it was cool.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for watching this video. If you're still watching this, thank you so much. If you're not following the channel yet and you're still watching this, you really should be following the channel. Like the video. Leave your thoughts on Asylum. Did you love it? Did you agree with these people that did the reviews? Did you did you agree with what we had to say on this? On how this thing, how it presented itself, and what this meant to you in the greater Kiss arc of history. So, and also we know, because we know that about ourselves, if you're a Kiss fan, you know other Kiss fans.
Yeah.
And when you have a video like this, we'd really appreciate it if you just take the time, hit that share button, email it, throw it on Facebook, message it to something like that, and get it out there.
We really do appreciate it.
Really sincerely appreciate
this was out
that
when
stuff.
we met already.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Maybe one of our first discussions
would have been about
how great was Asylum.
Dude, this was so, exactly. That's awesome.
You like that album cover? Did you know?
That's great. All right, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Okay, if you're a Kiss fan, this video is for you. Gary, I don't think we've ever made a video, and I know I haven't on this channel, where we talk specifically about Rock and Roll Over.
No, great album.
This was a great album. And as a matter of fact, Rock and Roll Over was my not only first Kiss album, it was my first album.
Oh, no kidding.
And I actually have a great Kiss story around this. Now, this is not my original copy.
Okay.
But it's in my family. And you know who has it? My son has it. Now, you got to hear this story. You're really this is an awesome story.
I'm listening.
So that book right there, Paul Stanley's book, okay?
Right.
He was in Denver, Colorado, and he was there to do a book signing. So I had the book, and I took my son because just because.
Sure.
Because my son's going to go meet Paul Stanley. We're going to go get the book signed.
Yes, you got to meet this guy.
And I bring my Rock and Roll Over album, thinking maybe I can get Paul to sign my first album I ever owned, right?
Gotcha. That's
so
good so far.
I go in there with my son, and they have this whole thing set up where basically you just buy a book and he's already signed it, and you go up and take a picture with him, and it's like you just avoid the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
It was
saver.
Yeah, something like
Make it
that. So he'd
efficient.
already signed like 1,000 books or something, and there's this line that just stretches all through the store. I mean, seriously, there was a lot of people there.
Do you think they really sign each single one?
I don't know,
All right.
but
you would think so.
you would think that he would. So anyway, so then my son's holding my copy of Rock and Roll Over, and I had my book, and I was going to go in there and get get the picture taken. And if you didn't get your picture taken, you could get him to sign it. It was basically like one or the other.
Okay.
Hey, if you want to, grab one of these that's already signed and then just get a picture taken, or have him sign it and no picture. That was
Right.
basically the thing. Okay, so we get up to the front of the line. And my son, this is years ago, so he's a little bit younger. And we get up there to take the picture. And my son, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but said, would you sign the record? And Paul says, they're not letting me sign anything but books. They'd even said that, like, you're just books. That's all we're doing
Right.
today. They won't let me sign anything but books. And then he says, and this was the coolest thing. Paul says, by the way, what's your name? And my son says, Andrew. And he goes, Andrew, yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe another time I'll be able to do that. Let me see that. This was a really cool record. You know what? I got to go take care of something really quickly. He walked away. This is Paul Stanley.
Right.
Walks behind a bookshelf to Andrew, blah, 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 blah,
No
blah,
way.
blah. He walks back to my son and he says, yeah, like I said, they won't really let me sign these things, but hey, thanks for coming in. Let's take a picture. Bam. And then we walk off.
And then he sees it.
Yeah. And then, I mean, we knew what he was doing. You could see what he was doing, but it was just one of these things where it was just such a cool moment. So
is
now,
awesome.
so what was my Kiss album
Now is Andrew.
is his Kiss album, which is awesome. And so he has it at his apartment. He's got Kiss Rock and Roll Over.
Yeah, that's
and,
awesome.
And it was just such a cool thing that he kind of handled it that way, because in those moments they're handlers and whatever, they don't want you to spend a lot of time. We're selling books today. We're not selling
Right.
records.
Yeah, this
And
isn't a memorabilia sign.
Yeah, right. But it was
Got it.
still so cool that he did that. And so anyway, but I have such fond memories of this record.
Sure.
Because I was 7 years old or 8 years old when it came out in 1977. So I guess it would have been 8 years old when somebody gave it to me or something. I was a little kid and they're like, hey, you'll like this,
Right.
And I went crazy. I played that thing so much. I think today I could sing every single song on there except for one. Every time I would come to Hard Luck Woman, I'd skip
You
it.
didn't like Hard
when
Luck
I
Woman?
was a little kid.
Yeah.
But interestingly, today it's like, you know what? I dig that tune.
That's a good song.
It's a really cool tune. But anyway, that's my Rock and Roll Over, and I to this day think this is, for my very first album. Not only is it one of the best Kiss albums, this is one of the greatest album covers,
Without a doubt.
not just of Kiss.
Any.
That is just one of the greatest album covers ever created. And it's sandwiched in between Destroyer and Love Gun,
Right.
which were two of the most iconic.
Yeah, no, it's
Kiss
It's
covers.
awesome. Back in high school in those days, people wore like the denim jackets that people
Yeah.
would airbrush, right? So my first album was Love Gun, and I had shared the story that somebody had the Love Gun album kind of on their back of their denim jacket. There was another guy later on, and I ended up going, I think it was to one of the Kiss concerts in the 80s, and he had this album on the back of his jacket. And I was just like, that mofo is cool. I don't care. I mean, that is just iconic. Like, if
Yeah.
I could pick one, this would be what I'd get. It's just because it's so artsy, but yet cool. I mean, we can just spend time just breaking it down. Gene with the tongue and just looks like the razor, kind of thing, and just how it's balanced, but yet it's individualized. There's so much cool art right there. It's great.
The capturing the characters, the personalities behind the whole thing. I mean, the cat, and he's kind of in the jungle back there. And hang on just a second, this will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. We've got the fire and the space. I mean, everything about it.
Right?
They did such a great job capturing each one of these characters, what they represent, and in this graphic depiction.
Yeah.
It's just anyway. It's so and it's so good Did they just put it on both sides?
Yeah, well, it's so good we're putting it on both sides.
we can't get enough of this. We're gonna use
maybe
this
they're
as
getting
the
their
front and
money's
back.
worth.
Yeah, that's right.
We paid this artist, whoever did this. I don't know you by name, but whoever put this together, artist, graphic artist. This is not CGI type stuff.
No,
right
this
here,
it's
or AI. This is somebody actually put this together and designed it. And dude, kudos to you and for the band to be like, that is cool. We're going with this one.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
obviously they had to
Instantly, if
pick
you
it.
saw somebody present this, I'd be like,
Done.
Okay. Do anything else we have to talk about? Yeah, it's really that good. Now it's interesting to me because also I was learning and discovering Kiss at the time, which put an interesting wrinkle because I don't know if you realize this, but there was no internet back then, and my parents didn't know anything about Kiss, and I knew very little other than I had this, and so I started trying to figure out, well, who are these guys?
Right.
I really didn't know. I didn't know their names. I didn't know really anything
Your
about it
very
other than
first
it was just these
introduction.
guys. Yeah. And it was interesting because I'm going to show you something that was kind of funny because I still remember this. Because I look at this, that's, by the way,
Also cool.
kind of just a cool little graphic like this. What I had to do is I was literally reading this, trying to figure out if I can match these names somehow to these
Characters.
faces. Yeah.
Right.
And I'll tell you the conclusion that I came up with was that because we had this name Paul Stanley, I figured out that he was Paul Stanley. The other name on here is Sean Delaney, and I thought he looked like a Sean. So he was Sean Delaney.
Okay.
And I don't remember. Yeah, and somehow I think I had figured out that Gene Simmons and Peter Criss were the other two. Because I think it might have been something at that point that everybody in the world knew Gene Simmons was the guy with the tongue. And maybe that was the case. But anyway, I had figured out that that's what these two guys' names were. Because I kept seeing Sean Delaney and that seemed like...
Right.
But Sean Delaney was Bill Aucoin's partner.
Right.
And he actually played a really, really big role in the development of Kiss.
They called him like the fifth Kiss member or something like that. He had kind of some monikers because he was behind the scenes involved with them.
Yeah, and not just in the early days when he and Bill started working with him, because I remember reading somewhere that he was the guy that when he saw them doing that thing, that he was like, they thought it was kind of cheesy. He's like, no.
Do it.
You do that.
Yeah, because I think he had like a theater background or something like that. And so the choreographed moves, which you guys watching this, and if you're a Kiss fan, you know that, like at the end of Deuce, because
it was
like
this double,
and then they do the double pump or whatever. But dude,
it was
nobody did it back
cool.
then.
It was so cool.
Nobody did it back then. Right now, everybody's got everything choreographed, and you got to hit your mark, be on the same. You got to be here when this light goes on. Back then, dude, the choreographing, that was cool.
Yeah, it was amazing.
That was impressive.
And then Sean Delaney got involved with writing some of these tunes on here. And, so he ended up not only those other things, but he was kind of a songwriter, I guess. And while you weren't looking, there's Sean Delaney's.
Whoa.
I think you might have bought this thing and brought it in some time ago. Or I don't know, maybe I did. I don't remember.
I can't, you know what? Yeah.
But there's Sean Delaney's. So in case you're wondering, you can get Sean Delaney's. I don't know that I've ever listened to this, but there he is right there. There's the man with his own.
I want to say I found it in
Yeah, I think you found it in Idaho or something.
Yeah. Like a pawn shop or something.
Yeah, anyway, there you go. As we were talking about this, I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to see if I can go find it. And there it is.
There's a chance to bring it out.
We got to use every record at some point. I wonder what the significance of all the cards to pick. Why the 8 of Hearts? Any Sean Delaney fans out there that could let us in on what the point was of the 8 of Hearts? Anyway, look. These are great tunes, and Sean was involved with a few of these tunes.
No, so from beginning to end, I think this is an extremely, like you said in the beginning, an extremely strong Kiss album, for one, I really think it's just raw, more bombastic. Ace's playing, the vocals, everything. You know, I'm sure at 7 years old, when you're cranking, making love all night long, probably wasn't going over well.
It's funny because I wonder, I've talked about this before.
Because we didn't know.
I was oblivious to what, the song Love 'Em, Leave 'Em. I mean, you got, and you just listen to the lyrics today, and I'm like, I was 8 years old. But I was,
cranking.
again, no idea. It was just this cool sound.
You had it on 11 and you were going full throttle.
See you in your dreams. Love 'Em, Leave 'Em. Hard Luck Woman. Making Love. Take Me. I Want You. I Want You. That was so. In the morning, I raise my head. And it was this thing where it starts off kind of slow and then
Yeah, dude.
I want you. Oh my
Isn't that like the first song? One thing that I do remember when I got this is that the order that's on the back.
This is not right.
It's not the order that's on the album.
I Want You is as I recall, that is the first song.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I just remember like putting that on and going, "What the hell?"
I looked out this morning and the sun was. It's that same kind of thing where it starts off with this slow thing,
Yeah,
and then it's
and
like bam. Oh my gosh! I used to
So good.
I still today could listen to that and go, because Paul is top form in that tune and just this album front to back.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah. No, Paul is. His vocals are really strong.
Never been better than on this album, in my opinion. This is so tight. It's so fantastic. And then Calling Dr. Love, of course.
Big Gene song.
Classic Gene song. Baby Driver. There's a little Peter.
Peter, yeah.
Oh, baby driver, keep driving all night long. Isn't it something like that?
Yeah,
it's kind of a 50s. It has a kind of a 50s riff to it.
Yeah, and he sounds great.
He's
sounds
amazing.
Great.
And then Mr. Speed. They call me Mr. Speed.
Yeah.
Oh man, such a great album.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to do is, and the reason I got this out and wanted to talk about it was what we do on this channel a lot is we find these old articles. Well, there was this one that I found. I actually found this a long time ago, and I've been waiting to read through this because I thought it was so interesting.
Yeah, let's do
And
it.
it isn't specifically about Rock and Roll, but it's from this. It's an article that was written while this was out at this time period.
Gotcha.
So this album had been out. I think this came out in. I could be wrong. I didn't look it up ahead of time, but I think it was November of '77, something like that. Anyway, it was in '77, getting towards the end. Or sorry, 76. November of 76.
Yeah.
And then this article
I'm
is
agreeing with you, but
January
I
of
don't know
'97.
for
What's
sure.
that?
I said
I'm
I'm
pretty
agreeing
sure
with
that's
you.
right.
Like,
Matter
I
of
don't
fact,
have my dates. Like, I don't have my memory
well,
is
the
more like
Kiss
definitely
Kiss
different.
dates are a little. They get so compressed, because so much happens so fast.
Right.
So I'm just going to double check this and make sure that I got this right. November 11th of 76.
Oh, good job.
Okay.
So
we
we got some hardcore cool fans that are watching, and some of you kind of bag on us a little bit for not having all the facts straight. But dude, let me tell you, sometimes I don't remember what the hell I did yesterday. Much less something that. We're drawing on memories 40 years old.
A lot of the show is obviously improvised, and there's certain things we don't think about. Do we? Oh yeah, we should look that up real quick before time. We do look some things up just to make sure, but sometimes that stuff will. We'll like, was that?
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I love the fact that you guys keep us honest, and amongst yourselves are like, no, you guys are good. You're doing this right. Hey, you missed this. You should have mentioned that. That's fantastic. That's what this is, right?
Yeah.
This is what it's about.
Actually, the comment sections are one of the greatest parts of these videos.
And we so appreciate it. I think it's great to hear some of the comments and dialogues. I mean, between everybody. But I'm interested to hear what this article's about.
This one's really... I found this really interesting. So this is from the Morning World, January 19th, 1977. And the title of this article is Kiss Invites Audience Fantasies. Okay. So I just, like I said, I read through most of this and I thought this was pretty interesting. Alice Cooper, who frightened parents with his female name and the violent images in the stage show which went along with his rock concerts, now can take a back seat to Kiss. For one thing, there are 4 members of Kiss and they are enormously popular. The producer of their 5th record album, Destroyer, Bob Ezrin, said the album conveys the group's image as symbols of just unfettered evil and sexuality. Now, there's the first interesting thing about it, Bob Ezrin and Alice Cooper. Because that's who Bob Ezrin really kind of cut his teeth was with Alice Cooper.
Right.
And so this whole idea of him coming in to work with Kiss afterwards was kind of maybe a natural thing.
Well, that makes sense.
But it was, they weren't really, I think in the audience's mind, these people were connected, but they weren't.
Right.
You know, a lot of people think that, okay, the Dolls and Alice Cooper kind of led to Kiss. But to have then Bob Ezrin, who produces Alice, eventually helping Kiss,
some of Alice's best stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, and when you look at Kiss, you know, everybody knows the story. They put out those first 3 albums that just kind of, but they were making a big splash live. Put out a live, which succeeds famously.
Right.
Hugely famous. And then
saves Casablanca Records.
And then Bob Ezrin walks in and basically says, okay, campers, do you want to go back to what you were doing before, or are we going to make a real record?
Right.
And then and the story is about him coming in with a whistle, you know, literally treating them like campers. And like a bunch of kids like, hey, we got to be serious now. And then he got down. Yeah, and he got involved in this record more than any other producer I probably ever did, because he's helping arrange things and write things. And
now, are we talking Destroyer?
We're talking about Destroyer.
Gotcha.
Yes,
okay, just
which was right before this.
Right.
But that's what he's talking about here, is that they say Kiss. The producer of fifth album, Destroyer, Bob Ezrin, said the album conveys the group's image as symbols of unfettered evil and sexuality. Members of Kiss, their ages are 24 to 30, don't make statements like that, preferring to present themselves as mysterious. They don't want to say that they're evil and sexy, or that they're really nice, normal guys off stage. Alice Cooper recently has been saying the latter about himself. So Alice Cooper in this place starting to make excuses like, hey, I'm a golfer, you know, or whatever. You know what he became.
Right.
And then Kiss is like, we don't do that. We just present what we present.
You know, I never... Till I got older, I should say, in my introduction to Kiss, it was just like, they might as well be comic book heroes. I didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, I never looked at them as evil, or maybe my ignorance, but I never looked at them back in those days, at least when I was younger, as overly sexualized. Now, yeah, I kind of, you know.
Yeah, like I said before,
in retrospect, I was missing the mark maybe
when
a
I
little bit.
When I saw Dr. Frankenfurter and Rocky Horror, you're like, that's a lot like Paul Stanley. And you realize that that's kind of, it was from the same kind of thing, you know, this androgynous kind of sexuality, but that was his thing. But getting back to your point, though, it wasn't that they were evil or this or that. They were just characters.
Right.
They were comic book
We've
characters.
Talked about that, how, you know, everybody gravitated towards one. And it's kind of, you know, I remember my mom saying everybody had a favorite Beatle, right? And then, you know, and how that was like a thing. Well, I like Paul or Ringo or whomever. And I think Kiss had that allure too, is like, how many kids, right? We mentioned that during, you know, a past episode where we talked about Peter Criss. The cat makes total sense. It's the most identifiable one.
Yep.
That's the cat man. He's a cat. I don't know what this other guy is, and the star dude, and, you know, space dude. Right? I mean, you have to kind of get to it.
But think about how what
that
you
gave him that Marvel type of.
That's what I was just going to say.
Character.
Because even with Marvel, you have your favorite superheroes, but you also have your favorite supervillains too.
For sure.
And so when they start talking about these are evil, what Gene Simmons was, because he actually in that, I think that Mike Douglas thing that one time says, I'm the embodiment of evil, but he isn't. That character was supposed to be, and he also didn't know what to say in the moment, but that was kind of a weird moment. But the point was, he is playing this, and as a young kid, you're looking at it going, dude, that is so cool.
Well, when
you know?
Alive 2 came out, you're like, oh, and seeing the picture
blood,
of him on the back, you're like,
sweat.
dude, that guy is evil.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's true.
Embodiment of
But it was
evil.
cool too.
Oh, yeah, you're
you know,
like, damn, that guy's-
because if you saw that in a movie with a supervillain, you'd love him.
Yeah,
you'd
without a
love. This is
doubt.
one of the greatest villains. I love this guy, even though he's a bad guy. I love
For sure.
because again, in the world of comics, you have the superheroes, supervillains, and you love both of them.
Right?
It's part of the story.
It's just kind of, yeah, I mean, without a doubt, that is totally true.
So here we go. KISS members don't permit photographs of themselves out of stage makeup. Bassist Gene Simmons explains it would blow the magic. Guitarist Paul Stanley adds, there's a lot more mystique and glamour to the stage image than the four of us being normal looking. Unquote. They want audience members to be free to build whatever fantasies they want to around one or all members of KISS. And that's exactly
Yeah, that
what
makes
they did.
sense.
And so where Alice Cooper is out trying to explain himself and
It was
say,
different.
really, I'm not that.
Maybe that's why Bob Erickson was like, oh, these guys are like this.
Because he's carrying on the Alice Cooper.
Cooper thing. Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Yeah, and then these guys are like,
That's not what we
we're
are.
characters
Yeah,
that you guys do whatever you want to.
Right.
With. And we did. An interview with Simmons and Stanley begins with Simmons wearing jeans, shirt, no makeup, platform boots, silver spider bracelet, necklace of, going to the top, silver skulls, and brown spider belt buckle, offering cake made by his mother. KISS got together in 1973. Makeup, smoke bombs, flash pots, and flying sparks were part of the show from the start, Simmons says. Quote, we didn't want to be another boring band. We wanted to be the greatest show on earth, unquote. Simmons, born in the borough of Queens, and Stanley, born in Manhattan, got together, added drummer Peter Criss from Brooklyn from an ad he ran in Rolling Stone, and added lead guitarist Ace Frehley from the Bronx from an ad they ran in the Village Voice. And those are legendary things.
legendary
Everybody knows those stories. Being New Yorkers, their hero band was the New York Dolls, which was the number one draw in the city at the time. And a lot of people know those stories too.
Right.
KISS started with, again, this is one of the reasons I wanted to read this, because all these little interesting little things. KISS, at least the way he explains it. KISS started with female makeup, then tried clown makeup before evolving the present black and silver faces and costumes, which is exactly right. They talk about how they did try to do that New York Dolls androgynous looking thing. And then I can't remember if it was Gene or Paul, but they both were like, we look like we're too big. We just looked a little bit.
We saw weird. That in the 80s, right? Gene did not look
yes.
good. Yeah.
That's right, because he did it in a movie.
Well, no, dude.
He did it in a movie, though. There was a movie where he did. Remember that?
Yeah,
but yes, then you're right. But then, because when they started looking like a glam metal band, it was just
not good.
Yeah.
No, I mean.
Yeah, because there was one guy in the New York Dolls, the bass player. I can't believe I can't think of his name. And he was a big dude, and it always looked a little, I don't know, looked a little weird.
Yeah.
When you did that, there was something a little different when you had somebody like David Johansen.
Yeah.
Rest his soul.
Yeah, he just passed away.
Yeah, but he even in that because he did also have that Dr. Frankenfurter look to him.
Sure.
Which is something, I don't know what it is about it, but in a rock band like that, it just kind of had this cool thing.
Yeah.
You know. So, okay. Anyway, so KISS started with blah 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 blah. They noted that the Dolls were very New York-ish, and audiences elsewhere felt they were left out of an inside joke. So KISS relied on hard rock and magic tricks. Manager Bill Aucoin, a TV director formerly, took on the group because he thought Alice Cooper had built up an audience for flamboyant stage shows, which he soon would leave to become an actor. He thought hard rock was very commercial, and he thought the group wanted to become superstars. He got them signed to Casa Blanca, obviously, Records, a new company, as its first group. At first, Stanley says, quote, we had day jobs as cab drivers from 6 to 10. Oh, as cab drivers. From 6 to 10, we were stars. And from 10 to midnight, we were going around putting up posters we designed ourselves saying we were stars, which is so interesting. Daytime, driving a cab. Evening, playing music. After playing music, work.
Yeah, hustling maybe.
And I did it's really interesting when people say this, because if you ever saw that, was it a Rush documentary where, maybe it was a Kiss one where Geddy Lee talked about them. And he says, do whatever you want to. They were the hardest working band. And I was listening to a show, because we put out a show recently about Rush and Permanent Waves. And I was listening to some people talking about that album. And there was this lady talking about how she had been backstage in those early days with Kiss and Rush.
Gotcha.
And she said, watching them interact and how the guys in Kiss showed so much respect for the band Rush. And she goes, I didn't even really like their music very much, but they were, no question about it, they were the hardest working group of guys that there was in rock and roll. And you listen to this, and it's like, that's who we were. Day job, make money, go play. Now we're going to hang up posters, work. So they earned,
they had the drive, man, no doubt about it.
Let's see here. From the beginning, they performed 200 to 250 days a year. That's a lot,
right? That's a lot.
That is. I had 1 year where we performed every single weekend, and I thought that was a lot. But I mean, the most we ever did, like in a week, was like 4 nights, once or twice, but it was mostly 2.
Right.
And that was a lot.
I mean,
this is
you're breaking 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Twice as many.
We were getting just over 100 probably. And they were.
Dude, I think
250 days a year.
That's a lot.
Yeah. A vacation was time spent in one city making a record. The group was a theatrical stage band, but they knew the music had to be good or audiences would quit coming. The music has improved, Stanley and Simmons believe, from playing together so much. And that's actually a pretty common thing anyway, because there are a lot of bands, even though there are a lot of bands where that first album is the one that is the best, and then it kind of goes after that.
Sophomore slump.
Yeah. But even then, none of those bands was that music that they just wrote last week after they met. A lot of those things are things that they've been working on over the years, and
I
their
think that's why
songwriting
your
got better.
debut album usually does come out strong.
But you look at some bands, like these guys definitely, I think this is some of their best music, and they were several, I mean, obviously they'd been playing for, well, it's so funny because, as I said earlier, the time's compressed with them. Because, they put this out after only
they were doing like
just
an
a couple
album
of years.
almost 2 a year there for a bit.
Yeah, so the time compression's different, but their songwriting certainly was getting better and better as they went. There's a lot of bands. I mean, look at U2, for example. I know.
Yeah, we'd mentioned how Beautiful Day came out.
They were 20 years into their career, and in my opinion, that was one of their
or something.
Yeah. I mean,
you're still writing good stuff,
and they're still writing some of their best stuff, and they're 20 years in their career. That's very uncommon. So, and these guys, I mean, the truth is, when they got into Animalize, Asylum, they got into that period, they were still writing some pretty good tunes.
There are some good songs there.
I mean, the whole album may not be a banger, but they were still some catchy stuff. Okay. Most people date the good albums from the 4th one, Alive. The 6th one, Rock and Roll Over, this is why I got this out, because this is the time period we're in, was produced by Eddie Kramer, who produced Alive. It is a return to hard rock from the variety of Destroyer, the 5th album. Alive and Destroyer are gold albums. Rock and Roll Over, which is new, hit number 93 on November 20th, its first week on the best-selling charts. The single Beth from Destroyer was number 7 on the best-selling chart of November 20th. It is the fastest-selling single so far. Rock and Roll All Night made it to number 10 about 9 months ago and sold 1 million copies, making it a gold record. Now, this is an interesting thing because...
That's cool.
First of all,
one.
I was going to say, it's the live one.
Yeah.
They're talking about there. Kiss will tour from November 24th to February 8th, go to Japan, Australia, Europe, and they add to Mars. The interview is full of witticisms from Stanley and Simmons, who explain that they're funny off stage because they're never funny on stage. Stanley says, quote, I consider us the American band, the band that relates most to the audience. Ringo Starr's son, unquote. Ringo Starr's son, Zach, is a member of the fan club, the Kiss Army.
Yeah, that means he just got the email that he might be in Vegas. If you hadn't heard, Kiss is going to be playing in Vegas after the end of the road tour. No makeup,
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
Just saying.
That's a little
tidbit.
The little loophole
Yes.
in the well, we're not anyway. Okay,
So we're going to see Zach.
must be
Ringo Starr.
because he's
He's
at
a
least
Kiss
at
Army
least
fan.
he was in the Kiss Army 50 years ago. So okay, one fan in November burned himself severely trying to spit fire. Quote, "It is important that everybody realize you don't perform brain surgery unless you're a doctor, and you don't try to do magic tricks unless you're a magician," Stanley says. Gene took months to learn that from a magician. If you want to be entertained, come and see us do it, unquote.
All right.
Anyway, again,
Public service announcement from
again,
Gene.
this is why this article was so interesting to me, because it was these little things like, I don't know why I never heard this little thing that there was some kid had burned himself, and they're like, "Hey guys, let's
I'm sure.
But then again, of course, there were probably kids trying to spit fire and spit
without
blood
a doubt.
and all that stuff back then.
Dude, I remember like if I got like an injury, like hit my mouth or something, and I had like a little trickle of blood, immediately I'm like, dude, I look like Gene.
Gene.
I'm Gene. I'd look in the mirror and be like, give me a root canal. I want to look like, have a little blood.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and then all the rumors of about Gene. Well, no, he puts razor blade. I mean, all that stuff that people would say. It was so funny.
Again, no internet, no fact checking.
Right.
It was all rumors and rumors of rumors.
It was all the lore projecting things onto these
Cow's
these
blood,
people.
pig's blood.
That's right.
He
had a tongue extension put on his tongue.
Oh.
There are Kiss puppets in their manager's office, which Simmons says they send out on days they don't feel like performing.
Gotta love the pre-internet days.
Yeah, that's right. That's so true. Kiss puppets could be sold, and the group has been offered movies. Quote, "We hold back. We could go off the deep end," Simmons says. "We could be made into a joke." Now, this is such a great paragraph. "We could be made into a joke. A comic book is in the works right now. I think the comic book is going to be tasty. We're going to be superheroes, leap, jump, and fight crime. No guitars. We could be a bungling rock band that keeps getting into trouble. I like this a lot better." Now, this is what's so interesting about that paragraph is the self-awareness of how this could turn into a joke, and then proceeding to explain how they're going to turn it into a joke. Isn't that great? Isn't this great? We
Yeah.
hold back. We could go off the deep end. We could be made into a joke. And then immediately he says, a comic book is in the works. Like you are,
Right.
you're totally aware of what could happen, and you're just going straight into it. So interesting. So fascinating.
Because, but that's tapping into the fantasy part, right? He's not, I think that can be also taken into, we're not making a movie. Oh, but wait, we will.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's going to be the joke, the laughing
Totally.
stock.
Within
Years.
This is
Not very long.
1977. It's like they probably got the phone call after this interview. Like,
Hey,
you know
we heard-
what?
You want a movie? We got a movie script for you.
Speaking of movies, we've got an idea. This will be kind of like Star Wars. Because didn't they say that? Isn't that what they heard? They said this is going to be like Star Wars meets whatever, and then yeah.
No.
And as I've said a million times before on this show, I love the fact that movie exists.
Yeah, dude, it's good.
However embarrassing it was for so many people for so long, what a great thing that we have that to enjoy.
Yes, we do. And we enjoy it. You got to watch it every once in a while.
You got to bust out some of the clips because they're all out there.
They're all out
They're
there.
great. Okay. Then he
Good
goes on and he says,
entertainment.
"I stopped reading Superman when Spider-Man came along. We'll be the superheroes of the future." And then it ends up the article and says, "Sounds like Kiss enjoys a little fantasy itself."
That's cool.
Which is a little like, yeah, you guys, that's not going to happen. But it is. What's interesting now, and again, why this was so interesting to me. I stopped reading when Spider-Man came along. We'll be the superheroes of the future. What is it that they're trying to do right now?
The Avatar.
They have this whole idea of this thing that he said in 1977. They still have somehow that whole idea has morphed itself in so many different ways that now they're in this place where they're like, we can make that really come true now by recreating ourselves in kind of like this immortal format
Right.
somehow. So,
I'm kind of shocked. I mean, well, there's a couple things it makes me think about. Yeah, I mean, the technology and the thing and their characters lend themselves really well, obviously, to comic books,
Yep.
the superhero idea, the avatars. I mean, we know, here in the latter years that you had Eric being Peter and you had Tommy being Ace. Sorry, I just had like a brain fart there. This is what happens when you're 50-something
old
years
guys.
old. Start forgetting some of these things. But, I mean, that just shows that the characters can be interchangeable, right? But it's fascinating that, there's certain things, because their characters are, I mean, they're on so many things, but one thing that they're not on that I'm not aware of is lately I got a PS5 for Christmas. Those deep end video games. I have a small little Fortnite addiction now that I play Fortnite. I play Fortnite, right? And my character I picked out was because you can buy a skin.
yeah.
And one thing I thought of, how come there isn't? Gene, cut me in on this idea, all right? But, how come there isn't Kiss Fortnite characters? There's all these, amazing characters. There's so many cool characters. Why isn't there a Kiss Fortnite skin? To me, that's great. I mean, there are musicians out there, like The Weeknd, Ariana Grande, Lionel Messi, who's a soccer great, world's most biggest soccer. He has a skin. You got all these other. Metallica has a skin. Like the whole. It's amazing.
It
you
is
can pick
actually
them.
surprising.
Super cool. Why doesn't Kiss have one?
That's actually a really great
But that's
point.
kind of taking this to the next level. I mean, and the avatars, right? And Gina said that's going to be now a quote unquote in a recent article a placeholder for bigger things to come. I don't know what that means, but obviously you're saying in 1977 they had the foresight that these characters can be bigger than them.
Yeah. And getting back to these points here, you start talking about Spider-Man and Superman, both of whom he mentioned. Who is Spider-Man?
Peter Parker.
And who's Peter Parker? Well, it's been in the last 20 years, it's been 4 different people, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And Spider-Man, I mean, Christopher Reeves is kind of the one that a lot of us know, but it's been like a
Superman,
dozen people have been Superman.
I mean, how many actors does Batman have?
Yeah, right, exactly.
I mean, a whole bunch.
If you can capture that and become, because getting back now, coming full circle on this album cover, what is, I mean, this kind of captures Paul's
Essence.
likeness a little bit, but that's not Ace's likeness really, and that's definitely not. That's a cat.
Right.
That's a full-on cat. That's nothing.
It's a
that looks
representation of their character.
Yeah, these are all, even though that one captures Paul's likeness a little bit, these others don't really do that. They are characters. And you really could, I think they've taken a stab at it a couple times with the comic book and thing, but if it was done right, they're looking at this, and actually maybe they've kind of arrived there because one of the things that we said in a previous show, we read it somewhere, or maybe it was when they were inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was somewhere I heard this. Like these are the most recognizable in the world.
Huh.
Kiss. Everybody knows.
Characters.
Yes. These things. You look at that and it's like,
I know
Kiss.
who that is.
I know what this is. I understand what this is. And there's very few people that have reached that level where you can go almost anywhere on the planet and that's Kiss.
Yeah, no, without a doubt.
And these guys have in some way reached that level, and then if they can harness that.
I mentioned that back in the 90s, they had a video game. I want to say it's like Nightmare Child or something like that. Like a PC video game that I bought that I think I have. That's part of my spring cleaning is kind of to get to see if I have that. and I'll bring it in if I do and share it with you guys, but it's a video game, PC first-person shooter game, if I remember right, that you are one of the characters or go through the game. It's been so long, I don't remember, and I didn't play it all that much, but I was like, that's cool. I mean, that's next level type stuff. It's not them, but it's their characters. Larger than life. It's cool
yeah,
stuff.
again, it transcends them as people. And they've been trying to sell us on that idea for a long time, but we all
since 77.
Well, since way back then. Like these characters that we have here, these are superheroes. And they really, where that really became obvious, maybe for the first time, was the album cover for Destroyer, where somehow these four guys now, they're running over the rubble. They've got the outfits, they've got the whole thing.
Us against the world.
And this is we are officially coming out as these superhero characters. This album comes out, and in some way, like I was saying a second ago, even though that captures Paul's likeness a little bit, they're just characters, clearly. And then you get on to the next album, Love Gun, and then again you have these larger than life, the superhero build, the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here also is we're talking about the influence of their characters is what this article is kind of talking about, right? And what I look at is when I see this, it's also like their music, as we mentioned in the beginning, on this album is incredible.
Yeah.
All of them are, hitting their stride really well. I mean, some of these albums they've played live for years. Mm-hmm. Years, and they're great albums.
Yeah, and this one to me, again coming back to the beginning, it probably will always be my favorite album that they put out, and partly because there's the nostalgia from being a little kid, and I used to have my little record player and I just play it over and over and over and over again, and I'm trying to figure out who's who, and I'm staring at it for hours and hours on end. But man,
it was the gateway to everything Kiss, right? The Kiss cards, the lunchbox, the thermos, I want to be them for Halloween, like everything. I mean,
which honestly is the gateway to us sitting here, not just because we had this, but all of this, to Black Sabbath, to Judas Priest, to the Scorpions,
just music in general,
to everything. This was the kind of the gateway into that world that even to this day,
here we are.
We're sitting here like doing this because of, and for me it was because of this record and these songs. And so even though, again, I'm biased a little bit because of the nostalgia, I go back and listen to these tunes. The production is solid. They play well.
Yeah.
The music is good. The songs are catchy.
Yeah, I love
the guitar tone. It's cool.
Yeah, super great. I mean, I love it. There's, being an Ace guy, his soloing on some of the stuff, solo on Making Love, it's freaking great. And the visuals,
the guitar hook on that is.
Remember the you mentioned Hard Luck Woman, right? Yeah. But Hard Luck Woman, I think, is the video where they're playing the double neck, and Ace is standing behind Paul, kind of reaching around. Do you remember seeing that video?
No.
If you guys remember that, there's a video. They're playing Hard Luck Woman, I want to say. Again, I don't remember anything, but visually, I'm a visual person, I feel. And I remember like a video to Hard Luck Woman, and you got Paul playing on the top part.
That's funny. I seem to remember something about that.
Kind of reaching around. They're both playing the same guitar, but like together. I mean, I've never seen that before.
I seem to remember something
it's not like
that.
Bon Jovi and, you remember on Unplugged, MTV Unplugged, when they did like, it wasn't like Richie Sambora had the double neck acoustic and, John Bon Jovi got behind him and was playing that. People would have been like, what the hell?
What is going on here?
Right? They were sitting down as well. But I do remember that and just being like, dude, that's really cool.
If never I met you, I never had seen you cry.
we can kind of demonstrate, but I'm gonna pass right now.
We'll pass on that one. That was so interesting. Anyway, this was you can see kind of why I wanted to read this. There were just so many cool little things in there. The way that this person had put this article together,
because it is kind of because I bet up until the point until Alive really blew up, and then you had Beth on top of that and Destroyer's success. I bet there was a point there after Dress to Kill, which, by the way, just celebrated its 50th anniversary. And I seen a bunch of fans, online got together at the street corner intersection.
I saw that picture.
How cool was that?
That was
tons of fans.
Amazingly cool.
Yeah, really cool. I guess you can do like an audio tour where you walk around and check that out. It's out there.
That's awesome.
My point is that you have Alive, Destroyer, the success of Beth, but basically from Dress to Kill, and then I got off on the tangent, that for a moment they were teetering on, this might not make it. This might have been a flash in the pan. Hey, remember that band in New York that had makeup? Totally different, right? It could have been that, but it wasn't. And thanks to their tenacity, we talked about the hardest working band and their vision. But I bet the next phase is once they've kind of hit that top of the mountain, I think that's when that marketing machine or this vision of them being like, we can be larger than life. We are bigger than, our characters are bigger than us. Maybe those ideas start taking shape. It seems like it from the article. That's what I'm getting at. And obviously I'm looking backwards in time,
And the reality of it is, for most of the world, the characters are bigger than them, because most people, that's what they know. Like we said a few minutes ago, some of the most recognizable faces in the world, and yet there's a lot of people that would recognize their face and not have a clue what music they played, and yet they still know who they are. So they somehow, that's been on some level achieved.
My daughter got me this album recently for a birthday or Father's Day, and thank you, Marissa.
That's cool.
And on vinyl, and she couldn't tell me, she's like, "Is it any good?" I'm like, "You gotta listen to it. I can't tell you that." I think she did. So funny, but it's awesome. This is one of my favorite albums there.
Yeah.
And so I'll leave it at that.
Cool. Anyway, I'm glad we took the time to talk about this one. I've been wanting to actually spend some time to talk about this for a long time, and so this was actually really fun.
Well, it's near and dear to your heart.
It is. This one really matters to me on a very, very deep level. And like I said, not only did I love the music and it have that impact on me when I was a kid, that I had that moment where it's like, now my son, here's the record.
For sure.
And then he goes to Paul. And then Paul's like, and I'm like,
that
dude,
is cool.
That is amazing to see that happen. And he actually mentioned it to me not long ago. He says, "Hey, you should take my record and put it on your show sometime." I'm like, "Yeah, which probably one of these days I'm gonna have to bust that out and bring it up." But he loves the fact that he's got that thing.
And to Andrew. How that just makes it that much better, man.
It was pretty. Cool. It was pretty awesome. So anyway, hey, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel. Leave your comments. This is the kind of show we really want to hear what you have to, what your thoughts are on all this stuff. Where did this album fit for you? The tracks on this album. What did you think about Hard Luck Woman when you were a kid and you listened to this record? And this being sandwiched in between Destroyer and Love Gun, where does this one fit for you as far as somebody that likes Kiss? And then, obviously, the characters. What are your thoughts on the characters? Because now, when you see these parallels between what was being said in 1977, the vision that they had for what this could be, and then here we are today, kind of watching that whole thing almost 5 decades later, starting to maybe take shape, like really take shape. So we'd love to get your feedback on that. And so anyway, so please follow the channel, like the video, leave your comments, and no Kiss fan is an island. So we know you know other people that are Kiss fans. We have had so many people email us now sending us things, I mean, it's
been
crazy
awesome.
all the stuff that we're getting now.
But
great. Please, and a lot of people saying, hey, I'd love to help. Well, how can I help the channel? And the biggest thing you can do is take this video, hit the share button, and because you know other Kiss fans, just go share it.
Yeah.
Email it to them, let them know that this stuff is here, and then we'll all kind of take this little fraternity that we have going here and just continue to have the thing grow. And so, hey, with that, have yourself fantastic day. Okay, if you're a fan of Kiss, I really think you're going to like what I found today. Now, what we do a lot on this channel is we go back and we find old newspaper articles, record reviews, concert reviews, and that kind of thing. And I found one about Kiss today that's from the San Francisco Examiner on August 16th, 1977. Now, what makes this one so interesting to me, the article itself, when I read this to you, you're just going to like it if you're a Kiss fan because it just has a lot of cool things in it. But what got me about this that I thought was so fascinating, now I'm going to show you right now. Take a look at this front page on the San Francisco Examiner, August 16th, 1977. Now, what happened on that day, August 16th, 1977? You can see it right there on the screen. Elvis Presley dies. Now, why this was so interesting to me is the juxtaposition. Because on the cover of this newspaper, you have the announcement of the death of Elvis Presley, and then you see up in the upper right-hand corner, Kiss. And if you scroll down on this newspaper, I'm going to go down a little bit, it was interesting to see these two things on the same newspaper. Down here at the bottom, the invasion of Kiss. So the juxtaposition of these two things I thought was so fascinating because we have Elvis, who used to be the biggest band, or not the biggest band, the biggest performer, the most significant pop icon, singer, musician, performer in the world, dies. And right now on the same newspaper, it's right when Kiss is becoming the biggest thing in the world. It's almost like the old guard moving out right as the new guard is moving in. And matter of fact, this article even goes into that, the fact that at this moment in time, Kiss is the biggest thing that there is. So anyway, it was the thing that got me, that made me really want to dive into this article, was just that juxtaposition on this newspaper, this day, Elvis dies, and Kiss at that moment is becoming the biggest thing. And they have, interestingly, not really super parallel paths, but they do have these similarities. Because Elvis at one point, he was the rock and roll guy back in the 50s. And what? All the parents hated him. Everybody was scared of him. They wouldn't show him on TV or it wouldn't show him below the waist on TV because it was just too much. The kids can't handle this kind of thing, and it's vulgar. And then what happened to him? He kind of went Hollywood, and he started being in all these movies, and he changed. And after a while, he kind of lost his position, and people in a way kind of lost track or interest in him as a rock singer because he just he went too far in that direction of being this Hollywood icon, and it just wasn't the same. And then in 1968, what happened? He came back. He had that comeback concert, which I've talked about on this channel before. And if you've never seen that thing, you need to watch it. He shows up in that black leather playing the guitar, and he's got those four guys on that stage with him. The comeback special has a few other things in it, but when you watch it, you're like, okay, now we all remember why we loved this guy. And similarly, Kiss started out as this raw energy, this rock and roll band that just had this new thing that was going on, and everybody was paying attention to them, and they became the biggest thing in the world. And then what happened? They started turning into kind of caricatures of themselves. And then they were almost like Elvis in the wilderness for a while. And then they had to come back. And then for them, you could argue that it was either the Lick It Up, or it could have been just the comeback shows in 1996 when they put the makeup back on, and then they were back. And then similarly to Elvis, it was, okay, we remember why we loved these guys. And then they came back. And similar, again, Elvis today is still a legend, and Kiss, same thing. That those characters, that thing, everybody knows who they are. Some of the most recognizable faces in the world, kind of like Elvis. Now, I think Elvis, anybody that's watched this channel again for any period of time knows that he's just like the pinnacle of just greatness, everything about him. But it is an interesting parallel. And one other one that they mention here, I think in this article a little bit, is they both had these kind of maybe even a little bit selfish managers that kind of guided them. And because you had, with Kiss, you had Bill Aucoin, and he was the one that kind of guided their career and in so many ways helped them become massive, and then in some ways oversaw the downfall too, because they just went too far. And similarly with Elvis, you had Colonel Tom Parker, who was kind of a self-serving, I don't want to go too many parallels with those two, because Tom Parker was kind of a bad guy. And I don't know that Bill Aucoin really was, but there was a lot of self-serving that was going on in both of those things. And they both helped these people, their artists, get to the point that they did, where they had these specific people that just had this vision for who they should be and who they could be, and then kind of help them fulfill it, and then themselves became extremely wealthy and successful in the process. So anyway, it was just, again, this is what brought my attention to it, was this juxtaposition. We have this same newspaper where we see the king of rock and roll, who at one point was the biggest thing in the world, and he dies. And at that same moment, Kiss is rising to become the next biggest thing in the world. So anyway, I'm going to read this, and I think you'll get a kick out of it. And just to put this in context, because this is being written on August 16, 1977, this is the album that's out at the time, Love Gun, and this was put out on June 30th of 1977, so just a few months before this album came out. And I got to tell you, this picture between this one and Destroyer, I mean, two of the coolest pictures, first of all, of these guys, just the most iconic images, and then you throw Rock and Roll Over in between, and which is one of the coolest album covers ever created. But anyway, it's just interesting, these just unbelievable album covers, and this is just one of the greats. Okay, so now listen to this, and listen to how this article kind of starts out, and how this person, how their perception of Kiss, what their perception is, and then the recognition that this is the biggest thing in the world. This is so fascinating. Okay, so now the headline, another way, invasion of Kiss, the Flash Peddlers. It's predictable. High-heeled, kabuki-faced, fire-eating, flash peddling Kiss will menace the mostly teenage crowd at its sold-out Cow Palace rock show tonight with firepots, smoke bombs, and magical feats of levitation. They may also play some music, depending on how you define the term. Now, a couple of these lines, you could have imagined people writing about Elvis back in the 50s, because that's the way they saw him. This isn't music. All the kids are getting, I mean, it's just a fascinating parallel. They may also play some music, depending on how you define the term. Kiss is the kiddies' favorite. The pube tubes, the suburbanites' delight. The rock critics don't like Kiss. Kiss doesn't care. Kiss sells tens of millions of records that shake the floor when you turn the volume up and the treble down. In all the history of the world, there's never been anything quite like Kiss. Their fans described as the Kiss Army know this. The money rolls in. Kiss is even a comic book, a Marvel comic book, which is the Manchester Guardian of hip superhero comic books. In 4 meteoric years, Kiss has risen from the sleazy backstreets of New York rock to the pinnacle of heavy metal adolescence. Now, this is the part that demonstrates, because we forget just how big Kiss was. And this is the part that demonstrates it. A Gallup poll of teenagers ranked Kiss as the most popular musical group in the United States with boys and girls. More popular than the Eagles, the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Boston, Chicago, Aerosmith, Peter Frampton, Earth, Wind and Fire, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Barry Manilow, Elton John, the Beach Boys, Stevie Wonder, and Barbra Streisand, in that order. So, those are all iconic. All of them iconic. All of them were some of the biggest things ever, and Kiss was more popular than all of them at this moment. Why? Quote, "They're a unique group," said one fan. "They do what they feel on the stage and show you a good time. They paint their bodies and shoot off rockets and things like that." Kiss is the most outrageous, most fiendish, most satisfying rock group in the world. Now, again, when I do this juxtaposition between these two, that the day Elvis dies, out with the old and in with Kiss, now the biggest thing in the world, you can imagine these things. At one point, Elvis was the biggest thing. And then they would have called him, though, in those early days when he was so big, the most outrageous, fiendish, same kind of thing. Their latest album is called Love Gun, which is the one that I got out here. Then it continues on to another page where the headline is "The Kabuki-Faced Kiss in a Class by Themselves." And then you can see there's a picture of the guys, and then let's see what this is. It says, they lined up early today at the Cow Palace. Crowds want to buy tickets to see Kiss, and you see a bunch of people there lined up to get tickets. Okay, continuing the article. And comes complete with a cardboard pistol and the words Kiss written on the record jacket in what appears to be blood. So yeah, this thing had a little cardboard gun in it, and then what they're talking about here, if you haven't seen it before, the inner sleeve actually has this Kiss written what appears to be blood. Okay. The album cover depicts the four members of Kiss. I'm going to look at that again here. The album cover depicts the four members of Kiss: guitarist Paul Stanley, drummer Peter Criss, lead guitarist Space Ace Frehley, and you'll notice here that they have a pretty significant typo by leaving the name of Gene Simmons completely out as they describe him. And blank has a 7-inch tongue towering demonically over an array of kinkily attired maidens. Kiss has performed at concert halls, sports arenas, theaters, rock palaces, and high schools. Wherever they go, they like to go in full regalia, chains, platform boots, white face makeup, and barbaric-looking Conan the Conqueror-type outfits. No photograph of Kiss without makeup has ever appeared anywhere in public. Kiss is always in role. Still, Kiss is indefinable. Kiss fills the rock void left by the withdrawing of Alice Cooper without aping the king-queen of gothic rock's garish theatricality. No guillotines, passion plays, or grotesque cruelties of Kiss. What a new breed of punk rockers seeks to practice, rebellion, anarchy, nihilism, Kiss merchandises with the help of their manager, Bill Aucoin, and Neil Bogart's Casablanca record label. Aucoin is a former television producer of an LP of great moments from TV star Johnny Carson's Tonight Show that might have bankrupted the company if Bogart hadn't also released Donna Summer's Love to Love Ya Baby, that featured her in moaning ecstasy and rose to number 1 on the charts. Punk rockers, who are many in Britain but fewer in the United States, have so far flunked out commercially, though many groups seem to be developing followings, and the cultural aspects that accompany the new music are beginning to catch the attention of the media. Kiss, on the other hand, is boosted along by a dozen complaints from booking and advertising agencies. And whereas punk rock fans tend to drink too much, hook safety pins through their cheeks, and get sick on each other. By the way, do you remember that? Do you remember that period of time? At least it happened in my school. I think had to be sometime in the early 80s when, of course, everybody was getting their ears pierced, but then there was this whole thing about sticking a safety pin in your cheek. Did you have that? Did you ever remember people doing that? I don't know what it was about that, but that just showed up one day and everybody started putting safety pins. Anyway, just such a strange thing to see that again here written. And get sick on each other. Kiss adoring multitudes seem to feel that the Kiss act best expresses their social frustrations. That is an attitude Kiss encourages. While punk rockers drop back from the middle-class herd, Kiss, perhaps unintentionally, gives it lessons in the profit motive. The new Kiss album, Love Gun, for example, shipped platinum. And that, again, is such a significant sign of just how big they were. They printed 1 million copies of this thing right off the bat because they knew they'd sell all of them. And just that's just how big they were at the time. It's amazing. That means that record stores had ordered 1 million copies of it before a single disc had left the warehouse. Kiss has had 3 hit 45 RPM singles in the last few months. Beth, Hard Luck Woman, and Calling Dr. Love. And of course, Beth was on the album Destroyer, which was 2 albums before this one. Hard Luck Woman and Calling Dr. Love were both off of Rock and Roll Over, which was right before this one. Membership in the Kiss Army costs $5. Black youths are significantly absent from the Kiss Army. The New York Times reported Kiss receives 10% of the retail price of every LP sold. $20,000 for smaller concerts, $40,000 in big cities, and untold riches from the sale of Kiss belt buckles, Kiss posters, Kiss t-shirts, Kiss photographs, etc. And curious, how many of you had a Kiss belt buckle? I did. And Kiss, of course, I had Kiss posters and Kiss t-shirts, but the belt buckle is one of the things. And by the way, I'd be curious, what other little things did you have related to Kiss? Because I also had the Kiss lunchbox. And I know I had a ton of other things, but I definitely remember the belt buckle and lunchbox. The 16,000 tickets for tonight's show moved briskly at, get this, $6.50 each. Kiss's songs bear provocative titles: Got Love for Sale, Almost Human, Shock Me, etc. Kiss's lyrics bear the imprint of 20 years of rock and roll history. Hooligan has this refrain: I've got a 35 Chevy on a 55 frame, can't even spell my name, I'm a hooligan. The Love Gun album contains Then She Kissed Me, an oldie authored by rock and roll tycoon Phil Spector, who produced and recorded, among others, Bob B. Sox and the Blue Jeans back in rock's formative days. Yeah, Phil Spector was a huge deal in the Wall of Sound way back when. I mean, he worked with the Beatles. He was the one that did You Never Close Your Eyes Anymore, the Righteous Brothers. He was a big deal. By the way, that makes me think, what did you think of the fact that they put that song on here? That they put Then She Kissed Me on this album? Because I know people have talked to you about this album, and I think I kind of share this. It is kind of a novelty thing to throw on there, but it's a little distracting. And I know a lot of people that I've talked to about this, like, why were they putting that on there? Seems such a strange thing, anyway, to put on that album. Anyway, I'd love to get your feedback on that. Kiss's Love Gun LP was co-produced by Eddie Kramer, who has worked in the past with the late Jimi Hendrix and the currently hot Led Zeppelin group. The members of Kiss are from Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Queens. Simmons, who is the oldest at 32, and the group's founder, once taught school in Manhattan. But, he has said, I couldn't stand the kids. And that is the end of the article. Anyway, as I said a minute ago, what drew me to this article was this interesting juxtaposition where we have this front page of this big newspaper that's announcing in massive letters, Elvis Presley dies, and almost as if it's sneaking in the bottom. I love even just the headline itself. What does it say? Invasion of Kiss. Elvis dies, and then down at the bottom, the invasion of Kiss. I know it's not that big a deal, but for me, when I found this thing, because this is what I do so often, is search for these things, I loved that juxtaposition. And I loved seeing those two things, the Elvis Presley dying and then the invasion of Kiss. And by the way, do you remember Elvis Presley dying? That was such a big deal. And I remember it simply because my mom was a huge Elvis Presley fan. I mean, I remember from my earliest memories were just her and her Elvis records, because we had a whole bunch of them when I was a kid. And what's so funny And I know she watches this show. I don't know if she'll remember this happening, but I remember coming home from school that day. And what would I have been? I was 7 years old, something like that, 8 years old when this happened. I remember coming home from school, walking up to the house, and she had pinned or nailed or something one of Elvis Presley's records to the front door. And I remember walking up to the door, coming home from school, because we used to walk to school in those days. And I walked up to the door, and there's the front door of the house with with Elvis Presley, a picture, an album cover of his nailed to the front door. And just as a little kid, I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then of course you walk in, my mom is struggling just a little bit because Elvis has left the building, so to speak. So anyway, this has a little more meaning to me in that sense too, just because, and it was not long after that, it was probably right around then that I discovered the album Rock and Roll Over. And I had Paul Stanley actually sign that copy that I had and I gave it to my son. And so he was the one that took it to Paul Stanley, so Paul signed it for him. So that album that I got at that moment, when this all happened, Rock and Roll Over, still exists, and it has Paul Stanley's signature on it. But it was right around that time that I discovered Kiss, and that was my first record. Might have been the first record really of any rock group or anything that I owned, was that album Rock and Roll Over. Anyway, love to get your feedback on all this stuff, remembering Elvis's death, Kiss, the comparisons here between the two, and what this was all like for you discovering them. And did you discover them kind of like I did when they were at their biggest, when they were, again, the biggest thing in the United States at least, and they were more popular for, as it said there in the thing, for the boys and girls than everybody else at that moment. Anyway, hey, thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and as always, we love getting all the great comment and input that you have on these things, and so please leave your comments down below. And also, if you're a fan of Kiss, I know that no Kiss fan is an island. You know other people that love Kiss. Hit the share button, take this video and share it with other people that are interested in Kiss. And there you go. Anyway, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a Kiss fan, especially during the time when the makeup was coming off, this video is for you. I've got a really cool newspaper article. I'm going to compare it to some stuff in Paul Stanley's book. And what I'm hoping is that as you hear this, if you had similar experiences to me during this period, put it down in the notes. Share your thoughts about this. What was it like for you? And these things that I talk about, how many of them resonate with you? And how many of these experiences were parallel to what you went through at the time? Now, the last makeup album that I got was Dynasty. And when Dynasty came out, that came out in May of 79, and I had barely turned 10 years old when Dynasty came out. And I remember the first time I saw it. And those of you that were Kiss fans when we were kids will kind of remember this feeling. I was at a store with my mom. It's some sort of department store, and whenever we would go to this particular store, I'd go back to the record section, when I was 9, 10 years old, of course, just because I was kind of getting into it and interested and looking at things. And I remember walking back there and seeing the cover of Dynasty, and I had no idea it was coming out. I didn't know what it was, but I remember kind of my heart jumping at that moment going, oh my gosh, because it was Kiss. And you remember the feeling. I mean, it was like these guys and the faces just right there, that close up. So I don't remember if we bought the album that day or whatever, but I got it sometime around that point. And I listened to that album front to back over and over and over. And at least at 10 years old, I loved that album. I hate to admit it, but I really do like that recording of I Was Made for Loving You. And maybe it's just nostalgia, but there's something about that, the way it, I really like listening to it. I think it's pretty cool. So anyway, but it wasn't long after this, they went on that big tour, and I remember when they came through town, we didn't go see them, but I remember when they came through town, it was just this big thing, and the news was there. And I had some friends that went to it, and it wasn't long after that I started to just kind of drift away from Kiss, because I saw Van Halen entered into my life, and I remember REO Speedwagon and AC/DC, and I started noticing all this other stuff, and I guess in pretty rapid succession, Kiss just kind of exited. And when Unmasked came out, I remember seeing it at a record store and looking at that going, what in the world is what are they doing? And it's funny looking back on that now, thinking for a band that was going out of their way to try to not be a band for little kids or try to prove that they weren't, to put an album out that has a bunch of cartoons on the front of it. I mean, it's almost looking back at it like these guys were so disconnected from reality and from what they needed to do at the time. I know a lot of people like the album. That's not the point. It was just the presentation. Like, guys, what are you thinking? Anyway, I didn't buy it. I would, like I said, I was lost kind of interest in Kiss at that point. And then I remember being at a record store another time, because whenever I'd see Kiss stuff, of course, I would just notice it. And then I saw this thing with this hand on a knocker on a door with this little Kiss music from the what? I thought, did they make a movie and I didn't know about it? Anyway, so you know what I'm talking about, music from the Elder, and I'm out at that point. I didn't buy that. I've pretty much lost kind of interest in them altogether. And then Creatures of the Night came out, and of course I didn't buy that. I saw it and I was like, eh. And I also remember when that video came out for I Love It Loud, and it's so funny looking back at this stuff because I was an undiscerning, kid, right? But somehow I still saw that somebody showed me that video, and I thought to myself, well, that's kind of dumb. The white eyes at the end with the kids and the kid looking on I don't know. And it's funny looking back at that stuff because when you start entering into that part of your life where you start having more discerning tastes, and you recognize that some things are kind of silly, but you don't recognize it in other things. But anyway, I remember that. I remember seeing the video and just thinking that I Love It Loud. It just seemed dumb to me. So again, I'd moved way on by that point. I mean, I was into so many other things. I was buying records. My record collection was growing. I was into Iron Maiden. I was into, all the really cool heavy stuff. And I was just exploring and discovering all this amazing music that was out there. And then I hear that they're taking the makeup off. And I can't help but be a little bit interested at that point. Like, okay, well, I remember being a little kid, wondering what they look like, right? And so we already had seen Peter Criss, which was kind of anticlimactic when he left the band. And I think I saw a picture of him in a magazine. And go, Peter Criss, and Ace is, like I said, I wasn't paying much attention, and he kind of left with very little fanfare. All of a sudden, this Vinnie Vincent is in there, and then I remember seeing his makeup and thinking, "Wow, that's dumb. Put an onk on your face." Anyway, it just seemed it seemed like they got to a point that they just weren't trying. At least that's the way it came across to me. Okay, so anyway, they're going to take the makeup off, and I don't remember exactly how this came down, but I remember I think we didn't have MTV, so I think a friend of mine might have recorded it for me. And I went over to watch it. But I remember seeing this moment, and you see the four of them sitting at this table that looked like they were about to test. They were at a taste test for soft drinks or something. I mean, it looked so low budget and so uninteresting. And I remember seeing that moment, and of course, I didn't care about Vinnie Vincent. I had no idea who he was. I barely knew who Eric Carr was. I knew that he was. And then I see Gene and Paul, and you go, oh, okay. And then it just wasn't that interesting. But they put an album out, and it was this one right here. It was Lick It Up. And I don't know why, but I just had to buy it. And I think I'd seen the video because they played the video at that MTV thing, which was kind of a silly like a lot of videos were back then, kind of a silly music video, whatever. But I just had to buy it. So I went and bought Lick It Up, and to be honest with you, I really liked it. Which kind of surprised me. I put it on, and it was just, man, this is actually, there's some pretty heavy, good stuff on here. And so, of course, here's the guys with the makeup off. There's Vinnie Vincent, Eric Carr, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley. I remember seeing this at the store and seeing these guys. And of course, Gene had to do the tongue because that was I think I read about this or saw it in an interview later, that when they took this picture, they wanted to have just something that visually would connect them with where they had come from, so people would kind of be able to see it and still have that connection. Then when you look at these tunes, though, I mean, Exciter was actually a pretty killer tune. Some of the Gene songs, like these two, were just, I thought, kind of silly. But I liked All Hell's Breaking Loose. I thought that was it was, the first time I heard it, I thought, that's so what? Street talk or walks. Paul Stanley's talking. And then later as I listened to it, I thought, that's kind of a cool tune. Million to One, I actually really, really liked that song. Young and Wasted was cool. Not for the Innocent, that was pretty good. Lick It Up was a good tune. It was catchy. Now, what's so interesting about this, and what I have to share with you here, you're going to find this pretty interesting because this is a newspaper article that was put out in November of 1983. So this is basically a month after the album, or about 2 months after the album came out. And I'm going to read something to you that you're going to find pretty interesting. It's basically like an interview with Gene and Paul talking about what they were doing and why the makeup came off. And I'm going to read some things to you, and then I'm going to compare it to something in Paul's book. And it's his book, Face the Music. And I think you'll find this kind of interesting. But I want to show you one other thing here, because we maybe as Kiss fans need to recognize, or maybe don't truly recognize, the value of Vinnie Vincent. I know some people do, so I don't want to discount that people understand it, but put this in perspective for a second. I'm just going to bust the record out. So here we are. This is side one. They have all the lyrics for side one, and then I'll flip it over and show you the other side. So Exciter, Paul Stanley, Vinnie Vincent. Not for the Innocent, Gene Simmons, Vinnie Vincent. Lick It Up, Paul Stanley, Vinnie Vincent. Young and Wasted, Gene Simmons, Vinnie Vincent. Gimme More, Paul Stanley, Vinnie Vincent. Do you notice a pattern? The entire front side of this album and some pretty decent tunes were all at least partially written by Vinnie Vincent. Then you flip it over on the back side, All Hell's Breaking Loose. Again, I actually like that song. Eric Carr, Paul Stanley, Vinnie Vincent, Gene Simmons. A Million to One, which might be, it's kind of a more thoughtful, kind of a love song almost, although it's not slow, like a slow dance song, but it is a little more thoughtful and emotional. Paul Stanley, Vinnie Vincent. And then you have the two songs that I thought were kind of childish, Fits Like a Glove and Dance All. I mean, come on. I remember, like, guys, aren't you older than that at this point? You can't write songs like this. And then they just kept doing it. Okay, whatever. And then you get On the Eighth Day, which was kind of a catchy tune, little anthemic kind of thing that they would do. Gene Simmons, Vinnie Vincent. But do you see the pattern there? That on this album, this was so influenced by Vinnie Vincent and Vinnie Vincent's songwriting that it's kind of amazing, and what a big role that guy played in their history. Now, it was a decent album. Now, I know a lot of people think Creatures of the Night is maybe one of the best things he ever did. I think the guys in the band actually think that too. And I've bought it. I bought the copy with the makeup and the copy without the makeup, and I've listened to it. You know, it has its moments. It's not my favorite. Like, a lot of people love it. And I'm like, there's some good stuff on it, but it's not my favorite. But this, I actually really, really liked what they did here, which kind of surprised me, kind of got me kind of back on the Kiss train a little bit. I went and saw them on this tour. I saw them. Vandenberg was opening up, and a band called Riot was supposed to open up. And I actually was more excited about seeing Riot than Kiss, believe it or not, because I was a big Riot fan at the time. Not Quiet Riot, Riot. So, but I went and saw them, and they were pretty good. So I'm going to read something to you that about this. And this is from the Kennebec Journal, Friday, November 18th, 1983. And so, again, the album Lick It Up came out on September 22nd of 1983. So this is about 2 months. And the title, the headline here is Kiss, New Album and Change of Face. Now, the important part here is the subhead, which says band feels stronger. And this is the part that I want to compare something to you that you might find kind of interesting. Okay, and then of course you see one of the promo shots from the album there, Paul, and you see the band right there with the picture directly below that with them in the makeup. Okay, so here's the article. Bassist Gene Simmons is no longer a bizarre interpretation of Lon Chaney in The Phantom of the Opera, and guitarist Paul Stanley has wiped off the white face and the star painted over his right eye. The makeup is gone, and the plain, unvarnished Kiss has emerged. Quote, "People have asked us if this is a farewell," Simmons says. "Not at all. If that were the case, I'd rather let the thing fade away. We're only doing this because after the tour and making Lick It Up, we feel stronger than ever. Taking the makeup off has meant nothing but taking the makeup off. The change in us goes no further than that," unquote. For 10 years, since Simmons and Stanley got together and added drummer Peter Criss, who painted on the face of a whiskered cat, and guitarist Ace Frehley, who became a winged spaceman, Kiss has always appeared on stage in histrionic makeup, costumes, and elevated dragon boots. The rock group was so protective of their identities that they wouldn't allow friends to take pictures of them undisguised. And of course, that was the idea. I think that was Bill Aucoin's idea early on, that not only are you going to put makeup on, but no one's ever going to see you without it. This actually became kind of an issue because going out in public became kind of a thing for them because as they got more and more popular and they're still trying to maintain the hiding their face, it actually limited some of the things that they were able to do and had an impact on personal relationships that they had. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. Criss left Kiss in 1979, replaced by Eric Carr. Frehley left a year ago, replaced by Vinnie Vincent. They didn't duplicate the faces of the other two. They created their own. Well, Eric Carr, I think he and Bill Aucoin at the last minute came up with the Fox makeup. And Vinnie Vincent, I think that was actually Paul's idea to put the onk on. And again, at least the other makeup on the other guys was a brand new thing. When you put the onk on, it seemed lazy. Hey, how about we just put an onk on your... I don't know. It seems silly, but of course it didn't stick around, never even made it onto an album cover. They didn't duplicate the face of the other two, they created their own. Which they have actually said several times since then that was a mistake. That they should have just moved these new guys into the old makeup, because that was Kiss. Okay. The official Unmasking was on MTV last month. A video jockey interviewed Kiss face to bare faces, followed by the debut showing the group's new video in which they are without makeup. The group also dispensed with the grease paint for the cover shot of its new Mercury LP, Lick It Up, which is the one we're looking at right here. Stanley and Simmons, two New Yorkers who turned out to look pretty much like everybody else, only taller, recently talked about why the makeup has been scratched. So yeah, Paul's I think he's 6 foot, which I guess is slightly above average. And then Gene's I think 6'2", so a little bit taller. Midway into making this album, we pretty much knew this was the time to do it, Stanley says. The music was great and the band felt strong. Now, I'm going to keep going. So add Simmons. No, we didn't know Creatures of the Night was going to be the last album with makeup. If we'd known for sure, then we'd have made that one without makeup, which I don't understand what the point of that statement is. But anyway, then the two have some verbal fun. Quote, if anything, appearing without makeup is a statement of strength and conviction. this is where it's kind of interesting. Taking the makeup off was not strength and conviction. It was desperation. And Paul has talked about this, and he talks about it in his book, and I just wanted to share something with you that I thought it was pretty interesting that kind of addresses this. So this is in his book, Face the Music, A Life Exposed, which I've read multiple times, including the audiobook, because I'm just fascinated by this stuff, of course. But here we go. This is on page 289. When people gave us kudos or told us we had guts for doing it, this is in reference to taking the makeup off, I was the first to say that we didn't do it for anything other than our own survival. There was no alternative. I don't mind taking credit for things done in the spirit of risk-taking, but this wasn't one of those moments. Now listen to this right here. It wasn't a brave or noble move because it wasn't done from a place of strength. We were backed into a corner. So it's just part of what makes these things so interesting, and we've pointed this out in a whole bunch of articles we've read on this channel before, is the public spin versus reality. And now we have the hindsight, we have decades where we've actually now really learned what was going on in these moments. And so when he says this here, they're putting this best spin on it, like, hey man, everything's great. Music's so great. We are ready to go. The music, we are feeling stronger than ever. This is going to be amazing. When in reality, they're thinking, I don't know. Conviction maybe, but again, strength, as he says in that book, this was not coming from a position of strength. This was an act of desperation, because they could see that people were not going to these concerts. Once Unmasked was released, and then Music from the Elder, and then Creatures of the Night, and it was just sinking, and they knew it was sinking, and Paul looks around and he goes, we have no choice at this point. We have to take the makeup off. We've got to do something to see if we're a real band, and to put ourselves out there, do something different, act of desperation, see if we can survive this. And then, amazingly, they did. They put out some decent music, and then they put out a whole bunch of albums after this, and anyway, that's a whole nother story. Okay. Let's see here. And beauty and manhood and depraved sensuality, adds Simmons. And lasciviousness and memories of barbaric deeds of tours gone by, Stanley says. When the wenches of rock and roll came forth, echoes Simmons. Simmons can remember being so tired after shows he fell asleep with the makeup on, realizing it only when he'd look in a mirror in the morning. And strangely enough, he is more used to Kiss makeup than he is to seeing his own face. The Kiss stage show will continue to be lavish. They say, an upcoming tour will use the military tank of the last tour, Simmons says, because it's the biggest toy we know how to get on stage. Now, it's because it's the biggest toy and because they're not making enough money to make a different stage set, so they use the one from the last tour, is the part he left out of that statement. So again, when they did this tour, Lick It Up, they had this big tank that was the stage, and they were basically recycling that thing because they didn't have the resources to put a whole new stage together. And so they spin it like, hey, it was so great, we're going to use it again. Yeah, right. There you go. So, okay, their music will continue to be primitive instead of intellectual, they say. 11 of Kiss's 18 albums have been certified gold, and 6 are certified platinum. Now, I'm making fun of these guys, but you know me. I'm a Kiss fan, dyed in the wool. I love this stuff, but it is still interesting to laugh a little bit at the stuff, at what happened and why it happened, and the decisions that were made and why they did things. There is great humor in a lot of this stuff. Intellectual, they say. 11 of Kiss's 18 albums. Already read that. The new album is no-nonsense, loud, crunchy music, Stanley says. You can turn it up and get a musical lobotomy. It's up to you, unquote. Kiss's first live performance without makeup was in Lisbon on October 11th. So, and this is kind of interesting from a timetable standpoint, because this album was released on September 22nd of 1983. And their first concert without makeup was on October 11th, so just a few weeks later. And what was so interesting, that was their first concert without makeup, But they had promoted the show as a makeup show, that they were going to be wearing makeup in the show, and which is in the timetable is kind of interesting because this album was already out, but apparently they had promoted it as if it was going to be a show in makeup. And so when Paul Stanley tells the story, he actually talks about this in his book. They go out on stage basically just wearing their normal clothes, and the audience was unprepared for that. And he says they started playing some of the music, and it took the audience a few minutes to figure out, wait a minute, this is Kiss. And Paul said, just in those moments, being up on stage, and the way he described it was, this felt like sound check, except now there was this massive audience in front of them. Because of course in sound check, you come out and you're in street clothes and no makeup. And here they were, street clothes and no makeup, and with thousands and thousands of people in front of them. So it was kind of for Paul and for the band, this was kind of especially after 10 years of doing this, to have that moment in front of this massive crowd. And then the crowd didn't know what to do with it. But anyway, that was it. That was, and the makeup was off. And then they were, and then you know the story from there. So let's keep going here. After the European tour, a 4-month American tour will start December 7th. From 1974, when its first album came out, until 1980, Kiss toured nearly nonstop, sometimes doing 7 shows in 7 cities a week. Then came 3 years of no touring in the United States. By the way, when you listen to people like Geddy Lee, for example, the Rush and Kiss were good friends. And Geddy will talk about this, saying, look, you're just not going to find a bunch of guys that work harder than Kiss did. They worked so hard to get where they were, and they put so much time and energy and et cetera into it. And when you listen to that here, it's not like that this was super unusual for bands to play that much, but it was just evidence that these guys were really working it. Those first few years together, they were working as hard as anybody else was. And for them, it really paid off. Okay, so nonstop, sometimes 7 shows, 7 cities a week. Then came 3 years of no touring in the United States. When the group hit the road here again early this year, they plunged back into an average of 5 shows per a week. When the group hit the road here again early this year, they plunged back into an average of 5 shows per week. Quote, dogs, wives, moms, fathers, everybody has to take second place when you're a member of Kiss, Simmons says. I've had girls tell me it's either me or the guitar. Guess what? It's the guitar. In its Lick It Up video, Simmons says, so now this is funny. Gene Simmons explains to this reporter what the Lick It Up video is all about. We bring Kiss consciousness to deprived and depraved women who inhabit a world where the buildings are crumbled. They bring us cottage cheese and Jell-O from outer space and stuff it in our mouths. It's the 4 of us against a horde of nubile young women. Now, just set aside a second the fact that that music video for Lick It Up was just really silly. They played up the makeup reveal too, because I think, as I recall at the beginning, you see their feet, their boots walking down the street, and then it kind of leads up where you'd see parts of their bodies, and then when they get to the chorus, all of a sudden, there they are! You can see their faces now. That was kind of the thing. And then it was just silly. The video was silly, but in reality, so many videos back in that day were just awful. But the thing that's so interesting about Kiss in the era of MTV, they seemed like they should have been tailor-made for that era. With the costumes and the makeup, everything that they had, the pageantry, the visual things that they did. You would think that when MTV showed up, it would have been, this is Kiss's forum, showing up just in time because these are the visual guys. But what's so fascinating when you look back at that is that whether it was them just being lazy or whether it was the people that were in charge of them or whatever, they just didn't get it. And again, when you look at that video for I Love It Loud, it was just, they should have been tailor-made for that format. And maybe it was the public being tired of them at that point, which was probably some of it because they had become so overexposed in the 70s. And then they got kind of silly with the the colors, and they started looking like Las Vegas showgirls by the time they got into the Dynasty era and those costumes that they had on then. So it was a little bit ridiculous. They tried to get back to the original sound when Creatures of the Night came out, but talk about some missed opportunities, because it wasn't as if nobody was making decent videos back then. There were a few people that understood the art form and weren't making silly videos. But then you had a lot of the stuff that was kind of like Donnie Iris's Aaliyah, which is so ridiculous that it's kind of fun to watch because it's so dumb. But you don't want that from Kiss. This is supposed to be something beyond that, right? So, but it was just such a miss. These guys that were tailor-made for a visual platform like MTV blew it so bad. Just it's amazing that the way that went down. So then for them to come in and make this video for Lick It Up, which, I mean, talk about something that it looks low budget. It's so silly. Anyway, I don't mean to get off on that, but it's so fun looking back at this stuff. Okay. Simmons is mildly sad that the Kiss costume party is over, but he's glad there's another to go to. And I would imagine, and Paul talks about that too, it was harder to get him to buy into the idea of letting the makeup go. And you can understand why, because Gene Simmons is more invested in that kind of thing. Because if you know a little bit about him, when he was a young guy, he was into superheroes and comic books. And he, as far as the stage persona, I mean, he's always been, Paul's even said this, he was the face of Kiss. Paul might have been your front man, but Gene Simmons was the face of Kiss because he had all the things, the tongue, the fire, the blood. There was so many things that were revolved around his part of the show, where the other guys didn't. Ace got to the point that he had the smoking guitar. He had a few little things like that. But Gene was the face of Kiss. He was the show in so many ways because of those things, and because that was kind of who he was from his childhood. And so he was the one that he struggled with letting that stuff go. And it's interesting they mention that here. Simmons is mildly sad that the Kiss costume party is over because he probably just loved it no matter what. Okay. He's also proud that Kiss became one of America's best-selling bands of both concerts and records 3 years after it started because it had used makeup against corporate advice. And of course, what that is by the time Alive came out, they'd only been in existence for a couple of years. They went from nothing to the album Alive, which put them on the map and made them one of the biggest acts in the country. And then after that, it was just boom, 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 boom. Everything just started taking off. And one of the best-selling bands in both concerts and records. They were already selling a lot of concert tickets before the records. And then once Alive came out, they just became huge. And it's interesting here that it says because it had used makeup against corporate advice. There was a lot of people really early on that just were not into it, that did not get it, matter of fact, when you hear the stories about when they took those first pictures for the original album, Peter didn't even do his own makeup. Somebody else kind of created that, obviously, because it doesn't look a lot like what we're used to with Peter Criss. But I think the photographer thought that this band was kind of a comedy thing, like they were clowns. And because a lot of people just didn't get it, didn't understand, what are you guys trying to do? And so much so that there's kind of a funny story. When they were getting ready to take out the makeup off, they were also in the process of trying to get new management. And one of the people that they talked to, believe it or not, and they were talking about taking their makeup off, actually made the suggestion that maybe they put makeup on half their face. Again, it just demonstrates the just cluelessness of the industry of what these guys were trying to do, because what they were trying to do worked. They knew what they were trying to do. They believed in it. They made it happen. And that makeup, even though it was just a 10-year run with the makeup, it worked. It worked great too. And then it kind of came to an end. And then we had the makeup comes off, Lick It Up, And amazingly, they resurrected the career. This was the non-makeup time. If you read the books and you kind of know, it was a little bit dark for them. You know, they were still playing, they were still touring, they were bringing in crowds, but it wasn't what it was in the 70s. And it's so amazing. A testament to how great it was in the 70s was when they did the reunion. Because what was it? They showed up at that, it was a music awards or something like that, and they walked in there with that makeup for the first time. People hadn't seen them, and they had the platform boots, and they were all 7 feet tall, and all of a sudden, it had all come full circle. And the fact that they pushed on through all this period with the no makeup, and they still put out some decent music, and they sold some records. They did okay. That they were able to come back, put that makeup on, and then what they tour for 20 years after that? It was more than 20 years, 25 years. They kept touring and they kept playing huge places. Anyway, it's a testament to what they created and how really, truly unique and spectacular it was back at the time. And of course, I was one of those kids. I know a lot of people that watch this channel were part of that too. And so this was interesting looking at this whole period, even with all the missteps they had over the years. They had good enough music that they were able to weather it and continue to put records out and continue to stay at least moderately relevant. Where, oh yeah, Kiss, remember them? Are they still putting stuff? You know, they were able to have some hits, some songs that would show up on MTV every once in a while. And yeah, it's a pretty good tune. Enough so that I continued to be interested in them on some level, even after this. And to this day, I'm still a Kiss fan from early on, and I remain so. Even though I had those years in there where I totally lost track of them, it was great to see that they put something pretty good out. And then it's just interesting to note what a significant role this guy played in, and he's so kind of forgotten in history and Kiss history, yet he, it seems, played a huge role in making the music decent enough that they were able to take the makeup off and not have that just be a gimmick in and of itself. The makeup is off. You're interested in us again, and guess what? The album's pretty good. Okay, I'll go see the concert, and then I'll start buying your stuff again. And they never became the role that they were in my life when I was a kid, obviously. You know, I'd moved on, and I was into all these other things at that point, but they did kind of stay at least in the back of my mind ever since then. So anyway, hope you enjoyed that stuff. Please, if you're not already following the channel, please follow the channel, like the video. Love to get your comments and feedback. There's so many people I know that watch these videos that are Kiss fans and live through all this stuff, same stuff that I'm talking about here. And I'd love to get your thoughts on how many of these things you relate to. Do you remember them? Was your experience similar to mine? And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. All right, if you're a fan of Kiss, you're going to enjoy this video. I'm Robert John Hadfield.
And I'm Gary Casella.
This is Gary. And so, Gary, I made a video without you where I talked about Hotter Than Hell. What surprised me, so as I'm reading some of the comments on that video, was how many people said that they didn't even know about the costumes the first time they heard their music. And I started thinking about that, and I go, you know what? If you only knew Kiss from the first 3 albums, I mean, think about the cover of the first album, no
Right.
costumes, just
the
makeup.
faces. Yeah.
Hotter Than Hell, you can barely see it. You can see Ace's kind of wings, you know, the shoulder thing a little bit.
Looking thing, yeah.
And Gene kind of a little bit. And then Dress to Kill, they're wearing suits. So, and I thought that's so interesting because so many of the people, when they first heard of Kiss back in that initial era, they weren't even aware that there were costumes involved with it.
It was the live act, right? That really kind of, it was the momentum and the word of mouth, because no internet back then.
It was an interesting thing to think about, that if you were only introduced to them through the records prior to knowing about the live concerts, you would have, like I said, a few of the people commented were like, I didn't even I heard a few of their songs, didn't even know about any of the other stuff. It was just cool rock and roll.
All the fanfare and the Kiss cards and magazines and all that came after the fact.
You had the cards, and then you could really start seeing all of the different the costumes and the effects, which you would
Kiss
have
marketing
to go,
machine,
right,
in full effect.
Which it honestly got out of control eventually. It really did. But the thing again that was so interesting to me was how many people were commenting that were early adopters. They were early fans that were like, I didn't even really know about any of that stuff until later. The reason I did that other video was I'd found this article where this person was writing basically kind of a review right around the time of Hotter Than Hell. And as I'm reading that, I'm thinking, that's so interesting because he is seeing this through a different lens than the rest of us would be too. Just because it was, to him, it wasn't what it became. And that, because I'm looking at it through the lens of a 10-year-old kid who by that time Dynasty's out, you know, and I'm seeing all the colors and the as I put it, the Las Vegas act that it became, although a few people pointed out on the notes that doesn't really apply, but people who are old enough to watch these videos know exactly what I'm talking about. So
the over the top, you know, costumes and stuff. But back in the day, I mean, even, you know, the first couple albums, when you're seeing some of the old footage, I mean, they were costumes, but not to the extent of, you know, the armor and the spikes. And I mean, I think Gene had the bat wings pretty early on, and I mean, but
it was pretty tame bat wings.
Yeah,
you know, mostly it was just cool leather.
But it was the makeup, and I think that's, you know, talking Dress to Kill, it's you know, we'll get into it.
So then what got me thinking about this then, or the reason I wanted to talk about Dress to Kill today, was that okay, I wanted to do something similar that we did with Hotter Than Hell, but I was thinking about this because so many people commented about the music. It made me think about Eddie Trunk a while ago did a show where he had a bunch of people call in and give their top 20 Kiss songs.
Okay.
And something that really surprised me, because he got a bunch of super famous people calling in to give their 20.
Sure. He's got massive.
It might have been 25, but I mean, it was a bunch of really well-known, famous rock stars.
He didn't have Ace calling in. I mean,
yeah, but that's the kind of thing that he had.
Of course.
He had, like Tom Morello called in, and he was telling because he's a big Kiss fan.
Yep.
So he had all these people that were Kiss fans that are famous people calling in with their. And the thing that surprised me, that really gets back to the idea that this really was the music, was there was one song, and I don't have the list from Eddie Trunk's show, but I was so surprised that there was one song that showed up on almost everybody's list, and it was from this album.
What was it?
It just kind of floored me that this was the one that seemed like it showed up on everyone's list. And it was, and I would have never ever guessed this. It was the second to the last song right there.
Love Her All I Can.
Love Her All I Can.
Dude, that is an amazing track. First of all, it's fast paced.
Yeah.
And I think Ace's soloing over the top of that song is freaking amazing. It's amazing.
It's just so funny for me.
It's amazing.
But it's evidence, again, when I heard everybody mentioning that one, it was this weird evidence that it was somehow really music focused for so many people. And that it was because they're going back into these kind of deeper songs that had that energy. And it was funny because
they used to call them, right?
Exactly. That it wasn't that it isn't on the album that has the cool pictures and the big. It was off of this album that really wasn't it, and it was a deep track.
Right. Obviously, everybody knows Rock and Roll All Night.
Yep.
Which is on this. This is the studio version, which the live version is the one that it's on the radio still.
Right.
But there's so many songs. If I were to pick out a Gary favorite Kiss album, Dress to Kill is probably it. It's got a lot of great songs. Ace is playing, and as an Ace guy, I love it. I love the vocals.
Yeah.
Ace's solos on all these songs. These songs are short, number one. hooky, meaning repetitive and catchy to, you can sing along with them. I mean, to me, it's like, okay, this is, I don't want to say Beatles-esque because the vocals and the things, it's just a great album and punchy. We talk about in one of the previous episodes we did together where David Lee Roth did, he's like, I only put 4 songs out on this because the rest is, why put out an album with a bunch of crap songs?
Yeah, I'm going to give you 4 great things. And then we're done.
I mean, these were tight, concise songs. I mean, in an era when people were putting out, long ass songs, Freebird and some of these longer songs that had to be edited for the radio anyways. Yeah. Why edit it? We'll just knock out punchy 3-minute songs. I don't think it was by design that way, but I mean, you look at the body of work leading up to this, I think personally, this is my favorite Kiss album.
A lot of people have commented, because I've said this in a lot of different Kiss videos, that they had a good pop sense. I'm not saying that they were a pop band, but their music, your Beatles comparison is not a bad one because they made just catchy songs.
Right.
And I don't think these are anywhere in the neighborhood of, I'm a big Beatles fan. But the point was, these songs were catchy. They were short, and these guys could write a good hook.
Hey, I'm a Capricorn. She's a Cancer. You know, I mean,
it's a great line.
Saw my picture in a music magazine. Like, they are awesome. I mean, Two Timer is one of my favorite songs, and it's just a weird. I want to say weird, but it's, I'm a 3-time loser. My baby's a 2-timer. Like, half those lyrics probably aren't politically correct in 2025. Which, I mean, we're talking 70s, right?
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, it's a great song,
and you're so right about that. Matter of fact, I think Paul Stanley in his book even says that he couldn't write those lyrics today if he wanted to, because it was not just because of political correctness. It was because he was in a different. He was a kid.
Yeah.
He was hungry, and it was all catchy.
Yeah,
they were catchy tunes, and so and the whole where all this is coming is, again, it's a look at this band prior to. It's trying to see the band at a time that I wasn't aware. And that's what the other video is about when I did that one, because it was a video that was because Hotter Than Hell came out in October of 74. I think the article that I wrote was like the first month of 75 or something like that. I can't remember what the date was, but the point was, they were really a brand new band. And all the people really had to go on, if they hadn't seen them in concert, rumors of what it was like seeing them in concert, maybe a few pictures in a newspaper or a circus magazine or something like that. But it was these, just a couple records then. And so then you get to this album right here, which did, Hotter Than Hell sounded really kind of low budget. It just did. They were great tunes on it.
Great songs. But I love Hotter Than Hell. There's a real couple songs I really like on that one. First of all, visually, I never liked the album art, concept, and I just never really resonated with it. Kind of too busy. Love the first album because it's black with their faces.
It's Beatles.
It's
Speaking
awesome.
Of that,
yeah.
It's like Meet the Beatles or With the Beatles cover with the 4 faces.
It's totally great.
Yeah.
And you still see kids wearing T-shirts of the original Kiss album cover out there, which is awesome. That tells you it's iconic.
Yeah. Right?
If it's 50 years later and people are still rocking it. And then, I look at this. I love this album cover. First of all, the suits.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I understood, wasn't Bogart, it was
the manager, Bill Coyne.
Bill Coyne. I think this was a Coyne suit and it didn't fit him.
No. Gene looks great. First of all,
it's awesome the way it turned out.
I've always liked Gene because he looks like he's got the high waters, the suit doesn't fit him.
Doesn't fit him. It's great.
But Gene's tall, and his son's taller, but Gene looks menacing because he looks out of character. And then those shoes, what the clogs?
I know.
Totally 70s, man. You know,
I absolutely love it. It's so great.
Yeah, it's a great cover, and I mean this one has the embossing, which is really cool. Like I said, I had this on cassette forever. But
so what I want to do with this is something similar to what I did with the other one, but this one's going to be a little bit of a twist. Because what I did is I found 3 different record reviews, because by this point, third album, even though they weren't selling a lot, people were paying more attention, each album paying more and more attention. And so by the time this one came out, some of these newspapers were putting out legitimate record reviews for this band Kiss. That was kind of this...
Yeah, it was a buzz
thing.
Band,
you
know?
Exactly.
I mean, who are these guys? Yeah, I would think, because if you hadn't seen them, what else are you going to go by?
And it was prior to, again, this is the thing, it was prior to the whole world thinking it was a gimmick. Some people did for sure, but it was still focused on, people were still thinking more David Bowie, Alice Cooper, New York Dolls, just more of this kind of makeup, and these guys are just pushing it.
Right.
So, and all those, I mean, honestly, all those were critically acclaimed acts too. Wearing makeup.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. I just, I mean, we say that, and not to get too off tangent, but I mean, the Grammys just happened, and, you got somebody is like Chappell Roan. You familiar with her?
Mm-mm.
She just won like Best New Artist. And, I mean, how she looks and dresses is kind of like New York Dolls, and that's like her whole fan base and all. I look back at like some of these bands, Alice Cooper, New York Dolls, and some of the people like that were kind of,
that's what Paul was trying to do.
Gender bender
that's
type
what Paul
of,
was doing.
Exactly. And it's like, how, you get people today kind of crucifying new artists for how they're looking, and I'm like, hit the rewind. Like, are we not looking back? I mean, you look at Dee Snider or others, and you're going, that's cool. We think that was cool back then. And now today
Bowie,
we're like,
go all the way back to him. He's doing the same thing.
Oh, and Mick Jagger with his like moves and manual. Well, anyway, not to get too off topic.
And I've pointed this out before, but whenever I see Paul Stanley, especially in those early days, he was, to me, looked like Dr. Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror.
Sure.
And that's all that was.
I can see
it
that.
It was just, he had that same, the hair was kind of the same, he just kind of looked, and it's looked that way to me. Yeah. And so that's always been part of the art. There was always people doing
the flamboyance of Paul.
But that's what he was going. He was actually going for that. That was his point. That's what he was trying to accomplish with this character. So, okay, I've got these 3. They're not very long, but this will be kind of fun to read these. These are 3 record reviews for Dress to Kill.
Awesome.
And these came out in 75. So to set this, to put this in context, the Dress to Kill came out in 75, March 19th of 1975. And then, so the first one we're going to read, we've got a couple of them ranging from May to October. We're going to start the latest one and move backwards. So we're going to start on October 2nd of 1975. So the album would have been out for what, six months at this point, roughly? Yep. So, and actually, by the time October 75 rolled around, Alive was already out, too.
Yeah.
So, because Alive came out in September, but this is still a review on Dress to Kill. Okay. So, Kiss, Dress to Kill. American power glam exponents, Kiss, are reputed to have, this is from, I didn't say, the Burton Mail. I didn't see what state this is from. This is from Staffordshire, England.
Oh, all right.
Burton Mail, okay. Getting back to this. American power glam exponents, Kiss, are reputed to have one of the most exciting visual acts in the biz. Their music obviously depends a lot on this, because on album, it's a little short of ordinary. Volume is the key. Loud, raucous, unashamed, and undiluted rock and roll of the 70s sums Kiss up to a T. There's no time to sit and think about the songs as the band pound them out in rapid succession. The numbers all sound pretty much the same. Not that matters when you're busy rocking about with the music. When Kiss visit these shores shortly, as they are expected to do, fans of bands like Sabbath, Bachman Turner, etc., will be able to add the name Kiss to their list of favorites. They're a heavy band. Until then, Dress to Kill is a sample of their music. Kiss, namely Gene Simmons bass, Paul Stanley rhythm guitar, Peter Criss drums, and Ace Frehley lead guitar, are dressed very much to kill and playing loud and hard as if they mean to. Okay. Notable in there, unless I missed it, they don't say anything about the makeup, the costumes, do they?
No.
Nothing.
No.
This is all basically just saying they have a great show.
Power glam component, high energy.
Yeah. And this gets back to what I was saying a minute ago. It's like it wasn't, for some people, it wasn't even the conversation. And that's why it was so surprising as I'm listening to people in the comments like, I didn't even have any idea. And you're reading this and you wouldn't know from reading this review that Kiss even wore makeup.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, I guess you wouldn't. If you're just reading this for the first time.
This review.
If I'm listening, or
you just go hard rock band that sounds like
the
BTO.
Burton Mail and I'm checking it out and I'm reading this, I'm like, I might go check them out.
Yeah, because if they're kind of like Black Sabbath and Bachman Turner Overdrive, maybe it's cool.
Yeah, they're not wearing makeup.
Now this person doesn't necessarily like it. He's just saying that it's the album. He says it's a little short of ordinary, which is kind of like, wasn't his favorite, but still it was. Anyway, so that was kind of interesting. So next one, we're going to go to July 26th of 1975. And this one is from the Saginaw News. This is in Saginaw, Michigan. And it's July 26th, 1975. So this is 4 months, about 4 months after it came out. Dress to Kill, Kiss. Kiss has mastered the formula for success in the rock music industry. Controversy. Either you hate Kiss or you love them. That still...
To this day. Polarizing.
It's so amazing how true that is.
Yeah.
Because people have... It's hard to not have strong feelings. It's funny how many people... It's like you're in one camp or the other on them. It's not
really... I'm a casual Kiss fan.
I mean, there's a few people.
Yeah.
But
I love me, I was made for loving you and rock and roll night. I know those two. That's...
Yeah.
All right, you're not a fan.
Okay.
I mean...
These four New York boys have mixed gimmickry and marginal musical ability to a degree no one has matched since Alice Cooper first hit the radio. I love that.
Not true, but okay, go ahead.
Mixed gimmickry and marginal musical ability. I even if I don't agree with them, I love some of these articles just because the writers are it's so funny listening to them.
Yeah, because they don't play instruments, right?
Exactly.
I'm a journalist.
Dress to Kill is Kiss's third LP and their most impressive attempt musically. All the songs do not sound alike, which is different than what the other guys
like.
Said.
They're all the same.
It's great. They still have the kicking drive they introduced in their first LP, but completely missed in Hotter Than Hell. Kiss is not Hotter Than Hell, simply lukewarm, but Dress to Kill indicates the temperature is rising.
Journalists.
So still not loving it, but saying, you know what? Based on where they've been, this is getting better. Okay. Ace Frehley, lead guitarist, once said he could take on anyone guitar-wise. He may beat Johnny Thunder in a key of A, but Robin Trower would use him for a pick. What Ace does, he does well, and Kiss is still a notch over Black Oak, Arkansas in party music.
I mean, look at who he's referencing. Robin Trower, who was like a Hendrix wannabe. Black Oak, Arkansas. Come on, man.
Which is where, what was the guy's name that was the singer? Because David Lee Roth kind of got his persona from. I can't think of his name. I'll think of it in a minute.
Funny name.
But again, and Johnny Thunder.
Yeah, and Johnny Thunder.
New York Dolls.
Yep.
And you might beat him in the key of A.
Yeah, that's good.
And it's funny how many people also in some of the Kiss videos we do on this channel talk about how Ace Frehley is the one that got them interested in playing the guitar.
Right.
And even look at somebody like Dimebag Darrell. Had Ace tattooed on him.
Commitment.
Because this guy was so influential. And you can knock him as a guitar player, but man, he just played the right
Again, I go
stuff.
back to, you listen to this album, Ace's playing is on point, if not some of his best.
Yeah.
And some of the songs that they play off of this album onto Alive, and the solos he's cranking out in Alive that are like, Rock Bottom.
Oh my gosh.
The Rock Bottom solo is so tight and so concise and so
Love that song.
Ace-like. I mean, typical Ace-like. No, it's Ace. Straight up. And at the end of the day, he goes on Alive and extends it out twice as long. Dude, it's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
Robin Trower, come on, man.
But again, look at the review.
Yeah.
And if you hadn't seen the band, if you didn't know, you still wouldn't know they wore makeup.
No, I think it's cool.
Isn't it interesting? No, this is what
music review.
fascinated about me. Fascinating to me because I did that video. We got hundreds and hundreds of people commenting on it, and a bunch of people in there like, I didn't even know they had makeup. When I first started, I'm like, what? And then I'm going back and I'm going, you know what? That's a really great, because I was just trying to make the point that they weren't the Vegas act, but other people are like, it wasn't just that they weren't a Vegas act. I just had heard the music and it was cool.
Right.
So, okay.
No, and that is a good point. I mean, obviously, journalists can say whatever they want and come from a predetermined position, which, hey, if you're liking jazz or Bob Seger or Robin Trower, no knock against Robin Trower. He's a great guitar player. Hendrix clone, by the way, in my opinion. But the reality is, you're listening to this, or you're checking these articles out. Yeah, what you're saying that they're no mention of makeup.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
just another
cool.
cool hard rock band.
Yeah,
that this reviewer didn't like very much.
Yeah,
but
and that's the thing. Journalists have that liberty to be like, they're coming from that predetermined place of power punk or whatever these guys are calling them.
But this journalist certainly knew
gimmickry and marginal
about the makeup
musical
and that kind of
talent.
thing.
No,
the journalist would have known at least somehow, but still didn't even bother mentioning it because it just wasn't important, and obviously wasn't important enough to mention.
Yeah, nobody's going to the Beatles and saying, hey, their early works were not that complex. Dude, they were catchy.
That was it.
Right?
Yeah.
This ain't Sgt. Pepper's. It's Dressed to Kill. You know what I mean? It's a totally different thing. We're going after straight rock and roll, which is what we're about. We wanted that. Kind of punch in your face. We're going to get out and party. That's what we're about.
And he made the point there that it was some of the best party music. It had that, and that's another thing we've talked about a bunch on this channel, is it's like that whole thing of creating simple music that has this broad appeal that just is fun,
right?
And taking yourself or your music way too seriously, and the kind of the folly of doing that, which is a whole nother story, because these guys fell in that trap at one point. Okay, here's the last one. So this is from the Times Herald. This is Port Huron, Michigan, and it's funny. This review is put down right after Physical Graffiti. Okay, so Dressed to Kill. This one, the guy has kind of a different take or a different feeling about it. What I want to know is this: why aren't these guys as big as BTO? They play better, they sound better, they write solid songs, and they even have a sense of humor. Well, no time to worry, because Kiss isn't exactly going broke. And this album, which is kind of ironic.
It's ironic.
Funny, yeah. Because that was the thing where Paul Stanley talks about that time when somebody asked him what it's like to be rich and famous. And he goes, well, I can tell you what it's like to be famous.
Right.
I can't tell you. Anyway. Okay. Oh, well, no time to worry, because Kiss isn't exactly going broke. And this album, featuring at least 4 potential hit singles, may be the one to send them over the top. Getaway is the ace, but Room Service, Come On and Love Me, and Rock and Roll All Night would do any car radio proud.
Nice.
The amazing thing is that this group consistently comes up with memorable hook lines.
Thank you,
and
sir.
still
That's what I
manages
said.
to squeeze crystal clear vocals in above Ace Frehley's volcano guitar. I
Great.
hate to put it in this either or light, but if you don't like Kiss, you don't like rock and roll.
Amen.
Isn't that interesting?
Amen.
And
That is-
again,
No mention of the makeup.
mention at all of any of any. It's this music. It's the music, because it was a different time, and like I pointed out on that other video, when you look at the back of that album, because the article mentioned the adults that were at these concerts. It wasn't what became the 8-year-old kids.
No.
It was good, solid rock and roll that was being twice here compared to BTO, compared to Black Sabbath. Now, I don't, people that watching this may not agree with any of that stuff, but these people were doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the writer. Obviously, he's a fan of rock and roll. Thank
Yep.
you. Right? He's being objective in the sense of, hey, these guys write good, catchy songs, good vocals. Gene and Paul sing really good.
Yeah.
And they have a good balance. I mean, where you have, distinctively, Paul and Gene, they sound totally different. Right? And you have a good balance.
Great
just
blend
like,
when they sing together.
I have to keep bringing up the Beatles, but it's kind of like, John and Paul.
Yeah,
right?
when you listen to
Different.
Paul, you can pick out
The Paul songs and
John's background vocals
Yeah.
and vice versa, and
Right.
same with
Same.
them.
And
You
on
can
this
hear
album, for
Peter.
sure.
You can hear Gene when Paul's singing. You can hear the Gene harmony in there.
It's what I like about this article is, first of all, he brings up Getaway, which is Peter on vocals and sounding awesome. Very Black.
Like we said before,
yeah,
he has
like Black Diamond
he
vocals.
has a cool, great voice.
And it sounds great on this album. Great, sounds great on that song. A lot of people in the Kiss and the Peter Criss one that we did kind of said, hey, if Peter Criss would have came out with a solo album that had Black Diamond and Getaway and Strange Ways type lyrics and songs, he would have been like selling way more than he did sell. Just saying. You can check that out. But anyway, that's not to go. But Come On and Love Me, we quoted some of the lyrics there. That is a great song. And it was a staple for their live show. And on Alive, it's a great song.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Dude, this guy was on point. I like it.
Yeah. And like I said, the whole point here again was I compared it to Elvis. If you ever watch the Elvis comeback special, which was I think in '68, if I'm not mistaken, if you ever saw that when he's wearing the black leather,
Yeah.
and he's playing he's at one point he's sitting on that little 10x10 stage or whatever with the 3 other guys, and he's playing the guitar and singing. At that moment, you're like, okay, I get it. I see why he's the king. The charisma, he sounds cool, he looks cool, he's got this personality, he's thin, he's a good looking dude. I mean, everything about it, you're like that. But what Elvis, if I go down to Vegas,
You're not seeing that Elvis.
all the people that are the the Elvis impersonators, for the most part, are the Las Vegas fat white jumpsuit Elvis, and we forget just how awesome that guy was when because he died like less than 10 years after that special. And the same thing here. There was a time with Kiss that 3 reviewers on this album didn't even mention
the music. Yeah, mention the music.
One of them said Gimmicks.
Mention and don't
but
mention.
they just talked about the cool, the rock and roll.
Makeup. Yep.
Anyway, that's what fascinated me. And I'd thought of it sort of, but it wasn't until a bunch of people commented and made that statement, like, I didn't even know they had makeup. And I thought, really? Yeah. Because of this stuff. You wouldn't have even, and the limited, we didn't have the internet, and they didn't have Kiss cards yet. And so you'd see him in a newspaper article like these.
The article where he says, they're not going broke. Casablanca was going broke.
Yeah.
When they put this out, the reason Neil Bogart was the producer, they didn't have money to bring in Eddie Kramer or anybody. They're like, oh, shit, we're going to save some money here, right?
Yeah.
And so they do it on a budget. It turns out awesome. And I mean, that says a lot in and of itself, in my opinion. I mean, some of these old albums that cranked out. I mean, I think this one was recorded in 10 days at Electric Ladyland. We'll book it at night, knock this out, let's go. And you got a masterpiece.
Yes, and that's one of the things I wanted to add to this.
Masterpiece is a bit much, but
it was a great
album.
And I want to just add one other thing to that, because this is such an important point. It was recorded very, very quickly, and when you put it in perspective of the other three studio albums, they were 3 albums basically within a 12-month period, roughly.
That's a ton.
Now. And somebody, other people like, well, and this other person took all these, years to make this one album. People go, yeah, but this was all such simple music. Yes, it was such simple music. Yes, it was. But how many bands that put tons of time into the studio really, really, really ever get as many really good, catchy tunes out of it? Not that many. I mean. These guys, these first few albums had so many. The fact that they were able, not putting masterpieces together, not these big, long, amazing pieces of music. They were putting out that quickly, even though they weren't these really complicated musical statements. They were catchy, good rock and roll tunes.
Some of these, for the article of the guy saying these guys aren't musically good. Try playing some of these. Try learning some of these songs that Tom Morello and Dimebag Darrell and some of these others. This is an iconic album in that sense. She is on here, which again,
always it. Oh my gosh,
that's a fantastic song, right?
Yes, it is. It's
a fantastic
catchy
song, and they're all catchy, and it's kind of got that weird groove, got the weird drums, and got the weird bass line, but it's so good. And Ace, again, is just over the top, just awesome on it. How can the other knucklehead say...
just like this guy said...
It just drives me crazy, but you're right. I mean, it has nothing to do with the gimmickry, the makeup. It's good music. And, yeah.
So much so that 3 different reviewers didn't even mention it.
Because maybe you heard the songs... And then you go out to the record store at the time, and you're like, "Wait, what are these guys dressed up as?" Right? Yeah. I mean, by that time, they probably it was getting around.
Everybody kind of knew.
The guy in England, right? The reviewer in England's like, "This American band, coming
kind of sounds
over.
like Black Sabbath," and certainly there people just the word of mouth. People would have known that they had a crazy show,
right.
That there were costumes and makeup, but if you had never seen it.
Now, Kiss would be going viral,
right? Yes, but if you had never seen it,
you were doing this in today's day and age, and nobody had done what they were doing at the time. Yeah, that's what would be happening, without a doubt.
Anyway, so I just thought it'd be fun. Again, kind of building on that other thing that we'd done, that other video. It'd be interesting to go back and look at it from a similar time period. What these people were actually saying back then, before even Alive was out, when a lot of these people that, like I said, had commented on that other video, and I'm sure we'll get some comments on this video, or there'll be others that'll say the same thing, like, dude, you're right, I didn't even know. There's a lot of people that did, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, but the back cover of Alive with, Cobo Hall packed. They were selling out.
They just weren't selling albums. But the word of mouth had gotten out there.
Right.
This is worth seeing. This is exciting. There's a lot of stuff. But there were photos here and there.
Yeah.
They'd made it wasn't like they hadn't made TV appearances and things like that. They had.
Yeah.
But again, you're in a different world, because if you didn't catch it, if you didn't see it when it was on, you're not going to see it.
Right. It wasn't like they were filming things like they do today, and everybody's got a phone.
Yeah,
no.
If you didn't see it at that time when it came on, you won't. You'll just it'll be rumors. You'll know that, oh my gosh, they wear makeup and they've got costumes or something, but that wouldn't have been the driving force. That's the point. It wouldn't have been the driving force, because you might see them every once in a while, somewhere, a picture you might see, but it had to be because there was no other option. It had to be the music.
No, that's a great point.
That's the point.
Yeah, and that's why they were so influential, right? How many people that are watching or listening, which thank you, by the way, that maybe you caught one of these early shows. I mean, we got people commenting that they'd seen Kiss a lot of times. Obviously, I didn't see him till Lick It Up because I was too young.
Yeah, me too.
But how cool would it have been to see some of those early shows? And I know the guys that are on the back cover are live. They've done like a recreation
of the photo.
And all that kind of stuff. That's so cool. I mean, talk about a cool fan base and something iconic. Dude, to be on the can you imagine being on the back cover of Kiss? You're like, that's me.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you weren't the two dudes holding up the banner and you can see yourself, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Hey, thanks for taking the time to watch this video. If you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel. Like the video. Love to hear your comments about this. If you saw, especially like we said a second ago, if you saw them during that period, and what was your experience like when you first discovered them? Were you like us, where you discovered them a little bit later and you'd already known about all the makeup and the pageantry and the and that type of the showmanship? We'd seen pictures, we had the cards, the lunchbox, and all the other stuff. Or were you one of those early adopters that saw them back then and loved this and saw it as the next step beyond the Dolls and Alice Cooper and that kind of thing? Yeah. And I know a lot of those people, once us little kids started showing up, they're like,
Dude, I saw Alice Cooper on the Muppets.
That's true, man.
I mean,
right? Yeah.
I mean, that was then. Yeah. 70s, man. People were pushing different boundaries and different time.
It was awesome.
Awesome stuff.
Love to hear what you have to say. Get your feedback, and with that, have yourself a fantastic day. All right, if you're a Kiss fan, you're going to have fun with this video, especially if you like the Peter Criss. A couple days ago, we were texting back and forth about what we were going to do on this show, and you asked me.
Well, we bring up the Kiss solo albums a lot. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize the impact or just the sheer, what's the word I'm looking for?
Weirdness.
I think it's epic.
It is, but but the whole thing, the fact that they did it is just a weird thing to do.
Yeah,
matter of fact, Paul Stanley talks about Eddie Van Halen calling him like, dude, why did you guys do that? And the reason they did it, the reason they did it was when they were filming Kiss Meets a Phantom of the Park, and they were at Magic Mountain.
Right.
Apparently, right around that time, Ace starts saying, I want to quit. Because he's kind of a free spirit. He wants to go do his own thing, wants to have freedom.
Barely at Kiss Meets a Phantom. He barely was at the
that's right. He was barely in the movie. Because if you watch it, half of the time, you're in those fight scenes, you're like, that's not him.
Ace can't do flips. Right?
So they're like, hey, we've got an idea. You don't have to quit the band. We will just put out solo albums, all four guys.
Bill O'Coin's idea, right?
Yeah. To keep the band together and to keep up the mythology that these guys. And so then what they did, so they hired all the same artist. So all the covers would look exactly the same, which, by the way, they are awesome.
Peter's with the green, Gene with the red, Ace with the blue, Paul's with the purple.
Yeah.
They are so great.
Amazing artwork. I'm glad that they did these things just for the artwork alone. Just because the pictures were so amazing.
Yeah.
And then they put on the back of these things, every one of them says, to Ace, Paul, Gene, and so each one of them is dedicated to the other guys to keep up the masquerade that they were all a bunch of buddies living in a cave together or whatever, the superheroes.
Us against the world.
Yes. The Four Musketeers kind of thing, when it was not like that at all. And
not at that time.
Yes, that's right. Which is so amazing, man. It's so amazing because this was in 73. These guys are getting together, and within 5 years, they take over the world and are ready to destroy each other. I mean, it's just amazing to think about this.
I mean, think about it. That's just, I think, relationships in general, right? I mean, a band is, in this case, a four-way marriage that these guys all got to work together, live together, travel together, and I mean, spend a lot of time together.
And you get four artists in a room under the best of circumstances.
They're not all going to get along all the time. And that's why we have, how many bands have like a revolving door? They can't get along at all.
It's true.
The fact that Kiss made it 5 years and did so much in that time frame, from inception, putting the ad out, getting all four guys together, this is the group, to this point in 78. they
Yeah.
accomplished a lot.
Live albums, movie, all the tours, all the albums that they'd put out. It is a lot. So anyway, so they're on the verge of breaking up. And they have this idea, we're going to put out the solo albums. And so then the four of them, they go off on their own, do their own thing. And then Ace gets to have that itch scratched, so to speak.
Sure.
So he can go have his little solo. And what's so kind of fascinating about that then is you look at the next studio album, which is Dynasty. Ace has got like 3 songs on there, which is amazing because Love Gun was the first time we ever heard his voice. And then 2 years later, he's like a third of the album is his voice all of a sudden, or whatever, close to that.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't on Unmasked too. He had a few songs there.
He had 3 there.
So all of a sudden he's like out of his shell. And then it was only a couple albums later, and he was gone anyway. Yeah. Even though it's cool from a Kiss history standpoint, it ended up causing still even lot more of problems.
Yeah.
And it's obvious when you start thinking about what's going to cause the problems then, when you have the egos, and then all of a sudden, hey, whose album is going to sell the most?
Right, bring it on.
Yeah.
So going back to Peter, I mean, yes, it's so easy to kind of, because this was such a pivotal moment in Kiss history, right?
Yep.
But the Peter thing, he is the Catman, the drummer. He is cool. We've talked about how cool his voice is and raspy.
I really like his voice.
Yeah. I mean, Beth, a couple albums before, huge. The biggest selling single for Kiss, right? Yeah. Ever. To this day. Sung by, not Gene or Paul, Peter.
Matter of fact, nobody in the band was actually in that song at all. But even on the album, except for him.
As we're talking about it, I'm like, what was the last time I listened to the Peter Criss album? So I put it on, and I was like, whoa. So that's when I texted you. I'm like, have you listened to this in the last while?
But the thing that you mentioned first to me, though, was if I had listened to Out of Control.
Yes, because I started there.
Yeah, and I honestly, when you asked me that question, sincerely, I had never, ever listened to it, ever. I knew of it. So at that moment, we finished texting, and I pull it up. I'm on YouTube, and I start going through the tracks, and it's
Kiss Solo Album Part 2.
I think the thing I told you was it seemed like a poor man's Steely Dan.
Peter Criss gets lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
You know, because he left the band in 1980. I mean, Eric Carr and Eric Singer have been in the band longer than he was, years-wise.
By a lot.
And so, you know, he's the Catman. So I wanted to kind of give the Catman his proper due. So I listened. And, dude, it was not a good ride. So Out of Control came out at the same time as Kiss Unmasked, which, by the way, he was recording both at the same time. And I'm like, dude.
Do we think he played drums on Unmasked?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
No, that was the... Okay. No, that for those of you that don't know, Peter Criss did not play drums on Unmasked.
It was all Anton Fig, wasn't
Anton Fig that ended up playing drums on Ace's solo album. So that's kind of what got me down this rabbit hole per se, cat hole per se, to kind of go in and check it out.
And love him or hate him, whatever, he was a 25% of that band that got that made that massive splash in the history of popular culture. I mean, not just music,
right?
Popular culture. They were a massive piece of that, and he's
identifiable. I think to the young fans, he's the Catman.
The Catman.
Easy. Yeah. He's not a demon or a star. Young kids are probably going, what does that all mean, right? Or the spaceman. The cat.
Yeah,
instantly
you get the cat.
Identifiable. So let's read one of the reviews.
We have a couple of these cool, like we do a lot on this channel. We found a couple of interesting reviews. We're just going to read a couple bits and pieces of a couple of these things that we thought were kind of interesting. So this first one, if you're looking at it on the screen, you can see, and this, I thought this headline was so funny because it caught me when I saw this. I was like, okay, 4 Kiss solo albums equal 1.5 albums of worthwhile music. And this is from the Press and Sun Bulletin, Wednesday, November 1st, 1978. Beneath all the makeup and commercial hoopla, there really are 4 individual musicians who make up the 70s rock and roll phenomenon known as Kiss. The fact has probably not been emphasized more in the group's career than during the last month, which marked the concurrent release of solo albums by all 4 members amidst a highly commercial campaign by their record company. Considering the group's past sales record, this commercialism of packaging the albums in similar covers and releasing them at the same time shouldn't surprise many people, but inside the record jackets, along with yet more proof that is really Kiss's 4-record set connecting pieces of a Kiss wall mural, because inside these they had those posters.
Yep,
Everybody had that
cool.
like cartoonish looking poster, which I don't have any of those anymore, but those were anyway. Are some rather unexpected interlocking musical statements by each soloist. When they're put together, these 4 albums represent Kiss's most diversified recorded musical statement. This diversity might translate into interesting listening throughout in some cases, but these 4 solo albums actually translate into just more than than an album and a half of worthwhile material, with the remainder turning out to be dismissible filler. Now, this is the part.
Right.
This is the part where it gets into why the conversation. The least significant entry is drummer Peter Criss's album. This album will be the hardest to choose a cut from to appear in the inevitable best of Kiss solo albums, an album which may be appearing on the record rack sooner than many thought, since these solo albums aren't climbing the charts in typical Kiss group fashion.
Sure.
Since a best of record would be obligated to include one Criss song, it would be one of the numerous variations of the Beth ballad formula spread amongst the majority of dispensable light rockers. The rockers are oversaturated with horns, which is one of the things that surprised the heck out of me when I heard this, and female choruses, musical extras which Criss's producer Vinnie Poncia should have known rarely work in famous foursome drummers, looking back at his work with Ringo Starr.
Yeah. So now you have, and that's kind of where we get, right? So that's one of the things we want everybody watching, is to kind of, if you had to pick, if you've listened to this album and you've had to pick, we're doing, and I thought there was, and I might be wrong, a best of solo albums, some sort of compilation somewhere, but let's say there isn't, and we're making our own, right? An Audiomover best of solo albums, and we want to know your top 3 choices. Top 3 Peter Criss songs. We want to know, because I agree with him. That was hard. And then we got this other article. That's
so then they
not
say
very kind.
One other thing about Peter Criss in
not
this one.
that article, that review was not kind.
That was pretty rough.
No.
To say the least. Okay. This one, Miami Herald, October 26, 1978. Peter Criss. With Peter Criss's solo disc, producer Vinnie Poncia is faced with the problem a fashion photographer sometimes encounters, namely hiding his model's flaws while trying to exaggerate the strong points. This would be fine if there were any strong points, but there aren't. Criss is Kiss's drummer, and his voice has more cracks than the San Andreas Fault. His drumming isn't exactly faultless either. What we have here is an album of songs sung by someone who can't sing. The writing itself isn't too bad. Criss did write the group's big hit Beth, but when he opens his mouth, the result is often embarrassing. On the song Hooked on Rock and Roll, the verse is, "Mama told me long ago, there ain't no future in rock and roll. What can you expect from a kid who didn't listen to his mama?" So he's hard on him with his voice, but the truth is, I think Peter had a really good singing voice.
Yeah, but I mean, on the stuff like Hard Luck Woman, Black Diamond,
he was good.
Even Beth, but you can't replicate that. I mean, it goes back to, he will always be known, the former drummer, or Kiss's original drummer. It's not a knock on him, but when you stray so far from what has made you who you are, when we put the needle to this album, we were not expecting horns.
Right, yeah.
I mean, and just, like you said, super soft rock. I certainly wasn't.
In the middle of the Kiss
You're expecting
world.
something rockers. Looking back, and I'm thinking, okay, now I'm aged, has this aged well with me as I've gone back to listen. Can't really say that it really, I mean, I want to like it. You know what I mean?
I would love to like it.
But it's just
because I'm a Kiss fan. But
and you guys can kind of chime in. We want to hear, because I know that there's Peter Criss fans, as I am, but not in the solo stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why I even went 2 albums post this, Out of Control and Let It Rock. How many of you own or listen to that? That was one thing we were kind of talking about. How many of you out there listened to or bought? If you bought it, dude, that's
yeah.
We want to hear about it. He did put something out in 2007. I even listened to kind of a few tracks on that. It's the same.
I sit here and I feel bad knocking him as much as I do, but the reality of it is this guy was an important part of all of it. It just so happened, and even reading Paul's solo album, the whole idea of doing the solo or his
Solo book,
his whole idea, he realizes the whole idea of even doing the solo albums was not a good idea.
If there was any moment that would prove the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Yeah.
Right here. Boom.
Yep.
Maybe there's people out there that are like, dude, that was awesome. Maybe you like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's why there's so many radio stations and not everybody's got to listen to the same thing. It was great going back and listening to what this was all about.
And then we will, sometime in the near future, we'll go into all these. We've got all the solo albums here.
Yeah.
We've got all the vinyl. And we'll do some sort of fun thing with all these things. So anyway, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Okay, if you're a Kiss fan, we have something really fun to talk about today. Now, Gary, last time I was in Denver, I went to this little place down on, you ever been to Denver?
Yeah.
Okay, Broadway. Broadway's like the main north and south street coming out of the city. There's this little place called 5280s. And my brother-in-law said, you got to go check this place out. And you go in there and it's basically all retro
stuff.
All retro stuff. The original
stuff that we collected.
Yeah.
Now somebody's got.
Yeah. And it's like you walk in there and it looks like a hoarder's place because there's just so much. It's all organized and it's all and it's super fun. Because I was amazed how many people were in there.
Yeah.
There's so many people.
Those places are amazing. It is like a treasure hunt. That's where you're going to find a gem. And you came across something pretty cool.
So while I was in there, I was like, oh my gosh, they have Kiss trading cards and unopened. So I think these are new, actually. But I bought some and I thought.
The originals from back in the 70s.
We got those. But this was, so I thought I have to buy them just so we can take a look and see what's in there.
Unopened, so we've never seen those.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what's in here.
Okay.
So we're going to bust this open.
So Peter Criss drum roll.
Exactly. And see what we have in here. Do you remember doing this, by the way? Because you bought Kiss cards. Yeah. They always smelled like gum.
Yeah. Did they come with gum?
Ooh, okay, here we go.
Check them out.
Okay.
So there is a 7.
So this is, there's 7 cards in here. Okay, so that's obviously Paul Stanley shot.
And
that's old school. Like this is back in a live time period right there.
Well, definitely 70s time period. Right?
Yeah, because but that costume I think was in the was in the 74, 75 range, had to be. This one was, there's another Paul. This one was right around the rock and roll overtime. I can't remember which year. Because they always had the different costumes for the different years.
I'm a little rusty on my Kiss costume era, but
we're gonna have to do that one of these days because you remember in Alive 2, they had that thing that opened up and you would see the different. Basically showed you what the different looks were for each of the eras. Each guy. Yeah. Okay, so here's one with Gene. That was when he got more into the armor part of
which
his.
Was always pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always thought the bat wings. Whoa.
Now this one's kind of strange. So okay. This is interesting because you know what that picture is?
That's the redo.
That is the redo of Creatures of the Night with Bruce.
Didn't even play on it.
Who wasn't even on the album.
By a long shot.
The original cover had Ace on the cover, even though he didn't play on it.
Not very much.
Vinnie Vincent did. Then when they re-release it without the makeup, neither case, the guy that actually played guitar is in the picture.
That is a weird,
funny.
again, super
Yeah.
crazy Kiss anomaly. Like,
they've got
why
a-
did they even do it, man? Like, I don't even get it.
It's
If anybody
strange.
knows, chime in.
It's something to
But this is
get
cool.
more money.
That is a weird
to get more
card.
money from me. That's why, because I bought it.
Yeah.
I had why did I buy it? I don't know. I don't know why. Okay, this is another. This is this is 70. This is that 75 range when Alive came out. Pretty sure, right in that 75, 76 range.
I like Ace. This is one of the costumes I really liked Ace in, and he's got the tobacco sunburst Les Paul, which is really he played more early on, because then he always tended to gravitate towards more like the cherry sunburst.
Well,
right?
because he had that Les Paul with the third pickup that would smoke.
Smoking pickup.
Yeah, which this one did not. This one didn't have the third
does
pickup.
that.
Although maybe this one, I don't remember if this one smoked or not. Somebody could tell us the answer to that question. So, but this is an older one. This is when he had the feathers on the sleeves.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. Okay. And then here's an upside down Paul. Looks like we're almost done with the cards. Paul playing. That's a pretty old one too.
Yeah.
And then let's scoot these over so we can see, because there's stuff on the back of these cards, it looks like too. So these are all old. This looks like these could have been taken seconds apart from each other. These two pictures right here.
Similar era, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say these two also, but though this one, Paul's got the choker.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah, this was, I think this one was later.
He's got no shirt on, just kind of like those pants thing with the big fat belt.
Yeah. This is
just
so
really
interesting.
cool.
And they had one no makeup
Why that
picture
again,
in all of this.
as
This
odd-
is the one where he's playing his flying V too.
Yeah, that's pretty early.
Yeah, this was. Boy, I shouldn't say anything. We're gonna have to do a video on that where we get into the different costume areas.
Yeah, but
let's just take a look at the back of
people
these.
watching, right? They know.
Yeah, that's true. I
This is
need
so
to know
cool.
now. Okay, so then
let's
we
see
have
what we
this.
got on the back.
So here's Gene Simmons. This is card number 37. In April of 1976, Kiss set out on an 8-cities tour of Canada. It was their first time as headliners in the Great White North. Soon after, the band made their headline debut in Europe, playing several countries, including England and Germany. While the European trek proved successful, profits were low in comparison to the U.S. However, the band regarded the attention more important than the money. April 1976. So that would have been Destroyer time period.
Right.
So interesting
anything on
stuff.
the back?
Okay, here's on the back of this one. Oh, it has the
Track
song,
listing.
the track list.
Yeah.
You know who helped write the song War Machine?
Oh, we've talked about this. Canadian guy.
Yeah. Now, oh God, I can't believe I shouldn't have even said it.
Bryan
Bryan
Adams.
Adams and his songwriting partner, which I
Yeah.
can't think of his name. I feel
Wasn't
stupid.
it
I
like
used
Michael
to know him.
Jackson? No, that was the producer.
I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of funny to think about that, though. So then on the back of this one, here's some trivia. See if you know
Okay.
this.
Hit me.
Kiss Destroyer costumes were also worn by the band on which other tour? Rock and Roll Over, Psycho Circus, the Farewell Tour, all the above.
I'm gonna go. I think the Psycho Circus.
That answer surprises me.
I'm going Psycho Circus.
The answer is all the above.
Really?
Believe it or not, it's what it says.
I don't remember them having costume changes.
I don't know. That's really interesting. So they were doing that on the Farewell Tour at Psycho Circus, and Rock and Roll Over makes sense. But
Yeah.
okay, here we go. Another one. While Kiss was busy trying to maintain the illusion of a supergroup, their lives on the road were riddled with problems. Faulty pyrotechnics and poorly constructed stage created safety hazards, while equipment failure led to a lot of improvising. The band never knew what they'd be faced with when they stepped on the stage each night.
True.
Okay.
Right?
Interesting.
I mean, you're playing with fire,
Wh-
right? What's the saying? Playing with fire, you're gonna get burned.
One of the most disappointing things to me, Gary, was when they put out the DVD sets with the concerts,
Right.
and they had the director's commentary. That's what I wanted to hear him talking about. They never. Did you get those? Did you get those DVDs?
You know, in the 80s, they came out with just, all bunch of different documentaries and stuff, and there's a couple good ones.
But do you remember those DVDs where they, because it was the stuff that was like 74 to 78, whatever, and they had all the concerts, and then they had the commentary from Gene and Paul. And I remember putting it in, like, I'm so excited. I want to hear them talk about the concerts. And then basically what happened, I'm Gene and Paul, whatever. They introduced themselves. And then they started talking. And then they talked for about 30 seconds. And then 10 minutes of silence. And then they might say something later. I'm like, dude, this is, it like took all the fun out of it for me. Because I wanted to hear that stuff.
Yeah, hey, I remember the day that, Ace stepped on and got shot. And, this is one of the things that happened.
Nothing like that, unless I missed it, because the stuff I watched.
Didn't Gene get burned from one of the torch things going wrong? Like, we want to
just talk about that
things.
stuff.
Drum riser getting stuck.
Yeah.
I mean, the Spinal Tap moments. Yeah.
Okay, here's a couple more. Okay, Alive. Touring continued after the release of Alive. One stop was in Cadillac, Michigan, where the band performed a 2-hour set and helped to rally the local high school football team. Everybody knows that story. During what was dubbed as Kiss Day. Afterwards, the band was to depart by helicopter, but the trip had already proved too costly. Instead, the band was flown over the football field behind a hill less than a mile away, then taken by car to the airport.
Budget cuts.
I didn't know that.
No.
I didn't know that part.
Well, maybe not budget cuts. They probably just spent,
That's actually a really interesting story. Okay, a couple more.
Are we out of sight? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. No one can see.
No one
Pop out.
can see us.
Okay, here's with Alive rising on the charts, Kiss was encouraged by their label to appear larger than life in the public eye to perpetuate the band's growing mystique. Photos of the band in front of a private jet were sent to the tabloids to give the image that they were a supergroup, even though Gene, Paul, Ace, and Peter were still traveling on commercial flights.
70s marketing.
Yeah. And they were all about that.
Nobody had a cell phone camera to be like,
right.
Let's check.
But
what are they doing?
That was one of their things, because when they were playing like with the Dolls in the early days, they would rent a limo and they'd show up to the show,
that was one of their
trying to look as big as possible, even though they were
like you're playing Madison Square Garden. From day one.
Exactly. Okay, last one. Alive preview card. Ooh. Kiss 1977 to 78 Love Gun Tour represents arguably the most successful period in the band's history. In addition to a successful studio album produced with Eddie Kramer, which was our last show, or one of our last shows, the height of the band's merchandising was in effect. Gene, Paul, Peter, and Ace also appeared in their first film, Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park. Woo! Although the Kiss machine seemed unstoppable, self-destructive forces within the band would soon erupt.
Yep. No Oscars won.
For Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park.
And the implosion began.
Anyway, I thought this would be kind of fun to just take a look at these things,
really
just
cool.
because of, like so many other people, I collected the Kiss cards at lunch at school. We'd trade them, and it was so much fun. So anyway, that was my little experience at 5280's totally awesome shop.
Yeah, shout out to those guys for having something cool.
Having something really cool. And if you've never been there to that place in Denver, you should go check it out, especially if you're around our age, because you walk in there and you're like, oh my gosh, I remember that and that and that and that. It is you can spend hours in there just looking at all the cool stuff in that place and buy some Kiss cards. So, hey, we'd love to get your feedback. Did you collect Kiss cards when you were a kid? What was your favorite one? Do you remember? Did you trade them in school too? Love to hear your stories about Kiss cards, because that was such, for Kiss fans, kids like us, that was like, it was a big deal.
Yeah. Well, because back then you traded cards like baseball cards, and that was kind of a big thing. Pre-internet, would you play? Stick and a ball, go outside. You weren't playing video games. I mean, Atari and Pong were still not even out, really. Maybe.
Yeah, that's right. It was that was one of the fun parts of being a Kiss fan way back when. So anyway,
but I think it was kind of something that we would. Hey, you got this one, because all the packs were like different.
Yep.
But you'd get doubles and triples of some of the ones that you had too much of, that you'd try to trade and get your whole complete set, so you can do. What was on the back of them? Some of them had the puzzles,
and some of them had fun little information like those.
Yeah, it was really cool. We'll get to those one day. That was
for
fun.
Sure. All right.
Thanks for sharing, man.
Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Please follow the channel, like the video, share your comments and thoughts, and as always, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, if you're a fan of Kiss, you're going to really enjoy this video. I'm Robert John Hadfield.
And I'm Gary Casella.
It's my friend Gary. And actually, one of the ways we became friends is over a mutual appreciation for this band.
Absolutely,
We were both Kiss fans from back when we were kids. My first album was Rock and Roll Over, which was right before this.
Okay.
What was your first one? It was this one?
Yeah, Love Gun.
So what I found here and is some reviews that were made about this album back when it came out, and these were published in 1977. So to put this in perspective, there was Destroyer, which is the one after Alive,
right,
and then Rock and Roll Over, which is the one that's near and dear to my heart, and then this one came out after that, and then we had
Alive 2,
and the solo albums and Dynasty and Unmasked, and then just it just kept going.
Yeah, Double Platinum was thrown in there. Yeah,
but this was a pretty important album, and there was so much cool stuff on here. And one of the really interesting things about this that goes back to their original vision of what Kiss was supposed to be was they wanted it kind of like the Beatles in that everybody in the band eventually would be like a singer. This is the first time Ace sings.
Yes.
So it's really kind of an important point in the Kiss history.
Yeah, because up until this point, he's written a bunch of stuff, right?
Right.
Cold Gin, on and on. But when his first vocal track, is Shock Me here, right?
Right. Which ends up being like a brutally cool tune. And it ends up on Alive too.
Yeah.
And he sings it there. And I ended up, even though he's probably technically the weakest vocalist of the four of them.
Sure.
The more I listen to him back in that stuff, the more I like it. Because it is kind of, it feels a little bit unstable when he's singing. Like he's right on the edge of going out of tune.
Yeah. No, I think we've talked about that over the years, is that Ace's vocals are, he's got that super Bronx, New York, kind of dialect thrown in there. The way he enunciates, the way he sings is not far from that, and it just, but it's cool and it's unique. And, I always liked it. So, but yeah, like in the Beatles, it's not like Ringo's out there singing every tune, or George Harrison. It was primarily
mostly
John
mostly
Paul,
Lennon McCartney.
Yeah.
But then and that was part of the original vision, was to have all four of these guys doing that, which is kind of a lost art too, which is pretty cool about Kiss that they did that.
Yeah.
And Peter Criss, he actually sings Hooligan on here,
and sounds awesome.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
You don't realize. When I was a kid, I didn't realize how great of a singer he was.
He's got that raspy, bluesy
good.
type.
He's really good.
He's definitely, he's got that where he's at. Because doesn't he sing Black Diamond as well, right? On the first one.
Streets for living.
Yeah, that's right.
He was awesome.
Strange Ways too.
He was so cool.
Hotter Than Hell.
Let's just real quick just flip it over before we read the thing and just look at him. And of course, Love Gun, that ended up being one of their touchstone songs, clear up until the end. I don't think they ever didn't play that song. That was such a great.
Yeah, it was a live staple
song.
for him forever.
Yeah, for sure. Got Love for Sale was never a big hit. Tomorrow and Tonight, great tune. It was a kind of an anthem sounding thing, like they tried to do, like Rock and Roll Night and Shout It Out Loud. It kind of had that same kind of thing to it. Christine 16 it had that kind of 50s feel to it. When I saw you walking out of school that day I knew.
Yeah,
and seeing a 70-year-old man sing that about a 16-year-old is kind of funny.
That's a cool.
It's a great song.
The way it starts with the piano.
It is a great tune.
It is
man.
a great song.
For sure. Almost Human. That's another Gene song.
Yeah.
Which was.
Did you like that song?
Yeah, kind of.
It's
got
had a
that
weird
dark
beginning. Yeah, it's. I don't do the song. The sounds kind of as good as you. But
I thought to me, it was kind of like, how do we do another God of Thunder anthem?
kind of
thing for Gene. That's the way it came across to me. The
Yeah, I can
music's
see
not
that.
that way, but it was the Almost Human was kind of like him again singing about his character, which God of Thunder wasn't supposed to be, but Bob Ezrin was like, no, that's his song.
Sure.
That's supposed to
'Cause
be,
Paul wrote
he's the God of
Thunder.
Exactly. And the demos, he sang it too.
Yeah.
And then you hear Genius like, no, that's what Ezrin's like, no, that's him. And he became the God of Thunder. And to me, that was kind of what
I get
seemed
that.
almost like that was what it was supposed to be about.
I think I liked it because it was darker.
It was definitely.
different, not poppy.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And then Plaster Caster, that one's, we all kind of understand. That song,
Yes.
there's Shock Me, which ended up, man, and the other thing is guitar hook. I mean, dude, it was just so great. And like getting back to what was the song we just mentioned a second ago that they put, Cold Gin. Guitar hooks. Great stuff. Then She Kissed Me, which is just an old, I can't remember who that song originally was, but that's just an old cover that they
it's a
did, which
cover.
is kind of fun. You know, it's cool. I Stole Your Love
I love that song.
might be as good as, I mean, it might be the best song on this album. That was so good.
I'm kind of surprised over the years they didn't play it more.
Because that was on Alive too.
Yeah.
And that was a great song.
That's a great song.
I mean, it really was in the top of their stuff.
Talk about, Ace playing Shock Me and all that. Like, obviously, the solo and, the guitar solo in Shock Me is great. I think the guitar solo in I Stole Your Love is fantastic. I mean, it is awesome.
I have to go back and listen to it now.
Yeah, you'll think.
That was
Because it's fast. I mean, Ace is more, not known for being like,
he's not a
fast
shredder.
player. No way he's a shredder. But
he can.
He's got those quick licks.
He can. He does really quick
and I
little
think
things.
This is one of them. I just always remember, I love that song, and then when it cuts to Ace's solo, it's just fast and just builds real nice. I mean, signature Ace type stuff, and this is why we love him, right?
That's what makes him. We made him so perfect for this music. And then there's Hooligan, which is what we were just saying a minute ago, is a Peter Criss sang that one. So let's go. So I want to read these. Let's read these articles, these little reviews. I think this is just gonna be fun. Again, part of the reason we do these reviews on this channel is just because it's so fun looking back, and then now with the 50 years in between, or almost 50 years.
It's a time capsule.
What is it like now that we read this?
Right, because when we're reading this article, like, these people or these critics are listening to them for the very first time.
Yeah.
Right? So they're listening, not like we're going back and listening to Christine 16 and going, man, that was really cool. I think, in a way, it's that timestamp of what people thought of it back then is what makes these articles really cool.
Yeah. So this was published. This particular first one is July 29th, 1977. So this is almost exactly a month after the album's out.
Okay.
June 30th, 1977 is when it's released. So here's a month later. Okay. Kiss has a terrible problem. Critics don't like the group's music and dismiss record sales as an hysterical reaction to Kiss's stage show. While on one hand, the band has turned its multicolored noses at critics, pointing to gold albums hanging on the wall, Kiss has tried desperately to improve its music, seeking respect from critics and older audiences. The majority of critics have overlooked and ignored that when it comes to getting an audience on its feet. When it comes to blowing a hall wide open, Kiss excels and isn't that what rock and roll is all about? My first encounter with Kiss was Alive. I wrote in December 1975, and then he kind of quotes himself here. Kiss is the end result of 20 years of rock and roll. They're nasty, noisy, and gimmicky. They are about to become very popular. And if that's really what he wrote, then he was right, because that was the album. That was the album that took him over the edge. The music Kiss plays is the bare bones of rock and roll. There aren't any frills on Alive, just 3 guitars, 4 voices, and a set of drums. And again, that was the album that broke him, amazingly. Despite poor sound and simple songs, Alive was 4 sides of unbridled energy that generated excitement in the listener. And this is what I think is really interesting, what he says here. Of the 2 albums since, Destroyer and Rock and Roll Over, Kiss has unsuccessfully tried to capture the live feel in the studio. And interestingly, that was the problem in the beginning, because the first 3 albums, everybody said, it just doesn't sound like you do in concert. Right. And then that's why they said, let's put a live out. We're going to put a live album out. And I know all the discussions about, was it really live? Because they did a whole bunch of overdubs, but most people do that with their live stuff afterwards anyway. And then they went back into the studio with Ezrin on Destroyer, and it was because if you know the story, he basically said, guys, you can go back to what you were doing before, or we can do something different.
Move forward, yeah.
And then he kind of pushed them.
Yeah.
And they ended up doing something really pretty spectacular.
Yeah, Destroyer's a great album.
And then and then they put out Rock and Roll Over, but then this guy kind of leaves those behind and says, but it just didn't match up to Alive. Right. And then he's saying now that this one actually did.
The Rock and Roll Over, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Eddie Kramer do that one?
I think so, although I'm not 100% positive.
Eddie Kramer, and then I can't remember who did this one.
Well, let's take a quick look. That's actually a really good question. It was Eddie Kramer. I was going to say, I thought this one was too. Okay. So
I could be wrong. I just remember he was kind of involved trying to get that, because he did obviously Alive. So
yeah, and so what'd be interesting to ask right now, first of all, is to everybody that's watching this, do you agree with that sentiment? Because to me, when I listen to this doesn't sound all that different than Rock and Roll Over. The tones and things don't sound all that dramatically different, and maybe I need to go back and do an A/B again on the 2. But when I listen to this, it does have more of that studio, less of a live. Anyway, that's my opinion of it.
Everybody's gonna kind of weigh in. I mean, the evolution, right, is Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, Love Gun. I think this one, I don't want to say less polished, because it just sounds good. And Destroyer was really good. And Rock and Roll Over, I love Rock and Roll Over. I think it sounds amazing. So the guitar tone on something like Making Love is just like crazy cool. I love a lot of that. I love that stuff on that album. Yeah. I think it's excellent. So anyway, but again, for those of you watching, first of all, what do you think of that statement here, that this more than the other 2, than Destroyer and Rock and Roll Over, captured the live sound from Alive? Okay, let's see. Kiss has unsuccessfully tried to capture the live feel in the studio. Not only does Love Gun have the live feel, it also shows considerable improvement in the area of artistic merit. Love Gun is a punchy and tight album from the irresistibly catchy Christine 16, very, very catchy tune for sure. Yeah.
To straight ahead rockers, Shock Me, which is brutally awesome tune, and Plaster Caster. This album is consistent driving rock. And that's actually really true too, because
there's no real soft songs.
Because even Rock and Roll Over had that.
Yeah.
Which I hated when I was a kid, but I like today.
What's that?
It was If Ever I Met You, Hard Luck Woman.
Hard Luck Woman
is on Rock and Roll Over.
It sounds like it could have been Rod Stewart for.
Yeah, I think that's Paul Stanley wrote it. I think for Rod Stewart, didn't do it. They put it on their album. And
interesting.
I actually like that song now. When I was a kid, it was always skip.
Yeah.
But anyway. Let's see. People will point at Kiss's stage show and say, anybody that has to resort to that can't possibly be good. And he's got that nailed exactly. The same was said about Bowie, Alice Cooper, and Jimi Hendrix. Sure, Kiss's music is simple. So what? So is Chuck Berry's and Fats Domino's. The pretentiousness of critics who demand great artistic merit is boring. Most rock critics eagerly await the return of Crosby, Stills, and Nash while humming Van Morrison songs, 2 acts the majority of today's rock listeners have never heard. and that's true, although I hate to admit it, I actually like Crosby, Stills, and Nash and a lot of Van Morrison stuff, but that's a whole nother story. But it does speak to the pretentiousness of most rock critics.
Because that's what's going on in 1977, right? Is you got this, or you've got Love Gun over here. You know, that is kind of disruptive between the cover, the songs. You know, I mean, it's pushing pushing it.
Yeah. It is 1977 when rock means stars, Boston, Aerosmith, and Kiss, bands that get their audiences moving. And isn't that what rock and roll is all about? Okay.
For sure. Right?
That's
it's the guy's spot on there.
Yeah, that's a great, I think a really good review of, I shouldn't say a fair commentary, which a lot of people throughout the history of Kiss have never really done. It's like, well, they're just, all they are is makeup, and it's like, yeah, I mean, that is part of it. It's a big part of it.
Right.
But the tunes were solid. They're catchy, fun tunes. And this is
maybe not all of them, but a lot of them.
But they had a real, I tell you what, Paul and Gene both had a very great pop sense.
Yeah.
Of writing songs that are catchy and hooky.
Yes.
They just did. Okay, so we're going to read one more here that I thought was kind of interesting. And this is August 7th, 1977. So this is just about 2 weeks
later.
2 weeks later. And this is from what is this from?
Southtown Star.
Okay. August 7th, Tinley Park, Illinois. Okay. Kiss Love Gun, Casablanca. The new album is a definite assertion of Kiss's position as leader of the heavy metal bands. In a recent Gallup poll, Kiss was voted the most popular band in America. Its staunchest fans are the younger record buyers who are in love with the outrage of it all. And by the way, I hate using the word heavy metal anymore because it just doesn't mean anything. Because back then it was this very kind of defined thing that kind of people would fit into, and then it just kind of became everything.
Right.
Okay. This same outrage once propelled the Beatles and Stones to the top of the charts, and later did it again for Alice Cooper and David Bowie. And a few years from now, we'll do it again for somebody else. Each new outrage must obviously be more outrageous than the last. After Alice Cooper completed seemingly every possible concert outrage, it was time for the next step, the almost completely visual performance of Kiss. It amuses me that Kiss and Pink Floyd are both called heavy metal bands. In fact, the music of Animals, Pink Floyd's latest LP, and Love Gun almost could not be further apart.
Yeah, for sure.
And I love Pink Floyd. So, and that's a great album. But it's true. It's like they put them, everything, it gets, that's why I made that comment a minute ago. It's like these two things have nothing.
Two different
And I don't
worlds.
think Pink Floyd was ever fit in that world.
No.
I mean, anyway. What is even further apart is the style of the two groups in concert. The members of Pink Floyd surround themselves in visuals that keep the group in a veil of anonymity, and Kiss uses visuals to stamp its members' names on the tender minds of the youth that worships it as though it really could breathe fire. And that's interesting because Pink Floyd did evolve out of that era of faceless bands, where you had all these different groups that you didn't know who anybody was. Look at bands like Yes, and bands like Moody Blues.
Yeah.
Faceless bands that didn't have, the Moody Blues was a faceless band.
But that's the part, right? I mean, if Moody Blues was walking down the street, nobody would know, unless they had a poster of them or knew them.
Yeah.
Nobody could tell the difference that those were the guys in a band, much less your neighbor up the street. Right. I think Kiss, like the Beatles and bands before them, like if David Bowie's walking down the street, Ziggy Stardust, man, you're noticing him.
Yeah.
You all right? Alice Cooper, same thing. And I think that's kind of this is the next level. And having identifiable characters, like we talked about earlier with the Beatles, that you can, how many fans, we've talked about it. You were a Paul Stanley guy. I was an Ace guy. There's guys that love Peter Criss. Gene. I love Gene too, but not as much as Ace. But it's like you can relate to them. And I think that gave them so much more leverage when it came to marketing, sales. Because when Love Gun came out in 77, we're talking peak Kiss, right? All over the airwaves, all over every news channel. When your local news station's like, Kiss is coming to town, lock your daughters up, all that kind of crap. And it's the height, right?
Yeah, well, when we were prepping for this, you had mentioned that that it shipped 1 million copies. They were that at this point.
You're right.
They were that
1 million copies done, ready to go.
Yeah.
First shipment. It's impressive.
They were really, really something at that point. And so, and it was, to your point, this was like, it was part of their Beatles vision. Everybody had their favorite Beatle. Yep. And it was the same kind of things here. So, visual stamp members' names, youth that worships. Okay. I would say that KISS depends about 90% on its visuals for popularity. I dislike categories and I dislike improper ones even more. So let's move KISS into its own distinct category, fire rock. Another way that Love Gun shows progress for KISS is that its promotion has reached a new high. You've got to give the people at Rocksteady, the group's management company, and Casablanca credit. They really know how to take advantage of a good thing. The KISS comic book is a masterpiece of promotion.
It is.
I mean, brilliant. The blood and the whole thing. All that remains to be seen in this area is whether the people at Rocksteady and Casablanca also know how to run a good thing into the ground. And this is really interesting that they make this point. There is such a thing as overpromotion, even to the younger market. What about the Beatles, you say? Let me remind you that these legions of KISS fans will also grow older, and to keep them, someone must be able to keep up with their more mature tastes. I'll believe KISS is better musically than it seems, but a Sgt. Pepper's it ain't. And it's interesting because these guys were right on the edge of that happening at this point.
Yeah.
It was right on the we're a little bit too much.
I'm thinking
we're
only 3 years ahead of The Elder.
Yeah, right.
Not Sgt. Pepper's by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, I think when you're at the top of the mountain, what's your next challenge, right? A Sgt. Pepper's type of album, something a little different, you know.
They at this point, it was like they were getting to the point, it was just overexposure. Just too much. Yeah, too much everywhere. That's what the guy and he was right about that ultimately.
I mean, weren't they always like in like the teen magazines and all? I mean, they were everywhere.
Yeah.
By this time, you had the KISS trading cards.
Yeah.
Right. Did KISS Meet the Phantom of the Park come out by this time?
I was 78, right? When that came out, or 77, 78. It was right around the same time this came out. Yeah.
I mean, how many of you like KISS Meets the Phantom of the Park? I mean, a year later after that. I mean, that's a tangent, and we can talk about that all in and of its own. But I think I actually rewatched that within the last year, and
it's terrible. But I'm so glad it exists. Aren't you?
For sure.
It's just wonderful that exists. Even in its terrible, silly, ridiculous state, it's freaking awesome.
When Ace is doing flips.
There's a couple times when Ace isn't even him. You can tell.
You can totally
clearly
tell.
That's not Ace.
Guy's like muscular, doesn't even look same facial features.
No, it's so...
We're not going to go down that rabbit hole too much. But yeah, I mean, you're at the top. Let's make a movie.
Okay. All right. That brings me to the interesting subject of KISS's musical ability. It's getting better. Then She Kissed Me and Love Gun are actually pretty good. The band is capable of tasteful arrangements when it so desires. The point is, however, that KISS's music is not based on tasteful arrangements and musical quality. It's based on outrage. The point is to be as far away from the norm as possible, which is exactly where KISS is coming from, and for millions of fans, it works. And then that's the end of the article. And that is so important. Because with rock and roll, it really is about rebellion. And their music, that's what it was all about.
All right. I remember Gene saying, "Oh, we're from the streets and stuff like that." Okay, you know, I think at this stage, when you're shipping 1 million copies, you're not from the streets. You know, you're trying to maximize your thunder, God of Thunder, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're cashing in because you don't know if this was going to be over, which. You know, you had disco and stuff coming in right after, which their label was a forefront of disco with Casablanca. Right? And so, I mean, you don't know when your 15 minutes could be up. Lucky for them and lucky for all of us, the fans, you know, that we, and the KISS Army that's out there, that we were able to have not only more stuff and more material coming out, but so much more. And like we were just talking before about how much stuff they've had since the makeup originally came off in Lick It Up. So, I mean, that's quite a few. I mean, just that volume of released material, some bands would wish they had.
Yeah.
You know? So.
And every album, even the ones I didn't care for, had at least one really catchy good tune on it.
For sure.
I think everything did. They remained pretty good songwriters through the whole thing.
And I personally, you know, like this was the first album I bought with my own money. And to me, Love Gun was something that stood out. You look at the cover art, I remember a guy in my high school having like, you know, when you'd have the denim jackets, you'd have somebody like paint an album cover on the back. And there was a guy that had one of these. And I thought, dude, he paid money to have an artist paint his denim jacket. How freaking cool.
Yeah.
And then you're picking the Love Gun album with all these chicks and jeans, you know, monster boots. I mean, they look cool. I mean, the artwork put into this album cover, I loved. And I've probably poured over it, like, you know, hours.
I had the puzzle.
Right?
I sat and stared at that puzzle.
Right?
Because it was just so amazing.
You know, and it's not the girls or the thing. It was just, I mean, that was part of it. But it's just the mystique, you know?
They're superheroes.
And they all look, exactly.
And this is along the theme of Destroyer. Just the cover was just so spectacular, so interesting. You could stare at it. And the one in between, Rock and Roll Over, I actually love that cover too.
That's a great cover.
Same thing. You'd sit and stare at the makeup, and it was just, they did. But these guys right here, they really did look, dare I say, larger than life.
Yeah. That's a great song.
To use a Kiss song.
That's a great
analogy. Cool, awesome. Hey, thanks for taking the time to watch us. We'd love to get your feedback about any of this stuff related to Love Gun. Did you like this album? What did you think about these reviews? Did it go along with what you think about this? What was your favorite song on this album? How did this fit into of your favorite albums of Kiss? Where was this one? And also, we'd love to hear your comments. Please like the video. Please follow the channel. We've got so many cool things coming up this coming year in 2025. It's going to be awesome. So anyway, please follow the channel, etc. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. If you're a fan of Kiss, this video is for you. So I didn't realize this, but Kiss has a dual anniversary on June 30th, which as we were recording this video, that was yesterday.
Yes.
And the dual anniversary is we had Kiss putting out the comic book.
With the blood. Infamous.
And at the same time, they released Love Gun.
My first Kiss album bought with my own money.
That's right. We've talked about that before.
Arguably the greatest cover of all time.
Oh, it's so amazing. And actually, the reason I started thinking about this is I found this article on AmericanSongwriter.com. And this is where I saw this thing about the anniversary and got me thinking about this to talk about it. And it just says, on this day in 1977, Kiss comics containing the band's blood hit newsstands. And it's kind of interesting now looking back and thinking about the sequence that led to that moment and all these different things were happening right around each other. So I'm just going to read a couple things in here.
Sure.
Over the years, Kiss has licensed thousands of products.
Probably millions now.
They've slapped their logo on everything from t-shirts to caskets. Their willingness to appear in as many formats as possible, along with their larger-than-life stage personas, led to the band's appearances in multiple comic books. On this day, June 30th, 1977, Marvel Comics released the first comic books to feature the band as both central characters and superheroes. To make things more appealing for fans, the band mixed their blood into the ink, which was just so strange. But
I think it's so awesome.
It is
talk
awesome.
About marketing.
Exactly.
I mean, first of all, Marvel. That if you look back and you're thinking, granted, we're talking Marvel 1977, but you're looking at Marvel today. I mean, Avengers. Marvel Studios is amazing. I want a Kiss Marvel superhero movie. But this is the start.
That's a good point.
Why not? Why not? You heard it here first. I'm just saying.
Well, no, you make a great point because this album cover right here, and I got this one out and this one, because these two album covers, these guys really did have that. They look like superheroes.
Yeah, and maybe that we didn't know in 1977 the tie-in, but maybe this like album cover along with the marketing tie-in of, wait, we're putting out the comic book the same day. I mean, how awesome.
Yeah.
Then, just to add icing on the cake, we're going to prick your finger here. I mean, it's not like they were putting a quart of blood each, or a bag, Tap the IV, here we go. Put some Ace in there, some Paul, Peter, and Gene. We're going to mix it up. I'm sure it was like a little bit. And I'm sure it's on TV somewhere. I mean, knowing Kiss, I'm sure it was on some news station. Look,
I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, right?
Yeah.
The marketing machine in full effect. So, yeah, how awesome.
Yeah, so let's take a look at a couple other things here. Kiss first appeared in 2 back-to-back issues of Howard the Duck in May and June of 1977. Then on June 30th, Marvel released a Marvel Comics super special, Kiss, the full-length color comic book featured Gene Simmons, Paul, Peter, Ace, stage personas as superheroes. This was the first of many comics starring Detroit's most famous rock and roll band.
Yeah, not true. They're from
Detroit's.
New York. But yes.
Well,
but I know
Detroit
Rock City
became their,
all that. Yeah,
their
that was
second home.
Yes.
According to Business Insider, the members of Kiss, accompanied by comic book legend Stan Lee, traveled to Marvel's printing facility in New York. There, a registered nurse drew blood from each of the band members.
Not just some junkie. Just here you go.
That blood was then mixed in the vats of red ink. The story featured the band fighting Doctor Doom alongside Spider-Man, the Avengers, and the Fantastic Four. It sold 500,000 copies and became Marvel's best-selling single issue until the publisher relaunched Spider-Man in 1990.
That is unbelievable. Like, on so many levels. Doctor Doom, we know, if you follow any Marvel stuff, Doctor Doom's going to be kind of in the new movies coming out. Dude, they're right there. Why didn't they have Kiss in... There could be. That could be.
Yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't. And what...
We have their stupid-ass avatars coming out. Why couldn't they just have a movie? Right?
Well, they did.
They did.
So, and thanks to Andy Wines, we actually have it as a visual. Where is it? Do you have... Okay. Gary got it out for us to have as a visual because we knew. Hang on just a second. This will be really quick. With hundreds of videos on our channel now, we've made playlists to make it easy for you to find whatever the thing is that you're interested in. We have a playlist with all of our Rush videos, Kiss, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen. We have categories like 80s metal and even our popular magazine flip-throughs, where we go through page by page with Circus Magazine, Hit Parader, and others, all in 4K resolution. You'll find it all organized and ready to explore. Just click the playlist tab on our channel's homepage. All right, back to the video. Thank you, Andy, for providing this so we can have this to display the greatest movie ever made. Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park. But it is an interesting thing because they seemed to understand that you could take these characters and do that with them.
In 1977.
And Paul had super eye shooting stuff out of his star. Mm-hmm. You had these guys, they had this, and of course Gene could breathe fire.
Of course.
And so
what did Peter do? What was Peter's ability?
He was doing some serious like karate stuff. Was there? Maybe Ace was doing that.
You're thinking of the movie, but I mean Ace was doing the flips.
Ace was doing the flips.
Not really Ace, but I know we joke about that, but
no, that whole scene in here when they're in the kind of in the middle of that roller coaster and those white whatever they are, the things that they fight, that is one of the funniest things. And then the song they play back in the New York Groove, right in the middle of that scene, is hysterical. It's so great.
Don't ruin it, because Heinrich, the man in the chair, has not seen.
Henrik, have you not seen this?
No.
You've never seen this movie? We have the VHS right here.
Thanks
and you've never seen?
Right.
No.
Thanks to Andy.
Okay, we need to have another movie night. We're going to invite everybody, and we're going to be watching This Meets the Phantom of the Park. Look, but the point here is these guys are ready-made superheroes.
Maybe because the anniversary of Kiss Meets Phantom of the Park is coming up in October for the anniversary of that.
Okay, so wait a second. October of 70.
8.
Okay, so I was going to say this was not the same year, because the way this worked was this came out in 1976.
Right.
Then Rock and Roll Over also came out in 1976. And then we have the anniversary they're talking about right here,
Love Gun,
which is June 30th of 1977.
Yeah.
And then later in this year, that's when Alive 2 came out.
That is true.
So then in 1978, okay, and that makes sense too, because
so much Kiss
70. I know, man. That's why we got all the Kiss stuff out
Right.
for this video. So because in 1978, that's when the 4 solo albums came out, which would kind of explain why Back in the New York Groove ended up in the movie, because that was, of course, on Ace's solo album.
Right.
So, and that was all 1978.
I mean, think about, in a 2-year span, you've put out 3 studio albums, a live album, you put your blood in comics, and made a movie. And you did solo projects.
And you did solo albums on top of it.
All in 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years? Am I right?
Well, yeah, because it was
From 76
76 to 78.
That is
Yes.
wild. Just think about the amount of, they were stepping on the gas, full throttle, pedal to the metal, putting out. Why not? You're striking while the iron's hot.
Yeah.
And they're peak Kiss right here.
Yeah, yeah, oh, for sure.
Right.
And then in 79 comes Dynasty. And then,
The Linda Carter special.
oh my gosh, the Linda Carter special, which we talked about a few weeks ago too.
If you guys have not seen the Linda
When-
Carter special that traumatized our host here, this guy, it's unreal. I never had seen it until we did that episode.
Hey, Henry, can you see when that Linda Carter special came out? Because it'd be interesting to know where that fit into this. Although Kiss wasn't actually...
I think we were talking
it.
because she did the "I Was Made for Loving You," so it's a
Yes.
little bit later.
Oh, so it would have had to have been later. Yes, that's right. It would have been 70.
Right.
It would have had to have been 79.
Oh my
79,
gosh.
80.
That's
But anyway, getting back to this, the point was they were, when you look at this here, and we've talked about this on this channel before, I know it. This album is not just a rock band anymore. This is superheroes right here.
larger than life.
And one of the one of the greatest rock album covers ever created. Between this one and this, these two covers are just, you don't even have to like Kiss to appreciate
These are
how incredible the artwork is and how incredible these album covers are.
They're I keep saying larger
Larger than life. My love is larger than life.
Maybe so. Thank you.
That was 19
that directed to me. Just kidding.
Isn't that the line?
Yeah.
Because
something
that's
like
on side 4
of
Alive 2.
Yeah. By the way, since we are talking Alive 2 just for a second, those studio tracks are pretty damn good.
Dude,
And other than Rocket Ride, Ace isn't even on there, but that just shows you where they were. In their careers, right? Because it was, Bob Kulick playing. Because I was always like, man, Ace sounds so good. Well, it wasn't Ace. Bob Kulick played on Larger Than Life and All American Man, right?
Oh, did he play an All American Man? Man, that's a great song.
Yeah.
Those
are great studio tracks. Again, you're talking peak Kiss and all the, we just put that timeline together in 2 years. All that work, all those studios albums. That is just amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
And the movie.
Getting back to those 4 tracks, or the tracks on side 4, I mean to say. That to me, I know we're not talking about Alive 2 necessarily, but that was a little bit of a waste. Because I think that got lost. I think they got lost because
we should
of that.
do an Alive 2.
Well, we bought
deep
it.
dive.
We have all the
let's
stuff.
do
We
it.
haven't even broken it out
Okay.
yet to talk about it.
Alive 2 coming soon
Yeah, we need
on
to do
the
it.
channel.
I know, because they could have made one side of a great studio album,
Sure.
and instead they got, because they were great tunes. You had You had Rocket Ride.
Mm-hmm.
You had All American Man. You had Rockin' in the USA. Do you remember that
Good.
tune?
That was good.
There was some great stuff on there, and they were really, really good tunes, and it just kind of got lost. Okay, that isn't the topic.
Love Gun.
The topic
Anniversary.
was we had this anniversary.
48 years.
As we filmed this, it was 48 years ago yesterday.
Double
that happened. We had
anniversary.
this double anniversary of Love Gun, which was your first album, and it's a great. By the way, I think we've actually talked about this album before on this channel.
Yeah, I mean,
Love Gun, incredible song.
Great song.
Played it clear up until the end.
Yeah.
Actually, Tomorrow and Tonight actually is one of my. I love that tune, man. Shock Me is so
Shock
great. Anyway,
Me is
there's
great.
I Stole Your Love is such a great tune.
I Stole Your Love is a great song. I really do like that. I think that is the hidden gem of this album, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Not, granted, Plaster Caster. I love Almost Human as well. The deep cut got the weird riff in there that is so cool. And
Christine
Peter
16 too. Oh, and Hooligan.
Peter Criss singing Hooligan. I mean, he sounds awesome there. I mean, all of them sing on this album.
Yeah, and that was interesting too, because this was the first time where they all, because that was
Ace
part of the
hadn't
vision
sang
from the
lead.
beginning. Even though Ace had written some stuff, that was kind of the vision for Kiss at the beginning, was that it was going to be kind of Beatlesque in that way, that everybody was going to sing. And it was so fascinating because they put this out. He sings one song. He has Shock Me. Then they do solo albums the following year, where of course he does everything. And then Dynasty comes out, and he's like, all of a sudden, goes
songs.
from one song on the previous studio album to three tunes.
Right. I mean, he sings on Alive too, right? I mean, he sang backup, and Ace's vocals are kind of an acquired taste, but he sounds awesome on this one. Hey, and you mentioned the Beatle-esque.
Yeah.
Heinrich, weren't you saying something about like the Marvel Blood tie-in super thing? Weren't you saying there was some Beatle tie-in? Was the
Yeah, one of the other, or two of the other comics in this series that they did the original Kiss comic series with, one was from the Beatles story, and one was an unreleased Sgt. Pepper's that they did collabs with
Marvel?
Wait, with Marvel?
Yeah.
That's all. That's cool, dude. How awesome would it be to have any of these? First of all, it'd be super cool to have the Kiss comic, this one with the blood, right? That'd be just incredible. And then these other ones, super special editions. Is that what they're called? Like,
Marvel Comics Super Special.
Nice.
And if you would like to own one, the cheapest one I found on eBay so far is like $250.
Well, that's not
too bad. I expected way more.
I was expecting it to be more than that.
For like from 1977, like original.
I think so. There's one that's here. Let me look at this one.
Okay,
no, that's not this one.
Eric's shopping while we're doing. Dude, you're supposed to be producing, man.
I am. I'm shopping the comics.
A double screening. What was that? What?
So this is one.
I just bought that.
This is one certified.
Spending Audiomover money.
This is the Audiomover budget. Is me shopping.
Okay.
Kiss #1 Marvel Comics Super Special, printed with real Kiss blood, certified, is $1,200.
Okay, that sounds more like
This is a certified one.
Nice.
Okay. But there's some here.
Where else would you get it if you didn't know?
Like $725. This one's just really highly rated.
Yeah, it's probably in like mint
condition.
That's
true because
I'm not
comic
a collector,
books,
but
if they're I've been to enough Comic Cons and seen enough expensive comics to know that it really depends on how it looks, the creases, there's so many different things that go into grading those things.
But that's a
I'm not smart enough for.
48-year-old comic as of yesterday that came out.
The actual cheapest one I found is $170.
Okay, that's not bad.
Not bad. If you wanted to add it to your collection, you can drop under $200.
Yeah. Okay, that's reasonable.
Heinrich, you already buy it?
Thinking about it now.
Nice.
The other Beatles tie-in, the way they got Kiss to, one of the things they told Kiss to get him to do this video was it was going to be
Sgt. Pepper's?
Well, it was this movie was going to be Star Wars meets Hard Day's Night. That was kind of what they told him it was going to be like. And
so not neither. So not neither.
Because I know you're a Star Wars fan. Me too.
Yes.
But yeah, it was about as far. That's hysterical thinking about that. But that was kind of how they sold him on it.
All right.
And it was.
I'm super excited. The fact, Love Gun anniversary, the Marvel comic thing. That's a great. I did not know of the double launch.
No, me too. That was why this jumped out at me. I wanted to talk about it. It was that they both happened on the same day.
Did anybody else know that it was a double launch? Like, any of you have the comic?
Well,
from back in the day?
Having read the comments that we get on our KISS videos, I am certain that there were a lot of people that are right now going, how could you not
guys
know
not
that?
know that?
Yeah, we've had plenty of those
Get
things
some
like,
prep
what kind
done.
of fool are you? Yeah,
You know.
I know. That's the way it goes. Whatever. So
You know,
we didn't.
we know
I didn't
now.
know. We know now.
now.
We can now officially talk about it because we found this little nugget.
We were pretty young. I mean, we were 8 when this came out.
Yeah.
You know, and I remember I was probably 12 when I spent my own money. I'm like, what am I getting? Love Gun. You know?
Oh, speaking of that, grab that real quick. Since we're talking about Love Gun.
This one?
Yeah. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen.
The Love Gun.
Little dust on this thing. I
Jigsaw.
retrieved this from my parents' basement.
No way.
I had this when I was a little kid. So I didn't get the album like you did. I got the puzzle. Exactly. And this thing has been sitting in my parents' basement in the toy closet for 500
pieces,
years.
man.
A lot of years.
I mean,
But yeah.
it's
yeah,
pretty.
anyway, so we've got the.
You know, with the cover, it's kind of a risque puzzle.
It's really funny thinking about it because look at the ages. It's ages 7 and up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 70s, man. You could be like, yeah, it's all right.
I guess so. I remember thinking that same thing. Like, can I? This is, I was a little kid, and you're looking at this
I
going,
mean, it's
whatever.
not like they're naked.
No, they're not.
covered up.
It's very Greek god looking. Everything about
All
it.
right. I was going to
And-
go more like, in one of these, like, Kiss Exposed or Kiss cover-up, Paul makes a reference of they were living a full life. And I don't know why that... I am so screwed up. I can't remember the two things launched the same day, but that's
been
ingrained
burned
in
into
my
your head.
life. I don't know why that's in there, but it is. But, Paul, thanks, man.
Yeah, really. That's so funny.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
So we have
But
the
you
anniversary
puzzle.
of the comic book and the puzzle on June 30th of 1977.
And Heinrich has his homework to see the movie.
Henrik, you're gonna have to check this out of the Audiomover library now, and we'll actually no, we do need
to do the screening.
get a group of people together and enjoy
or do a live screen. I think that would be a great live show.
Yeah,
If
we could get permission to do it.
no,
somehow,
I don't think we need permission.
just gonna do it.
Just do it.
We'll do Mystery Science Theater 3000 style.
Yeah, that would be great.
That'd be really funny.
Play it right here.
And then look at the back of my head or your head.
And yeah,
The three of us could sit, make wisecracks through the whole thing.
that could be
about
really good.
Andrew, what is it? Devereaux? Devereaux?
Devereaux, the bad guy.
Yeah. What was his first name? It's funny because a bunch of people have commented on our KISS videos, and they'll make little
Abner.
I was saying Andrew. Abner Devereaux. He's the bad guy.
Yeah.
So I gotta remember that. It's a great name. All right. Hey,
That's good stuff.
yeah, it was fun.
And
just
happy anniversary to Love Gun.
To the Love Gun album and to the comic book, which we have to track down at some point. So, hey, anyway, little trip down memory lane. Appreciate you joining us here for this. And, of course, follow the channel if you're not following the channel already. Thank you, Henrik, for taking the time to be here and make the show work.
Yeah, thanks.
Make everything work.
Thanks
and
to Andy for letting us have
Andy,
the movie.
we owe
still,
Andy
I mean,
so
that
much
is
because
the-
we have other videos
that is
we
a
haven't
gem.
gone through yet that we're gonna have. We're gonna still have a few more movie nights so we can watch all these videos, and so then follow the channel, like the video. Please leave your comments and explain how stupid we are that we didn't know these important Kiss facts. And share this, as we've said many, many times, no Kiss fan is an island. So you know other Kiss fans, please share these videos with them. We really, really appreciate it. And we appreciate you taking the time to join us here today. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day.